Chapter 1 Humiliation at the Market. In the bustling martial market of Lingyong City on Star Continent, the crowd was lively with vendors shocking firewares and customers shaggling governor prices. Lin Feng, a slender oaf, squatted in the upper narrow of High Street, his eyes filled with a mix of helplessness and longing. In front of him lay a small stall display in gay detailed basic martial technique manuals. These manuals were carefully selected from various second-hand bookstalls, hoping to fetch a good price to alleviate his financial struggles. Lin Feng wore a simple, threadbare shirt that had been washed so many times it was almost white, with patches and fear. His hair was disheveled, and his face still bore retrocesso from washed dirt. He watched intently as people paced by, and whenever Simeone glanced at the stall, he would immediately look up with pupil eyes, trying to sell his manuals. Sir, take a look at these martial technique manuals. They are real carefully custom and will definitely help you on your cultivation, Lin Feng said to a passing martial artist. The man merely glanced sideways, shook his disdainfully, and walked away hurriedly. Lin Feng sighed and continued waiting for the next potential buyer. At that moment, a group of raucous laughter broke the air. Haha, isn't this Lin Feng, the poor boy, still dreaming of getting rich? Lin Feng looked up to see a group of elegantly dressed young men from noble families approaching. Leading them was Zhao Yan, the son of the Zhao family. Zhao Yan had clear features built to a tight expression that made him appear detestable. He wore an elaborate hazel robe, with a visible J-dependent engine from his waist, and held out like a folding fan. He strutted arrogantly, followed by a group of sycophants. Zhao Yang master, what brings you here? Lin Feng stood up, forcing a smile despite his discomfort. Zhao Yan walked up to Sesto, using his phone to flip opinion of the manuals. After a brief glance, he tossed it to the ground, sneering. You think these works cancel for money? Have you gone mad with poverty? Lin Feng bit his lip and replied, Zhao Yang master, while his manuals may not be high level, they are still useful for beginners. Beginners, do you think of your nice talent of Asia? Zhao Yan laughed coldly. I'm feeling generous today, so get lost before we lose semi-temper. Lin Feng's face turned pale, but he suppressed his anger and said, Zhao Yang master, I'm just trying to earn a living through my own efforts. Please don't make things difficult for him. Make things difficult for you, Zhao Yan glared at him. You're not even worthy of my attention, boys, destroy his stall. Zhao Yan's followers rushed forward, overturning Festo and scattering the manuals on the ground, some even stepped on them. Lin Feng tried to stop them but was pushed to the ground by enough the followers. You, a poor boy like you, actually think you can change our fate by selling gave world manuals? What a delusion, Zhao Yan laughed triumphantly. Lin Feng got up, clenching his fists tight like had blood seeped from his bones. His eyes blazed with fury. Zhao Yan, you've gone too far, Lin Feng shouted. Too far, infelicity, I am the law, Zhao Yan tapped Lin Feng's face with his fan. What can you do, booty? Just as Lin Feng felt totally hopeless, a dazzling light streak that crossed Hesky, captured range of Young's attention. Chapter 2 The Mysterious Sect Messenger. The brilliant light instantly drew the attention of everyone in the market. As the light faded, an elderly man in white robes descended gracefully and flying sword. His robes fluttered in the wind, and deafened rage around him, making Jithard to look directly at him. The old man had silver hair and a full complexion, his eyes sharp and deep like the vast star risky. Every wrinkle in his face seemed to tell the story of countless years of wisdom and experience. A powerful and mysterious aura emanated from him, pressing down on very own present. The old man's gaze scanned at the crowd urgently, and when he saw Lin Feng, his eyes lit up with surprise and excitement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng, his voice trembling with emotion. Young lord, I have finally found you. Lin Feng was bewildered, unsure how to respond to a strange old man. His mind raced, unable to comprehend the sudden title bestowed upon him. Zhao Yan, recovering from his shock, mustered his courage and said, Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? How cold Lin Feng, a poor boy, being young lord, are you see now? The old man snorted cuddly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. A wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from him, sweeping toward Zhao Yan and his followers. Zhao Yan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making Jithard to breathe. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. His followers also collapsed, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. How dare you disrespect the young lord? The old man's voice was sissy, filled with authority and unyielding power. Zhao Yan, terrified, trembled and begged for mercy. Elder, please forgive him. He didn't recognize our greatness. Please spare him. The old man ignored Zhao Yan, turning his gaze back to Lin Feng with a look of affection and concern. His tone softened. Young lord, you have suffered much. When the sect faced great peril, the Grand Elder sacrificed everything to ensure our safe time and to protect you. Now that the situation has stabilized, it's to me to bring you back and restore the sect. Lin Feng glistened, filled with doubt and shock. He had lived a life of poverty and humiliation in Lingyong City, never imagining such a bizarre past. Elder, are you mistaken? I'm just a poor boy. How could I be a young lord? Lin Feng stammered. The old man shook his head. Young lord, your features resemble those of Grand Elder, and you would never be wrong. Moreover, you bear unique martial soul mark, the symbol of our sex legacy. With that, the old man extended his finger, and the beam of light shot toward Lin Feng's forehead. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a warm current surge through him, and a mysterious rune appeared on his forehead. Lin Feng was stunned at the hesitating change, touching the rune on his forehead. Slowly, he began to believe the old man's words. The old man, seeing Lin Feng's hesitation, continued. Young lord, now is not the time for explanations. Let's return to the sect, and everything will become clear. He stepped back into the flying sword and extended his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave this place of humiliation behind. He clenched his teeth, denied the old man's hand, and stepped onto the flying sword. Amidst his astonished gazes of Techrode, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Lin Feng felt the wind rushing past thighs as the scenery blurred. He closed his eyes tightly, clutching the old man's robes. After what felt like eternity, the flying sword landed gently in a mist-covered mountain peak. The peak soared into the clouds, surrounded by lush forests and waterfalls cascading down like Hyperides. Before them stood the Grand Sect complex, with a massive array adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, a spacious square paved with smooth stones reflected the sunlight. Around the square were ancient pavilions and halls, beautifully carved and exquisitely decorated. The old man led Lin Feng into the main hall, where incense filled the air and the large statue stood majestically. The old man knelt before the statue, bowing 3 times. From this momentum, young lord, you must shoulder the responsibility of reviving the sect, the old man said, standing up with a determined look. Lin Feng looked at the old man, a sense of responsibility stirring within him for the first time. Chapter 3: The Sect's Secrets. Lin Feng followed the old man through the few winding corridors of the sect, his heart filled with curiosity and apprehension. They entered a quiet study, and the old man closed the door behind them, turning to face Lin Feng with a serious expression. Young lord, what I am about to tell you all concerns the survival and future of the sect, the old man said, taking a deep breath. Lin Feng straightened his posture, listening intently. Our sect is called Lin Yun Sect, once a powerful force on Star Continent. However, a sudden conspiracy plunged at the sect into dire straits, the old man sees clouded with pain and anger. A dark force covered your sect's supreme techniques and treasures, and in collusion with other sects, launched an attackness. That battle was brutal, and countless brothers and sisters fell in the bloodshed. The old man's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, a wave of sorrow wondered surging within him. The Grand Elder sacrificed everything to protect the sect's legacy and your safety, sending you away and hiding you until the right to me to return and revive the sect. The old man's gaze rested on Lin Feng, filled with hope. For years, he had secretly investigated the movements of the dark force and
Lin Feng took the ancient tome, feeling a heavy burden of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. From this day forth, you shall commence your arduous training, and I shall be here to guide you, the elder proclaimed. Lin Feng nodded gravely, determination glimmering in his eyes. In the days that followed, he rose before dawn each morning, diligently honing his martial skills. He practiced the techniques repeatedly, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he never faltered in his resolve. The elder stood by, rigorously instructing him, occasionally correcting Lin Feng's movements and methods of exertion. Throughout this training, Lin Feng gradually sensed the awakening of his martial soul's power, and his strength surged at an astonishing pace. However, just as he reveled in the joy of his training, an unseen crisis loomed on the horizon. One night, Lin Feng was abruptly roused by a cacophony of chaos. Exiting his room, he beheld the sect engulfed in flames, a throng of cloaked figures wreaking havoc upon the disciples. "It is that dark force," the elder exclaimed with fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the assailants. He unleashed the martial techniques he had just mastered, the power of his martial soul surging within him. For a brief moment, he found himself gaining the upper hand in the conflict, yet, the sheer number of adversaries and their formidable strength began to overwhelm him. At that critical juncture, the elder stepped forth, showcasing powerful techniques that repelled wave after wave of the black-clad attackers. "Young master, you must flee and seek the sect's treasure. It is our last hope," the elder shouted, gritting his teeth. Lin Feng turned and sprinted deeper into the sect. In the enveloping darkness, he raced with all his might, driven by a singular conviction. He must uncover the treasure and restore the sect to its former glory. Chapter 4: A Difficult Choice. Lin Feng raced desperately through the sect's secret passage, the sounds of fierce combat and the anguished cries of the wounded echoing in his ears. In the enveloping darkness, his breath came heavily, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. At last, he arrived at the entrance of a hidden chamber deep underground. Gasping for air, Lin Feng endeavored to steady himself for following the instructions imparted by the elder. He felt along the stone wall at the chamber's entrance and discovered a concealed mechanism. With a low, rumbling sound, the heavy door to the chamber slowly creaked open, releasing a musty air that compelled Lin Feng to cough several times. Regaining his composure, he stepped inside. A thin layer of dust covered the chamber, which was filled with an array of precious treasures and ancient texts. Some artifacts emitted a peculiar glow, while others radiated an aura of age-old mystery. Lin Feng had no time to marvel at the treasure's rarity. He swiftly commenced his search for the key item that could aid the sect in overcoming its crisis. His gaze darted eagerly over the shelves and within the boxes. Just as anxiety consumed him, he suddenly spotted a box that emanated a mysterious light. Approaching it with caution, he opened the box to reveal a crystal-clear gemstone. The gem seemed to pulse with light, as if it harbored immense power within. However, just as he prepared to leave with the gemstone, his peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient scroll. The cover had yellowed with age, marked by the passage of time. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng picked up the scroll and opened it, revealing the record of a forbidden technique. It was said that mastering this technique could bestow extraordinary power in a short span, yet it carried tremendous risks, potentially leading to madness or even death. Lin Feng found himself in a profound dilemma. Choosing the gemstone might grant him the temporary strength to repel the adversaries, yet it offered little promise for the sect's long-term. Chapter 5. A counterattack. Lin Feng surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the cloaked figures, his fists enveloped in a mysterious radiance, each strike imbued with the force of a thunderclap. The very air was stirred by the gale of his punches, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. The first cloaked assailant barely had time to react before Lin Feng's fist struck him squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack, the man's sternum shattered instantly, sending him hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several others behind him. The remaining figures, momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, quickly regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and encircling Lin Feng. There was not a hint of fear in Lin Feng's gaze. He unleashed the forbidden techniques he had just mastered, moving with an otherworldly grace among the cloaked foes. His movements were as swift as the wind, rendering him nearly impossible to anticipate. With each strike, a powerful wave of force accompanied him, as if he could rend the very fabric of space itself. "How has this brat become so formidable all of a sudden?" one of the cloaked men exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. "Do not panic, everyone. We are many, why should we fear a mere boy?" Another attempted to bolster their spirits. Though his own eyes betrayed his fear, however, their confidence was swiftly shattered by Lin Feng's onslaught. It was as though he were shielded by an invisible barrier. Blades and swords clashed against him, sparking but failing to inflict any substantial harm. Lin Feng's martial prowess was devastating, each blow carrying an inexhaustible power. His fists struck like sledgehammers, each impact fracturing bones and tearing ligaments. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Feng's determination grew ever stronger. Visions of his sect's former glory and the fallen figures of his brothers in arms flooded his mind. For the sect, for vengeance, this conviction blazed fiercely within his heart. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared, a surge of tremendous power emanating from him, forming a colossal shockwave. The surrounding cloaked figures were struck by this force, screaming as they were flung away, crashing violently to the ground. At that moment, Lin Feng radiated an awe-inspiring aura. His hair billowed in the wind, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, resembling a war deity arisen from the depths of hell. In the distance, an elder observed this scene with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. He was astonished by Lin Feng's extraordinary display of power at such a critical moment, yet apprehensive about the unforeseen consequences of the forbidden techniques he had employed. "Young master, be cautious," the elder cried out, his voice laced with concern. Lin Feng heard the elder's call but had no time to respond. His mind was singularly focused on annihilating the cloaked men and avenging his sect. He charged forward, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with his rage and resolve. The cloaked figures began to falter, fear creeping into their hearts as their earlier bravado evaporated. To them, Lin Feng was no longer a mere boy to be easily dispatched, but a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "Retreat! If we don't flee now, we will all perish here," one of the cloaked men cried out in despair. They turned to escape, but Lin Feng would not allow them to slip away so easily. He darted forward, instantly positioning himself in their path, blocking their escape. "Today, none of you shall leave," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the valley. The cloaked men gazed at Lin Feng in despair, fully aware that they had fallen into a dire predicament. Just as Lin Feng prepared to deliver the final blow, an agonizing pain surged through him from within. The torment felt as though 1,000 arrows pierced his heart, causing his complexion to pale and his body to sway unsteadily. "Young master," the elder exclaimed, his heart racing with alarm. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. "I am fine, first, take care of them," he managed to say, summoning his remaining strength to bring down the last of the cloaked men. Yet, as his power waned, he could no longer sustain himself. darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. The battle had concluded, and the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The elder rushed to Lin Feng's side, lifting him up. Lin Feng's body felt limp, devoid of any strength. "Young master, you must hold on." The elder's voice trembled with desperation as he gazed at the unconscious Lin Feng, filled with worry and self-reproach. I did it," Lin Feng whispered weakly, his voice barely audible, before he succumbed to oblivion. Looking at the unconscious Lin Feng, the elder's eyes were filled with concern and anxiety. He understood that although they had repelled their enemies this time, Lin Feng's body had suffered grievous damage due to the use of forbidden techniques. The road ahead would be long, fraught with further challenges and trials, yet, he silently vowed that no matter the cost, he would see Lin Feng restored to health and the sect's former glory revived. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the scent of blood. The elder cradled Lin Feng in his arms and slowly made his way back to the sect, his silhouette appearing solitary yet resolute in the fading light of the setting sun. Chapter 5 A counterattack from the abyss. Lin Feng surged forward like a lightning bolt, his fists enveloped in a mysterious glow, each strike imbued with a thunderous force. The air was agitated by the gusts of his punches, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Before the first black-clad figure could react, Lin Feng's fist struck his chest with a resounding crack, shattering the man's sternum in an instant. The unfortunate soul flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several others behind him. The remaining black-clad figures were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, but they quickly regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and encircling Lin Feng. There was no hint of fear in Lin Feng's gaze. He unleashed the forbidden techniques he had just mastered, moving like a specter among the black-clad assailants. His movements were as swift as the wind, elusive and difficult to track. Each strike he delivered was accompanied by a powerful wave of energy, as if capable of tearing the very fabric of space. "How has this brat suddenly become so formidable?" one of the black-clad figures exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. "Stay calm, everyone. We are many, how can we fear a mere child?" Another attempted to rally the group, though his own eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, yet, their confidence was swiftly shattered by Lin Feng. It was as though an invisible shield surrounded him, blades clashed against it, only to spark harmlessly, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Lin Feng's fists were like hammers, each blow capable of breaking bones and shattering sinew. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Feng's resolve grew ever stronger. Visions of his sect's former glory and the faces of his fallen brothers and sisters flooded his mind. For the sect, for vengeance, this conviction blazed fiercely within him. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared, unleashing a tremendous force that generated a powerful shockwave. The surrounding black-clad figures were struck by this energy, shrieking as they were hurled backward, crashing violently to the ground. At that moment, Lin Feng radiated an aura of awe-inspiring ferocity. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent, resembling a war god risen from the depths of hell. From a distance, an elderly man observed this spectacle, his heart filled with both astonishment and concern. He was astounded by Lin Feng's explosive display of power at such a critical juncture, revealing extraordinary potential. Yet he feared the unpredictable consequences of the forbidden techniques Lin Feng had adopted. "Young master, be cautious," the elder called out, his voice laced with anxiety. Lin Feng heard the elder's warning but was too consumed by his singular focus. All that occupied his mind was the annihilation of these black-clad adversaries, avenging his sect. He charged at them once more, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour, each punch infused with his fury and determination. The black-clad figures began to falter, their earlier bravado evaporating like mist. In their eyes, Lin Feng transformed from a mere boy into a terrifying force to be reckoned with. "Retreat, if we don't get out now, we'll all perish here," one of the black-clad figures cried in despair. They turned to flee, but Lin Feng would not allow them to escape so easily. He darted forward, positioning himself in their path, blocking their escape. "Today, none of you shall leave," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the valley like thunder. The black-clad figures gazed at Lin Feng in hopelessness, realizing they were cornered. Just as Lin Feng prepared to deliver the final blow, an intense pain surged through his body. It felt as if 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart, draining the color from his face and causing his body to sway precariously. "Young master," the elder gasped, his heart racing with alarm. Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the searing agony and replied, "I'm fine, deal with them first." With that, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, taking down the remaining black-clad figures. However, he was utterly spent, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. The battle concluded, and the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The elder rushed to Lin Feng's side, lifting him up. Lin Feng's body was limp, devoid of any strength. "Young master, you must hold on," the elder's voice trembled, filled with worry and guilt as he looked at Lin Feng, who lay unconscious. I did it," Lin Feng murmured weakly, his voice barely a whisper before he succumbed to darkness. Watching over the unconscious Lin Feng, the elder's eyes were filled with concern and trepidation. He understood that, Although the enemy had been repelled, Lin Feng had suffered severe injuries from practicing forbidden techniques. The road ahead remained long, fraught with challenges and trials, yet, he silently vowed to spare no effort in restoring Lin Feng's health and revitalizing the glory of their sect. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood. The elder cradled Lin Feng in his arms, slowly making his way back to the sect, his silhouette appearing both solitary and resolute in the fading light of the setting sun. Chapter 6 Healing and Awakening. Upon Lin Feng's unconscious state, the elderly man, consumed by anxiety, hastily transported him back to the sect's chamber. The atmosphere within was thick with tension and oppression. The elder's breath was rapid, and the furrows on his forehead deepened with worry. He swiftly rummaged through a cabinet, unearthing various precious elixirs, typically regarded as treasures, which he now unhesitatingly procured. With utmost care, he pried open Lin Feng's mouth, placing the elixirs within, and channeled his inner energy to assist Lin Feng in assimilating their medicinal potency. However, the injuries inflicted by Lin Feng's forbidden cultivation methods far exceeded the elder's expectations. After consuming the elixirs, their effects were minimal. Lin Feng remained in a deep coma, his breath feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. What could be done? The elder, frantic, paced the room, his hands incessantly rubbing together, his gaze filled with helplessness and concern. As he looked upon Lin Feng's pallid visage, guilt overwhelmed him. Had it not been for his urging Lin Feng to seek the sect's hope, perhaps such misfortune would not have transpired. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a sudden thought struck: the existence of a mysterious forbidden ground within the sect. This locale had been strictly off-limits, decreed by successive sect leaders, said to harbor both perilous risks and formidable power. Yet, at this moment, the elder could no longer afford to ponder the dangers. Resolute, the elder hoisted Lin Feng upon his back and strode purposefully toward the forbidden ground. With each step, his breath grew heavier, yet his pace remained unwavering. A dense fog enveloped the forbidden area, a chilling and eerie presence assailing him. The surroundings were hauntingly silent, save for the elder's hurried footsteps and labored breaths. The stone slabs beneath their feet were slick with moss, treacherous and slippery. A single misstep could lead to a fall. Nevertheless, the elder remained fixated ahead, his sole thought being to swiftly discover a means to save Lin Feng. At last, they reached the depths of the forbidden ground. Before them lay a hot spring radiating a gentle glow, steam billowing from its surface, where a faint light shimmered as if whispering of its mystique and extraordinary nature. The waters appeared to harbor potent healing energies, infusing the surrounding air with warmth and tranquility. The elder gently lowered Lin Feng into the spring, anxiously observing for any signs of change. Initially, Lin Feng's body showed no response, and the elder's heart raced with trepidation. Was this final glimmer of hope destined to fade as well? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a miracle unfolded. Lin Feng's body began to emit a soft radiance, initially faint, but gradually it intensified. His wounds healed at a visible pace, the ghastly gashes slowly closing, fresh skin emerging as if reborn. His complexion transformed, regaining a rosy hue, and his previously weak breath steadied, growing strong and rhythmic. As Lin Feng's condition improved, a sudden surge of powerful energy erupted from his being. This force shattered the surrounding mist, illuminating the entire forbidden ground as if it were daylight. The elder staggered back, astonished and elated. He realized that Lin Feng, amid this life-and-death ordeal, was awakening his martial spirit. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Typically, a martial spirit would only awaken under extraordinary circumstances, endowing its wielder with enhanced strength and potential. Ancient visions danced within Lin Feng's mind, showcasing the practices of the sect's ancestors, their forms agile, inner strength profound, and techniques exquisite. Each movement, each breath, was imbued with boundless martial wisdom. Lin Feng felt as though he were immersed in a vast repository of martial knowledge, eagerly absorbing the teachings and power. Countless beams of light traversed within him, unblocking meridians and expanding his dantian, significantly augmenting his inner strength capacity. Under the nourishment of this newfound energy, his martial spirit gradually crystallized and strengthened. Time became a blur, and eventually, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze radiated determination and confidence, as if he had undergone a rebirth. The aura surrounding him was potent yet restrained. He was no longer the naive youth of before, but rather a formidable martial artist. "Master, I feel invigorated with power," Lin Feng declared, rising from the spring as droplets cascaded from his body, glimmering like jewels in the light. The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, approached and clasped Lin Feng's shoulders tightly. "Young sect master, you have triumphed, the revival of our sect is within reach." Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy surging within him, silently vowing, "Those who have harmed our sect shall pay dearly." He lifted his gaze to the heavens, his eyes aflame with the fire of vengeance. Chapter 7 Cultivation and Growth. Upon returning from the forbidden grounds, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility that now rested upon his shoulders. He devoted himself to rigorous training each day, scarcely allowing himself a moment of complacency. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, Lin Feng had already risen. Clad in a simple training outfit, he stood in the expansive courtyard, commencing his practice of martial arts. His movements were fluid and powerful, each punch released with a rush of wind. His gaze was intense and resolute, as if the open courtyard before him transformed into a fierce battlefield against formidable foes. Sweat rapidly soaked his garments, droplets cascading down his forehead and sliding down his cheeks, splattering onto the earth beneath him. Yet he remained oblivious, wholly immersed in the practice of his punches. In the sweltering afternoon sun, the air seemed to shimmer under the oppressive heat, while others sought refuge in the shade, evading the scorching rays. Lin Feng remained solitary in the training ground, diligently cultivating his internal energy. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, he cast aside distracting thoughts, guiding his internal force through his meridians. The energy flowed like a warm current along designated pathways, each point of contact with an acupoint eliciting a tingling sensation and a slight ache. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort as he tirelessly repeated the circulation of his internal energy, continuously reinforcing his foundational strength. As night fell, the moonlight poured into Lin Feng's study like water. He continued to peruse ancient martial arts texts, the yellowed pages appearing particularly venerable under the moon's glow. Occasionally, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, at other times breaking into a smile, completely absorbed in the realm of martial knowledge. He drew upon the wisdom of his predecessors, pondering how to integrate the techniques he had learned to unleash greater potency. Throughout his journey of cultivation, Lin Feng encountered numerous challenges and bottlenecks. On one occasion, while practicing a set of moves known as the Phantom Fist, he repeated the sequence hundreds of times yet still could not achieve the elusive, ethereal quality described in the manual. Each strike felt just shy of perfection. Though the movements were executed with proficiency, they lacked soul. This frustration plagued him as he pondered day and night, continuously adjusting his posture, force application, and breathing rhythm, yet he remained unable to break through. Another time, while cultivating his internal energy, he found himself confronted by a formidable resistance whenever his energy reached the Danzhong acupoint, preventing him from progressing further. He experimented with various methods, altering his breath to control the intensity of his energy, but to no avail. This led Lin Feng to feel an overwhelming sense of despair, even casting doubt upon his own abilities. Yet, he refused to succumb to discouragement and frequently sought counsel from the elder. The elder patiently elucidated the essence of the martial techniques, advising him to genuinely feel each movement rather than merely mimic it. Regarding the impediment in his internal energy flow, the elder encouraged him to relax his mind, refrain from rushing towards results, and guided him in employing a unique breathing technique to navigate his energy. Listening intently to the elder's teachings, Lin Feng diligently practiced and reflected. After countless failures and attempts, he ultimately discovered the key to his breakthrough. He realized that the essence of the Phantom Fist lay in the variation of speed and rhythm. To render the technique as unpredictable as a phantom, he needed to defy conventional rhythms and strike unexpectedly. As for the blockage in his internal energy flow, he adjusted his mindset, achieving a state of ethereality during his practice, successfully overcoming the resistance and allowing his energy to traverse his meridians unobstructed. As time progressed, Lin Feng's prowess surged dramatically. His martial technique became increasingly refined, each punch imbued with formidable strength and velocity akin to lightning, rendering it nearly impossible to counter. His internal energy deepened, resembling a relentless river, flowing ceaselessly. Furthermore, his mastery of his martial spirit became more adept, enabling him to instantaneously invoke its power during combat, thereby enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities. During an internal competition within his sect, Lin Feng triumphed with overwhelming superiority over numerous senior disciples. In the training arena, he exhibited agility and poise, deftly evading his opponent's assaults before launching swift counterattacks. His martial arts were unpredictable, his internal energy surging tumultuously, leaving his adversaries utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he stood in the center of the training ground, basking in the adulation and admiration of the onlookers. However, Lin Feng did not allow this victory to breed arrogance. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges loomed ahead. He recognized that his strength was not solely for personal glory, but also for the resurgence of his sect and in honor of those who had sacrificed for it. Simultaneously, whispers of Lin Feng's sect began to circulate through the martial world. Those who had once opposed the sect began to stir, apprehensive that Lin Feng's rise might threaten their status and interests. They conspired in the shadows, devising a new scheme to eliminate him and his sect before he could fully mature. Upon learning of this situation, Lin Feng intensified his training. He dedicated even more time to his practice, relentlessly pushing his limits. He understood that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he safeguard his sect and realize its revival. In the stillness of the night, while others slumbered, a faint light flickered in Lin Feng's room, as he toiled for the future, steadfast in his convictions. Chapter 8, A Crisis Looms. The undercurrents of turmoil within the martial world have become increasingly conspicuous, and the atmosphere within Lin Feng's sect has grown ever more tense. One day, as Lin Feng was immersed in his training, striving to penetrate a crucial acupuncture point, his tranquility was abruptly shattered by the hurried arrival of a disciple. The disciple, breathless and visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Young sect master, it's terrible, our disciples who were out procuring supplies have been ambushed, and the goods have been taken." Lin Feng's heart sank, abruptly breaking from his meditative state, his brow furrowing in concern as he followed the disciple to assess the injured. Upon entering the room where the wounded were being tended, a wave of the metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. Injured disciples lay scattered across the floor, groaning in agony, their garments stained crimson, their bodies marred with wounds of varying severity. A surge of fury ignited within Lin Feng, his fists clenching involuntarily. "Do you know who was responsible?" Lin Feng inquired, his voice laced with suppressed rage. "It was the Blood Fiend Gang," one of the injured disciples weakly replied, his gaze rife with fear and indignation. The Blood Fiend Gang, a nefarious and infamous organization in the martial world, was known for its heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. They had long coveted the resources and territory of Lin Feng's sect, previously deterred only by the sect's formidable strength. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Feng promptly convened the senior members of the sect to deliberate on a strategy to eye in the council chamber. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Several elders and hall masters gathered, their expressions somber. "The Blood Fiend Gang's provocation is evidently premeditated, we must be thoroughly prepared," an elder voiced anxiously, stroking his beard, concern etched across his features. Another hall master remarked, "They have recently been recruiting in the martial world, significantly bolstering their strength. They may prove to be formidable adversaries." Lin Feng's gaze swept resolutely over those present as he declared, "Their audacity demands a response. We shall ensure they pay dearly for their insolence. However, our immediate priority is to secure the safety of our sect." Thereafter, Lin Feng meticulously organized the necessary defenses. He fortified the sect's fortifications, laying traps and watchtowers around the perimeter. Disciples were assigned to patrol in shifts, vigilant against any sign of disturbance. Simultaneously, he dispatched cunning scouts to gather intelligence on the Blood Fiend Gang's movements, seeking insight into their forthcoming plans. Yet, the crisis was far from over. On a moonless night, as the disciples succumbed to slumber after a day of rigorous training, a cacophony abruptly shattered the stillness. "Fire, ho, fire," the cries echoed throughout the sect. Startled awake, Lin Feng flung open his door to find flames soaring skyward, engulfing multiple structures in a ravenous blaze. Thick smoke billowed, choking the air, as disciples awoke in a state of chaos. Some rushed to extinguish the flames, while others fled in panic amidst the inferno. Lin Feng valiantly directed the efforts to quell the fire and conduct rescues. His face was illuminated by the flames, sweat mingling with soot as it streamed down his cheeks. "Stay calm, everyone. Rescue the people first, then tackle the fire," Lin Feng shouted. Under his guidance, the disciples gradually regained their composure and commenced their rescue operations in an orderly fashion. After several arduous hours of struggle, the fire was finally subdued, though the sect had suffered considerable losses. Before they could fully recover from the devastation of the fire, news arrived that several allied minor sects nearby had fallen victim to the Blood Fiend Gang's assaults and were pleading for assistance. Lin Feng found himself in a predicament. If he dispatched troops to aid them, the sect would be left vulnerable. If he refrained from aiding, those minor sects would undoubtedly lose faith in the sect, possibly even turning against them. Pacing back and forth in his chamber, Lin Feng contemplated the course of action. The elders and hall masters stood silently nearby, awaiting his decision. "We cannot stand idly by while others perish," Lin Feng finally declared, halting his steps with determination. "However, we cannot leave our sect defenseless either." After deliberation, Lin Feng resolved to personally lead a contingent of elite disciples to assist their allies, leaving behind an elder and a portion of disciples to safeguard the sect. Before their departure, Lin Feng gazed at the sect's gates, silently vowing, no matter the cost, he would resolve this crisis and protect the safety of both the sect and its allies. With his disciples, Lin Feng galloped swiftly towards the direction of their allies, their figures gradually fading into the night, their path fraught with perilous uncertainties. Chapter 9 of the Grievous Rescue. Lin Feng, accompanied by his elite disciples, urged their steeds onward at a rapid pace toward the allied sect besieged by an assault. The sound of hooves echoed like a torrential downpour, stirring up clouds of dust along their path. The expressions of the group were grave, their hearts burning with urgency, while Lin Feng's gaze radiated unwavering determination and resolve. Upon finally reaching the first allied sect, the sight that greeted them was harrowing. The sect lay in ruin, buildings collapsed, and wisps of black smoke billowed from the remnants of walls. The ground was stained with blood, the anguished groans and cries of the wounded intertwining in a haunting symphony of despair. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dismounted and bellowed, "Brothers, follow me." He deftly directed his disciples to engage in the rescue efforts while simultaneously launching a fierce assault against the remnants of the Blood Slaughter Gang. Seeing Lin Feng and his companions arrive, the members of the Blood Slaughter Gang, struck by their gallant appearance and formidable combat prowess, could not help but feel a twinge of fear. They fought while retreating, seeking an escape. Lin Feng, keenly aware of their intentions, understood that he could not allow these villains to flee unscathed, for the repercussions would be dire. Chase them! Lin Feng commanded, leading the charge with relentless pursuit. They followed the trail of their foes, eventually arriving at a secluded valley. During the chase, Lin Feng sensed that the Blood Slaughter gang was deliberately luring them into this trap, a flicker of caution igniting within him. Yet, as he gazed upon the arrogant figures of the Blood Slaughter gang and recalled the suffering endured by their allies, he resolved to take the risk to annihilate the enemy and exact vengeance. As they entered the valley, a multitude of elite members from the Blood Slaughter gang emerged from the shadows, clad in black attire and wielding various lethal weapons, their eyes gleaming with malice and cruelty. Lin Feng, today marks your demise, the leader of the Blood Slaughter gang proclaimed from a high vantage point, his laughter echoing ominously within the valley. Unfazed, Lin Feng looked up at the leader and declared, "You think you can thwart us? Today shall be your downfall." His voice was resolute and powerful, imbued with fearless courage, inspiring his disciples to rally in unison, their morale soaring. A fierce battle ensued. Lin Feng led the charge, akin to a ferocious lion plunging into the fray. He unleashed his full might, the power of his martial soul surging forth with each strike, each blow striking with devastating force. His punches were fierce and unyielding, descending upon the enemies like a tempest, leaving them sprawled on the ground. However, the Blood Slaughter gang, numerous and well-prepared, formed a tight encirclement, gradually constricting the space in which Lin Feng and his disciples could maneuver. They found themselves increasingly ensnared, with many disciples severely wounded and utterly exhausted. Lin Feng's garments were drenched in blood, his breaths came in ragged gasps, yet his gaze remained resolute, his sword unwavering in its purpose. A disciple fell beside him, and though anguish pierced his heart, he could spare no thought for anything but the fight ahead. In this moment of dire straits, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted. It was the elders left to defend the sect, having sensed Lin Feng's peril, leading reinforcements that arrived just in time. The appearance of these allies threw the ranks of the Blood Slaughter gang into disarray. They had not anticipated Lin Feng's backup. With the tide of battle turned, Lin Feng felt a surge of renewed strength as he called out, "Brothers, it is time to counterattack." He led his comrades in a ferocious onslaught, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their advance. The Blood Slaughter gang, now in disarray, could no longer mount an effective defense and scattered in retreat. After a fierce struggle, the remnants of the Blood Slaughter gang were utterly vanquished. The valley was permeated with the stench of blood, the ground littered with the bodies of their foes. Yet, despite their victory, Lin Feng's side had paid a heavy toll. Many disciples lay grievously injured, and some had closed their eyes forever gazing at the wounded and weary bodies of his disciples. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with sorrow and guilt. "First, tend to the injured, then we shall hasten back to the sect," he said, fighting back tears. They slowly exited the valley, bearing their injured comrades in fatigued forms, unaware that their sect was simultaneously confronting a new crisis. After their departure, a mysterious force seized the opportunity to launch an attack against the sect, which was left vulnerable and in dire peril. Chapter 10: The Sect Crisis. As Lin Feng and his companions endured numerous hardships to return to the sect, they were met with the sight of the grand gates firmly shut, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. The once lively and harmonious sect now lay in chilling silence, broken only by the occasional low cries and the clash of metal, shattering the eerie stillness. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Feng, prompting him to quicken his pace as he called out for the disciples inside to open the gates. His voice echoed against the vastness of the mountain gate. Laden with worry and urgency, the door creaked open, revealing a disciple drenched in blood, his garments tattered and his body riddled with wounds, his eyes reflecting despair and terror. "Young sect master, it's terrible. A group of mysterious individuals has attacked us. They are immensely powerful, and we can scarcely hold them off." The disciple's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing, his frail body shaking from weakness and fear. Lin Feng's countenance darkened ominously, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Do not fear, I have returned." With that, he hurriedly led the others into the sect. Upon entering, the horrific scene before him caused Lin Feng's heart to lurch. The ground was stained crimson with blood, the stone pathways marred by signs of fierce battles, buildings lay in ruins, and wisps of black smoke curled up from the debris. Many disciples lay sprawled in pools of blood, some had already succumbed to death, while others moaned in agony. Fury ignited within Lin Feng, his eyes wide with rage, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. "Rescue the injured," he bellowed, directing the disciples to assist the wounded while he searched for the elusive attackers. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept rapidly over the chaotic scene. In the square of the sect, Lin Feng finally spotted the group of mysterious assailants, clad in dark cloaks that concealed them from head to toe. Their faces remained shrouded, yet they emanated a potent and malevolent aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Who are you? Why have you assaulted my sect?" Lin Feng roared, his voice brimming with indignation and inquiry. The leader of the mysterious figures let out a chilling laugh, the sound reverberating ominously across the empty square. Lin Feng, today marks the demise of your sect. His voice was reminiscent of a cold whisper from the depths of hell, devoid of mercy. Without further ado, they launched another assault on Lin Feng and his companions. The attackers employed bizarre and treacherous techniques, each strike laced with lethal intent. A fierce battle ensued. Lin Feng unleashed all his might, engaging the leader in combat. His fists moved like the wind, his figure a blur of electricity, each strike infused with formidable force. However, he soon realized that the leader's martial skills were exceptionally peculiar, distinct from any adversary he had faced before. The leader's movements were unpredictable, making it difficult for Lin Feng to gain the upper hand, compounded by the leader's profound inner strength. Meanwhile, the other disciples found themselves gradually overwhelmed in their confrontations with the mysterious assailants. The attackers coordinated seamlessly, their strikes well organized, leaving the sect's disciples struggling to cope. One by one, disciples fell, cries of anguish echoing through the air. Lin Feng was consumed by urgency. He understood that if the battle continued in this manner, the consequences would be dire. Forcing himself to remain calm, he scrutinized the leader's moves, searching for a flaw. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed the leader falter slightly after a strike. A spark of realization ignited within him. This could be an opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng seized the opening and launched a decisive attack. His fist, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtled toward the leader's chest. The leader had no time to evade, and Lin Feng's fist landed squarely, eliciting a muffled grunt as the leader staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly sustaining a significant injury. Seeing their leader wounded, the followers began to panic. Lin Feng seized the moment and shouted, "Brothers, it's time to counterattack." The disciples, emboldened by Lin Feng's rallying cry, summoned their last reserves of strength to retaliate against the mysterious assailants. Under Lin Feng's leadership, they gradually turned the tide of battle. The attackers began to retreat, their once formidable presence diminished. After a fierce struggle, the mysterious figures were finally repelled, retreating like a receding tide into the night. Exhausted, Lin Feng sank to the ground, gasping for breath. His body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his garments, yet he paid no heed to his injuries. Gazing at the devastated sect, witnessing the fallen and wounded disciples, his heart brimmed with sorrow and rage. He bowed silently to uncover the mastermind behind this atrocity, to restore the sect, and to avenge those who had perished. Chapter 11. Regaining strength after repelling the enigmatic assailant, Lin Feng could not afford a moment's respite and immediately immersed himself in the affairs of the sect. His weary yet resolute figure traversed the corners of the sect, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, instilling hope and strength in the hearts of many. He first organized personnel to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Witnessing the chaos strewn across the ground and the anguished expressions of his injured disciples, Lin Feng was beset by feelings of guilt and self-reproach. The groans of the afflicted resonated in his heart like the relentless pounding of a hammer. "It is my inadequacy that has brought such suffering upon everyone." Lin Feng's voice was low and hoarse as he clenched his fists, silently vowing to strengthen the sect, ensuring it would no longer be subjected to the whims of others. Subsequently, Lin Feng convened all the senior members of the sect in the council chamber to deliberate on the reconstruction of their organization. The atmosphere was heavy with gravity, and fatigue and concern were etched upon their faces. "This assault has inflicted severe losses upon us, yet we cannot succumb to despair. We must glean lessons from our failures, fortifying both our defenses and training regiments." Standing at the forefront, Lin Feng spoke with unwavering conviction, his gaze ablaze with an indomitable spirit that resonated with every individual present. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. An elder rose, his visage etched with the passage of time yet brimming with resolve. "Young sect master, we should reconfigure the layout of our sect and establish more defensive fortifications. Not only must we bolster vigilance around our perimeter, but we should also deploy traps at critical junctures to ensure our adversaries cannot return." Another hall master chimed in, "We must also enhance the disciples' training to elevate our overall prowess. We can devise more rigorous and efficient training regimens while inviting experts from the martial world to provide guidance." Lin Feng attentively absorbed their insights, occasionally nodding in agreement. His mind raced as he contemplated the feasibility and potential impacts of each suggestion. "Both the elders' and hall masters' proposals are commendable," Lin Feng reflected after a moment of contemplation. "We must not only fortify our external defenses but also augment our internal strength. Beginning tomorrow, we will redefine the training zones for the disciples, tailoring their exercises to their respective levels and talents. Simultaneously, we will dispatch personnel to gather intelligence from the martial world to ascertain the movements of our foes." With meticulous care, Lin Feng outlined each person's responsibilities, ensuring clarity and order. He personally supervised the construction of the defenses, arriving at the worksite every morning to toil alongside the craftsmen. He lifted stones and carried timber, his clothes drenched in sweat, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. Inspired by his dedication, the disciples eagerly joined in, and progress was swift. Concurrently, Lin Feng instituted a stringent training regimen, laboring alongside his disciples day in and day out. Regardless of the sweltering sun or biting wind, he remained unwaveringly present. By leading through example, he inspired each disciple with his actions. On the training grounds, Lin Feng vocally guided his disciples through their techniques, emphasizing speed, precision, and stability in their movements. His demonstrations were exemplary, each motion executed with strength and accuracy. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the atmosphere within the sect gradually transformed from one of sorrow and despair to renewed hope and determination. The eyes of the disciples sparkled with ambition, their belief in Lin Feng's ability to revitalize the sect unshakable. However, just as things seemed to be improving, Lin Feng received a mysterious letter. Written on black paper, it bore a single ominous line: "The game has only just begun." Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng felt an unsettling premonition surge within him as he read the words. He understood that the true challenge lay ahead, yet he was resolutely prepared to face whatever may come. Grasping the letter tightly in his hand, he murmured to himself, "Whoever you are, I shall not allow you to succeed." Chapter 11. Regaining strength after repelling the mysterious assailant, Lin Feng, disregarding his own fatigue, immediately immersed himself in the reorganization of the sect's affairs. His weary yet resolute figure traversed every corner of the sect, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, instilling hope and strength in those around him. He first organized personnel to clear the battlefield and tend to the injured. Observing the chaotic scene and the agonized expressions of his wounded disciples, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach. The groans of the injured struck his heart like a heavy hammer, echoing the sentiment, "It was my inadequacy that led to such suffering for everyone." Lin Feng's voice was low and hoarse as he clenched his fists, silently vowing to strengthen the sect so that it would no longer be subject to anyone's tyranny. Subsequently, Lin Feng convened all the high-ranking members of the sect in the council chamber to discuss the reconstruction of their organization. The atmosphere within the chamber was tense, with fatigue and worry etched on everyone's faces. "This attack has inflicted severe losses upon us, but we cannot allow ourselves to be defeated," Lin Feng proclaimed, standing at the forefront with unwavering determination in his gaze. The fire of resilience burned brightly in his eyes, inspiring every person present with his resolve. The nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. An elder rose, his face etched with the marks of time yet radiating steadfastness. "Young sect master, we should replan the layout of the sect, establishing more defensive structures. We must not only enhance vigilance around the sect but also set up traps at critical junctures to ensure that our enemies cannot return." Another hallmaster promptly added, "We must also strengthen the disciples' training to elevate our overall strength. We can devise stricter and more efficient training regimens while inviting masters from the martial world to provide guidance." Lin Feng listened intently to everyone's suggestions, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. His mind raced as he contemplated the feasibility of each proposal and its potential impact. The suggestions put forth by the elder and the hall masters are commendable, Lin Feng reflected after a moment of contemplation. We must not only fortify our external defenses but also enhance our internal capabilities. Starting tomorrow, we will redefine the training zones for our disciples, tailoring their training according to their respective levels and talents. Concurrently, we will dispatch personnel to gather intelligence from the martial world to track the movements of our enemies. Thereafter, Lin Feng meticulously assigned tasks to each individual, establishing clear divisions of labor and maintaining order. He personally supervised the construction of defensive structures, arriving at the worksite each morning to toil alongside the craftsmen. He lifted stones and carried timber, his garments drenched in sweat, yet he never uttered a single complaint. Inspired by his example, the disciples eagerly joined in, and the progress of the construction accelerated. Simultaneously, Lin Feng instituted a rigorous training regimen, diligently practicing alongside the disciples every day. Whether under the scorching sun or the biting wind, he was never absent. Leading by example, he motivated each disciple through his actions. In the training grounds, Lin Feng vocally guided the disciples in their techniques, emphasizing speed, accuracy, and steadiness in their movements. He demonstrated every maneuver with precision and strength. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the atmosphere within the sect gradually shifted from sorrow and despair to one of renewed hope and fighting spirit. The eyes of the disciples sparkled with renewed vigor, and they believed that under Lin Feng's guidance, their sect would surely rise to glory once more. However, just as everything seemed to be improving, Lin Feng received a mysterious letter. The letter, inscribed on black paper, bore only a single phrase: "The game has only just begun." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he regarded those ominous words. He understood that the true challenge lay ahead, yet he was resolute in his preparation to confront whatever came his way. Clutching the letter tightly in his hand, he murmured to himself, "Whoever you are, I shall not allow you to succeed." Chapter 12. Covert investigation. Upon receiving the enigmatic letter, Lin Feng resolved to conduct a clandestine investigation, determined to unearth the hidden mastermind and bring them to justice, thereby avenging the suffering endured by his sect. He commenced his inquiry by scrutinizing the origin of the letter, meticulously examining the paper, handwriting, and style of writing, yet he uncovered no valuable clues. Consequently, he dispatched disciples to the neighboring towns and villages to gather information, seeking any signs of suspicious individuals. Disguised, these disciples dispersed across various locales, engaging with local residents and leaving no potential lead unexamined. Meanwhile, Lin Feng immersed himself in the study of ancient texts and records within the sect. He spent countless hours in the library, poring over the mountains of scrolls. The ancient pages exuded a musty aroma as Lin Feng's eyes darted swiftly across lines of text and illustrations. Occasionally, in pursuit of a potentially relevant account, he would even find himself leafing through tomes late into the night, a solitary lamp illuminating his quest through the ocean of knowledge. After several days of tireless searching, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. A disciple hurriedly reported that in a nearby small town, a suspicious figure clad in black had been sighted. Descriptions indicated that this figure bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious assailant who had attacked the sect, and their furtive behavior had drawn the attention of onlookers. Upon hearing this news, excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He promptly summoned several trusted disciples and set forth for the small town. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng's impatience surged, yearning to arrive at the town and unveil the identity of the mysterious figure. Upon reaching the town, they inquired diligently, leaving no detail overlooked. Lin Feng personally engaged with the townsfolk, adopting a gentle demeanor and earnest tone, hoping to elicit more useful information from their lips. Some townspeople recoiled in fear at their inquiries, choosing silence. Others strained to recall, providing scattered fragments of clues. Finally, from an elderly vegetable seller, they learned that the black-clad figure had briefly lingered in the town before heading westward into the mountainous woods. The elder described the figure's hurried demeanor, as if evading something. Without hesitation, Lin Feng led his disciples into the forest. The woods were dense, with intertwining branches and leaves. The path was rugged and strewn with thorns and stones, posing significant challenges to their pursuit. Yet, Lin Feng's resolve remained unwavering, his gaze resolute, and his steps steady. Lin Feng meticulously observed the surrounding signs, noting that the fallen leaves showed evidence of being trampled, and nearby branches bore fresh breakage. "Be cautious. They may be lurking nearby," he whispered, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the tranquil forest. The disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions tense. They advanced with utmost caution, each step taken with deliberation, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Only their soft footfalls and breaths pierced the silence of the woods, as if even the wind had ceased its movement. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air as several sharp arrows, glinting coldly, shot towards them. "Beware!" Lin Feng shouted, swiftly raising his sword to deflect the incoming arrows. The disciples reacted instinctively, some dodged to the side, while others used their weapons to fend off the projectiles. In the next moment, a group of black-clad figures burst forth from the woods, brandishing swords and charging at them. "It's them!" Instantly, the forest erupted into a cacophony of battle, the clash of swords and the cries of combatants intertwining in a fierce symphony. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was fierce, each move imbued with rage and determination. His figure darted through the trees, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the black-clad assailants. The disciples, undeterred, valiantly resisted the onslaught of their adversaries. The conflict was extraordinarily intense, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. Lin Feng understood that this was a crucial battle for uncovering the hidden mastermind. He had to give it his all. Chapter 13. The truth revealed. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked figures, unleashing his full prowess. His sword danced through the air like a swimming dragon, its strikes sharp and precise, each swing imbued with formidable internal energy, compelling the assailants to retreat step by step. His eyes blazed with the fire of fury, driven by a singular thought to uncover clues about the mastermind behind these shadowy figures. Amidst the fray, Lin Feng discerned a striking familiarity in the martial techniques employed by his adversaries. Certain moves and methods of exertion evoked a sense of recognition, stirring a flicker of doubt within him. This sense of familiarity prompted him to ponder deeply even as he executed his attacks. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng ultimately subdued one of the cloaked figures through his exceptional martial skills and indomitable spirit. He swiftly tore away the assailant's mask, and when the visage was revealed, it turned out that this individual was the leader of a minor sect that had once collaborated with Lin Feng's OWNDI in the past. They had supported each other in various matters, and Lin Feng could scarcely fathom that their reunion would transpire in such a dire context. "Why have you attacked our sect? We were once allies, how could you commit such an act of treachery?" Lin Feng's voice echoed through the forest, resonating with profound disappointment and confusion. The leader's countenance reflected shame, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. With a heavy sigh, he confessed, "I am but a pawn in this game, compelled by threats against my sect's very existence. I had no choice." His voice trembled, revealing both helplessness and fear. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon him, pressing on with his inquiry. Who is the puppet master behind this? If you divulge the truth, I may consider sparing you and even assist your sect in over. The leader hesitated, caught in a tumultuous internal struggle. On one hand, he was gripped by fear of the unseen manipulator, on the other, he felt guilt towards Lin Feng and concern for his sect's future. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's unwavering gaze, he resolved to reveal the truth. It is the notorious Shadow Pavilion that orchestrates these events from the shadows, seeking to engulf all sects and dominate the martial world. Their power is vast, and their methods are ruthless. I truly dare not defy their commands. The leader spoke, his voice laden with resignation and dread. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart quaked. The name Shadow Pavilion was not new to him. He had always assumed it to be a mere legend of an evil organization. Never did he imagine they were real and had extended their reach towards his own sect. He silently vowed to ensure that the Shadow Pavilion faced retribution for the suffering inflicted upon his sect. What further information do you possess about the Shadow Pavilion? Where is their lair? How many minions do they command? Lin Feng inquired relentlessly. The leader shook his head. I know little, as they merely send emissaries to instruct me on their behalf. I have never set foot in their stronghold. However, I have heard that they maintain spies and outposts throughout the martial world. The specifics elude me. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for impulsiveness. Meticulous planning for the next course of action was imperative. He escorted the leader and his disciples back to their sect, his heart heavy with contemplation. He pondered how to confront the threat posed by the Shadow Pavilion, and how to safeguard both his sect and the tranquility. Upon their return, the members of the sect gathered eagerly, desperate to learn the outcome of the investigation. Lin Feng recounted the events, and upon hearing his tale, righteous indignation surged among them, with many vowing to wage war against the Shadow Pavilion. Unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Pavilion had already caught wind of their movements. In a dimly lit chamber, the pavilion's master sat in a chair, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since they have traced our involvement, we cannot prepare for our next assault. This time, we shall ensure their complete annihilation. The master's voice was cold and merciless. A far greater crisis loomed ominously on the horizon for Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 13 of The Truth Unveiled. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked assailants, employing every technique at his disposal. His sword danced like a swimming dragon, each strike as swift as the wind, sharp and precise. With every swing, a powerful internal force surged forth, compelling the dark figures to retreat step by step. His eyes burned with a fiery rage, consumed by a singular thought to uncover the mastermind behind these cloaked figures. Amidst the chaos of combat, Lin Feng discerned a disconcerting familiarity in the martial arts exhibited by his adversaries. Certain moves and methods of exertion struck a chord within him, igniting a flicker of doubt in his mind. This sense of recognition deepened his contemplation as he executed each maneuver. After a grueling struggle, Lin Feng ultimately subdued one of the cloaked figures through his exceptional martial prowess and indomitable spirit. He swiftly ripped off the assailant's mask, and as the face was unveiled, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be you? He exclaimed incredulously, his voice laced with astonishment and fury. To his shock, the individual before him was none other than the leader of a minor sect that had previously collaborated with his own. They had once supported each other in various matters, and Lin Feng could hardly fathom that they would reunite in such a treacherous circumstance. Lin Feng bellowed, "Why did you attack our sect? Once, we were allies. How could you commit such an act of betrayal?" His voice echoed through the forest, heavy with disappointment and confusion. The leader's expression turned to one of shame, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Lin Feng's piercing eyes. With a deep sigh, he confessed, "I am also a victim of circumstance. I have been threatened. If I do not comply, my sect will face annihilation. I had no other choice." His voice trembled, a mixture of helplessness and fear. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering as he pressed on. "Who is behind this manipulation? If you reveal the truth, I may consider sparing you and finding a way to assist your sect in overcome." The leader hesitated, caught in a tempest of internal conflict. On one side lay his terror of the unseen puppet master, and on the other, his guilt towards Lin Feng and concern for his own sect's future. Ultimately, under Lin Feng's steadfast gaze, he resolved to unveil the truth. It is the notorious Shadow Pavilion. They have been orchestrating everything from the shadows, aiming to engulf various sects and dominate the martial world. Their power is immense, and their methods are ruthless. I truly cannot defy their orders. The leader's voice was saturated with despair and dread. Lin Feng's heart trembled at the revelation. He had heard of the Shadow Pavilion before, dismissing it as merely a legendary evil organization. To discover that they were indeed real and had extended their reach towards his sect filled him with indignation. He silently vowed to make the Shadow Pavilion pay dearly for the suffering inflicted upon his sect. What further information do you possess about the Shadow Pavilion? Where is their lair? How many members do they command? Lin Feng inquired in rapid succession. The leader shook his head. I do not know much. They have always sent emissaries to communicate with me, instructing me on what to do. I have never visited their stronghold, however. I have heard that they have spies and strongholds scattered throughout the martial world. I am truly unaware of the specifics. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to steady his nerves. He recognized that this was not the time for impulsiveness. A meticulous plan for the next course of action was imperative. He led the leader and his disciples back to their sect, burdened with a heavy heart. Lin Feng pondered how to confront the threat posed by the Shadow Pavilion and how to safeguard both his sect and the peace of the martial world. Upon their return, the members of the sect gathered eagerly, anxious to learn the outcome of the investigation. Lin Feng recounted the events, and upon hearing his account, the crowd erupted with righteous indignation, vowing to confront the Shadow Pavilion in a decisive battle. Unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Pavilion. In a dimly lit chamber, the pavilion's leader sat back in a chair, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since they have traced our involvement, we cannot afford to let them live. Prepare for our next assault. This time, we shall ensure their complete obliteration. His voice was cold and merciless. A greater crisis loomed ominously over Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 14. Preparing for confrontation. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng immediately summoned the assembly to deliberate strategies against the Shadow Pavilion. The hall, illuminated by flickering candlelight, exuded an atmosphere so heavy that it felt as though it could yield droplets of water. The gathered individuals sat in a circle, their faces etched with solemnity. His eyes blazed with a fiery anger, seemingly eager to engage the Shadow Pavilion at once. One must not act recklessly. The Shadow Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, and our understanding of them remains woefully inadequate. A rash assault will only plunge us into graver peril, countered an elder, stroking his beard with a calm demeanor. His voice was steady and authoritative, striving to maintain the collective rationality of the group. Lin Feng listened intently, arms crossed before him, his brow slightly furrowed. His gaze swept over the faces of those present, internally weighing the pros and cons of various approaches. An offensive maneuver might grant a tactical advantage, yet the risks were considerable. Conversely, a defensive stance could lead to passivity, allowing the Shadow Pavilion to gradually erode their strength. At that moment, the previously silent elder spoke slowly. Young sect master, in my humble opinion, we ought to fortify our defense. Only with a comprehensive understanding of the enemy can we devise more effective countermeasures. Although the elder's voice was soft, it was imbued with wisdom and experience. Lin Feng nodded slightly, finding this suggestion to be quite prudent. He stood up, surveying the assembly, and declared, "The elder speaks true. We cannot act blindly, yet we must not remain idle. Our foremost task is to ensure the safety of our sect." Thus, Lin Feng commenced with the arrangements. He personally directed the disciples to reinforce the sect's walls, erecting watchtowers along the fortifications and assigning guards to stand vigilant day and night. Concurrently, traps were dug beneath the walls, with spikes and rolling stones set in place. Mechanisms were installed at critical junctures within the sect, ready to spring into action should any intruders breach their defenses. On another front, Lin Feng meticulously selected several adept and astute disciples. He gathered them and earnestly instructed, "This mission is fraught with challenges. You must disguise yourselves and infiltrate the world beyond, gathering as much intelligence as possible regarding the Shadow Pavilion, their lair's location, personnel distribution, martial prowess, and techniques. Every detail could be pivotal to our victory. Exercise caution, safeguard yourselves, and return safely." Throughout this preparation, Lin Feng remained industrious, practicing his martial skills day and night, striving to break through his limitations and enhance his strength. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the training grounds, Lin Feng was already immersed in rigorous practice, repetitively refining his swordplay, each movement precise and deliberate, his internal energy surging through his meridians, sweat soaking his garments. Simultaneously, the Shadow Pavilion was diligently orchestrating a new wave of assaults. In a clandestine stronghold, the pavilion master sat enveloped in darkness, a map laid before him, meticulously marking the location of Lin Feng's sect and the surrounding terrain. "This time, we shall ensure their complete annihilation," the pavilion master uttered coldly, his voice echoing as though it emanated from the depths of hell. The Shadow Pavilion dispatched numerous assassins, clad in black stealth attire with their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their cold, merciless eyes. They approached Lin Feng's sect stealthily, like phantoms in the night. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's dispatched disciples traversed the perilous world, encountering various dangers and challenges. Some were unmasked, falling into pursuit, others, while gathering intelligence, nearly attracted the attention of the Shadow Pavilion spies. However, through unwavering determination and exceptional skill, they gradually unearthed crucial information concerning the Shadow Pavilion. At that juncture, a disciple assigned to vigilance rushed in with urgency. Young sect master, we have spotted unidentified individuals loitering around the sect. Their movements are highly suspicious. Lin Feng's heart tightened, for he sensed that the true trial was imminent. Chapter 14. Preparing to respond. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng immediately convened a gathering to deliberate. The hall was illuminated by flickering candlelight, the atmosphere so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. The assembly sat in a solemn circle, each face etched with seriousness and anxiety. We should take the initiative and strike them when they least expect it, exclaimed an impatient hall master, rising abruptly and clenching his fists. His eyes blazed with the fire of indignation, seemingly eager to engage the Shadow Pavilion at once. One must exercise caution. The Shadow Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, and our understanding of them is still quite limited. A hasty attack would only plunge us into a more perilous predicament, countered an elder, stroking his beard with a calm demeanor. His voice was steady and authoritative, aiming to maintain the group's composure. Lin Feng listened intently, arms crossed and brow slightly furrowed. His gaze swept across the faces of his companions, internally weighing the merits and demerits of various strategies. An offensive approach might secure the upper hand, yet the risks were considerable. Conversely, a defensive posture could lead to passivity, allowing the Shadow Pavilion to gradually erode their strength. At that moment, the previously silent elder spoke slowly. A young sect master, in my view, only with a thorough understanding of the enemy can we devise more effective countermeasures. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with wisdom and experience. Lin Feng nodded subtly, finding this suggestion to be quite prudent. He stood, surveying the assembly, and declared, "The elder speaks truly. We cannot act blindly, yet we must not remain idle. Our foremost task is to ensure the safety of our sect." Thus, Lin Feng began to orchestrate the preparations. He personally directed disciples to reinforce the sect's walls, erecting watchtowers and assigning sentinels for round-the-clock vigilance. Simultaneously, traps were dug beneath the walls, complete with spikes and on another front, Lin Feng carefully selected a handful of skilled and astute disciples. He gathered them and earnestly instructed, "This mission is fraught with challenges. You must disguise yourselves and infiltrate the martial world, gathering as much intelligence as possible regarding the Shadow Pavilion. The location of their lair, the distribution of their personnel, their martial techniques, every detail could prove crucial to our victory. Exercise utmost caution, safeguard yourselves, and return safely." Throughout this preparatory period, Lin Feng remained diligent, practicing his martial arts day and night in an effort to break through his limitations and enhance his strength. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the training grounds, Lin Feng was already immersed in rigorous training, repeatedly practicing his sword techniques with precision, his internal energy surging through his meridians, sweat soaking his garments. Meanwhile, the Shadow Pavilion was also fervently preparing for a new wave of assault. In their clandestine stronghold, the pavilion master sat in the shadows, a map spread before him, marked with the location of Lin Feng's sect and the surrounding terrain. "This time, we shall ensure their complete annihilation," the pavilion master intoned coldly, his voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. The Shadow Pavilion dispatched numerous assassins, clad in black stealth attire, their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their cold, merciless eyes. They approached Lin Feng's sect stealthily, like phantoms in the night. Conversely, Lin Feng's dispatched disciples faced numerous perils in the martial world. They encountered various dangers and challenges. Some had their identities exposed and fell into pursuit, while others narrowly escaped detection by the Shadow Pavilion's spies during their intelligence-gathering endeavors. Yet, through unwavering resolve and exceptional skill, they gradually unearthed significant intelligence regarding the Shadow Pavilion. Just then, a disciple assigned to watch duty rushed in, breathless, to report, "Young sect master, we have spotted unidentified individuals lurking around the sect, their movements highly suspicious." Lin Feng's heart tightened, realizing that the true test was about to commence. Chapter 15. Stealing for battle. Upon hearing reports of unidentified individuals lurking around the sect, Lin Feng promptly ordered an increase in vigilance. His voice was resolute and unwavering, swiftly spreading. The entire sect was enveloped in a state of heightened alertness. As disciples sprang into action armed with weapons, they moved with urgency yet precision, rapidly distributing themselves across key positions. On the city walls, within the watchtowers, and at the entrance of the sect, their vigilant figures were visible, ever watchful of their surroundings, refusing to allow even the slightest hint of complacency. Lin Feng ascended the city wall, his silhouette standing tall against the backdrop of the setting sun. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently on the distant mountains and forests, missing not a single rustle of grass or whisper of wind. A gentle breeze caressed his face, tousling his hair, yet his expression remained unchanged, focused and grave. "Heighten your vigilance, the enemy may strike at any moment." Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. His words acted like a potent stimulant, further solidifying the disciples' already frayed nerves, filling them with an indomitable resolve for battle. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the sect, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, hidden amidst the dense underbrush, their forms melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Under the cover of darkness, we shall launch a surprise assault and catch them off guard, whispered the leader of the assassins, his eyes glinting with malice and cruelty. The other assassins nodded in agreement, their grips tightening around their weapons, palms slightly dampened with a mix of tension and excitement. As time ticked away, the sky gradually darkened, the last rays of the sun vanished beyond the horizon, shrouding the earth in nightfall. In the darkness, only the sounds of chirping insects and the occasional call of an owl pierced the silence, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread and oppression. Lin Feng stood atop the city wall, acutely aware that a fierce battle was imminent. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, but the tension and anticipation within him remained uncontainable. Memories of the sect's suffering flooded his mind. Those injured and fallen disciples ignited a fiery rage within his heart once more. Suddenly, a chorus of battle cries shattered the tranquility. The previously silent night was torn apart by the sudden onslaught, as the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged toward the sect like a relentless tide. Their figures flickered in the darkness, weapons glinting ominously. Lin Feng drew his sword and shouted, "Brothers, for the sect, for justice, let us fight!" His voice thundered like a storm, resounding across the night sky. In an instant, flames erupted throughout the sect, torches and lanterns ignited, illuminating the battlefield. The cacophony of battle cries filled the air as both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. Leading the charge, Lin Feng leaped from the city wall, plunging into the fray. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Though the assassins were ferocious, they faltered before Lin Feng's might. The disciples, undaunted, rallied closely together, coordinating their efforts in a desperate fight against the enemy. Amidst the flashes of blades and torrents of blood, some fell, yet others quickly fell. In the heat of battle, Lin Feng spotted a young disciple besieged by enemies, the situation dire. Without hesitation, he soared forward, striking down the foes and rescuing the disciple. "Fear not, fight with all your might," Lin Feng encouraged, instilling a renewed sense of determination in the disciple's eyes as he rejoined the fray. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet Lin Feng and his disciples, bolstered by their unwavering will and the determination to protect their sect, refused to yield. In this bloody conflict, who would ultimately emerge victorious? What fate awaited the sect? Chapter 16 Life and Death Struggle. The battlefield resounded with the cacophony of slaughter as Lin Feng and his disciples fought valiantly, engaging in a heart-stopping contest of life and death against the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. Lin Feng moved like lightning, his sword gleaming with a cold light amidst the night, each swing creating a spray of crimson. His gaze was resolute and merciless, driven by a singular conviction: to safeguard his sect and annihilate the foe. His garments were already soaked in blood, both that of the enemy and his own, yet he paid no heed to the pain, as if he had transformed into a divine warrior. An adept from the Shadow Pavilion seized the moment to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng, his movements uncanny, akin to a specter as he approached from Lin Feng's flank. With remarkable reflexes honed over years of training, Lin Feng sidestepped this lethal strike. However, the assassin's blade still carved a deep wound into Lin Feng's arm, blood gushing forth and staining his sleeve. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Feng retaliated with a swift counterattack, his sword thrusting forth with the speed of a lightning bolt. The assassin, caught off guard, was pierced through the throat by Lin Feng's blade. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Feng, before he slowly collapsed elsewhere on the battlefield. The disciples fought desperately. Many bore grievous injuries, yet they gritted their teeth, determined to fight to the bitter end. A young disciple found himself besieged by two assassins. His face was smeared with sweat and blood, but there was no hint of fear in his eyes. He swung his blade with fervor, engaging the enemy in a fierce struggle. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion surged forth relentlessly, as if their numbers were inexhaustible. They crashed against Lin Feng and his disciples like a relentless tide, wave after wave assaulting their defenses. Lin Feng realized that this could not continue. He needed to identify the enemy's weakness and break the stalemate. At that moment, Lin Feng spotted the commander of the assassins. He stood atop a small rise in the distance, brandishing a black flag and directing the assassins' movements. A flicker of resolve ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He resolved to confront this commander personally to disrupt the enemy's strategy, stop him. The commander shouted, clearly aware of Lin Feng's intent. The assassins surged forward, attempting to obstruct Lin Feng's path, forming a human wall to impede his advance. Lin Feng unleashed his full prowess, his sword striking like a tempest, each thrust imbued with formidable inner strength. He maneuvered left and right, breaking through the layers of resistance, sustaining additional wounds yet never faltering in his stride. At last, Lin Feng closed in on the commander. This commander was also a formidable warrior, wielding a longsword as he engaged. Their swords clashed, producing dazzling sparks. Lin Feng's inner energy surged forth, his swordplay growing increasingly fierce. Gradually gaining the upper hand, the commander began to perspire profusely, astonished by Lin Feng's strength. Under the onslaught of Lin Feng's relentless attacks, he revealed a critical opening. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng thrust his sword toward the commander's chest. The commander attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lin Feng's blade struck true, piercing his heart, and his expression turned vacant as his sword fell from his grasp. With the commander fallen, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion faltered. They lost their unified command, and their assaults became disorganized. Lin Feng seized this opportunity to rally his disciples for a counterattack, shouting, "Brothers, the enemy's commander is dead, follow me to slaughter." The disciples' morale surged, and they roared in fury as they charged at the enemy, causing them to scatter in chaos, abandoning their arms and fleeing in all directions. However, the battle was far from over. Although this wave of enemy attacks had been temporarily repelled, no one knew if the Shadow Pavilion would send reinforcements. Lin Feng understood that they must quickly regroup and prepare for the next potential onslaught. He surveyed the battlefield, littered with corpses and weary disciples, his heart heavy with concern, yet his gaze remained steadfast. He believed that as long as they stood united, they would surely overcome this crisis. Chapter 16. A battle between life and death. The battlefield reverberated with the sounds of slaughter as Lin Feng and his disciples fought valiantly, embroiled in a heart-stopping contest of life and death against the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of lightning, his sword glimmering with a cold brilliance in the night, each strike eliciting a cascade of crimson blossoms. His gaze was resolute and merciless, his heart consumed by a singular conviction. To safeguard his sect and annihilate the enemy, his garments had long been stained red with blood, both that of foes and his own, but he remained oblivious to the pain, transforming into a veritable god of war. Seizing the moment, a master assassin from the Shadow Pavilion launched a surprise attack on Lin Feng, employing a ghostly agility that allowed him to strike from Lin Feng's flank. However, Lin Feng's response was instantaneous. Drawing upon years of cultivated instinct, he evaded the lethal blow, yet the assassin's blade still left a deep gash upon Lin Feng's arm, blood gushing forth and staining his sleeve. Enduring the excruciating pain, he retaliated with a swift thrust of his sword, moving as fast as lightning. The assassin was caught unawares, and Lin Feng's blade pierced his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Feng. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the disciples fought with equal fervor. Some bore grievous wounds, yet they gritted their teeth, determined to fight to the bitter end. A young disciple found himself besieged by two assassins. His visage was smeared with sweat and blood, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. He wielded his blade with all his might, engaging the enemy in a desperate struggle. Assassins from the Shadow Pavilion continued to pour forth, an unending tide of adversaries, crashing against Lin Feng and his disciples' defenses like relentless waves. Lin Feng understood that this stalemate could not persist. He needed to identify the enemy's weaknesses to shatter the deadlock. At that moment, he spotted the commander of the assassins, standing atop a small rise in the distance, wielding a black flag to direct his forces. A flicker of resolve ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He resolved to confront this commander personally and disrupt the enemy's strategy. "Stop him," the commander bellowed, clearly sensing Lin Feng's intent, his face betraying a flicker of panic. The assassins surged forward en masse, forming a wall to obstruct Lin Feng's advance. He unleashed his full prowess, his sword struck like a tempest, each thrust infused with formidable inner strength. He maneuvered through the throng, breaking through layer upon layer of resistance, sustaining new wounds along the way, yet his momentum never faltered. At last, Lin Feng drew near to the commander. This adversary was no ordinary foe, wielding a longsword with commendable skill, and the two engaged in a fierce duel. Their blades clashed, emitting brilliant sparks. Lin Feng's inner force surged forth, his swordplay growing increasingly ferocious as he gained the upper. The commander's brow began to bead with cold sweat. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Under the weight of Lin Feng's relentless assault, he revealed a critical opening. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng thrust his blade toward the commander's chest. The commander attempted to evade, but it was too late. Lin Feng's sword found its mark, piercing his heart, and his gaze instantly became vacant as his sword fell from his grasp. With the loss of their commander, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion fell into disarray, their unified command shattered, and their attacks became chaotic. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, rallying his disciples to counterattack. "Brothers, the enemy's commander is slain. Follow me into battle," he cried. The disciples' morale surged, and they roared in unison as they charged at the enemy, who, in a frenzied panic, abandoned their arms and fled. Yet, the battle was far from over. Although they had temporarily repelled this wave of attackers, none could ascertain whether the Shadow Pavilion would summon reinforcements. Lin Feng recognized the urgency of regrouping and preparing for the inevitable next onslaught. As he surveyed the ground strewn with bodies and the exhausted faces of his disciples, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. Nevertheless, his gaze remained steadfast. He believed that as long as they stood united, they would surely overcome this crisis. Chapter 17. A brief respite. After fending off the latest assault from the Shadow Pavilion, Lin Feng, despite his weary body, commanded his comrades to seize the moment for recuperation. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with authority and strength. The injured disciples were swiftly relocated to the rear, where skilled healers tended to their wounds. Those with less severe injuries gritted their teeth, resolutely assisting in the clearing of the battlefield. The ground, stained with blood, was littered with discarded weapons and broken armor, permeated by a pungent blend of blood and gunpowder. Others busied themselves restocking arms and supplies, some sorted arrows while others transported stones, preparing to reinforce the defensive fortifications. Each face bore the marks of exhaustion intertwined with determination, for they understood that the battle was far from over and that they must be fully prepared to confront the impending challenges. Lin Feng sat upon a stone, gasping for breath. His wounds had reopened due to the strenuous exertion, blood seeping through the bandages, the pain causing his brow to furrow, yet his gaze remained resolute, betraying an indomitable spirit. At that moment, an elder approached, moving with a faltering gait. The elder's attire was tattered, his face smeared with dust and blood. He regarded Lin Feng with a troubled expression, saying, "Young sect master, although we have repelled the enemy this time, the losses we have suffered are grave. Many of our finest disciples have made the ultimate sacrifice, and our fortifications lie in ruins. What shall we do next?" There was a hint of helplessness and confusion in the elder's voice. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the industrious crowd and then toward the distant retreating figures of the Shadow Pavilion assassins, slowly articulating, "We must restore our vitality post-haste. Let the injured disciples recuperate properly, while the others intensify their training to enhance their strength simultaneously. We should dispatch envoys to contact other sects for support. We cannot face the threat of the Shadow Pavilion alone. Only by uniting greater forces can we hope for victory." The elder nodded, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. "Your words ring true, young sect master. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." With that, the elder turned to depart, his steps heavy yet his resolve unwavering. Lin Feng watched the elder's retreating figure, a weight settling in his heart. He understood that this crisis represented a monumental test for the sect. Should they falter, it might spell the end of their legacy. However, he could not allow such an eventuality to transpire. He was determined to safeguard the sect and every individual within it. Gazing toward the overcast sky, which seemed to mirror the foreboding challenges ahead, he silently prayed for the strength to surmount this ordeal and restore the sect to its former glory and tranquility. After a period of rest, the members of the sect began to regain their composure. Under the care of the healers, the injuries of the wounded disciples gradually stabilized, the replenished arms and supplies were securely stored, and the fortifications had been reinforced to a certain extent. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. The Shadow Pavilion would not relent, and grimmer battles loomed on the horizon. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, as each individual silently prepared for the impending storm. At that moment, a disciple returned hurriedly from reconnaissance, his face streaked with sweat and dirt, his eyes wide with panic and fear. "A young sect master, bad news," he gasped. "I have discovered that the Shadow Pavilion is gathering more personnel, including some formidable adversaries we have never encountered before. They appear poised to launch a full-scale assault against us." This revelation struck the gathering like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through their hearts. Lin Feng rose, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "In that case, we have no choice but to fight to the death." Chapter 18. A desperate gambit. Upon hearing the news that the Shadow Pavilion was poised to launch a full-scale assault, the entire sect was engulfed in an atmosphere of profound tension and unease. The air, which had only just begun to lighten after a brief respite, instantly grew heavy, as if a colossal stone weighed upon each heart. Lin Feng swiftly summoned all disciples. With resolute strides, he ascended the high platform, gazing down at the anxious yet resolute faces below. He proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, we find ourselves with no avenue of retreat. Only through a valiant struggle can we hope to survive. Behind us lies our homeland, our kin, and our beliefs. We cannot allow the nefarious minions of the Shadow Pavilion to trample upon our dignity and obliterate all that we hold dear." The disciples echoed in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, pledging to share in the sect's fate. Their eyes burned with fierce indignation and unwavering resolve. In that moment, fear was cast aside, and their hearts were consumed by a singular conviction to fight to the bitter end. Lin Feng commenced the reorganization of their defenses, his gaze sharp and composed, his mind racing with strategic calculations. "Archers, take your positions atop the walls. Maintain your range and rhythm, waste not a single arrow," he commanded, and the archers swiftly readied themselves, drawing their bows taut, their eyes fixed intently on the horizon. "Prepare the boiling oil and rolling stones. Once the enemy draws near, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Lin Feng continued to direct the fray. A group of disciples laboriously transported massive stones and scalding oil to the battlements, poised for immediate assault. At every critical juncture, Lin Feng stationed his most formidable disciples, forming an impregnable line of defense. He meticulously inspected every arrangement, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. A somber atmosphere enveloped the sect. Each individual understood that this would be a battle for their very lives, yet, within their gazes, there was no trace of retreat, only the valor of those who embraced death without fear. The forces of the Shadow Pavilion loomed closer, a dark tide that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. The heavy sound of marching feet intermingled with the clashing of armor, resembling a prelude to death. Their banners billowed in the wind, adorned with ominous symbols that sent shivers down spines. Lin Feng stood resolutely at the city gate, a long sword gripped firmly in his hand, his stature as upright as a pine. His gaze was fixed intently upon the advancing enemy, his heart pounding like a drum, yet his spirit remained remarkably tranquil. Beside him stood his most loyal disciples, steadfastly prepared to face the impending bloodshed. "Brothers, ready yourselves." Lin Feng. As the forces of the Shadow Pavilion entered the range of attack, Lin Feng decisively commanded, "Loose the arrows." The archers on the walls released their bows in unison, a torrential volley of arrows. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air as numerous assassins from the Shadow Pavilion fell to the ground, struck by arrows, yet they pressed on relentlessly, undeterred in their advance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Pour the hot oil, push the stones." Scalding oil cascaded down, and massive stones tumbled, crashing into the ranks of the foe. A new chorus of wails. Lin Feng was the first to engage, his sword slicing through the air as he swiftly dispatched several of the foremost assassins. Blood splattered across his face, enhancing his formidable presence. The disciples plunged into a fierce melee with the enemy, the city gate devolving into a scene of tumultuous combat. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was mercilessly precise, each strike imbued with lethal intent. He wove through the throngs of adversaries like an unstoppable tempest. However, the enemy was overwhelming in number, a relentless tide that continued to swell, and one by one, his disciples fell beside him. For the sect. His body bore numerous wounds, yet he seemed impervious to pain, driven solely by the singular thought of vanquishing foes and safeguarding his sect. This battle was a harrowing spectacle, the outcome teetering precariously upon the edge of uncertainty. Chapter 19 Life and Death Struggle. Lin Feng fought valiantly amidst the enemy ranks, his figure darting like a wraith, the sword in his hand dancing through the air with lethal grace, each swing imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill. Blood stained his garments, dripping from the edges and pooling at his feet, yet his blade never faltered. His gaze was resolute and cold, as if fueled by two flames that would never extinguish, fixated fiercely on the adversaries before him. The disciples beside him, too, were consumed by the fervor of battle, their fears and pains forgotten, their hearts united by a singular resolve to defend their sect. They engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. In every fleeting moment, someone fell, and fresh blood spattered anew. Their roars and cries echoed hauntingly through the air, sending chills down the spine. Lin Feng observed a young disciple besieged by enemies. In a flash, he surged forward like a tempest, his sword transforming into a streak of lightning that cleaved through the attackers. He seized the young disciple, urging him loudly, "Rise, continue the fight. We cannot afford to lose." The disciple's eyes, once filled with despair and dread, seemed to rekindle with the spark of hope upon hearing Lin Feng's rallying cry. Gritting his teeth, he rose, wiping the blood from his face, gripping his weapon once more, and rejoined the fray. The cacophony of battle was deafening. Lin Feng's voice had grown hoarse, yet his cries continued to inspire those around him. Every movement, every expression of his proclaimed his indomitable spirit and resilience. He stood as an undefeated god of war, radiating an awe-inspiring aura amidst the baptism of blood and fire. Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged from the Shadow Pavilion, tall and imposing, his visage concealed. His martial prowess was peculiar, with techniques that were both intricate and vicious, each strike aimed directly at Lin Feng's vitals. After exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, Lin Feng began to feel the strain. The opponent's profound inner strength rendered every collision numbing to his arms, while his ever-shifting swordplay left Lin Feng struggling to adapt. Lin Feng's breath quickened, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He realized that without swiftly uncovering a flaw in his opponent's technique, he risked imminent defeat. Should he fall, the entire sect's defenses would crumble, and the consequences would be dire. At that moment, a memory flickered in Lin Feng's mind, his master's teachings of a secret technique. On a tranquil night, under the moonlight, his master had personally demonstrated a sword move of immense power. However, it required a substantial expenditure of inner strength, and failure would plunge him into a perilous predicament. With determination, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, choosing to embrace the risk. He inhaled deeply, adjusting his breath, and gradually concentrated his inner energy into his sword. The blade began to quiver slightly, emitting a low, resonant hum. The master of the Shadow Pavilion sensed Lin Feng's transformation and accelerated his onslaught, attempting to thwart the execution of Lin Feng's technique. Undeterred, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, as if the world had narrowed to just him and his sword. At the precise moment when the opponent's blade was about to pierce him, Lin Feng sprang into action. His body spun like a whirlwind, the sword in his hand radiating a brilliant light as it lunged towards his adversary. This strike encapsulated all of Lin Feng's strength and hope. The face of the Shadow Pavilion's master paled, realizing too late that evasion was no longer an option. The blade pierced directly into his chest, and he stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom his own defeat. Lin Feng withdrew his sword, watching as the enemy collapsed slowly, his heart devoid of any joy. The battle raged on. He could not allow himself a moment of complacency. He turned and plunged once more into the Chapter 20. Breaking the deadlock and counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully defeated the formidable opponent, the surrounding air seemed to stifle momentarily. Following a brief silence, the resounding cheers of the young master is mighty echoed through the heavens. The disciples' eyes reignited with the flames of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly stirred, driving them to battle with renewed vigor. Seizing the momentum, Lin Feng led the charge, his figure darting like a specter through the enemy ranks, his sword glinting. He bellowed, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a powder keg, unleashing an astounding force, surging toward the Shadow Pavilion's forces like a torrential flood. Lin Feng led the way, his swordsmanship unparalleled, each strike lethal. With every thrust, he found the chinks in the enemy's armor, and with each slash, he wielded the weight of 1,000 pounds. The enemies fell before him like harvested wheat. His garments were thoroughly soaked in blood, yet his steps grew ever more resolute, his gaze sharper than ever. However, the Shadow Pavilion's numbers were vast. Despite suffering heavy losses, they fought tooth and nail to resist. They understood that failure would plunge them into an irretrievable abyss, thus, they retaliated like cornered beasts. The confrontation descended into a stalemate, both sides blinded by bloodlust, with casualties mounting every moment, fresh blood spilling incessantly. Lin Feng's breath grew labored, his strength rapidly depleting, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He silently vowed that he would not retreat, even if it meant fighting to the last man. Just as the battle reached an impasse, distant shouts resonated through the air. The voice drew closer, like the first light of dawn, bringing renewed hope to the weary fighters. It was Lin Feng's disciples, whom he had previously dispatched to seek reinforcements, arriving with fresh troops. The reinforcements shouted their battle cries, marching in unison, swiftly joining the fray. Their sudden appearance transformed the battlefield, sending the Shadow Pavilion's assassins into disarray. They had presumed they could annihilate Lin Feng's sect but were taken aback by the arrival of aid. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng shouted, with one final push, "Eliminate them!" His voice resonated with strength and determination, invigorating all who heard it. In unison, the crowd responded, their voices like thunder, shaking the very earth. They launched a final charge, akin to a pack of tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable in their ferocity. Lin Feng led from the front, his sword already dulled, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements coordinated seamlessly, forming an impregnable line of attack. Under this formidable assault, the Shadow Pavilion's assassins began to falter, retreating step by step. One by one, adversaries fell at Lin Feng's feet, his heart devoid of any compassion. These individuals represented malevolence, a malignant threat to the peace of the sect and the martial world, necessitating total eradication. As time passed, the Shadow Pavilion's resistance grew increasingly feeble, their casualties mounted tragically, and eventually, some began to flee. This flight triggered a chain reaction, prompting more to scatter in terror. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip by. He led his followers in relentless pursuit, intent on delivering the final blow to the enemy. In a thicket, Lin Feng caught up with the leader of the Shadow Pavilion. The man, his face etched with dread, attempted to plead for mercy, but Lin Feng, unwavering, swung his sword, ending the man's life without hesitation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly annihilated, and Lin Feng and his sect emerged victorious from this grueling conflict. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, embracing one another in tears. Lin Feng surveyed the devastated battlefield, his heart heavy with emotion. He understood that this was merely the beginning, greater challenges awaited them in the future, yet, he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could hinder their progress. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze, looking toward the distance where their future lay, a tomorrow brimming with hope. Chapter 20 of the Breakthrough Counterattack. After Lin Feng successfully vanquished the formidable opponent, the very air around him seemed to come to a standstill. Following a brief silence, the resounding cry of the young sect master is formidable echoed through the heavens. The disciples' eyes reignited with the flame of hope, their fighting spirit thoroughly aroused, propelling them to engage the enemy with renewed vigor. Seizing this momentum, Lin Feng led his comrades in a counteroffensive, his figure flitting through the enemy ranks like a wraith, with his sword gleaming coldly, each swing eliciting a torrential downpour of bloodshed. He shouted with fervor, "Charge with me!" The crowd erupted like a powder keg, unleashing an astonishing force akin to a surging torrent, rushing towards the ranks of the Shadow Pavilion. Leading the charge himself, Lin Feng displayed an unparalleled swordsmanship, each strike lethal and precise. With every thrust, he unerringly exploited the enemy's vulnerabilities, and with each slash, he wielded the might of 1,000 pounds. Adversaries fell before him like wheat being harvested. His garments were already soaked with blood, yet his stride grew ever more resolute, his gaze increasingly sharp. However, the Shadow Pavilion was numerous. Despite suffering significant losses, they continued to resist fiercely. They understood that failure would lead to irredeemable doom. Thus, like cornered beasts, they fought back with wild desperation, attempting to turn the tide of battle. The conflict descended into a stalemate, with both sides blinded by rage, casualties mounting with each passing moment, fresh blood spilling forth incessantly. Lin Feng's breathing grew labored, his stamina rapidly depleted. In his heart, he silently vowed that he would never retreat, even if it meant fighting until the last man stood. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a distant cry pierced the air. The voice approached, akin to the dawn's first light, bestowing newfound hope upon the weary warriors. It was a disciple Lin Feng had previously dispatched in search of reinforcements, now returning with allies in tow. The reinforcements rallied with fervent cries, marching in unison, swiftly joining the fray. Their arrival instantly shifted the tide, causing panic to ripple through the ranks of the Shadow Pavilion. They had believed they, seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng bellowed, "Let us strike while the iron is hot and annihilate them." His voice resonated with power and determination, invigorating everyone present. The collective response surged forth like thunder, shaking the very heavens. They launched a final charge, resembling a pack of descending tigers, unstoppable in their fervor. Lin Feng led from the front, his sword now dulled, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. He and the reinforcements coordinated seamlessly, forming an indomitable offensive line. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion began to retreat in disarray. One foe after another fell at Lin Feng's feet. These individuals were embodiments of evil, malignant threats to the sect and the peace of the martial world, necessitating their complete eradication. As time passed, the resistance of the Shadow Pavilion waned further. Their casualties mounted, and soon, some began to flee. This flight triggered a chain reaction, with more individuals scattering in panic. Lin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He led his comrades in relentless pursuit, intent on delivering the final blow to the enemy. In a thicket, Lin Feng cornered one of the Shadow Pavilion's leaders. The man, face awash with terror, attempted to plead for mercy, but without hesitation, Lin Feng swung his sword and ended his life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield was shrouded in the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were nearly obliterated, and Lin Feng and his sect emerged victorious from this grueling confrontation. Cheers of jubilation erupted, and tears of joy were shared among the comrades. Lin Feng gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, his heart swelling with myriad emotions. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Far greater challenges awaited them in the future, yet he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could impede their march forward. Lin Feng slowly lifted his gaze towards the distance, where lay their future, a tomorrow brimming with hope. Chapter 21 Post-War Reconstruction. In the aftermath of the Great War, the sect lay in ruins. The remnants of shattered walls and the lingering haze of smoke painted a somber picture, with blood-stained ground and broken weapons strewn about. Lin Feng, disregarding his own fatigue, immediately rallied his disciples to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The bodies of fallen disciples were laid out neatly to one side, their faces serene and tranquil, as if they were merely in slumber. Lin Feng gazed upon them, his heart heavy with sorrow and guilt. Deep sadness shone in his eyes as his voice, hoarse with emotion, uttered, "It is my failure to protect you all." Each lost life bore a familiar visage, a comrade who had fought alongside him, sharing dreams and aspirations. The surviving disciples gathered around him, offering words of comfort. "Young sect master, this is not your fault. Without your leadership, the sect would have likely ceased to exist. It is your courage in leading us that has given us hope for survival." With collective effort, the injured received proper care. Healers busily navigated the makeshift tents, bandaging wounds and administering medicine. Meanwhile, other disciples began to clear the debris, laboring to restore the sect to its former glory. However, the scarcity of resources emerged as the most pressing challenge. The battle had depleted vast amounts of weapons, medicines, and food, leaving the reserves perilously low. Lin Feng understood well that without a timely resolution to the supply issues, the reconstruction of the sect would be an uphill battle. After careful contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to embark on a quest for assistance. He selected a few capable disciples to accompany him on this arduous journey. Before their departure, he reiterated to the elders and remaining disciples to persevere and safeguard their riding swift steeds. Lin Feng and his companions traveled day and night. Their first stop was at several sects with which they maintained amicable relations. Lin Feng recounted the dire crisis and predicaments faced by their sect, imploring them for aid. Some sects generously offered substantial supplies and medicines, while others, constrained by their own difficulties, could only provide limited support. Despite the setbacks, Lin Feng remained undeterred. He continued. Along the way, they confronted inclement weather and bandit attacks, yet Lin Feng's resolve never wavered. At long last, Lin Feng's sincerity and perseverance began to resonate with an increasing number of people. A wealthy merchant, moved by his spirit, donated a significant amount of food and funds. A reclusive martial arts elder sent forth his disciples, delivering precious healing elixirs. With the collective support, Lin Feng returned to the sect, his heart brimming with joy. As their figures appeared at the sect's entrance, they were met with the exuberant cheers of their disciples. With this new influx of resources, the reconstruction efforts flourished. Artisans commenced repairs on the buildings and walls. Throughout this arduous journey, Lin Feng remained steadfastly alongside everyone. He personally engaged in labor, encouraging each individual. After a period of diligent effort, the sect gradually regained its vitality. They must remain vigilant against potential attacks from the Shadow Pavilion and continuously enhance their strength to truly safeguard this hard-won tranquility. Chapter 21 Post-War Reconstruction. In the aftermath of the Great War, the remnants of shattered walls and lingering smoke filled the air, with blood-stained ground and broken weapons scattered throughout the landscape. Lin Feng, disregarding his own fatigue, promptly organized his disciples to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The bodies of fallen disciples were neatly arranged to one side, their faces serene and tranquil, as if they were merely in slumber. As Lin Feng gazed upon them, his heart swelled with sorrow and guilt. His eyes reflected profound grief as he hoarsely uttered, "It is my failure to protect everyone." Each lost life had been a familiar face, a comrade who had fought alongside him, harboring dreams of a brighter future. The surviving disciples gathered around him, offering words of comfort. "Young sect master, this is not your fault. Without your leadership, our sect would have surely perished. It is your bravery that has bestowed upon us a glimmer of hope." Their eyes brimmed with resolve and unwavering trust in Lin Feng. Through their collective efforts, the wounded received appropriate care. Healers busily moved about the makeshift tents, tending to the injured, bandaging wounds, and administering medicine. Meanwhile, other disciples began to clear the debris, laboring to restore the sect to its former glory. However, the scarcity of resources emerged as the most formidable challenge. The battle had depleted a vast quantity of weapons, medicines, and provisions, leaving the stockpiles dangerously low. Lin Feng understood that without a timely resolution to the resource dilemma, the reconstruction of the sect would be an arduous task. After careful contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to venture out personally in search of assistance. He selected a few capable disciples to accompany him on this arduous journey. Before their departure, he earnestly urged the elders and remaining disciples to persevere and safeguard their homeland. Riding swift steeds, Lin Feng and his companions pressed on day and night. Their first destination was several sects with which they maintained amicable relations. Lin Feng detailed the crisis and hardships faced by their sect, beseeching them for aid. Some sects generously extended their support, sending substantial supplies and medications. However, others, constrained by their own challenges, could only offer limited assistance. Despite this, Lin Feng remained undeterred. He continued to travel, seeking out affluent merchants and chivalrous figures within the martial world. Along the way, they encountered inclement weather and assaults from bandits, yet Lin Feng never wavered in his resolve. Eventually, his sincerity and perseverance began to resonate with an increasing number of people. A wealthy merchant, moved by his spirit, donated a significant amount of food and funds. An esteemed recluse from the martial realm dispatched his disciples, delivering precious healing elixirs. With the support of many, Lin Feng returned to the As their figures appeared at the sect's entrance, they were met with the enthusiastic cheers of their fellow disciples. With this new influx of resources, the reconstruction efforts progressed smoothly. Artisans began to repair the buildings and walls, seeds were sown anew in the fields. Throughout this arduous process, Lin Feng remained steadfastly by their side. He personally engaged in labor, encouraging each individual. After a period of diligent effort, the sect gradually began to revive. However, They must remain ever vigilant against the potential resurgence of the Shadow Pavilion's attacks simultaneously. They needed to continually enhance their own strength to genuinely safeguard this hard-won peace. Chapter 20. The once desolate landscape was replaced by newly revitalized structures, and the sect was imbued with vitality and vigor. The influx of new disciples continued to rise, each harboring a fervent passion for martial arts and an unwavering pursuit of justice, fully immersing themselves in the sect. Lin Feng understood the significance of nurturing the next generation of disciples. He personally instructed them in their martial cultivation and imparted the principles of their practice. Each morning, the disciples gathered around him, attentively absorbing his teachings, their eyes alight with a thirst for knowledge and admiration for Lin Feng. Simultaneously, the sect intensified its communication and collaboration with other factions. Lin Feng recognized that isolation in the martial world was perilous. Only by uniting various forces could they collectively uphold peace and justice within the martial realm. During one such tournament, Lin Feng's disciples delivered a remarkable performance. They showcased their solid foundational skills and exceptional martial techniques, exhibiting prowess in both fist and their splendid display garnered resounding applause from the audience and drew the attention of numerous factions among them. A disciple named Li Yunfei captivated the crowd with a fierce swordplay that vanquished several formidable opponents, becoming the focal point of the tournament. His agile form and sword, akin to a dancing dragon, embodied immense inner strength and exquisite technique. Other disciples, too, were determined not to be outdone, demonstrating the sect's strength and spirit in their respective contests. However, such outstanding achievements also incited jealousy and discontent among certain factions. In a shadowy corner, the leaders of several sects convened in hushed tones. Lin Feng's sect is flourishing, and that bodes ill for us, remarked a port. Thus, they clandestinely began to plot their schemes, dispatching spies to infiltrate Lin Feng's sect in an attempt to steal confidential information and sow discord from within. Concurrently, they spread malicious rumors throughout the martial world, tarnishing Lin Feng's sect's reputation. Yet, Lin Feng was not oblivious to the undercurrents. He sensed an unusual atmosphere within the sect, where tensions and rifts seemed to arise among some disciples. Moreover, external gossip had reached his ears. Lin Feng resolved to investigate discreetly, observing each member of the sect and noting every detail. Eventually, he uncovered some clues that led him to unmask the spies. During a sect assembly, Lin Feng exposed the infiltrators, revealing their treachery. The disciples were enlightened, filled with righteous indignation towards those factions harboring ill intentions. Let us not be swayed by their schemes, we shall prove our innocence and strength through. The disciples responded in unison, their spirits soaring. However, the crisis was far from over. Those factions would not relinquish their ambitions easily. What challenges awaited the sect? Lin Feng understood that the road ahead would be fraught with difficulties, yet he firmly believed that. Chapter 23. Turmoil resurfaces after Lin Feng exposed the insidious plot of the traitors. The unscrupulous sects did not relent. Enraged and humiliated, they banded together to issue a stern challenge to Lin Feng's sect, proclaiming their intent to engage in a. This declaration reverberated through the sect like a thunderclap, instilling a palpable sense of dread among its members. Disciples whispered among themselves, their faces etched with worry and trepidation. What are we? They far outnumber us. Can we truly withstand them? A young disciple stammered. Indeed, it appears our prospects are rather bleak, another disciple concurred, furrowing his brow in concern. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lin Feng remained standing tall. He gazed resolutely at the assembly and declared, there is no need for panic, they are but a rabble. As long as we unite as one, we shall surely triumph over them. His voice, steady and powerful, imbued the restless disciples. Subsequently, Lin Feng began to devise a strategy in response to the impending threat. On one front, he intensified the training of his disciples. Each morning, before the sun had risen, the disciples gathered. He demonstrated techniques repeatedly, patiently elucidating the essence of martial arts. Strike swiftly, accurately, and with ferocity. Lin Feng bellowed, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a deep gash upon the ground. Inspired by his fervor, the disciples trained with unparalleled diligence, their garments soaked with sweat, yet none complained of fatigue or recoiled from the challenge. On another front, he dispatched envoys to seek alliances with friendly sections. These envoys, burdened with a grave mission, traversed the martial world in hopes of garnering support from other factions. However, during this endeavor, new challenges emerged. The sect began to experience resource shortages, with supplies of medicinal herbs and the previously stockpiled herbs were rapidly depleted under the strain of intense training, and the materials for crafting equipment were nearly exhausted. An elder responsible for logistics approached Lin Feng with a furrowed brow, reporting, young sect master, if this continues, our resources will not last. He understood that without sufficient resources, the effectiveness of the disciples' training would be severely compromised, impacting their combat prowess. Furthermore, the envoys returned with disheartening news. Several sects that had initially expressed interest, they feared incurring the wrath of powerful adversaries, concerned that it might spell disaster for their own sections. Young sect master, they have all expressed their inability to assist us. What shall we do? The envoy lamented. Caught in a predicament, Lin Feng paced back and forth in his chamber, Contemplating a course of action, the flickering candlelight illuminated his furrowed brow, as he felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. Yet, he realized he could not afford to yield. He was the hope of the sect, the pillar upon which his disciples relied. After a night of deep reflection, Lin Feng devised a plan. He resolved to lead his disciples into the mountains to seek precious herbs. Simultaneously, he would mobilize the entire sect to craft their own equipment. We cannot remain idle, we must rely on our own efforts to overcome these challenges. Lin Feng rallied the spirits of his companions. Under his leadership, the disciples sprang into action. They meticulously scoured the mountains for herbs, undeterred by encounters with ferocious beasts. Within the sect, everyone worked in unison to forge various implements. Despite the numerous obstacles they faced, Lin Feng believed that as long as they stood united, they could indeed break the impasse and confront the impending challenge with fortitude. Chapter 23. Turmoil resurfaces after Lin Feng unveiled the treacherous plot of the spies. The nefarious sects did not relent. In a fit of rage and humiliation, they conspired together, issuing a stern challenge to Lin Feng's sect, declaring a life-and-death duel to determine the. This challenge reverberated like a thunderclap within the sect, instilling a sense of dread among the disciples. Whispers filled the air, their faces etched with worry and fear. What shall we do? They outnumber us, can we withstand them? A young disciple stammered. Indeed, this time, the odds seemed dire. Another disciple concurred, furrowing his brow amidst this chaos. Lin Feng remained composed, standing tall, his gaze unwavering. He addressed the crowd with a booming voice. There is no need for alarm, they are but a disorganized mob. As long as we unite, we shall surely prevail against them. His voice resonated with a steady strength, instilling a calming influence that gradually assuaged the anxious disciples. Subsequently, Lin Feng commenced the formulation of a strategy. On one front, he intensified the training of the disciples. Each morning, before the sun graced the horizon, they gathered at the training grounds. Lin Feng personally supervised their practice, demanding precision and diligence in every movement. He demonstrated repeatedly, patiently elucidating the essence of their martial arts. Inspired by his fervor, the disciples trained with renewed vigor, their clothes soaked with sweat, yet none complained or faltered. On another front, he dispatched envoys to seek alliances with friendly sections. These envoys bore a significant mission, traversing the realm in hopes of garnering support from other factions. However, as the process unfolded, new challenges emerged. Resources within the sect began to dwindle. The supplies of medicinal herbs and training apparatus were insufficient. The once ample reserves of herbs were rapidly depleting due to the rigorous training, and materials for crafting equipment were running parallel. An elder responsible for logistics reported to Lin Feng, anxiety written across his face. Young sect master, at this rate, our resources will not last much longer. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He understood that without adequate resources, the effectiveness of the disciples' training would be severely compromised, thus affecting their combat capabilities. Moreover, the envoys returned with news that several sects, initially inclined to ally with them, had retreated under pressure from their adversary. They feared offending a formidable enemy and worried it would spell disaster for their own sections. Young sect master, they have all expressed their inability to assist us. What shall we do? The envoy lamented. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Feng paced back and forth in his chamber, pondering possible solutions. The flickering candlelight illuminated his furrowed brow, amplifying the unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. Yet, he knew he could not surrender. He was the hope of the sect and the reliance of his disciples. After a night of reflection, Lin Feng finally devised a plan. He resolved to lead the disciples deep into the mountains to seek rare medicinal herbs. Simultaneously, he would mobilize the entire sect to craft their own equipment. We cannot remain idle, we must rely on our own efforts to overcome these difficulties. Lin Feng inspired the gathered disciples. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples sprang into action. They meticulously searched the mountains for herbs, undeterred by fierce beasts they encountered. Within the sect, they collaborated in crafting various implements. Although challenges loomed large, Lin Feng believed that as long as they remained united. Chapter 23. Turmoil resurfaces after Lin Feng exposed the treacherous plot of the spies. The malevolent sects did not relent. Enraged and humiliated, they united to issue a stern challenge to Lin Feng's sect, declaring their intent to engage in a life-and-death duel 1 month hence to determine the victor. This challenge struck like a thunderclap within the sect, instilling a wave of anxiety among its members. The disciples whispered among themselves, their faces etched with worry and fear. What shall we do? They outnumber us, can we withstand them? A young disciple stammered. Indeed, the outlook appears grim, another disciple concurred, his brow furrowed in concern. They are but a rabble, if we unite as one, we shall surely triumph over them. His voice resonated with calm authority, instilling a sense of reassurance that gradually quelled the restless spirits of his disciples. Subsequently, Lin Feng commenced the formulation of a strategy. On one front, he intensified the training of his disciples. Each morning, before the sun graced the horizon, they assembled. Lin Feng personally supervised, demanding precision in every movement, allowing no room for negligence. He demonstrated techniques repeatedly, patiently elucidating the essence of martial arts. Strike swiftly, accurately, and inspired by his fervor, the disciples trained with unwavering diligence, their garments drenched in perspiration, yet not a single soul complained or faltered. On the other front, he dispatched envoys to forge alliances with other amicable sections. These envoys bore a momentous mission, traversing the martial world in hopes of securing support. Yet, as this endeavor unfolded, new challenges arose. The sect's resources began to dwindle, the supplies of medicinal herbs and equipment required for training were insufficient. The previously stockpiled herbs were rapidly depleted under the strain of rigorous training, and materials for crafting implements were alarmingly scant. The elder responsible for logistics reported to Lin Feng with growing concern. He understood that without adequate resources, the efficacy of the disciples' training would significantly diminish, adversely affecting their combat prowess. Meanwhile, reports from the envoys indicated that several sects, previously inclined to ally with them, had retreated under pressure, fearful of offending formidable foes. They worried about the potential calamity befalling their own sections. The envoys lamented, "Young master, they have all expressed their inability to assist. What shall we do?" Caught in a predicament, Lin Feng paced restlessly within his chamber. The flickering candlelight illuminated his furrowed brow, and he felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. Yet, he knew that surrender was not an option. He was the hope of the sect, the pillar upon which his disciples relied. After a night of contemplation, Lin Feng finally devised a plan. He resolved to lead his disciples deep into the mountains to seek precious medicinal herbs. Simultaneously, he would rally the entire sect to craft their own equipment. We must rely on our own efforts to surmount these obstacles. Lin Feng rallied his comrades. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples sprang into action. They meticulously scoured the mountains for herbs. Within the sect, they collaborated wholeheartedly to forge various implements. Despite the myriad challenges, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his belief that as long as they united in purpose, they would undoubtedly break through. Chapter 24. A turning point emerges under the leadership of Lin Feng. The members of the sect united their efforts to confront the dire circumstances. With unwavering conviction, they ventured deep into the forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, and thorns proliferated around them. The disciples advanced cautiously, their keen eyes scanning every inch of the ground in search of the precious medicinal herbs. Lin Feng led the procession, wielding a short sword to occasionally sever the branches that obstructed their path. The group meticulously searched, paying close attention to plants bearing distinctive markings. As Lin Feng offered reminders, time passed inexorably, beads of sweat soaking their garments, yet no one complained, and no one faltered. At last, an excited shout rang out from one of the disciples, "I've found something over here." The group swiftly gathered around to behold a cluster of herbs exuding an extraordinary fragrance, nestled in a shadowy corner. This discovery invigorated their spirits, and they persevered, subsequently uncovering numerous rare medicinal ingredients. Although the bounty was insufficient to fully meet their needs, it alleviated their immediate crisis. Upon returning to the sect, the members, neglecting their utilizing the materials at hand, they hammered and shaped, producing tools that, while somewhat rudimentary, were infused with the collective dedication and effort of all involved. Meanwhile, a mysterious sage, having heard of Lin, esteemed in the martial world and living in seclusion for many years, he had remained vigilant concerning the moral intrigues of the realm. He held Lin Feng's character and leadership in high regard and resolved to offer covert assistance. One morning, as the sect members were still engrossed in their tasks, a wagon slowly approached the sect's entrance. From the vehicle emerged several strangers clad in black, who quietly unloaded crates of supplies and a cache of fine weaponry. Lin Feng, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Astonished, the leader of the black-clad figures stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, and said, "Master Lin, my esteemed lord admires your integrity and has commissioned us to deliver these I am deeply thankful for your lord's assistance. I shall remember this kindness. I regret that I cannot disclose my lord's identity." The black-clad man replied with a faint smile, "As the time is not yet ripe." With that, the enigmatic figures hurriedly departed, leaving Lin Feng gazing after them, filled with gratitude and admiration. In subsequent discussions with the sage's confidant, Lin Feng unexpectedly learned of a critical vulnerability. Although these factions had allied, they were rife with internal discord, each scheming for their own gain. Moreover, their logistical supply lines were tenuous. Should they be severed, chaos would ensue. A spark ignited. He summoned several core disciples and elders to collaboratively deliberate on countermeasures. This presents an exceptional opportunity, Lin Feng asserted. If we seize it, we may break their siege. An elder furrowed. Should we fail, we could find ourselves in an even more desperate predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolutely replied, without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture its cubs? We have no recourse but to take the risk. Following fervent discussion, they formulated a comprehensive plan. Lin Feng resolved to dispatch an elite squad to stealthily infiltrate the enemy's rear and disrupt their supply lines, while he would. With the plan set, the members commenced their preparations with urgency. Lin Feng observed the bustling disciples, silently praying for success, hoping to usher in a turning point for the sect. Chapter 24 of the first glimmer of hope. Under the guidance of Lin Feng, the members of the sect united in their efforts to confront the dire circumstances that beset them. With unwavering conviction, they ventured deep into the forest. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, and thickets of brambles flourished all around. The disciples advanced with utmost caution, their keen eyes scouring every inch of the ground in search of the precious medicinal herbs. Leading the procession, Lin Feng wielded a short sword, periodically severing the obstructive branches in their path. The group meticulously searched for plants bearing distinctive markings. As time elapsed, beads of sweat drenched their garments, yet no one uttered a complaint, nor did anyone falter in their resolve. At long last, one disciple exclaimed with excitement, I've made a discovery over here. The crowd gathered, and this revelation invigorated their spirits, and they persevered, subsequently uncovering a number of valuable medicinal resources. Although their haul remained insufficient to entirely meet their needs, it alleviated their immediate crisis. Upon their return to the sect, the members, disregarding their fatigue, immediately immersed themselves in the crafting of instruments. Utilizing the materials at hand, they hammered and shaped, producing implements that, while somewhat rudimentary, bore the Meanwhile, a mysterious sage, having heard of Lin Feng's sect's plight, took note of their situation. Esteemed in the martial world and having lived in seclusion for many years, he nonetheless maintained he held Lin Feng in high regard for his character and leadership prowess, and resolved to offer clandestine support. One morning, while the sect was engrossed in their labors, a horse-drawn cart gradually approached. From the vehicle emerged several strangers clad in black, who silently began unloading crates of supplies and a cache of fine weaponry. Lin Feng, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, his expression one of astonishment. The leader of the black-clad figures stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Master Lin, my esteemed master admires your integrity and has tasked us with delivering these provisions as a modest contribution. Overwhelmed with gratitude, it will not be forgotten. May I inquire as to your master's identity? The black-clad man smiled faintly and replied, my master has instructed me to withhold his identity for the time being, as the moment is not yet ripe. As Lin Feng gazed at their receding figures, his heart brimmed with appreciation and admiration. In his ensuing discussions with the confidants of the sage, Lin Feng unexpectedly gleaned a critical weakness of their adversarial sections. Though these factions had united, they were rife with internal discord, each competing for their own interests. Moreover, their logistical supply lines were exceedingly fragile. If severed, chaos would ensue. Lin Feng felt a surge of inspiration and began devising a strategy to exploit this vulnerability. He convened several core disciples and elders to deliberate on their course of action. This presents an exceptional opportunity. Should we seize it, we might shatter their encirclement, Lin Feng asserted. One elder furrowed his brow and cautioned, should our endeavor fail, we could find ourselves in an even more precarious situation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolutely declared, without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one capture the cub? We have no retreat, we must dare to take the risk. Following fervent discussion, they formulated a comprehensive plan. Lin Feng resolved to dispatch an elite squad to stealthily infiltrate the rear of the opposing sects and strike at their supply. With the strategy established, the members commenced their preparations in earnest. Lin Feng observed his industrious disciples, silently praying for their success, hoping to usher in a turning point for the sect. Chapter 25 of the Triumph of the Surprise Attack. As per the meticulously devised plan, Lin Feng dispatched an elite squad under the shroud of night. The darkness enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, dense enough to consume all in its path. Clad in black night attire, the squad members melded seamlessly into the endless abyss, each moving with the agility of phantoms in the night. They weaved through the forest, their footsteps upon the brittle leaves and twigs producing not a whisper. Occasionally, enemy patrols would traverse the area, prompting the squad to swiftly conceal themselves behind bushes or grand trees, their breaths deliberately hushed, only resuming their advance once the patrols had receded. After a grueling passage through the shadows, they silently approached the supply line of the opposing faction. The area was heavily fortified, flickering flames casting erratic shadows, as vigilant guards patrolled restlessly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with acute scrutiny. The squad leader signaled for a halt, and the members stilled, observing the enemy's movements, seeking the opportune moment to strike. At last, with a commanding shout from the leader, the squad members launched their assault. They erupted forth like lightning, their weapons glinting with lethal intent. Some members unleashed precise arrows, felling several guards in an instant. Others leapt into the fray, their blades ruthlessly. The tranquility of the night was shattered by the cacophony of battle cries. Amidst the chaos, several team members rushed to the stockpile of provisions, igniting torches and hurling them towards the towering stacks of supplies. The flames erupted with fervor, illuminating the night sky as thick plumes of smoke ascended into the heavens. Others exerted themselves to dismantle the transport vehicles, severing axles and shattering wheels. Simultaneously, Lin Feng led the main forces into a fierce confrontation on the front lines. Leading from the front, his sword danced in the firelight, each swing accompanied by a spray of crimson. His disciples followed suit, their battle cries resounding like thunder. Although the enemy was momentarily daunted by their fervor, they fought back with tenacity. The clash of blades produced showers of sparks, the shouts. Lin Feng's gaze remained resolute. He understood that the crux of this battle lay in his ability to restrain the majority of the enemy's forces, thus granting the surprise squad the time they required. News of the disrupted supply line swiftly reached the enemy encampment, throwing their ranks into disarray. The commanders gazed in horror at the billowing smoke rising from behind, their hearts swelling with dread. "This is disastrous. The supply line has been severed." Panic ensued among the soldiers, the once solid defensive line now wavering. Lin Feng keenly perceived the enemy's turmoil and bellowed, "Brothers, the enemy! It is time for a full-scale counterattack." At the sound of his command, the morale of his disciples surged, and they launched into an even fiercer assault. Lin Feng charged forth like a valiant lion, leading his comrades into the heart of the enemy's camp. In their confusion, the enemy began to retreat in disjointed ranks, their resistance growing feeble. Lin Feng's forces pressed the advantage, offering no respite to their adversaries. The battlefield was painted red with blood, the bodies accumulated. Yet, within Lin Feng's heart, there was no room for mercy. He understood that showing kindness to the enemy would be a cruelty towards himself and his sect. After a fierce clash, the enemy finally began to crumble, scatter. Lin Feng watched the retreating figures, a victorious smile breaking through his weary countenance. However, he was acutely aware that this was but a temporary triumph. The road ahead remained long, with further challenges awaiting them. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as the sect stood united, nothing would impede their march forward. "Clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded," Lin Feng commanded, his voice hoarse yet imbued with authority. The disciples sprang into action, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, but within that scent, there also blossomed hope and rebirth. Chapter 26 Aftermath. Although Lin Feng's sect emerged on the battlefield, numerous injured lay scattered, their agonized groans echoing through the air. Some bore dismembered limbs, while others were gravely wounded, their blood staining the earth in vast patches. Within the sect, the medical hall was overcrowded with casualties, and the physicians were tirelessly occupied, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. The consumption of medicinal supplies was alarmingly rapid, with those disciples who sustained severe injuries not only endured immense physical pain but were also haunted by psychological scars, waking from nightmares of the horrific conflict. Furthermore, although the rival sects had temporarily retreated, the possibility of their return loomed ominous. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this reality and dared not entertain even a moment of complacency. On one hand, he ordered his disciples to enhance their vigilance. Sentinels were stationed around the sect, and patrols roved tirelessly day and night, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. On the city walls, archers stood poised, their eyes fixed on the horizon, leaving no rustle of leaves or whisper of wind unchecked. On the other hand, Lin Feng set about restoring the vitality of the sect. He organized his disciples to repair the damaged structures and tidy the training grounds, gradually reinstating the normal order of life and practice within the sect. Simultaneously, he personally guided his disciples in their cultivation, hoping to elevate. At this juncture, unfounded rumors began to circulate within the martial world, maligning Lin Feng's sect as cruel and indiscriminate in their slaughter of innocents. These rumors spread like a plague, inciting a considerable uproar. Those who once held respect and goodwill towards Lin Feng's sect began to harbor doubts and fears. Even some factions that had initially sought to ally with Lin Feng's sect grew hesitant and reticent, no longer as proactive as before. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng was consumed with rage. He understood that this was a ploy by his enemies, aiming to tarnish the sect's reputation, isolate them, and weaken their strength. However, he also recognized that anger would not resolve the issue. A calm and measured response was imperative. He convened the core members of the sect to deliberate strategies. What should we do in response to these rumors? One elder suggested, we ought to send envoys to elucidate the truth to the various factions in the martial world and clear our name. Another disciple proposed, why not host a martial assembly, inviting heroes from all corners to witness our sect's righteousness and benevolence firsthand? After a prolonged silence, he stated, the envoy's explanations may be dismissed as mere rationalizations, and organizing a martial assembly would demand substantial resources and he continued, let us send disciples to aid those affected by the conflict, to heal their wounds and help rebuild their homes. Through our tangible actions, we can demonstrate our kindness and sense of responsibility. Realization dawned upon the assembly. Thus, Lin Feng promptly arranged for his disciples to spring into action. Armed with medicines and provisions, they entered the homes of the common people, tending to their injuries and assisting in the repair of their houses. Initially, the citizens were fearful and resistant, but as they beheld the sincerity in the disciples' eyes and their selfless acts of aid, their doubts gradually dissipated. After a period of concerted effort, the rumors began to subside. The common people started to speak in favor of Lin Feng's sect, extolling their virtue and righteousness. Those factions that had once hesitated began to reassess their relationship with Lin Feng's sect. However, Lin Feng understood that this was merely a temporary triumph. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges, and he must remain ever vigilant, leading the sect onward in their endeavors. Chapter 27 A New Horizon. Through a series of diligent efforts, the reputation of the Lin Feng sect gradually regained its former glory. Those who had previously hesitated, adopting a wait-and-see approach, now eagerly extended gestures of goodwill. They dispatched envoys bearing precious gifts and amicable letters, expressing their desire to forge closer ties with the Lin Feng sect. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng undertook a vigorous restructuring of internal affairs. He was acutely aware that a formidable sect requires not only a commendable reputation but also meticulous internal management and robust strength. He reinstated stringent regulations, articulated in the training grounds. He personally supervised their exercises, intensifying the training regimen and assessment standards. Every evaluation was conducted with utmost rigor, leaving no room for complacency or negligence. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in exchanges and collaborations with other righteous sections. Leading his disciples on visits to various sects, he conversed with their leaders and core disciples, sharing martial arts insights and cultivating mutual learning. Through these dialogues, Lin Feng not only showcased together, they deliberated on the landscape of the martial world and strategies for response, analyzing the movements of various factions, predicting potential crises, and collaboratively discussing how to uphold peace and justice in the realm. During one such exchange meeting with other sects, Lin Feng unexpectedly received a mysterious piece of information. It was said that within a distant and hidden ancient ruin lay an unparalleled manual. This manuscript contained profound martial arts principles that could significantly enhance the abilities of its possessor, even enabling them to transcend their current martial realm. This revelation stirred immense waves within Lin Feng's heart, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. Instantly, it captivated the attention of everyone present, sparking hushed whispers and fervent discussions. Lin Feng maintained an outward calm, yet internally he was rapidly contemplating the implications. He understood that acquiring this manual could have immeasurable benefits for the sect's development, not only elevating the strength of the disciples but also significantly. However, he was equally aware that such a treasure would inevitably incite covetousness and fierce competition among the various factions, making this exploratory journey fraught with unknown dangers. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. He paced alone in his study, reflecting on the scenes from the exchange meeting and the discussions that unfolded. The flickering candlelight illuminated his solemn expression. The following morning, he summoned several trusted disciples and elders to deliberate on the matter. The atmosphere in the study was grave. As they gathered in a circle, this may be an opportunity for our sect to rise, but it could also be an enormous trap. One elder broke the silence, voicing his concerns. Various factions will undoubtedly clash violently over this manual. If we involve ourselves, we may become the target of their ire, but if we miss this opportunity and it falls into the hands of nefarious forces, the consequences would be dire, a zealous young disciple eagerly asserted. We must not be daunted by difficulties, we should boldly strive for it. Another elder added, this endeavor will require substantial manpower and resources, and we are utterly ignorant of the conditions surrounding the ruins. The risks are too great. Lin Feng quietly listened to the discourse, gradually forming a resolution in his heart. He raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then spoke, this manual is crucial for the future of our sect. Although it is fraught with peril, we cannot turn a blind eye. However, our approach must be cautious. We must prepare thoroughly. First, we need to gather as much intelligence as possible about the ruins, understanding the terrain, mechanism, Second, we shall select the most elite and experienced disciples to form the exploration team. Finally, we must stockpile ample supplies and weaponry to ensure our safety. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals nodded in agreement. Consequently, Lin Feng began meticulously planning this expedition to the ruins. He issued a selection notice within the sect, prompting an enthusiastic response from the disciples. After a rigorous selection process, dozens of skilled, intelligent, and courageous disciples were chosen. They trained day and night, mastering various combat techniques and response strategies simultaneously. Lin Feng dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence about the ruins. Some infiltrated taverns, others disguised themselves to approach reclusive martial artists who might possess knowledge of the situation. Over time, they gradually pieced together a rough outline of the ruins and some possible entrances. However, just as they were intensively preparing to embark, discordant voices began to emerge within the sect. Some expressed concerns that this expedition could plunge the sect into crisis once more, arguing against the risks of. Others harbored secret jealousy towards the selected disciples, attempting to undermine the mission through subterfuge. Lin Feng detected these undercurrents and acted decisively. At a sect assembly, he sternly. For those who intentionally sought to sabotage the mission, he imposed appropriate punishments as a deterrent. Finally, on a sunny morning, Lin Feng led his disciples on the journey to the ruins. With their packs on their backs and weapons in hand, their eyes sparkled with determination and anticipation. Along their path, they braved the elements, traversing dense forests and scaling treacherous peaks. At times, they faced inclement weather, with fierce winds and torrential rains testing their resolve. At other moments, they encountered ferocious beasts, necessitating fierce battles for survival. Yet, they never faltered, supporting one another as they progressed step by step. Before them lay either an extraordinary manual or boundless peril. Regardless, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his belief that they were prepared to confront any unknown challenges that awaited them. Chapter 27. A new horizon. Through a series of endeavors, the reputation of the Lin Feng sect gradually regained its former glory. Those factions that had once hesitated and adopted a wait-and-see approach now proactively extended their goodwill. They dispatched envoys bearing precious gifts and amicable letters, expressing their desire to forge closer ties with the Lin Feng sect. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng undertook a thorough restructuring of the internal affairs of the sect. He understood that a formidable sect must not only possess a commendable reputation but also uphold rigorous internal management and possess substantial strength. He meticulously revised the sect's regulations, detailing explicit. On the training grounds, he personally supervised the disciples' drills, intensifying the training regimen and assessment criteria. Each evaluation was conducted with strict oversight. He led his disciples on visits to various sects, where they shared martial insights with their leaders and core disciples, exchanging experiences in cultivation. Through these interactions, together, they deliberated on the dynamics of the martial world and strategies for response, analyzing the movements of various factions, predicting potential crises, and collectively discussing how to maintain peace and justice in the realm. During one such exchange meeting, Lin Feng unexpectedly received a mysterious piece of news. It was said that within a remote and secret ancient ruin lay an unparalleled tome. This manuscript contained profound martial arts essence, capable of. This revelation sent tremors through Lin Feng's heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up considerable waves of thought. The news immediately captured the attention of all present. Hushed whispers and fervent discussions ensued, while Lin Feng maintained a calm facade. His mind raced with contemplation. He recognized that acquiring this tome could have immeasurable benefits for the sect's development. Not only could it elevate the disciples' prowess, but it could also significantly enhance the sect's standing in the martial community. However, he was acutely aware that such a treasure would inevitably provoke the covetousness and conflict among various factions, Upon returning to the sect, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. He paced alone in his study, reflecting on the various scenarios discussed during the exchange meeting. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that mirrored his serious demeanor. The following morning, he summoned several trusted disciples and elders to deliberate on the matter. The atmosphere in the study was grave, as they gathered around. This may be an opportunity for our sect's resurgence, but it could also be a tremendous trap. One elder broke the silence. If we involve ourselves, we may become the target of their ire. But if we let this opportunity slip away and it falls into the hands of malevolent forces, the consequences could be dire. We should boldly strive to seize it. Another elder countered, this endeavor will require substantial manpower and resources, and we know nothing of the ruins. The risks are simply too great. Lin Feng, he raised his hand to signal for silence, then spoke. This tome is crucial to our sect's future. Although it is fraught with danger, we cannot remain passive. However, we must proceed with caution and be thoroughly prepared. First, we must gather as much intelligence as possible about the ruins, including the terrain, potential traps, and any dangers that may lurk within. Secondly, we shall select the most elite and experienced disciples to form an exploration. Finally, we will ensure an ample supply of resources and weaponry, leaving nothing to chance. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Feng began meticulously planning this expedition to the ruins. He issued a notice within the sect regarding the selection process, prompting many disciples to eagerly volunteer. After rigorous screening, he ultimately selected several dozen highly skilled, courageous, and astute disciples. They practiced day and night, familiarizing themselves with various combat strategies and responses. Concurrently, Lin Feng dispatched multiple teams of scouts to gather intelligence about the ruins. Some infiltrated taverns and tea houses within the martial world, seeking information from travelers. Others disguised themselves to approach hermits who might possess insider knowledge. After a period of diligent effort, they gradually pieced together a rough outline of the ruins and potential entrances. However, just as they were on the brink of departure, discordant voices began to emerge within the sect. Some expressed concerns that this endeavor might plunge the sect back into peril, arguing that they should not risk pursuing the unknown tome. Others, envious of the chosen disciples, secretly plotted to undermine the mission. Lin Feng detected these undercurrents and acted decisively. At a sect assembly, he sternly reprimanded those who wavered in their resolve, emphasizing the importance of unity and discipline. For those who sought to sabotage the efforts, he imposed appropriate penalties. Finally, on a sunlit morning, Lin Feng led his disciples on the journey to the ruins. They set forth with their packs and weapons, their eyes brimming with determination and anticipation. Along the way, they braved the elements, traversing dense forests and scaling treacherous peaks. At times, they faced inclement weather, with fierce winds and torrential rains testing their resolve. At other moments, they encountered ferocious beasts, requiring them to fight valiantly for their survival. Yet, they never wavered, supporting one another as they progressed steadfastly towards their goal. Before them lay either an extraordinary tome or boundless peril. Regardless, Lin Feng was resolute in his belief that they were prepared to confront any unforeseen challenges that awaited them. Chapter 28, The Expedition of Ruins. Lin Feng led his disciples through countless trials and tribulations, finally arriving at the legendary site of the ruins. The scene before them elicited an involuntary gasp of astonishment. Towering, steep peaks loomed overhead, resembling colossal and majestic sentinels that tightly encircled this enigmatic realm. Nestled between the mountains was a narrow, rugged pathway, winding its way toward the entrance of the unknown ruins. At the entrance, a dense mist swirled like a mysterious veil, undulating slowly. This fog seemed almost alive, occasionally coalescing and at other times dispersing, making it difficult to discern what lay within. Gazing at the enveloping mist, Lin Feng felt a surge of inexplicable reverence, yet his eyes reflected more determination and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng boldly stepped forward, plunging. His disciples followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence. Upon entering the ruins, an intangible yet powerful pressure assailed them, as if the very space were resisting their presence as uninvited guests. Each individual felt a weight upon their chest, their breaths quickening. The sensation of being observed intensified, as though unseen eyes from the depths of darkness coldly scrutinized their every move. The air around them grew heavy, evoking an indescribable feeling of oppression. The path beneath their feet was intricate and convoluted, resembling a meticulously designed labyrinth. The walls were embedded with peculiar gemstones that emitted a faint yet mysterious glow. Lin Feng tread carefully, each step taken with caution as he tested the ground, wary of triggering any unforeseen mechanisms. One disciple, overwhelmed by anxiety, inadvertently stepped on an unassuming tile. In an instant, a whistling sound erupted as countless arrows shot forth from small openings in the walls. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted, his form flashing as he wielded his sword with the swiftness of lightning, deflecting the incoming projectiles. The other disciples quickly reacted, employing their martial skills to evade or defend against this sudden onslaught. The barrage of arrows, akin to a tempest, persisted for a brief moment before finally ceasing. However, several disciples had been unfortunate enough to sustain injuries, their garments stained with blood. Lin Feng promptly assessed their wounds, applying rudimentary bandages to staunch the bleeding. As they continued onward, they encountered a vast pitfall. The ground, which had appeared solid, suddenly gave way without warning, forming a deep abyss. The pit was littered with sharp stakes. A fall would undoubtedly result in grievous injuries. Quick-witted, Lin Feng seized a disciple who was on the verge of tumbling down, yanking them back with great effort. "Watch your step, tread carefully," Lin Feng admonished loudly. The tension among the group heightened, each step taken with utmost caution. At a fork in the path, several corridors emerged before them. Lin Feng halted, scrutinizing the subtle traces around him. The left corridor appeared tranquil, devoid of any unusual signs. The right corridor bore faint footprints. Master, let us take the left path, it seems safer, one disciple suggested. Although the right bears footprints, they may be clues left by those who came before us. We shall proceed to the right. Heeding Lin Feng's command, the group cautiously ventured into the right passage. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, strange sounds echoed within the corridor, as if something stirred in the darkness. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a spacious hall. In the center stood a colossal stone statue, its face contorted in a grotesque expression, eyes glimmering with an ominous light. Be cautious, this statue is likely formidable, Lin Feng warned. No sooner had he spoken than the statue sprang to life, swinging its massive arms and lunging toward them. The disciples scattered, each employing their unique skills to engage in a fierce battle with the statue. Lin Feng, swift as lightning, leapt into the air, aiming his sword directly at the statue's eyes. The statue adeptly evaded their assaults while launching counterattacks. After a harrowing clash, they finally discerned a weakness in the statue's defenses. Lin Feng seized the moment, delivering a decisive strike to the statue's vital point. The statue immediately ceased its movements, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. At this juncture, they were utterly exhausted, their garments tattered and torn. Let us rest for a moment to regain our strength, Lin Feng instructed. The disciples promptly settled on the ground, retrieving water and provisions from their packs to replenish their energy. Unbeknownst to them, deeper within the ruins, even more unimaginable challenges awaited. Chapter 28. The ruins expedition. Lin Feng, leading his disciples through countless hardships, finally arrived at the fabled site of the ruins. The sight before them elicited an involuntary gasp. Towering peaks, steep and perilous, reached towards the heavens, standing like colossal and regal sentinels that encircled this enigmatic realm. Between the mountains lay a narrow, rugged path, winding its way towards the entrance of the unknown ruins. At the threshold, thick mist swirled like a mysterious veil, undulating and shifting with a life of its own. This vapor seemed to coalesce and disperse intermittently, rendering any insight into its depths elusive. As Lin Feng gazed at the enveloping fog, a wave of inexplicable reverence surged within him, yet his eyes conveyed a greater sense of resolve and determination. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng boldly stepped forward, immersing himself in the shrouded mist. His disciples followed closely, their footsteps resonating distinctly in the silence. Upon entering the ruins, an invisible yet formidable pressure assaulted. Each individual felt a weight upon their chest, their breaths becoming hurried. The sensation of being watched intensified, as though unseen eyes from the depths of darkness scrutinized their every move. The surrounding air grew heavy, suffused with an inexplicable sense of oppression. The path beneath their feet was a convoluted labyrinth, intricately designed. Embedded within the walls were peculiar gemstones that emitted a faint yet mysterious luminescence, seemingly either guiding them or ensnaring their minds in confusion. Lin Feng treaded cautiously, each step taken with utmost care to avoid triggering any unknown mechanisms. One disciple, overwhelmed by anxiety, inadvertently stepped on an inconspicuous tile. Instantly, a flurry of arrows whizzed forth. The other disciples quickly sprang into action, employing their martial skills to evade or parry the sudden onslaught. The barrage of arrows raged like a tempest for a brief moment before finally ceasing. However, several disciples had already suffered injuries, blood staining their garments. Lin Feng swiftly assessed their wounds, performing rudimentary bandaging. Pressing onward, they encountered a vast trap. What initially appeared to be solid ground suddenly gave way without warning, revealing a bottomless pit filled with sharp wooden stakes. A single misstep would result in grievous injury. With remarkable agility, Lin Feng seized a disciple who was on the verge of plummeting, pulling them back with great effort. Be cautious of your footing, tread carefully. Their nerves heightened, each step was taken with acute vigilance. At a fork in the path, several corridors unfolded before them. Lin Feng paused, meticulously examining the subtle traces in their surroundings. The left passage appeared tranquil, devoid of any signs of disturbance. The right bore faint, indistinct footprints. Master, let us take the left path, it seems safer, proposed one. The right, though marked by footprints, may provide us with clues left by those who came before. We shall proceed right. Heeding Lin Feng's directive, they cautiously entered the right corridor. As they delved deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Strange sounds echoed within the passage, as if something lurked in the shadows, eager to spring forth. Suddenly, they emerged into a spacious hall. In the center stood a colossal stone statue, its visage grotesque, eyes gleaming with a This statue may be formidable, Lin Feng warned. No sooner had he spoken than the statue sprang to life, swinging its massive arms and lunging toward them. The disciples scattered, each employing their unique skills to engage in a fierce battle with the statue. Lin Feng moved like a flash, soaring into the air, his sword aimed directly at the statue's eyes. The statue adeptly evaded their assaults while launching counterattacks. After a harrowing struggle, they finally discerned the statue's vulnerability. Lin Feng seized the moment, delivering a decisive strike to its critical point. The statue halted abruptly and crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Exhausted and with their garments tattered, the group took a moment to rest and replenish their strength. "Let us pause for a while and regain our energy," Lin Feng advised. The disciples settled down, retrieving water and provisions from their packs to quickly restore their vitality. Unbeknownst to them, deeper within the ruins, even more unimaginable challenges awaited. Chapter 29, Perilous Crisis. After a harrowing exploration, Lin Feng and his companions delved deeper into the ruins. The light grew increasingly dim, and the atmosphere around them became increasingly ominous and foreboding. At this juncture, they arrived at a shadowy corridor, permeated by a nauseating stench reminiscent of decaying plant matter and the fetid remains of animals, which elicited a sense of revulsion. The walls were ensnared by unknown vines, as thick as an arm, oozing a viscous liquid that shimmered with an eerie luster in the faint light. Suddenly, a chilling rustle echoed through the air, as a horde of enormous venomous spiders surged forth from the darkness. These monstrous arachnids were each the size of a millstone, their bristling hairs glimmering with an otherworldly blue hue in the shadows, a testament to their lethal venom. Their eyes glowed with a menacing crimson light, and venom dripped from their sharp fangs as they lunged forward, ready to attack. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples swiftly formed a protective circle, back to back, gripping their weapons tightly, steeling themselves for the impending assault of the venomous spiders. The spiders advanced like a relentless tide, and in a moment of distraction, one disciple was bitten on the arm. Instantly, his limb swelled to an ominous black hue, and the excruciating pain forced a pained scream from his lips. "Endure it!" Lin Feng commanded, cleaving the offending spider in two with a swift stroke of his sword. Yet, more spiders charged forth, and the disciples fought valiantly, their blades clashing with the venom in a deadly dance. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was precise and fierce, each strike finding its mark on the spiders' vital points, yet they continued to pour in, seemingly inexhaustible. Their stamina waned rapidly, while the onslaught of the venomous spiders intensified. "This cannot continue, we must locate their lair and eradicate them at once," Lin Feng proclaimed. One disciple pointed towards the depths of the corridor. Along the way, many disciples sustained injuries, but they pressed on, bolstered by their unwavering resolve. At last, they arrived at a vast cavern, the very lair of the venomous spiders. Countless arachnids scuttled within, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Feng took a deep breath and declared, "Let us all charge in without mercy." The disciples shouted in unison, rushing into the cave. Lin Feng unleashed his ultimate techniques, his sword energy slicing through the air as the spiders fell before him. The other disciples summoned their utmost strength, engaging in a fierce battle against the venomous foes. Amidst the chaos, Lin Feng spotted a colossal spider king within the cave, its size dwarfing that of the other spiders, adorned with intricate patterns that marked it as the leader of the horde. "Focus your attacks on the spider king," Lin Feng commanded. The disciples rallied in response, redirecting their efforts towards the formidable creature. The Spider King spewed forth torrents of venom in an attempt to thwart their advance, but Lin Feng and his comrades pressed on fearlessly, inching closer. With a swift leap, Lin Feng channeled all his inner strength into his sword and thrust it towards the Spider King's head. The beast fought valiantly, yet succumbed to Lin Feng's overwhelming assault, collapsing to the ground. As the Spider King fell, the remaining spiders panicked and fled. Lin Feng and his disciples seized the opportunity, dispatching them one by one. Though they emerged victorious from this harrowing confrontation, the cost was steep. Many disciples were gravely injured and required immediate medical attention. Lin Feng gazed at his weary companions, filled with guilt and concern. Yet, there was no time for respite, for more unknown dangers lurked within the ruins, awaiting their next challenge. "Gather your spirits. We must press on and uncover the secret scrolls." Lin Feng encouraged his comrades. The disciples steeled themselves, following Lin Feng deeper into the enigmatic ruins. Chapter 30 of the Mysterious Guardian. Lin Feng and his companions had just managed to escape the onslaught of the venomous spiders, each of them panting heavily, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they were confronted with a new predicament. Before them, a mysterious figure began to materialize. This person was tall, enveloped in a hazy aura that obscured their features. However, the formidable presence emanating from them crashed upon the group like a surging tide, leaving them momentarily breathless. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Esteemed elder, we mean no offense. We have merely come in search of the legendary tome. We hope you might grant us a favor." Yet, the enigmatic figure seemed impervious to his words, remaining silent and inscrutable. As anxiety began to fester among the group, the mysterious individual suddenly moved. In an instant, he appeared before one of the disciples and struck with a swift blow. The disciple had no time to react and was sent flying by an overwhelming force, crashing against the wall and falling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted furiously, brandishing his sword as he advanced. The guardian strikes were ferociously sharp, each blow imbued with the might of a tempest. Lin Feng felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. Seeing their leader embroiled in a fierce struggle, the other disciples gritted their teeth and rushed to his aid. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the cacophony of battle cries reverberated throughout the space. However, the Guardian's strength was overwhelming. The disciples' assaults seemed futile against him. He moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through the crowd with ease, each strike inflicting injury upon a disciple. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. He understood that if this continued, both he and his disciples would meet their demise here. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he focused intently on the Guardian's techniques. Suddenly, Lin Feng discerned a pattern in the Guardian's formidable attacks. A spark ignited within him, and he shouted, "Everyone, disperse, attack according to my instructions." Upon hearing this, the disciples swiftly spread out. As Lin Feng engaged the Guardian, he orchestrated the movements of his comrades. United, they gradually formed an effective offensive and defensive formation. The Guardian seemed to sense the shift in dynamics, intensifying his onslaught. Yet, Lin Feng and his companions no longer acted in panic. Instead, they responded with measured composure. Seizing an opening in the Guardian's defenses, Lin Feng lunged forward with a powerful thrust of his sword. The Guardian evaded by sidestepping, but this momentary maneuver caused him to momentarily falter. The other disciples capitalized on this opportunity, unleashing their most potent techniques against the Guardian. Caught off guard by this sudden coordinated assault, the Guardian's luminescence dimmed slightly. Lin Feng recognized the critical moment and pressed forward, his blade aimed directly at the Guardian's vital points. However, just as Lin Feng believed victory was within reach, the Guardian unleashed an even greater surge of power. His aura flared brilliantly, forcing Lin Feng and his companions several steps back. "Humph, do you truly believe you can pass through here?" The Guardian finally spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, echoing as though it were a call from the. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "Esteemed elder, we seek to uphold justice in the martial world, to enhance our strength in the fight against malevolent forces. We implore you to grant us passage." The Guardian scoffed derisively. "Justice? Within these ruins, only the strong are worthy to speak of justice." With that, he launched another assault, this time with even greater ferocity. Would Lin Feng and his companions be able to overcome this enigmatic Guardian and continue their adventurous quest? The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 30 of The Mysterious Guardian. Lin Feng and his companions had just managed to evade the relentless assault of the venomous spiders, each of them panting heavily, their garments tattered and stained with blood. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a new predicament presented itself before them. A mysterious figure gradually materialized. This individual was tall, enveloped in a hazy aura that obscured his features. However, the formidable presence radiating from him bore down upon the group like surging waves, causing their breaths to hitch. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and said, "Esteemed elder, we mean no offense. We have merely come in search of the legendary tome. We humbly request your assistance." Yet, the enigmatic figure remained unresponsive, silent as the grave. As unease settled in the hearts of the group, the mysterious figure suddenly sprang into action. In a mere blink, he appeared before one of the disciples and struck out with devastating force. The disciple barely had time to react before being sent flying by an overwhelming power, crashing against the wall and falling to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, unconscious. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted in anger, drawing his sword and advancing. The mysterious figure's strikes were astonishingly fierce, each blow infused with the might to topple mountains. Lin Feng felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Seeing their leader embroiled in a fierce battle, the other disciples gritted their teeth and charged forward. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the echoes of battle cries. Yet, the mysterious Guardian's strength was overwhelming. The disciples' attacks seemed futile against him. He moved with an ethereal grace, weaving effortlessly through the throng, each strike incapacitating a disciple. Desperation clawed at Lin Feng's heart. He understood that if this continued, both he and his disciples would meet their demise here. He fought to quell his inner turmoil, striving to remain calm as he scrutinized the Guardian's techniques. Suddenly, Lin Feng discerned a semblance of pattern in the Guardian's formidable attacks. A thought sparked within him, and he called out, "Everyone, spread out and attack according to my instructions." Upon hearing his command, the disciples swiftly dispersed. Lin Feng engaged the Guardian, vocally directing the movements of his comrades. Coordinating their efforts, they gradually formed an effective offensive and defensive formation. The mysterious figure appeared to sense the shift in dynamics, intensifying his assault. Yet, Lin Feng and his companions no longer flailed in panic. Instead, they responded with measured precision. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Lin Feng lunged forward with a fierce thrust of his sword. The Guardian sidestepped, but this evasion caused a brief moment of stasis in his movement. The other disciples seized this opportunity, unleashing their most potent techniques upon the Guardian. Caught off guard by this sudden coordinated onslaught, the Guardian's luminous aura dimmed ever so slightly. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Lin Feng pressed the attack, his blade aimed directly at the Guardian's vital points. However, just as victory seemed within grasp, the Guardian erupted with an even greater force. His aura surged brilliantly, sending Lin Feng and his companions stumbling back several paces. "Humph, do you think you can pass through here with such feeble strength?" The Guardian finally spoke, his voice deep and gravelly, echoing as if from the annals of time. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "Esteemed elder, we seek justice for the martial world. To strengthen ourselves against malevolent forces. We implore you to grant us passage." The Guardian scoffed, "Justice? In this relic, only the powerful have the right to speak of justice." With that, he launched another assault, this time with an even more ferocious intensity. Would Lin Feng and his comrades prevail against this enigmatic Guardian and continue their perilous journey? The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 31. The difficult reconciliation. Confronted with the formidable and merciless onslaught of the enigmatic Guardian, Lin Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Their stamina waned with each passing moment, wounds multiplied across their bodies, and blood stained their garments, yet they persevered, gritting their teeth in grim determination. Just as despair began to engulf them, teetering on the brink of surrender, Lin Feng suddenly discerned an old injury upon the Guardian's form. Positioned on his left shoulder, though obscured by fabric, the fierce battle occasionally revealed glimpses of the wound, its surrounding aura heavy and sluggish. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Feng's eyes as he realized this might present an opportunity. Drawing a deep breath, he called out, "Esteemed elder, your old wound remains unhealed, undoubtedly a testament to numerous tribulations endured. We are not your adversaries, why not cease hostilities and converse?" The Guardian paused momentarily, his aggression faltering, yet his gaze remained laced with wariness and suspicion, his weapon still firmly in hand. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng continued, "Elder, our entry into the ruins was solely to seek knowledge and enhance our strength, with the aim of safeguarding peace in the martial world, not for selfish desires. Currently, malevolent forces run rampant, leaving the common folk in despair. We urgently require formidable power to oppose them. Should you be willing to trust us, we would gladly join you in seeking a remedy for your old wound, and we hope you will permit us passage to acquire the scriptures capable of saving the realm." The Guardian, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, fell into contemplation. His gaze swept across Lin Feng and his companions, seemingly assessing the veracity of their claims. An oppressive silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the group and the sound of blood dripping from their injuries. After a prolonged interval, the Guardian gradually lowered his stance of aggression, though his demeanor remained icy. "Young man, I sincerely hope your words ring true. I have guarded this ruin for many years, encountering countless individuals with nefarious intentions. Should you dare to deceive me, I shall ensure your return is impossible." Lin Feng promptly assured him, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would never utter a single untruth." The Guardian scoffed, "Very well, then speak. What means do you propose to heal my old wound?" After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng replied, "Elder, our understanding of your injury is limited, yet within my sect dwells a master of medicine. Once we emerge from this place, I will surely summon him to tend to your ailment. Furthermore, it is possible that within these ruins lie treasures or methods capable of remedying your condition, and we can search for them together." The Guardian remained silent for a spell before responding, "Humph, I shall grant you this chance. But remember, should I uncover any treachery on your part, I will not hesitate to act without mercy." Lin Feng nodded earnestly, "Thank you for your trust, esteemed elder, we shall not disappoint you." Thereafter, the group took a moment to recuperate. Lin Feng directed his disciples to tend to the wounds of their injured comrades while he engaged the Guardian in dialogue, seeking to glean further insights regarding the ruins and the scriptures. "Esteemed elder, might I inquire about the secrets concealed within these ruins? Where might the scriptures be hidden?" Lin Feng inquired. The Guardian regarded him with a steady gaze, speaking slowly, "This ruin is a legacy from an ancient powerhouse, fraught with peril. As for the scriptures, they are said to be located in a hidden chamber deep within the ruins. However, reaching that place necessitates overcoming numerous trials." A shiver ran through Lin Feng, yet his resolve remained unwavering. "Thank you for enlightening me, esteemed elder. Regardless of the challenges we may face, we shall not falter." Once they had regained their strength, Lin Feng and his companions, under the guidance of the enigmatic Guardian, pressed onward into the depths of the ruins. Along the way, they encountered several traps and mechanisms, yet with the Guardian's assistance, they navigated through them unscathed. However, just as they believed everything was progressing favorably, a new peril stealthily approached. Chapter 32. A new crisis. Under the guidance of the enigmatic Guardian, Lin Feng and his companions delved deeper into the ruins. The atmosphere surrounding them grew increasingly ominous and sinister, as mysterious runes etched upon the walls flickered with an eerie light, seemingly narrating ancient and arcane tales. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from ahead, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. Infused with boundless rage and ferocity, the entire corridor began to tremble subtly, with small fragments of stone occasionally dislodging from above. A colossal beast emerged from the shadows, its form reminiscent of a mountain, each step reverberating through the ground. Its body was cloaked in scales as hard as iron, reflecting a cold, piercing light in the dim illumination. Its enormous eyes blazed like fiery orbs, radiating a chilling malice, while the scorching flames it exhaled ignited the surrounding air instantaneously. Panic swept through the group. Many disciples were so taken aback by this sudden horror that they staggered backward in fright. Lin Feng felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, yet he understood that he must feign composure, lest his companions succumb to despair. "Everyone, remain calm, steady your positions," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the quaking passage. The enigmatic Guardian's expression darkened as he cautioned, "This is the Guardian Beast of the Ruins, exceedingly ferocious, be vigilant." The beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed another roar, the sound waves crashing against the souls of those present like monstrous waves. Some disciples clutched their ears, crumpling to the ground in agony. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering as he focused intently on the beast, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He knew that a direct confrontation would not yield success. He needed to uncover the creature's vulnerabilities to have any chance of survival. Scatter and seek opportunities to strike its weak points, Lin Feng urged, darting toward the creature's left flank. The disciples responded in kind, some leaping onto the walls to launch an aerial assault, while others circled around to position themselves behind the beast, poised to act. The beast, sensing the commotion, furiously lashed its tail, sending several disciples hurtling through the air. They crashed against the walls and fell to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Feng leapt onto the creature's back, raising his sword to strike at its scales. However, the blade merely sparked against the impenetrable armor, failing to inflict any meaningful damage. The beast, realizing Lin Feng's intentions, began to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge him. Lin Feng clung desperately to the creature's scales, refusing to be thrown off. At that moment, one astute disciple noted that the beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel, yet the constant movement of its head made aiming a challenge. "Master, target its eyes," the disciple shouted. Lin Feng, hearing the call, felt a surge of determination. With every ounce of strength, he painstakingly maneuvered closer to the creature's head. The beast, sensing Lin Feng's approach, escalated its wild thrashing. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach its eyes, the creature abruptly reared back and unleashed a torrent of flames. Lin Feng was instantly engulfed by the inferno, his garments ignited, and his skin seared. Yet, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he thrust his sword toward the beast's eye in a final act of defiance just as the flames threatened to consume him. The beast let out a piercing scream of agony, its massive body convulsing violently as it began to lash out at everything around it. Seizing this opportunity, the group launched their most potent attacks. In an instant, streams of sword energy, gusts of wind, and hidden weapons hurtled toward the beast. Gradually, the creature succumbed to exhaustion under the relentless assault, its movements slowing, its body. Ultimately, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Feng slid down from the beast's back, utterly spent as he lay on the ground. The disciples quickly gathered around him, their faces etched with concern and admiration. "Master, are you unscathed?" Lin Feng managed a faint smile. "I am well. How is everyone faring?" Upon taking stock, although numerous disciples bore injuries, fortunately, none had perished. The group took a brief respite before pressing onward, acutely aware that more dangers may yet lie ahead. Chapter 32. A new crisis. Under the guidance of the enigmatic Guardian, Lin Feng and his companions ventured deeper into the ruins. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly sinister and eerie, as mysterious runes on the walls flickered with an otherworldly glow, seemingly narrating ancient and arcane tales. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from ahead, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. Laden with boundless fury and ferocity, the entire corridor began to tremble slightly, with small fragments of stone occasionally cascading from above. From the shadows emerged a colossal beast, its form reminiscent of a mountain, each step reverberating through the ground. Its body was sheathed in scales as hard as iron, reflecting a chilling glint in the dim light. Those enormous eyes blazed like burning orbs, radiating a terrifying menace, while the searing flames it exhaled ignited the surrounding air in an instant. The group was struck with sheer terror, many disciples recoiling in fright from this sudden and horrifying apparition. Lin Feng too felt a chill creeping up his spine, yet he understood that he must project calmness, otherwise, despair would engulf them all. Do not panic, steady yourselves. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating through the trembling passageway. The mysterious guardian's expression grew grave as he warned, "This is the guardian beast of the ruins, exceedingly ferocious, tread carefully." The beast opened its cavernous maw and unleashed another deafening roar, the sound waves crashing into the hearts of those present like a mighty tidal wave. Some disciples covered their ears, collapsing in anguish upon the ground. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the beast, his mind racing to devise a strategy. He knew that a head-on confrontation would be folly. They must identify the creature's weaknesses to have even a glimmer of hope. Disperse and seek opportunities to strike at its vulnerabilities. Lin Feng shouted, darting towards the left flank of the beast. The disciples responded in kind, some leaped onto the walls to launch aerial assaults, while others circled behind the creature, biding their time. Of the beast, sensing their movements, furiously lashed its tail, sending several disciples crashing through the air. They slammed against the walls before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Seizing the moment of distraction, Lin Feng leapt onto the beast's back, raising his sword to thrust it into the tough scales. However, the blade merely sparked upon impact, inflicting no substantial harm. Of the creature, sensing Lin Feng's presence, began to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge him. Lin Feng clung tightly to its scales, determined not to be thrown off. At that moment, a clever disciple observed that the beast's eyes appeared to be its weak point, though targeting them proved difficult due to the creature's incessant head movements. "Master, aim for its eyes," the disciple shouted. Lin Feng, inspired by the call, steeled himself, summoning every ounce of strength. He painstakingly maneuvered closer to the beast's head. The creature, now aware of Lin Feng's intent, struggled even more fiercely. Just as Lin Feng was about to reach its eye, the beast reared back, unleashing a torrent of flame. In an instant, Lin Feng was engulfed by fire, his garments igniting and his skin scalded. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and at the critical moment before the flames consumed him, he thrust his sword towards the beast's eye. The creature let out an agonizing howl, its body convulsing violently, and it began to lash out indiscriminately at everything around it. Seizing this opportunity, the onlookers unleashed their most potent attacks. In an instant, sword energies, palm strikes, and hidden weapons flew toward the beast. Under the relentless assault, the creature gradually succumbed to exhaustion, its movements growing sluggish and its body riddled with wounds. Ultimately, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust billowing into the air. Lin Feng slid down from the beast's back, collapsing onto the ground in sheer fatigue. The disciples hastily surrounded him, their faces etched with concern and admiration. "Master, are you all right?" they inquired anxiously. Lin Feng managed a weak smile. "I am unscathed. How is everyone else faring?" After a brief assessment, although many disciples were injured, miraculously, none had perished. They took a moment to recuperate before pressing onward, fully aware that further dangers may await them ahead. Chapter 33 of The Mystery of the Secret Chamber. After vanquishing the guardian beasts, Lin Feng and his companions, weary yet resolute, pressed onward. They traversed the dimly lit passage, their hearts a tumult of anxiety and anticipation, for the fabled secret chamber awaited them just ahead. At last, at the passage's terminus, a heavy stone door loomed before them, its ancient surface etched with intricate runes and enigmatic symbols, emanating an aura of age-old mystery. Gathering before the door, the group scrutinized the runes and symbols with great care. Some disciples attempted to touch the door, seeking to discern its hidden meanings, while others delved into their minds, recalling the ancient knowledge imparted by their sect, hoping to uncover relevant clues. As moments ticked by, fervent discussions erupted, yet they remained unable to decipher the means to unlock this formidable door. An atmosphere of unease began to permeate the ranks. In the midst of their collective despair, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. His gaze flitted across the stone door, and memories of the myriad scenes experienced within the ruins, along with the elusive hints witnessed, cascaded through his mind. Suddenly, a vision of a mysterious mural scene on the passage walls resurfaced in his thoughts. The mural bore similar runes and symbols, seemingly arranged in a particular order and pattern. A spark ignited within Lin Feng, prompting him to juxtapose the runes from the mural with those on the stone door. "Silence, everyone. I believe I have discerned something." Lin Feng's voice pierced through the clamor of debate. Instantly, the group hushed, all eyes fixed upon him. Lin Feng continued, "In a passage we traversed earlier, there existed a mural, its runes bearing resemblance to those upon this door. I suspect this may be the key to unlocking the secret chamber." With that, he began to etch the runes he remembered from the mural onto the ground with his sword, endeavoring to correlate and align them with those on the door. The disciples encircled him, their gazes fixed on his every movement with bated breath. After meticulous comparison and experimentation, Lin Feng finally discerned a pattern. He realized that the runes on the door appeared to follow a specific sequence, which correlated with the positions of celestial bodies as suggested by the mural. "Quickly, everyone, channel your inner strength into the corresponding positions of these runes," Lin Feng urged fervently. The disciples promptly complied, placing their palms against the stone door and gradually infusing it with their energy. Initially, the door remained unmoving. However, as their collective power surged, the door began to tremble slightly, and the runes gradually ignited with a luminous glow. Lin Feng's heart raced. He sensed they might have struck upon the correct method. Put forth more effort, he cried out. The group gritted their teeth, pouring forth the last remnants of their inner strength without reservation. At long last, a deep, resonant rumble echoed from the stone door as it slowly ascended. An ancient breath of air wafted from within the secret chamber, and the group's gazes eagerly darted toward the interior. However, the sight that met their eyes plunged them once more into perplexity. The chamber was filled with an array of peculiar artifacts and statues, the walls shimmering with bizarre lights, and at the center, upon a stone pedestal, lay an ancient tome radiating a mysterious glow. Yet, the path to the pedestal was fraught with various traps and intricate puzzles. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng cautioned, "Everyone, tread carefully, we have arrived at the final juncture, and we must not falter now." Would they succeed in navigating these obstacles and seize the coveted tome? Chapter 34 Perilous Obstacles. The door to the secret chamber creaked open, releasing a wave of musty and enigmatic air that enveloped them. Lin Feng and his companions cautiously stepped inside, each stride imbued with trepidation. After advancing just a few paces, the ground suddenly emitted a dull thud, and without warning, it began to sink, revealing a row of razor-sharp spikes. The dim light glimmered off the deadly points, sending a shiver down their spines. Alarmed, they instinctively reacted, swiftly employing their agile skills to leap aside. A few disciples, caught off guard, narrowly avoided plummeting into the lethal trap, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Before they could regain their footing, a series of whistling sounds erupted from the walls on either side, as countless hidden arrows rained down upon them. With remarkable quickness, Lin Feng shouted, "Be careful," and brandished his sword, creating a dazzling flurry of steel that deflected the incoming projectiles. The other disciples swiftly followed suit, wielding their weapons to fend off the unexpected onslaught. The barrage of arrows persisted for a brief moment before finally ceasing. The group exhaled in relief, yet none dared to let their guard down. They continued to advance with caution, each step fraught with unknown peril. Ahead of them, a massive stone gate began to descend, emitting a thunderous roar. Realizing it was about to block their path, Lin Feng cried out, "Hurry, charge through." The group quickened their pace, racing towards the stone barrier. Lin Feng led the charge, channeling all his internal energy as he swung his sword at the descending gate. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew, leaving a deep gash upon the stone, yet it showed no sign of halting its descent. At that moment, the other disciples unleashed their most powerful techniques, striving to halt the relentless fall of the gate. However, it continued its merciless descent, drawing ever closer to the ground. "Everyone, exert your strength together," Lin Feng urged once more. United in purpose, they pooled their internal energies and directed them towards the stone gate. Through their collective effort, the gate's descent finally slowed, but time was running short, and the space available to them was rapidly shrinking. Lin Feng's heart raced. If they could not pass through this gate in time, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a surge of formidable internal power, causing his sword to radiate with brilliance. "Break for me," he bellowed, pouring all his might into a single strike. With Lin Feng's all-out assault, a minuscule crack finally appeared in the stone gate. The sight invigorated the group, prompting them to redouble their efforts. At last, the gate, unable to bear the strain, shattered with a resounding crash, reducing itself to a pile of rubble. They surged through the remnants of the gate, pressing onward, fully aware that the path ahead was fraught with even greater challenges. Next, they encountered a chasm filled with seething magma, the intense heat making it nearly impossible to approach. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and noticed several massive stone slabs nearby, which seemed suitable for use as a bridge to traverse the molten expanse. Carefully step on the stone slabs. Move quickly, he instructed. One disciple bravely stepped onto a slab, but the intense heat rendered it exceedingly brittle. After just a few steps, the slab suddenly fractured, and the disciple fell into the magma, instantaneously reduced to ashes. The group gasped in horror, dread filling their hearts. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng declared, "I will go first, follow in my footsteps." He cautiously stepped onto the slab, moving swiftly forward. The slab creaked ominously beneath him, threatening to give way at any moment. Yet, with his exceptional agility and composed demeanor, Lin Feng successfully reached the opposite side. The other disciples followed suit, one after another crossing the lava-filled chasm. However, before they could catch their breath, a colossal mechanical puppet materialized before them. Constructed entirely of metal, it was impervious and wielded a massive iron hammer, each strike packing tremendous power. Lin Feng and his companions found themselves compelled to engage in battle once more, confronting the formidable automaton in a fierce struggle for survival. Would they triumph over these daunting obstacles and obtain the coveted? The outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 34 Perilous Challenges. The door to the secret chamber creaked open, releasing a wave of musty and enigmatic air that enveloped them. Lin Feng and his companions cautiously stepped inside, each stride imbued with trepidation. As they advanced a few paces, the ground unexpectedly emitted a dull thud, and then began to collapse, revealing a row of sharp, menacing spikes. These lethal points glimmered ominously in the dim light, sending shivers down their spines. Alarmed, the group instinctively reacted, executing agile leaps to the side. A few disciples, caught off guard, narrowly escaped falling into the deadly trap, drenched in cold sweat. Before they could regain their footing, a series of whistling sounds erupted from both sides of the walls, as countless hidden arrows rained down upon them. With remarkable swiftness, Lin Feng shouted, "Be careful," and deftly wielded his sword, creating a flurry of dazzling sword blossoms that deflected the incoming arrows. The other disciples quickly followed suit, brandishing their weapons to fend off the sudden onslaught. The barrage of arrows persisted for a brief moment before finally ceasing. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, yet none dared to lower their guard. They continued to advance cautiously, each step fraught with the unknown. Ahead, a colossal stone gate began to descend with a resounding thud, threatening to obstruct their path. "Quickly, rush through," Lin Feng urged, as the group hastened their pace towards the looming barrier. Taking the lead, Lin Feng summoned all his inner strength and struck the stone gate with his sword. The clash echoed like a bell, sending sparks flying, and leaving a deep gash on the stone surface, yet the gate showed no sign of halting its descent. At that moment, the other disciples unleashed their most formidable techniques, striving to impede the gate's inexorable fall. However, the stone gate continued its relentless plunge, drawing ever closer to the ground. "Everyone, push with all your might," Lin Feng shouted once more. United in purpose, they pulled their inner energy and directed it towards the stone gate. Their combined efforts gradually slowed its descent, but time was of the essence, and the space left for them was dwindling. Lin Feng's heart raced, knowing that if they could not pass through the gate in time, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, he erupted with a surge of powerful internal energy, the brilliance of his sword radiating intensely. "Break for me," he bellowed, channeling every ounce of strength into this singular strike. Under the force of his full power, a faint crack finally appeared in the stone gate. The sight invigorated the group, and they fervently poured forth their energy. At last, the gate, unable to withstand the strain, shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering into a pile of rubble. They surged through the remnants of the gate and pressed onward, acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with even greater challenges. Next, they encountered a trench filled with seething, molten lava, the oppressive heat rendering it nearly unbearable to approach. Lin Feng scanned the area and noticed several massive stone slabs nearby, which appeared to serve as a bridge to cross over. "Step carefully on the slabs, and be swift," Lin Feng instructed. One disciple boldly stepped onto a slab, but the intense heat rendered it exceedingly fragile. After just a few steps, it abruptly fractured, sending the disciple plunging into the lava, instantly reduced to ashes. A collective gasp echoed through the group, dread filling their hearts. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. "I will go first, follow my lead." He cautiously ascended the slab, moving swiftly across. The slab creaked ominously beneath him, threatening to give way at any moment. Yet, with his exceptional agility and steady demeanor, Lin Feng successfully reached the opposite side. The other disciples followed suit, each crossing the molten trench one by one. However, before they could catch their breath, a colossal mechanical puppet materialized before them. Constructed entirely of metal, it was immensely sturdy, wielding a massive iron hammer that delivered devastating blows with each swing. Lin Feng and his companions found themselves compelled to engage in yet another fierce battle against this mechanical adversary. Would they manage to overcome these formidable obstacles and obtain the coveted secret manual? The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 35 of The Light of Hope. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally triumphed over the mechanical puppet. Under the relentless assault of the group, its metallic form gradually became battered and broken, ultimately collapsing to the ground, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. All were left panting heavily, their garments soaked with sweat, many bearing fresh wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and anticipation for the future. Without a moment's respite, they pressed on, hearts brimming with fervent desire, until they arrived at the stone pedestal that housed the ancient tome. The book emanated a mysterious and alluring glow, as if beckoning them closer. However, just as they prepared to reach for the tome, an unusual radiance suddenly enveloped the surroundings, followed by the emergence of a formidable barrier, keeping them at bay. This barrier resembled a translucent wall, seemingly intangible yet utterly unbreakable. The group endeavored to breach it using various means. Some attacked with weapons, while others unleashed their inner strength, but the barrier remained impervious. In the midst of their despair and confusion, the enigmatic guardian's figure slowly materialized. His expression retained an air of inscrutability, his gaze calm as he surveyed the crowd. "This barrier cannot be shattered by mere brute force," the mysterious guardian intoned, his voice resonating through the stillness of the chamber. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired urgently, "Then how can we break it?" The guardian's eyes deepened with wisdom as he replied, "To dismantle this barrier, one must wield the power of sincerity and justice. The group exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the Guardian's words. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke, "The power of sincerity and justice, esteemed elder, could you elaborate further?" The Guardian slightly tilted his head, as if lost in recollection, before stating, "This tome, bequeathed by an ancient sage, was not intended to bestow great power upon an individual for selfish desires, but rather to be claimed by those who possess a heart of justice and sincerely seek the welfare of all beings. If you can prove your sincerity and righteousness, the barrier shall yield." Lin Feng felt a stirring within, declaring, "Elder, our quest to enter the ruins and seek this tome is driven by our desire to enhance our strength to combat the malevolent forces of the world and safeguard the innocent. Surely, this suffices to demonstrate our sincerity and justice?" The Guardian shook his head. "Words alone are insufficient, it is through deeds and the conviction of the heart that one must prove themselves." Lost in thought, Lin Feng reflected on the myriad trials they had faced and the comrades who had suffered injuries or even sacrificed their lives for the sake of justice. His gaze grew resolute. "Fellow disciples, let us quiet our minds and recall our original intentions, the reasons we embarked on this arduous journey," Lin Feng proclaimed. One by one, they closed their eyes, reminiscing about their noble aspirations. In that moment, the chamber fell silent, save for the sound of their collective breaths. Lin Feng's heart swelled with unwavering dedication to justice and the weight of responsibility for his sect's future, silently vowing, "I pledge to devote my life to safeguarding justice and protecting all that I hold dear." As if sensing the steadfast conviction within Lin Feng and his companions, the barrier began to tremble, its light flickering erratically. The Guardian's eyes sparkled with surprise, urging, "Continue, do not falter." With renewed focus, Lin Feng and his companions concentrated on their inner beliefs, channeling all their sincerity and righteous power. At last, the barrier erupted in a blinding radiance before gradually dissipating. Overcome with emotion, Lin Feng stepped forward and grasped the tome. The moment his hands made contact, he felt a powerful and warm energy coursing through him. "We have succeeded," the group erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, Lin Feng understood that this was merely a new beginning. They bore an even greater responsibility to wield this hard-won tome to bring peace and justice to the realm. Chapter 36, The Power of Legacy. Upon obtaining the ancient tome, Lin Feng and his companions brimmed with anticipation as they prepared to exit the hidden chamber. Yet, at that very moment, the tome erupted in a dazzling radiance, casting a brilliant light that transformed the chamber into a scene as luminous as day. A surge of formidable energy surged into Lin Feng's body like an overwhelming tide. He felt his meridian swell with pain, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly piercing through him, engulfing him in agony. Unable to suppress a muffled groan, his body involuntarily trembled. Visions of bizarre images and profound martial techniques flashed incessantly through his mind, each sequence rapid as lightning, leaving him utterly bewildered. Some depicted fierce clashes between masters, showcasing exquisite techniques. Others revealed a serene valley where a celestial figure practiced alone, exuding an aura of mystery. Still others portrayed a battlefield ablaze with conflict, where heroes valiantly defended their homeland with exceptional martial prowess, their spirits ablaze. These images intertwined, sending Lin Feng's mind into a near state of chaos. He endeavored to untangle the flood of sudden information, yet the powerful force remained unbridled, rampaging within him. The other disciples anxiously gathered around, their faces etched with worry and concern. "Master, are you all right?" one disciple could not help but inquire. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, unable to respond. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat cascaded down like rain. "Everyone, do not panic. We must find a way to assist our master," an elder disciple called out. However, in the face of such a mysterious and potent force, they all felt utterly helpless. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as though he were a small boat amidst a tempestuous sea, on the brink of capsizing. Yet, the conviction in his heart remained unwavering. He understood he must endure this force, for failure would not only jeopardize his own efforts but also extinguish the hope of the entire sect. He bore the excruciating pain, striving to regulate his breath, attempting to channel the energy through his meridians. Each attempt was accompanied by piercing agony, yet he persevered. Gradually, Lin Feng discerned that while the energy was wild, it appeared to possess a certain rhythm. He calmed his mind, meticulously attuning himself to the flow of the power, guiding it step by step in the right direction. As moments ticked by, Lin Feng's complexion remained pallid, yet a glimmer of hope began to emerge in his gaze. "Master seems to be improving," one disciple exclaimed in delight. Hearing this, the others turned their attention to Lin Feng, noticing that his trembling had lessened and his breathing was becoming more stable. Focusing intently, Lin Feng continued to wrestle with the energy. Ultimately, after a protracted and agonizing struggle, he began to tame the force, allowing it to flow orderly through his meridians and integrate into his internal strength. When the last vestige of power was fully under his control, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his gaze. "Master, you are unharmed." "What a relief," the disciples cheered. Lin Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "I am well, though this power is immense. with unwavering belief, we can master it. The disciples nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy and admiration. Now, let us hasten our departure and bring the secrets of the tome back to the sect, Lin Feng declared. The disciples responded in unison, surrounding him as they exited the hidden chamber, yet unbeknownst to them, as they departed, subtle changes began to unfold within the chamber, hinting at deeper secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 37 of The Path of Return. Lin Feng and his companions embarked on their journey back to their sect. Armed with the coveted manual, their emotions were a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. They were elated to have finally acquired the tome, yet anxious about the myriad unknown dangers that lay ahead. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. Lin Feng, taking the lead, wore a solemn expression, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings intermittently. The disciples, too, were on high alert, gripping their weapons with unwavering resolve. However, their movements had not gone unnoticed by the malevolent forces that had long coveted the manual. This nefarious group, composed of notorious ruffians from the underworld, was ruthless and would resort to any means to achieve their ends. Upon learning that Lin Feng and his companions had obtained the manual, they gathered a multitude of skilled fighters to lay an ambush along the path that Lin Feng and his group were destined to traverse. As they entered a secluded valley, the towering peaks loomed above, shrouded in a veil of mist that sent a chill through the air. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the valley's tranquility. Almost instantly, a horde of cloaked figures emerged from every direction, brandishing sharp blades, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples quickly formed a protective circle around him, their eyes warily fixed on the encroaching foes. "Hand over the manual, and perhaps we might spare your lives," sneered the leader of the black-clad assailants. Lin Feng glared with defiance. "Never, you vile scoundrels shall not lay your hands on the manual." With that, he surged forward, his sword striking like lightning toward the assailant. The leader deftly sidestepped, countering with a vicious slash. In an instant, they were locked in fierce combat, the clash of steel echoing throughout the valley. The other disciples joined the fray, engaging in a fierce struggle against their adversaries. The valley was soon filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the glint of blades. Lin Feng's swordplay was fierce, each move infused with formidable inner strength, yet the leader proved to be a formidable opponent, his swordsmanship cunning and unpredictable, leading to a fierce stalemate. At that moment, one disciple inadvertently exposed a weakness and was swiftly wounded by a black-clad foe. Lin Feng's attention diverted, the leader seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of relentless attacks, forcing Lin Feng to retreat, the situation growing increasingly dire. "Master, be careful," cried a disciple as he valiantly rushed to intercept an attack meant for Lin Feng. Overwhelmed with a mix of fury and sorrow, Lin Feng roared, his sword technique intensifying, momentarily pushing the leader back. "Hold firm, everyone, we shall break through." Lin Feng encouraged his disciples, inspired by his rallying cry, their spirits soared as they unleashed their unique skills in a desperate bid to fight back against their foes. Yet, the overwhelming numbers and training of the enemies soon began to take their toll, their bodies marred with wounds, stamina waning. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Feng discerned a flaw in the enemy's formation. "Follow me," he bellowed, leading his disciples toward the opening. After a fierce and bloody struggle, they finally pierced through the encirclement, carving a path of escape. "Do not let them flee, pursue," shouted the leader of the black-clad warriors in frustration. Lin Feng and his companions, refusing to pause, sprinted with all their might, traversing the valley and leaping across streams, not daring to relent for a moment. At last, as dusk approached, they beheld the outline of their sect. "It's the sect, we are almost there," one disciple exclaimed with joy. Lin Feng and his companions quickened their pace, racing toward the sanctuary. Yet, the relentless enemies remained hot on their heels. Just as they were about to reach the sect's gates, Lin Feng halted. "You all go ahead, I will hold them off," he declared. "Master, no. We must leave together," the disciples urged in unison. "Enough with the chatter, this is an order." Lin Feng bellowed, with tears in their eyes. The disciples rushed into the sect, and Lin Feng turned to face the pursuing foes, his gaze resolute. Would he be able to fend off the adversaries and protect the manual along with his disciples? Chapter 37 The Path of Return. Lin Feng and his companions embarked on the journey back to their sect, armed with the precious manual. Their hearts were a tumult of excitement and trepidation. The thrill of finally obtaining the coveted text clashed with the anxiety of the potential perils that lay ahead. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. Lin Feng led the group with a grave expression, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings with caution. The disciples remained on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly. However, their movements had not gone unnoticed, for a nefarious force, long coveting the manual, had discovered their whereabouts. This malevolent group, composed of notorious villains from the martial world, was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Upon learning that Lin Feng and his companions had acquired the manual, they rallied a formidable number of skilled fighters, laying an ambush on the path that Lin Feng and his party were destined to traverse. As they entered a secluded valley, the towering peaks loomed above, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that imbued the air with an unsettling chill. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of the valley. In an instant, a horde of figures clad in black surged forth from all directions, brandishing sharp blades and exuding a murderous intent. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples quickly formed a protective circle around him, their eyes fixated warily on the encroaching foes. "Lin Feng, surrender the manual, and perhaps we shall spare your lives," sneered the leader of the black-clad assailants. Lin Feng glared fiercely. "Not a chance, you vile scoundrels shall never lay your hands on the manual." With that, he surged forward, his sword striking like lightning towards the leader. The villain sidestepped, retaliating with a swift slash. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce clash, the sound of clashing steel reverberating throughout the valley. The other disciples also engaged fiercely in combat with their adversaries. The valley erupted into a cacophony of shouts and the glint of blades. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was fierce, each strike was imbued with immense inner strength, yet, the leader of the black-clad men was no ordinary foe. His knife techniques were devious and unpredictable, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, a disciple inadvertently exposed a weakness and was swiftly injured by one of the black-clad assailants. Lin Feng, distracted by the incident, found himself pressed by a renewed assault from the leader, forcing him to retreat under the onslaught, and the situation grew dire. "Master, be careful," a disciple bravely rushed over, intercepting a blow meant for Lin Feng. A surge of anger and despair coursed through Lin Feng as he bellowed, his swordplay intensifying with newfound ferocity, driving the leader back several paces. "Hold your ground, we shall break through." Lin Feng encouraged his disciples, their spirits lifted by his rallying cry. Inspired, the disciples unleashed their unique skills, fighting fiercely against the enemy. Yet, the sheer number and training of their foes began to overwhelm Lin Feng and his companions. They bore numerous wounds, their stamina waning. Just as despair began to take root, Lin Feng suddenly perceived a flaw in the enemy's formation. "Follow me," he exclaimed, leading his disciples toward the gap. After a grueling struggle, they finally broke through the encirclement, carving a bloody path to freedom. "Don't let them escape. Pursue them," the leader of the black-clad men shouted in exasperation. Lin Feng and his companions dared not pause, sprinting with all their might. They traversed the valley and crossed streams, never allowing themselves a moment's respite. At last, as twilight descended, they glimpsed the outline of their sect. "It's the sect, we're almost there," a disciple cried out in exhilaration. Lin Feng and his comrades quickened their pace toward the sanctuary. Yet, the relentless pursuers remained hot on their heels. As they approached the grand entrance of the sect, Lin Feng abruptly halted. "You all go ahead, I will hold them off," he declared. "Master, no. We must leave together," the disciples protested. "Enough of this, that is an order." Lin Feng bellowed. With tears in their eyes, the disciples dashed into the sect. Lin Feng turned to face the oncoming foes, determination blazing in his eyes. Could he withstand the assault, safeguarding both the manual and his disciples? Chapter 38 Sect Support. Lin Feng faced the relentless pursuit of his foes alone, his spine straightened, and his gaze resolute and unyielding, prepared for a fight to the death. The wind howled past the edges of his garments as he gripped his sword tightly, the veins on his hand bulging, as if the blade had become an extension of himself. The enemies closed in like ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with greed and murderous intent, as though victory was already within their grasp. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt the internal energy within him begin to surge wildly. He understood that this might be the most arduous battle of his life. At that critical moment, the masters within the sect sensed the commotion outside. The sect leader, leading a cadre of core disciples, arrived with the swiftness of a tempest. Clad in flowing white robes, his gaze was sharp and penetrating, his presence akin to a beacon of hope. "Lin Feng, do not fear, we are here." The leader's voice resonated through the air, imbued with strength and authority. With the arrival of the sect's masters, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The leader darted into the enemy ranks, his movements fluid and graceful, each strike infused with profound internal force, swiftly dispatching several foes. The other masters, unwilling to lag behind, unleashed their own formidable techniques. Some wielded swords with exceptional skill, their blades dancing like phantoms, preventing the enemies from closing in. Others employed powerful fist techniques, each punch accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sending foes reeling. And still others excelled in hidden weapons, their lethal projectiles flashing through the air, leaving enemies wounded. Witnessing the sect's support, a surge of formidable strength welled up within Lin Feng. No longer did he fight alone. Behind him stood the unwavering support and trust of his entire sect. With a fierce cry, he charged once more into the fray, his swordplay even more fierce, each strike imbued with lethal determination. Under the concerted efforts of the sect's masters, the forces of evil began to retreat in disarray. The once arrogant enemies now wore expressions of terror and despair. They realized that they were no longer facing a group of easily vanquished opponents, but rather a united and immensely powerful force. Retreat! Quickly, retreat! The leader of the black-clad men shouted. Sensing the dire turn of events, however, the sect members would not let them escape so easily. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the leader of the black-clad men, pursuing him like a shadow. The leader fought while retreating, his heart brimming with fear. Today is your day of reckoning. Lin Feng roared, his sword transforming into a streak of cold light, aimed directly at the throat of the black-clad leader. The leader desperately defended himself, but Lin Feng's strike was like a raging torrent, breaking through his defenses. The blade sliced through, and blood gushed from the leader's throat as his eyes widened in disbelief and dread, before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining enemies lost their will to fight, scattering in all directions. Yet, the sect members had already sealed off their escape routes, leaving none to flee. After an intense pursuit, most of the enemies were either eliminated or captured. The battlefield was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, and while Lin Feng and his companions were utterly exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and pride. Thanks to everyone's support, we have triumphed, Lin Feng said to the sect leader and the other masters. The leader smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. This is the honor of our entire sect. The sacred texts must never fall into the hands of evil. However, just as they were preparing to return to the sect, they suddenly discovered that a few enemies had slipped away amidst the chaos. They will surely return for revenge. We must be fully prepared, one master expressed with concern. The leader nodded. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall strengthen the sect's defenses and intensify our training to enhance our strength. The group nodded in agreement, acutely aware that the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Would they be able to utterly eliminate the threat of evil and safeguard the sacred texts and the tranquility of the sect? All remained uncertain. Chapter 39 Post-war respite. In the aftermath of the Great Conflict, the sect was engulfed in a flurry of activity. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, while the sun cast a mournful light upon the ravaged battlefield. Injured disciples were swiftly attended to, as makeshift medical tents bustled with the frantic efforts of healers. The groans of the wounded reverberated through the air. Some disciples bore wounds so grave that bone was visible, while others lay pallid and unconscious from excessive blood loss. Beads of perspiration adorned the foreheads of the physicians, yet their hands never faltered, skillfully bandaging and administering ointments to save each life to the best of their ability. The congregation began to clear the battlefield and assess their losses. Some disciples silently gathered the belongings of their fallen comrades, tears brimming in their eyes, as each item held a fragment of memory and a profound bond of friendship. Tattered weapons and garments, once symbols of valor and glory, now felt unbearably heavy. Standing atop a rise, Lin Feng and the sect leader surveyed the grim scene before them, their hearts a tumult of emotions. The leader sighed deeply and remarked, "Though we have achieved victory in this great war, the price we have paid is exceedingly steep." Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Master, we must ensure that the sacrifices of our disciples are not in vain. We must fortify our sect to prevent further incursions by malevolent forces." The leader nodded, determination glinting in his eyes. Indeed, we must glean lessons from this battle and prepare ourselves thoroughly. The two then turned and entered the council hall to deliberate on how to bolster the sect's defenses. Lin Feng spoke first. "Master, I propose that we establish traps and formations around the sect to deter enemies from approaching with ease." The leader nodded slightly. "That is a commendable idea, but the deployment of such formations requires experts well versed in the art, and we must deliberate carefully." Lin Feng continued, "Could we not augment our patrols and increase their frequency to enhance surveillance of the surrounding area?" The leader pondered for a moment. "This is indeed necessary, yet we must also consider the rest and rotation of our disciples, ensuring they do not become overexerted." After discussing defensive strategies, they turned their thoughts to potential future assaults by the forces of evil. The leader, with a furrowed brow, stated, "Having returned defeated, they will undoubtedly seek retribution and gather more allies." Lin Feng frowned. "Shall we send scouts to ascertain their movements, thereby knowing both ourselves and our adversaries?" The leader agreed. "This is a prudent course of action, but we must also be mindful of our scouts' safety." Lin Feng added, "We could also forge alliances with other righteous sects to collectively confront the malevolent forces." The leader's eyes brightened. "This is an excellent strategy, though finding trustworthy allies is no simple task." Simultaneously, they contemplated how to utilize the secret manuals to enhance the sect's overall strength. Lin Feng proposed, "Master, the martial secrets contained within the manuals are profound. Could we select a few exceptionally gifted disciples for your personal tutelage?" The leader shook his head. "The manual should not be revealed lightly. We must be judicious in our choice of students to prevent them from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Lin Feng reflected, perhaps we could first assemble several seasoned elders to study the manuals together and distill methods suitable for our disciples' cultivation. The leader nodded in agreement. This approach is feasible, yet researching the manuals will require time and effort. We must not rush it. Just as their discussion reached a fervent pitch, a disciple hurried in with alarming news. Master, there is trouble, several severely injured disciples have suddenly deteriorated. Upon hearing this, the leader and Lin Feng exchanged worried glances and immediately rose to head towards the medical tent. Would they be able to resolve the myriad challenges before them and rejuvenate the sect to face the future's trials? All remained uncertain. Chapter 40 The Surge of Cultivation. After extensive discussions and preparations, the sect resolved to commence targeted training for its disciples in accordance with the ancient texts. This announcement spread through the sect like a gentle spring breeze, igniting a fervor among the disciples, each of whom was eager and brimming with excitement and anticipation. Before the first rays of dawn had fully illuminated the sect, the training grounds were already teeming with disciples. Clad in neatly pressed training garb, they stood tall and spirited, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their training. As a clear bell chimed, the training officially began. The disciples formed small groups as previously designated, embarking on their individual cultivation journeys. Some groups focused on the intricate practices of internal energy. They sat in meditation, eyes closed, breathing rhythmically, striving to guide their internal chi along the meridian pathways outlined in the texts. Other groups practiced sword techniques, where flashes of steel danced and the sound of wind whistled, each move executed with precision and intent. Meanwhile, another group delved into the mysteries of boxing, their punches powerful and vigorous, exuding an air of fierce dynamism. The entire training ground was suffused with vibrant energy and an intense atmosphere of cultivation. The young disciples were all fervent and diligent, acutely aware that this opportunity for training was rare and precious. They aspired to enhance their abilities, contributing their strength to the honor of the sect and the righteousness of the martial world. However, the martial arts delineated in the texts were profound and complex, not easily mastered. Many disciples encountered challenges during their training. Some struggled to smoothly channel their internal energy during meditation, resulting in chaotic breathing and even signs of misalignment. Others found themselves baffled by the intricate swordplay described in the texts, their movements appearing stiff and clumsy. While yet others grappled with the subtleties of boxing, either exerting too much force and injuring themselves or failing to generate sufficient power to unleash the full potential of their techniques. Confronted with these challenges, the disciples remained undeterred, engaging in discussions and assisting one another, yet they still could not fully resolve their issues. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Feng and the sect leader personally arrived at the training grounds to provide guidance. The leader, seasoned and wise, first observed the disciples' training conditions before offering detailed explanations tailored to the issues encountered by each group. For those struggling with internal energy cultivation, he patiently adjusted their breathing, guiding the flow of their chi and imparting techniques and insights for better control. For those facing difficulties with swordplay and boxing, he demonstrated each movement, meticulously breaking down the actions and elucidating the essential points and nuances. Lin Feng assisted the leader, sharing an age similarity with the disciples, which allowed him to empathize with their confusion and challenges. He articulated the profound theories of the texts in accessible language, sharing his own experiences and lessons learned during his cultivation, enabling the disciples to grasp concepts more swiftly. Under the direct guidance of Lin Feng and the leader, the disciples gradually discovered the correct methods of training, overcoming the obstacles that had previously beset them. Their progress in cultivation became markedly evident, and their confidence grew stronger. Yet, just as they made strides, a new dilemma emerged. Due to the rigorous intensity of their training, some disciples began to experience fatigue and injuries. This prompted Lin Feng and the leader to ponder once more how to ensure the effectiveness of the training without compromising the disciples' physical well-being. Would they be able to devise the perfect solution, allowing the disciples to navigate their cultivation journey with ease? The answer remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 41 Breaking through the bottleneck. Under the meticulous guidance of Lin Feng and the sect leader, the disciples managed to resolve some of their challenges. However, a number of them remained ensnared at the threshold of their cultivation, unable to make any significant progress. This intangible barrier loomed before them like an imposing wall, obstructing their path and filling them with profound frustration and confusion. Among them, a disciple named Xiaofeng felt particularly anxious and helpless. Xiaofeng was known for his diligence and hard work, exhibiting a remarkable passion and innate talent for martial arts. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to fully grasp a particular set of martial techniques. Each practice session saw him falter at crucial moves, and his internal energy application fell short of the precision and fluidity demanded by the form. His heart was heavy with anxiety as he observed his peers gradually advancing while he remained stagnant, the weight of his pressure mounting with each passing day. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his abilities, and he even entertained thoughts of giving up. Lin Feng, perceptive to Xiao Feng's plight, recognized him as a disciple of great potential who had merely lost his way for the moment. Thus, he resolved to craft a personalized training plan to assist him in overcoming his bottleneck. On a tranquil night, Lin Feng summoned Xiao Feng to a secluded courtyard, where the moonlight cascaded like silver upon them. Xiao Feng, I am aware of your recent struggles, but do not despair. This bottleneck is merely temporary, Lin Feng said gently with his head bowed and a tinge of despondency in his voice. Xiao Feng replied, Brother Lin, am I simply too foolish? Why is it that others can progress while I cannot? Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xiao Feng, you are not foolish. Rather, you are too eager for immediate results. This martial art emphasizes the harmony of heart and intention and energy and strength. You have focused excessively on the superficial aspects of the techniques, neglecting their intrinsic essence. Xiao Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. What should I do, Brother Lin? With a soft smile, Lin Feng offered his counsel. From tomorrow onward, rise each morning to meditate on the mountain peak for an hour, attuning yourself to the breath of nature and calming your mind. After that, I will accompany you to practice the fundamentals of this martial art anew, immersing yourself in each movement without haste, prioritizing quality over speed. Xiao Feng nodded, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes once more. In the days that followed, Xiao Feng strictly adhered to Lin Feng's plan. Each morning, he would sit alone atop the mountain, facing the rising sun, inhaling the crisp air to cultivate a sense of tranquility and focus within. During the day, Lin Feng patiently guided him through the practice of the martial techniques, meticulously correcting every movement, posture, and even the expressions on his face. Lin Feng encouraged Xiao Feng to envision his fist imbued with immense power capable of shattering all obstacles at the moment of striking, and to imagine himself as a leaf dancing in the wind during his footwork. Gradually, Xiao Feng began to comprehend the essence of the martial art, his movements became increasingly fluid, and his application of internal energy grew more adept. Yet, just as he believed he was on the verge of breaking through his bottleneck, he encountered a new challenge. During one practice session, Xiao Feng suddenly felt his internal energy surging chaotically within him, rendering him unable to control it, and his body became rigid with tension. He looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng, however, remained calm and composed. Xiao Feng, do not be afraid, this is a sign of impending breakthrough. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and guide your internal energy with intention. Following Lin Feng's instructions, Xiao Feng endeavored to calm himself and attempted to steer the tumultuous flow of energy. Seconds turned into minutes, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, the chaotic energy began to stabilize, coursing through his body along the correct meridian pathways. Xiao Feng opened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment and excitement. Brother Lin, I believe I have succeeded. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, Xiao Feng, you have taken a pivotal step forward, but do not relax just yet. Continue to consolidate and practice. With Lin Feng's assistance, Xiao Feng ultimately transcended his bottleneck, experiencing a qualitative leap in his martial skills. Witnessing Xiao Feng's success, the other disciples who faced similar impasses were greatly inspired, intensifying their efforts in pursuit of breakthroughs. The atmosphere of cultivation within the sect grew ever more vibrant. Would they be able to showcase their formidable strength and the challenges that lay ahead? Chapter 42 The resurgence of the external foe. As the members of the sect diligently cultivated their skills, gradually enhancing their powers, the previously vanquished malevolent force, having regrouped, assembled once more, now with an even more formidable presence. The once serene sky was obscured by billowing clouds of dust. The ominous sound of thundering hooves and the distant cries of battle sent shivers down the spines of many. The alarm bells of the sect rang out in urgent tones, their echoes reverberating through the valleys, shattering the tranquility of the past. Upon hearing the warning, the disciples swiftly ceased their training, their expressions grave and resolute as they armed themselves and swiftly assumed a state of readiness for combat. Standing atop the sect's fortress walls, Lin Feng gazed intently at the approaching adversaries, his countenance somber. His eyes scanned the throngs of dark figures, silently calculating their numbers and strength. The disciples beside him braced themselves, their gazes betraying both tension and determination. Remain calm, everyone, execute our previously devised strategy. Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonant and powerful, striving to steady the spirits of his comrades. In unison, the disciples responded, their voices echoing into the heavens. At that moment, the sect leader also ascended to the walls, his eyes filled with trust and anticipation as he regarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng, we rely on your command this time. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Rest assured, sect leader, I shall not fail in my mission. As the enemy drew ever closer, their banners snapping in the wind, their menacing visages became increasingly discernible. Leading the charge was a burly man, astride a magnificent black steed, brandishing a colossal battle axe, his gaze brimming with a thirst for bloodshed. Lin Feng, today marks the end of your sect, the giant roared. Lin Feng responded with a cold smirk, "As long as I stand, you shall not set foot within our domain." With that, Lin Feng commanded, "Archers, prepare." The archers on the walls drew their bows, aiming at the foes below. "Fire!" Lin Feng ordered, and a deluge of arrows rained down upon the enemy. A cacophony of cries erupted from the ranks of the assailants, many falling to the ground, struck by the arrows, yet they did not falter. Instead, they surged forward with renewed ferocity towards the walls. Unfazed, Lin Feng continued to direct the battle. Catapults, ready! Massive stones were hurled towards the enemy, exploding amidst their ranks, causing chaos and carnage. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. As those in the front fell, more surged to take their place. They erected ladders and began to scale the walls. "Brothers, follow me into battle!" Lin Feng cried, leading the charge against the climbing foes. The disciples followed suit, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. Blades clashed and blood splattered. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was nothing short of lethal, each thrust claiming the life of an adversary. Yet, the relentless tide of enemies continued to surge forth, the situation becoming increasingly dire. At that moment, several elite foes leapt forth from the throng, launching an assault upon Lin Feng. Undeterred, he engaged them in a desperate struggle, but their formidable prowess soon began to overwhelm him. "Lin Feng, be careful," a disciple shouted, rushing in recklessly to intercept a fatal blow aimed at Lin Feng. Overcome with grief and fury, Lin Feng unleashed a ferocious roar, his swordplay intensifying as he swiftly dispatched one of the enemy's skilled fighters. The other disciples fought valiantly, refusing to allow the enemy to advance even a single step. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of slaughter, both sides locked in a stalemate. Observing the fallen comrades around him, Lin Feng silently vowed to protect the sect and its sacred texts, even at the cost of his own life. In this pivotal moment of life and death, could the members of the sect withstand the onslaught of their external foes? What sacrifices would they be compelled to make? Chapter 43 of the final battle of life and death. The intensity of the battle escalated, with the cacophony of war cries ringing in their ears, as both sides were ensnared in a deadly struggle. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, threatening to induce nausea. Lin Feng weaved through the throng, his sword having quenched its thirst on the blood of countless foes, his garments stained crimson with both enemy and his own blood. His gaze was resolute and piercing, each swing of his blade imbued with a lethal determination. However, the protracted conflict began to take its toll on his stamina. In a moment of negligence, he was pierced in the left arm by an enemy spear. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, yet he gritted his teeth and, with a fierce roar, retaliated with a swift strike that dispatched his assailant. The disciples of the sect suffered grievous losses, yet not a single one faltered, their eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, vowing to stand or fall with their sect. Some disciples, grievously wounded, clutched their weapons tightly, leaning against the wall to continue the fight. Others lay amidst pools of blood, expending their last ounce of strength to launch hidden weapons at their adversaries in their final moments. The battlefield was a chaotic maelstrom, where glimmers of blades and flashes of swords intertwined, and the air was thick with the gore of flesh. Amidst the tumult, Lin Feng fought valiantly while keenly observing the state of the battle. He noted the enemy surging forth like a relentless tide, a wave of urgency swelling within him, yet he understood that panic would yield no advantage. He must remain calm and devise a strategy to turn the tide. Just then, Lin Feng astutely detected a flaw in the enemy's formation. The ferocity of their assault had sown discord in their ranks, resulting in a disconnection between their rear forces and the main body. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng's heart. This might be the pivotal opportunity to reverse the outcome of the battle. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the pain and bellowed, "Brothers, charge with me. A gap has emerged in the enemy's rear." Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, the disciples rallied, their spirits rejuvenated as they gathered around him. Leading the charge, Lin Feng surged towards the enemy's vulnerability. His sword danced like a tempest, and wherever it struck, foes fell in droves. The disciples followed closely, their morale soaring, and the air was filled with the resounding cries of battle. The enemy, caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, found their once unyielding formation descending into chaos. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng guided his disciples through the enemy ranks with relentless ferocity, as if traversing an unguarded realm. "Steady! Maintain your formation," the enemy leader shouted, but by then, it was too late to avert the impending disaster. Witnessing the panic and confusion among the enemy, Lin Feng's conviction in victory solidified. He continuously urged his disciples, "Dig deep, we are on the brink of victory." Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples grew increasingly valiant, their onslaught gradually dismantling the enemy's defenses. Some foes began to scatter in terror, fear permeating their ranks. Yet Lin Feng remained grounded, aware that despite their current triumph, the enemy still possessed combat capability. If they did not eradicate the threat entirely, a regrouping could pose an even greater peril. Leave no enemy unscathed. Eradicate them completely. Lin Feng commanded with authority. The disciples answered his call, pursuing the fleeing adversaries with relentless fervor. After a fierce chase, the majority of the enemy forces were either vanquished or captured. Gradually, the battlefield fell silent, leaving only the groans of the wounded and the labored breaths of the exhausted. Lin Feng surveyed the scene, bodies strewn across the ground and his weary disciples, and a wave of emotions washed over him. This was a Pyrrhic victory, yet they had succeeded in defending their sect and safeguarding their sacred texts. You have all labored tirelessly, we have triumphed. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, yet brimming with elation. The disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another in tears, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, they were acutely aware that a long road lay ahead, fraught with more challenges yet to come. Nonetheless, this moment of victory belonged to them. They had defended the dignity and honor of their sect with their blood and lives. Chapter 44. The mysterious visitor. The sect to which Lin Feng belonged had recently enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, on this particular day, the arrival of a mysterious visitor shattered that serenity. In the early morning, sunlight bathed the courtyard of the sect, and the disciples diligently practiced their martial arts in the training ground, as was their custom. Suddenly, the peace was disrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the sect's gates. Go and see who it is, Lin Feng instructed one of the disciples. Before long, the disciple returned, leading an unfamiliar figure into the courtyard. Clad in a flowing black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, the visitor's face remained obscured, emanating an aura of enigma. Who might you be? Lin Feng inquired as he stepped forward. The mysterious visitor remained silent, slowly lifting his head to reveal a pair of profound eyes. I have come to impart an important message to you. The visitor's voice was low and gravelly. Lin Feng felt a tightening in his chest and gestured for the visitor to continue. Recently, a colossal conspiracy is brewing in the martial world, and your sect is entangled within it. The visitor's words astonished all present. What conspiracy? Could you elaborate? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The mysterious visitor shook his head slightly. I cannot provide specifics, but I sense a dark force drawing near. You must prepare yourselves. With that, the visitor turned to leave. Lin Feng quickly intercepted him. Since you have brought such significant news, why not stay a moment longer to clarify the situation? The visitor gently pushed Lin Feng's hand aside. I can only share this much. The rest you must uncover for yourselves. Remember, be cautious. With those words, the mysterious figure vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation, the visitor's words instilling a sense of unease within him. Brother Lin, do you believe what the mysterious visitor said to be true? One disciple asked. Lin Feng surveyed the concerned faces around him. Regardless of its veracity, we must remain vigilant. Effective immediately, we will enhance the sect's defenses and send disciples to gather intelligence. The disciples promptly set out on their tasks. In the days that followed, a palpable tension enveloped the sect, with everyone proceeding with utmost caution. Lin Feng continually pondered the visitor's words, striving to glean any potential clues. One night, while Lin Feng was alone in his study, examining the intricate relationships among the various powers in the martial world, he suddenly heard a faint sound outside the window. Alert, he rose quietly and approached the window, only to find the area devoid of anyone. Could I have misheard? Lin Feng mused, perplexed. Just as he prepared to turn back, a shadow leaped down from the rooftop and landed before him. It is you! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the mysterious visitor. I have returned to share more with you, the visitor stated. It was revealed that the visitor had once been a member of a nefarious organization within the martial world. Upon discovering their malevolent plans, he had fled. This organization was now plotting against Lin Feng's sect and other righteous factions, aiming to dominate the martial realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart burned with fury. They shall not succeed. The mysterious visitor continued, this organization is exceedingly powerful, you must be cautious in your response. I will assist you from the shadows. With that, the visitor once again vanished into the night. Lin Feng understood deeply that a monumental crisis was imminent, and they must prepare thoroughly to confront this looming challenge. Chapter 44. The mysterious visitor. The sect to which Lin Feng belonged had recently enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, on this particular day, the arrival of a mysterious visitor shattered this peace. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the courtyard of the sect, and the disciples diligently practiced their martial arts as usual. Suddenly, the serenity was disrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the sect's door. Go and see who it is, Lin Feng instructed one of the disciples. Before long, the disciple returned, escorting an unfamiliar figure. Clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, the visitor's face remained obscured, emanating an enigmatic aura. Who might you be? Lin Feng inquired as he approached. The mysterious visitor remained silent, slowly raising their head to reveal a pair of profound eyes. I have come to deliver an important message. The visitor's voice was low and raspy. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he gestured for the visitor to continue. Recently, a significant conspiracy is brewing in the martial world, and your sect has become ensnared within it. The visitor's words astonished everyone present. What conspiracy? Could you elaborate? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The mysterious visitor shook their head slightly. I am unclear on the specifics, but I sense a dark force drawing near. You must prepare yourselves. With that, the visitor turned to leave. Lin Feng quickly intervened. Since you have brought such vital news, why not linger a while longer to clarify the situation? The visitor gently brushed aside Lin Feng's hand. I can only share this much. The rest you must uncover for yourselves. Remember, be cautious. With that, the visitor vanished in a flash, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation, a sense of unease gripping him at the visitor's words. Senior brother Lin, do you believe what the mysterious visitor has said? One disciple asked. Lin Feng surveyed the group. Regardless of its veracity, we must remain vigilant. From this day forth, we shall strengthen the sect's defenses and send disciples to gather intelligence. The disciples promptly set off to carry out his orders. In the ensuing days, a tense atmosphere enveloped the sect, with everyone proceeding with utmost caution. Lin Feng continually pondered the visitor's message, striving to unearth any possible clues. One night, while alone in his study researching the intricate relationships among the factions of the martial world, Lin Feng suddenly heard a faint sound outside the window. Alert, he rose quietly and approached the window, only to find the outside empty. Could it be that I misheard? Lin Feng wondered, puzzled. Just as he was about to turn back, a shadow leaped down from the rooftop, landing before him. It is you! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the mysterious visitor. I have come to share more information with you, the visitor declared. It turned out that the visitor had once been a member of a martial arts organization but fled upon discovering its nefarious plans. This organization was plotting to strike against Lin Feng's sect and other righteous factions, aiming for domination over the martial world. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart burned with righteous indignation. They shall not succeed. The mysterious visitor continued, this organization is immensely powerful, you must approach them with caution. I will assist you from the shadows. With that, the visitor vanished once more into the night. Lin Feng understood that a monumental crisis was looming, and they must prepare thoroughly to confront the impending challenge. Chapter 45. The first shadows of the enemy. As doubts lingered regarding the identity and intentions of the mysterious visitor, peculiar signs began to manifest outside the sect. The surrounding villages were repeatedly besieged by unidentified individuals, plunging the once tranquil and harmonious hamlets into a state of panic and chaos. Livestock vanished without explanation, fields lay trampled and in disarray, and the villagers were gripped by fear, unable to find solace in sleep. Some disciples dispatched on missions also mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind no traces. This series of events cast an invisible shroud of pressure and threat over the entire sect. Upon learning of these circumstances, Lin Feng volunteered to lead a group of disciples to investigate. Clad in lightweight attire and armed with weapons, their eyes brimmed with vigilance and determination. As they traversed the terrain, Lin Feng meticulously observed the surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. Their first stop was a village that had suffered grievously from the disturbances. The sight that met them was one of dilapidated homes and villagers whose faces bore the marks of distress and hopelessness. Lin Feng approached an elderly man and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask when these harassments began and who was behind them?" The elder, trembling, replied, "Approximately half a month ago, a group of men dressed in black suddenly appeared. Without uttering a word, they began to seize our possessions and injured many villagers. We were utterly powerless to resist." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pressed on, "Could you discern their faces or notice any distinctive markings?" The elder shook his head. They all concealed their faces, making it impossible to recognize them. Yet their agility and coordinated movements were not characteristic of common bandits. Lin Feng pondered this information, suspecting that their behavior bore the hallmarks of an organized and premeditated effort. After offering some words of comfort to the elder, he and his disciples continued on their path. As they pursued their lead, Lin Feng and his companions grew increasingly cautious. They darted through the woods, the only sounds accompanying them were the rustling of leaves in the wind and their own footsteps. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an unusual presence and immediately gestured for his disciples to halt. "Be cautious, something is amiss," he whispered urgently. No sooner had the words left his lips than a multitude of hidden arrows rained down from the surrounding trees. Lin Feng and his companions swiftly evaded the onslaught, brandishing their weapons to deflect the incoming projectiles. "Form a back-to-back formation and remain calm. Lin Feng commanded. However, the enemy remained concealed while they stood exposed, placing them at a significant disadvantage. One by one, disciples fell, their garments stained with blood. Lin Feng's heart raced. He knew that this situation was untenable. Scanning the terrain, he spotted a cave not far off. "Retreat towards the cave," he shouted. The disciples fought valiantly while retreating, ultimately finding refuge within the cave. The attackers momentarily ceased their assault, encircling the cave's entrance with predatory intent. "Brother Lin, what shall we do now?" one disciple queried. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment. "First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. The enemy will hesitate to enter. We shall wait for the opportune moment to break free." At that moment, strange sounds echoed from the depths of the cave, as if something was drawing near. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Could there be danger within the cave as well? He signaled for his disciples to remain silent and cautiously approached the source of the noise. As he drew closer, the sounds grew increasingly distinct, heavy breathing and the scraping of claws against the ground. Gripping his sword tightly, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the darkness, its massive frame, razor-sharp fangs, and eyes gleaming with malevolence startled Lin Feng, but he quickly regained his composure and lunged at the creature with his sword. The beast nimbly evaded the attack and lunged at Lin Feng with its gaping maw. Lin Feng sidestepped and, in a fluid motion, slashed the beast's side. The creature, howling in pain, became more frenzied in its assault. Hearing the commotion, the other disciples rushed in, gasping at the sight of the monstrous foe. "Everyone, attack together!" Lin Feng bellowed. The disciples unleashed their martial prowess, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. After a grueling struggle, they finally subdued the creature. "Phew, we've finally resolved this nuisance," Lin Feng gasped. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the assailants outside resumed their attack. "Prepare to break free!" Lin Feng shouted. They charged from the cave, engaging in a final, desperate confrontation with their foes. Leading the charge, Lin Feng wielded his sword with precision, while his disciples fought valiantly, unflinching in the face of danger. After an intense struggle, they managed to break through the enemy's encirclement, albeit at a tremendous cost. With many disciples having made the ultimate sacrifice, Lin Feng gazed at the surviving disciples, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. "We must uncover the mastermind behind this and avenge our fallen brothers," he declared through gritted teeth. They pressed onward, encountering various traps and ambushes along the way, yet Lin Feng and his companions did not falter, resolutely pursuing the truth. Would they ultimately unveil the reality behind this perilous crisis? The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 45. The shadow of the enemy emerges. As doubts lingered regarding the identity and intentions of the mysterious visitor, peculiar signs began to manifest outside the sect. The surrounding villages were incessantly harassed by unknown individuals, plunging the once tranquil and harmonious settlements into a state of panic and chaos. Livestock vanished without explanation, fields were trampled into disarray, and the villagers were gripped by anxiety, unable to find solace in sleep. Disciples who had ventured out on missions also mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace behind. This series of events cast an invisible shroud of pressure and threat over the sect. Upon learning of these circumstances, Lin Feng volunteered to lead a group of disciples on an investigation. Clad in light attire and armed with weapons, their eyes radiated vigilance and determination. As they journeyed, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized their environment, leaving no stone unturned. They first arrived at a village that had suffered severe disturbances. The homes lay in ruins, and the villagers appeared haggard, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Lin Feng approached an elder and inquired, "Good sir, may I ask when these disturbances commenced, and who is responsible for them?" The elder, his voice trembling, responded, "Approximately half a month ago, a group of men clad in black suddenly appeared, seizing our possessions without uttering a word and injuring numerous villagers. We were utterly powerless to resist." Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng pressed further, "Did you happen to see their faces or any distinguishing marks?" The elder shook his head. They wore masks, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, their agility and coordinated actions were far from those of ordinary bandits. Lin Feng pondered silently, recognizing that their behavior bore the hallmarks of a well-organized and premeditated operation. After offering words of comfort to the elder, he guided his disciples onward. During their pursuit of clues, Lin Feng and his companions grew increasingly cautious. They traversed the forest, with only the whispering whine through the leaves and the sound of their own footsteps accompanying them. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an unusual presence and promptly gestured for his disciples to halt. "Be cautious, something is amiss," he whispered urgently. Before he could finish, a barrage of hidden arrows rained down from the surrounding woods. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng and his companions evaded the onslaught, brandishing their weapons to deflect the incoming projectiles. "Back to back, do not panic!" Lin Feng shouted, yet, the adversaries lurked in the shadows, while they were exposed, placing them at a severe disadvantage. Injuries mounted among the disciples, their garments stained with blood. Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency, realizing that their current predicament was untenable. Scanning the terrain, he spotted a cave not far off. "Retreat to the cave," he commanded. As they fought while retreating, they finally reached the cave's entrance. The enemies temporarily ceased their assault, but they remained encircled outside, watching intently. "Brother Lin, what shall we do now?" one disciple asked. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment. "First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. The enemy is unlikely to enter recklessly. We shall wait for an opportunity to break free." Just then, an eerie sound emanated from the depths of the cave, as if something was approaching. A sense of dread gripped Lin Feng. Could there be danger within the cave as well? He signaled for his disciples to remain silent and cautiously advanced toward the source of the noise. As he drew nearer, the sound grew clearer, resembling heavy breathing and the scraping of claws against the ground. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, a colossal beast burst forth from the darkness, with its massive frame, sharp fangs, and eyes glinting with malice. It startled Lin Feng momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and lunged at the creature with his sword. The beast nimbly evaded his strike and lunged at Lin Feng with its gaping maw. Lin Feng sidestepped swiftly, landing a slash across the monster's side. The creature roared in pain and retaliated with even greater ferocity. Hearing the commotion, the other disciples rushed in, their breaths caught in their throats at the sight of the monstrous foe. "Everyone, unite!" Lin Feng commanded. The disciples unleashed their martial prowess, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. After a grueling struggle, they finally subdued the creature. "At last, we have resolved this troublesome matter." Lin Feng breathed heavily, yet, before they could catch their breath, the assailants outside resumed their attack. "Prepare to break through!" Lin Feng shouted. They charged out of the cave, engaging in a desperate final confrontation with the enemies. Lin Feng led the charge, his swordplay fierce, while the disciples displayed unwavering courage as they fought valiantly. After an intense battle, they managed to break through the enemy's encirclement, but not without incurring heavy losses, with many disciples sacrificing their lives. Lin Feng gazed at the surviving disciples, his heart swelling with sorrow and rage. "We must uncover the puppet masters behind this and avenge our fallen brothers," he declared through gritted teeth. They pressed on, encountering various traps and ambushes along the way, yet Lin Feng and his companions did not falter, resolutely pursuing the truth. Would they ultimately unveil the reality behind this perilous situation and resolve the crisis? The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 45. The shadow of the enemy emerges amidst lingering doubts regarding the identity and intentions of the enigmatic visitor. Peculiar signs began to manifest outside the sect. The surrounding villages were plagued by incessant disturbances from unknown individuals, transforming the once tranquil and harmonious communities into realms of panic and chaos. Livestock vanished inexplicably, fields lay trampled and ravaged, and the villagers lived in a state of trepidation, unable to find solace in slumber. Moreover, several disciples dispatched on missions had inexplicably disappeared, leaving not a single clue behind. This succession of unsettling events cast an invisible shroud of pressure and threat over the entire sect. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Feng volunteered to lead a contingent of disciples in an investigation. Clad in light attire and armed for potential encounters, their eyes brimmed with vigilance and resolve. As they journeyed forth, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the environment, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for any trace of the adversaries. Their first destination was a village that had suffered grievously from the disturbances. The sight that greeted them was one of desolation, dilapidated homes and villagers whose faces bore the marks of fatigue, their eyes reflecting sheer terror and helplessness. Lin Feng approached an elderly man and inquired, "Good sir, might I ask when these disturbances commenced, and who was responsible for them?" With a tremor in his voice, the elder replied, "Approximately half a month ago, a group of black-clad individuals appeared without warning. They demanded our possessions without uttering a single word and injured many villagers. We were utterly powerless to resist." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pressed further, "Did you manage to discern their faces or any distinctive markings?" Shaking his head, the elder responded, "They were all masked, their features obscured. However, their agility and coordinated movements suggested they were not mere robbers." Lin Feng pondered this information, suspecting that their actions bore the hallmarks of a well-organized and premeditated operation. After offering words of comfort to the elder, he and his disciples continued their trek. As they pursued the trail of clues, Lin Feng and his companions grew ever more cautious. They navigated through the forest, the only sounds accompanying them being the rustling leaves stirred by the wind and the soft patter of their footsteps. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an unusual presence and immediately gestured for his disciples to halt. "Be cautious, something is amiss," he whispered urgently. Before he could finish, a barrage of concealed arrows surged from the surrounding woods. The group swiftly evaded, wielding their weapons to deflect the incoming projectiles of back-to-back. "Remain calm," Lin Feng commanded, yet the adversaries lurked in the shadows while they stood exposed, the odds heavily stacked against them. One by one, disciples fell, their garments stained with blood. Anxiety gripped Lin Feng as he realized that this predicament could not continue. He surveyed the terrain and spotted a nearby cave. Fall back to the cave, he shouted. The disciples fought valiantly while retreating until they finally reached the cave's sanctuary. The enemy momentarily ceased their assault but remained encircled outside, their gaze predatory.
Brother Lin, what shall we do now?
One disciple asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. The enemy will hesitate to enter. We shall await the opportune moment to break free." Just then, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the cave, as if something ominous were approaching. A sense of dread washed over Lin Feng. Could there be danger lurking within the cave as well? He signaled for silence and cautiously approached the source of the sound. As he drew nearer, the noise became unmistakably clear, resembling heavy breathing and claws scraping against the ground. Gripping his sword tightly, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Suddenly, a colossal beast surged forth from the darkness, its massive frame and razor-sharp fangs glinted ominously, its eyes gleaming with malevolence. Taken aback, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and lunged at the creature with his sword. The beast adeptly evaded the strike, lunging at Lin Feng with its gaping maw. Lin Feng sidestepped, slashing at the beast's flank. In the process, the creature roared in pain, its fury intensifying. Hearing the commotion, the other disciples rushed in, gasping at the sight of the monstrous adversary. All together now, Lin Feng bellowed. The disciples unleashed their martial prowess, engaging the beast in a fierce battle. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately subdued the creature. At last, we have resolved this menace, Lin Feng gasped, panting heavily. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the enemies outside resumed their assault. Prepare to break through, Lin Feng commanded. They charged from the cave, engaging in a final, desperate confrontation with the foes. Lin Feng led the charge, his swordsmanship fierce, while the disciples exhibited valor and tenacity in their fight. After a fierce clash, they finally breached the enemy's encirclement, but not without incurring grievous losses. Many disciples had sacrificed their lives. Lin Feng surveyed the remaining disciples, his heart swelling with sorrow and rage. We must uncover the puppet master behind this, and avenge our fallen brothers. He bowed through clenched teeth. As they forged ahead, they encountered a myriad of traps and ambushes, yet Lin Feng and his comrades pressed on undaunted, steadfastly pursuing the truth. Would they be able to unveil the reality behind this pervasive crisis and resolve the looming threat? The answer remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 46. Clues emerge. After successfully evading the relentless pursuit of their foes, Lin Feng and his companions continued their exploration of the surrounding area. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon an abandoned temple. The structure appeared to have been forsaken for a considerable time. Its walls were mottled, the doors and windows were in disrepair, and the surrounding vegetation was overgrown, imparting an eerie and ominous atmosphere. With utmost caution, Lin Feng stepped into the temple, immediately assailed by the musty scent of decay. The interior was shrouded in dim light, and dust danced in the faint rays filtering through the windows. "Everyone, tread lightly," Lin Feng whispered. The disciples dispersed, meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the temple. Suddenly, one of the disciples uncovered a stone slab inscribed with peculiar symbols beneath a toppled statue. "Brother Lin, take a look at this," the disciple called out. Lin Feng hastened over, studying the symbols etched into the slab. Lost in contemplation, the shapes were bizarre, with twisted lines he had never encountered, yet, an instinct within him suggested a connection to the recent series of events. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from outside the temple. Lin Feng, ever vigilant, signaled for silence and stealthily approached the entrance. Peering through a crack in the door, he discerned several shadowy figures loitering outside. "It appears we have discovered a pivotal location, drawing our enemies nearer," Lin Feng murmured. He resolved to remain undetected. Observing the intentions of these figures, the shadows seemed to be engaged in hushed discussion, their voices too low for Lin Feng to discern. After a while, they quietly departed. "Let us follow them and ascertain their destination," Lin Feng instructed his disciples, who cautiously trailed the shadows, ensuring they remained unseen. The figures glided through the forest with grace and speed, and Lin Feng and his companions followed closely, wary of any misstep. Of the dense foliage and intertwining branches of the woodland posed a considerable challenge for their pursuit. However, Lin Feng's exceptional tracking skills and keen intuition kept them on course. Eventually, the shadows arrived at a hidden estate deep within the valley, surrounded by imposing walls and guarded by vigilant sentinels. The estate appeared heavily fortified. Lin Feng instructed his disciples to conceal themselves nearby while he stealthily approached the premises to assess the situation. Utilizing the cover of trees and underbrush, he crept closer to the wall. Just as he neared the barrier, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. "Who goes there?" a voice thundered from within the estate. Recognizing that his cover had been compromised, Lin Feng opted against further concealment and swiftly scaled the wall. His disciples followed suit, and a fierce battle ensued with the guards within the estate. The guards, well trained and quick to react, drew their weapons to confront the intruders. Lin Feng moved like lightning, his sword dancing through the air, swiftly dispatching several guards. The disciples, undeterred, engaged in a fierce struggle alongside him. During the fray, Lin Feng noted the numerous rooms within the estate. Some doors and windows were tightly shut, while others emitted strange sounds.
He understood that significant secrets lay hidden within. Everyone, be vigilant, do not overlook a single room.
Lin Feng commanded. One disciple kicked open a door, revealing a chamber filled with an array of bizarre instruments and jars. "What is this?" the disciple inquired, puzzled. Lin Feng entered the room to examine the items closely and discovered that some instruments bore the same symbols as those on the slab. "It seems we have indeed found the right place," Lin Feng declared. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures burst forth from another room, brandishing sharp blades and charging at Lin Feng and his companions. The group rallied to resist, engaging in a fierce battle with the assailants. The estate became a cacophony of clashing steel and battle cries. After a grueling confrontation, Lin Feng and his companions finally vanquished the cloaked figures. They resumed their search of the estate, hoping to uncover additional clues. In a study, Lin Feng discovered a weathered diary, its pages yellowed with age. Upon opening it, he found accounts detailing the sinister plans and operations of a mysterious organization. It became clear that they had been conducting a horrifying experiment, seeking to dominate the entire martial world.
"This is outrageous!"
Lin Feng exclaimed in fury.
Just as they prepared to depart with their newfound information, a deep horn sounded ominously. "This is bad, more enemies may be approaching." Lin Feng's expression darkened. Would they manage to escape the estate with the crucial clues and unveil the conspiracy lurking in the shadows?
Chapter 47 A difficult escape. Lin Feng and his companions soon realized that more enemies were approaching. They understood that engaging in a direct confrontation while outnumbered was far from prudent. Their immediate priority was to escape the manor as swiftly as possible.
"Do not linger in battle. Quickly find an exit,"
Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve amidst the cacophony of fierce combat, instilling a sense of calm in his panicked disciples. The disciples responded promptly, fending off enemy assaults while desperately searching for an escape route. At that moment, the number of adversaries within the manor swelled, encircling Lin Feng and his group from all sides. Blades flashed and clashed, while the din of battle echoed ominously. "Brother Lin, this way is blocked," a disciple exclaimed anxiously, his visage splattered with blood and sweat, eyes betraying despair and fear. "This route is also obstructed," another disciple relayed grim tidings, wielding his sword with fervor to repel the relentless onslaught. Yet the enemy's tide surged like a tempest, nearly overwhelming him. Lin Feng's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His gaze darted around, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Feng spotted a section of the manor's wall that appeared notably lower.
"Follow me," he commanded, leading the charge towards the wall. His figure moved like a wraith, his sword slicing through the ranks of foes, forging a bloody path. The enemy pursued relentlessly, launching continuous assaults. Arrows rained down, and although Lin Feng and his companions dodged and weaved, many disciples were wounded. Yet, they gritted their teeth, determined to keep pace with Lin Feng. "Increase your speed," Lin Feng urged, his voice resounding with encouragement. At last, they reached the wall's edge, where Lin Feng turned to fiercely dispatch several oncoming foes. "Quickly, scale the wall." Lin Feng's voice carried a note of urgency. One by one, the disciples leapt over the wall, escaping to the other side. Lin Feng brought up the rear, narrowly making it over just as the last moment slipped away. However, the enemies did not relent in their pursuit. The sounds of their footsteps and shouts echoed through the forest. Lin Feng and his companions fled desperately through the woods, branches and thorns lacerating their skin, yet they paid no heed to the pain, consumed by a singular thought. "To escape this place. This reckless flight is futile, we must disperse to draw the enemy away," Lin Feng declared, his breath coming in rapid bursts, but his resolve unshaken. The disciples showed no hesitation, swiftly splitting into several groups, each darting in different directions. Lin Feng, accompanied by a few of the more skilled disciples, deliberately left a conspicuous trail to attract the majority of the enemy's attention. They navigated the forest, utilizing the terrain to outmaneuver their pursuers. Lin Feng led his disciples into a small creek, attempting to obscure their tracks, yet the enemy remained relentless, arrows occasionally whizzing past them. "Be cautious," Lin Feng warned his disciples. They scrambled up a steep slope, hiding behind a massive boulder, observing the enemy's movements. The enemy search parties scoured the forest, drawing ever closer to their hiding place. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle at any moment. Just then, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, masking their breaths. The enemy searchers passed by without detecting them. With a collective sigh of relief, Lin Feng and his companions continued to advance cautiously. After a harrowing chase, they finally shook off their pursuers. Let us find a safe place to hide, Lin Feng panted. They discovered a secluded cave in the woods, its entrance concealed by dense foliage, rendering it difficult to spot. One by one, the disciples entered the cave, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Brother Lin, what shall we do next? A disciple inquired, fatigue and confusion evident in his voice. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. We shall reunite with the other disciples and deliberate further. These clues are of paramount importance, we must safeguard them. Though they had temporarily evaded danger, the question remained. Would the clues in their possession unveil the lurking conspiracy, and what challenges awaited them in the future? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 48, The Secret Plot. After enduring numerous crises, Lin Feng and his companions returned to their sect. However, there was no time for relaxation. They immediately immersed themselves in contemplation regarding their subsequent actions. Within Lin Feng's chamber, he sat in a circle with several core disciples, the flickering candlelight casting shadows upon their grave expressions. The room was thick with a tense and somber atmosphere, each countenance reflecting a profound weight of concern. Our adversary is far more formidable and cunning than we had anticipated, Lin Feng stated slowly, a hint of anxiety lacing his voice. His gaze traversed the faces of those present, his eyes brimming with apprehension for the future and a profound sense of responsibility for the sect. Senior Brother Lin, what course of action shall we pursue next? Inquired one disciple, his face still marked by lingering fatigue and wounds, yet his eyes radiated resolve and determination. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, we can no longer afford to remain passive and endure their assaults. We must take the initiative. However, we must exercise strategy. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. Reckless actions will only plunge us into a more perilous situation. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing like a clarion call within the hearts of all present. Taking the initiative, yet, our understanding of the enemy remains quite limited. Another disciple voiced his concerns, his brow furrowed as he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, we must first conduct covert investigations to ascertain the enemy's true nature and uncover their vulnerabilities. Only then can we devise an effective response plan to deliver a decisive blow. His gaze was steadfast, exuding an undeniable resolve. The group collectively nodded in agreement. One disciple ventured, Senior Brother Lin, from which aspect should we commence our inquiries? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Firstly, we must dispatch individuals to closely monitor the surrounding activities, particularly in areas where the enemy has previously been sighted. Secondly, we should exploit various channels to gather intelligence, including dialogues with other sects and individuals from the martial world. Furthermore, we can strive to uncover additional connections and leads from the clues we have discovered. Then, who would be most suitable for these tasks? Another disciple inquired. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the assembly, having already formed preliminary choices in his mind. Xiaoliuzi, your agility is commendable, and you excel at remaining undetected. You shall oversee the surveillance of the vicinity. Daniel, your straightforward nature belies a meticulous mind. You will engage with other sects and martial figures to collect intelligence. And Shaoli, your analytical prowess is exceptional. You will collaborate with me to scrutinize the clues. The disciples whose names were called nodded affirmatively, their eyes alight with a sense of duty. Everyone must exercise utmost caution and ensure that your identities remain concealed. Should you make any discoveries, report back immediately, Lin Feng emphasized earnestly. In unison, they responded, yes, Senior Brother Lin. However, just as they were preparing to act, discordant whispers arose within the sect. Lin Feng and his group are too reckless. Their actions could spell greater disaster for the sect, some murmured privately. Indeed, they should have consulted the sect leader before making any decisions. Another voice concurred. Though Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing these remarks, he understood that this was not the moment for explanations. Only through decisive action could they validate their choices. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his disciples, pay no heed to these idle speculations, let us focus solely on our mission, and trust that we shall ultimately prevail. In the days that followed, Lin Feng grappled with the internal doubts of the sect while simultaneously directing the clandestine operations, the pressure mounting exponentially. He dedicated countless hours and immense effort to analyze various pieces of intelligence and leads, often toiling into the deep hours of the night. During the surveillance, Xiaoliuzi narrowly avoided detection by the enemy on multiple occasions, yet his exceptional agility always allowed him to evade peril. Daniel, while engaging with other sects and figures from the martial world, encountered numerous challenges and obstacles, yet through sincerity and patience, he gradually garnered trust and acquired valuable intelligence. Meanwhile, Shaoli collaborated with Lin Feng to meticulously dissect the intricate clues in search of hidden truths. Yet, just then, an unforeseen twist befell their plans. One night, Xiaoliuzi hurried back, bearing injuries. Senior Brother Lin, this is dire. I was discovered by the enemy. They seem to have sensed our movements and heightened their defenses, Xiao Liuzi gasped. Breathless, Lin Feng's expression grew graver, for he understood that the challenges before them had become significantly more formidable. Chapter 48 Secret Schemes. After enduring numerous crises, Lin Feng and his companions returned to their sect, yet they found no respite, immediately immersing themselves in contemplation regarding their subsequent actions. In Lin Feng's chamber, he sat in a circle with several core disciples, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced upon their solemn faces. An atmosphere heavy with tension and gravity enveloped the room, each individual's expression betraying a profound weight. The adversary we face is more formidable and cunning than we had anticipated, Lin Feng remarked slowly, a hint of concern lacing his voice. His gaze swept over each disciple present, his eyes reflecting apprehension for the future and a profound sense of responsibility towards their sect. Brother Lin, what course of action should we pursue next? Inquired one disciple, his face still bearing the remnants of fatigue and wounds, yet his eyes shone with resolve and determination. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng responded, we can no longer afford to be passive and endure blows as we did before. We must take the initiative, but it must be with a well-considered strategy. Our foes lurk in the shadows while we stand in the light. Rash actions will only plunge us into a more perilous predicament. His voice resonated deeply, sounding an alarm within the hearts of all present. Initiating an offensive? Yet our understanding of the enemy remains rather limited. Another disciple voiced his concerns, his brow furrowed as he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Thus, we must first conduct covert investigations, unearthing the true nature of our adversaries and identifying their vulnerabilities. Only then can we devise an effective response plan to deliver a devastating blow. His gaze was resolute, emanating an undeniable conviction. The others nodded in agreement. One disciple spoke up, Brother Lin, from which aspect should we commence our inquiries? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before articulating, firstly, we must assign individuals to closely monitor the surroundings, particularly areas where the enemy has previously been sighted. Secondly, we should leverage various channels to gather intelligence, including engaging with other sects and individuals within the martial world. Additionally, we can endeavor to uncover further connections and clues from the leads we have discovered. And who would be most suitable for these tasks? Another disciple inquired. Lin Feng's gaze scanned the group, already forming preliminary choices in his mind. He declared, Xiao Liuzai, your agility and skill in stealth make you ideal for surveilling the vicinity. Dania, your honest demeanor belies a meticulous mind. You shall engage with other sects and martial practitioners to collect intelligence, and Shaoli, your sharp intellect is invaluable. You will assist me in analyzing the clues we have. The disciples whose names were called nodded in affirmation, their eyes shining with a sense of duty. Everyone must exercise caution and discretion. Do not compromise your identities. Should you uncover any information, report back immediately, Lin Feng admonished. In unison, they replied, yes, Brother Lin. However, just as they were preparing to act, discordant voices emerged within the sect. Lin Feng and his companions are being reckless. Their actions may bring greater calamity upon the sect, some whispered. Indeed, they ought to have consulted the sect leader before making decisions, another voice chimed in. Though Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing such remarks, he understood that this was not the time for explanations. Only through tangible actions could they prove the correctness of their choices. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his disciples, pay no heed to these idle speculations, let us remain focused on our mission, believing that ultimately, we shall prevail. In the days that followed, Lin Feng grappled with internal skepticism while simultaneously orchestrating clandestine operations, a burden of immense pressure weighing heavily upon him. He devoted considerable time and energy daily to analyzing an array of intelligence and clues, often burning the midnight oil. During his surveillance, Xiao Liuzai narrowly escaped detection by the enemy on several occasions, yet his remarkable agility consistently allowed him to evade danger. Daniu encountered numerous challenges while liaising with other sects and martial figures, but through sincerity and patience, he gradually earned their trust and acquired valuable information. Meanwhile, Xiaoli collaborated with Lin Feng, tirelessly dissecting the intricate clues in search of hidden truths. Yet, just then, their plans faced an unforeseen upheaval. One night, Xiao Liuzai hurried back, injuries marring his form. Brother Lin, trouble is brewing. I was discovered by the enemy, and they seem to have sensed our movements, intensifying their defenses. Xiao Liuzai gasped, breathless. Lin Feng's countenance grew more severe. He recognized that the challenges ahead had become even more formidable. Chapter 49 Escalation of Crisis. Upon hearing the grim tidings brought by Xiao Liuzai, Lin Feng and his companions felt an increasingly heavy weight upon their hearts. The atmosphere in the room seemed to congeal, stifling to the point of rendering one breathless. It appeared that the enemy had become vigilant. Thus, we must recalibrate our strategy. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he paced the confines of the room. His footsteps were both heavy and hurried, each stride betraying his inner turmoil. The other disciples wore expressions of concern. The already arduous situation had now been exacerbated. One disciple could no longer contain his anxiety and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, what shall we do? Our plans have yet to unfold, and already the enemy has caught wind of our intentions. The path ahead will surely be fraught with greater challenges." Lin Feng halted, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the group. "Fear not, everyone. Although the enemy has become aware, we are not without recourse. As long as we stand united and remain adaptable, we shall undoubtedly discover a way to break the impasse." Just as the group deliberated their countermeasures, an alarm echoed throughout the sect, signaling an enemy assault. The shrill sound shattered the fleeting calm, causing hearts to race with trepidation. Lin Feng immediately led the disciples to the scene, where a throng of black-clad figures surged forth like a tide, their demeanor aggressive and threatening. Each adversary wielded a gleaming blade, their eyes glinting with ferocity and resolve. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating with strength and courage. He was the first to unsheath his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. In an instant, both sides were embroiled in a fierce clash, the air filled with the cacophony of clashing steel and the cries of battle. Lin Feng's swordsmanship was extraordinarily fierce. Each swing was imbued with formidable inner strength, and wherever his blade cut through, foes fell in droves. Yet the enemy was numerous, their ranks seemingly endless, a relentless tide. "This cannot continue. We must break through." Lin Feng shouted to his disciples amidst the fray. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained steadfast, betraying no hint of retreat. The disciples closely followed Lin Feng, striving to break free from the encirclement. However, the enemy's noose only tightened, constricting around them like an iron barrel. Just as despair threatened to take hold, reinforcements from the sect arrived, crashing into the enemy ranks like a powerful torrent, instantly disrupting their formation. "Let us not allow the enemy to escape." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng counterattacked, leading the charge against their foes. His sword moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, its momentum overwhelming, compelling enemies to flee in disarray. After a grueling battle, the enemy finally began to retreat, ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of carnage and chaos. Yet the sect had also suffered significant losses, numerous buildings lay in ruins, and many disciples bore wounds. "This was merely a probing strike from the enemy. We can expect even fiercer assaults to follow," Lin Feng remarked somberly as he surveyed the devastation, his voice tinged with fatigue yet more so with apprehension for the future. "What shall we do now, Brother Lin?" inquired a disciple, his body marred with injuries, blood staining his garments, yet his eyes still gleamed with trust and expectation towards Lin Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "We must bolster the sect's defenses, setting traps and obstacles at critical points. Simultaneously, we should continue to monitor the enemy's movements to discern their next course of action. We must be thoroughly prepared before they strike again. We cannot afford to let them succeed." The others nodded in agreement, each taking their leave to carry out their assigned tasks. Lin Feng watched their departing figures, silently vowing that no matter the cost, he would safeguard the safety and honor of the sect. However, just as they fervently prepared for defense, another piece of grim news arrived. A disciple rushed in, breathless, and declared, "Brother Lin, it is dire. Our granary has been set ablaze by the enemy, and we face a severe shortage of supplies." Lin Feng's heart sank. This was indeed adding insult to injury, yet he understood that he could not succumb to panic. He must respond with composure. Chapter 50. A difficult struggle. Confronted with the harrowing predicament of a burned granary and a dire shortage of supplies, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon him. Standing in the square of the sect, he gazed at the anxious faces of his disciples, his heart heavy with concern. "Everyone, please remain calm. Let us first assess our remaining supplies before devising a solution," Lin Feng urged, striving to maintain his composure, his voice steady and resolute. His unwavering gaze sought to instill a sense of reassurance amidst the chaos surrounding him. The disciples began to busy themselves, some counted the remaining grain, while others organized weapons and medicinal supplies. An atmosphere of tension and oppression enveloped the sect. After a thorough inventory, the situation appeared grim, with the remaining provisions barely sufficient to last a few days. "Brother Lin, this cannot continue. We must urgently find a means to replenish our supplies," one disciple expressed anxiously, his face etched with fatigue and worry, his eyes reflecting a profound uncertainty about the future. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "Send someone to the nearby villages and towns to seek assistance. Let us see if we can procure some grain and supplies." His brow furrowed, he pondered various potential solutions. However, the disciples dispatched soon returned with discouraging news. The nearby villages and towns were likewise besieged and threatened by the enemy, their supplies equally depleted. The villagers, ensnared in their own plight, were unable to offer any aid. As despair loomed over them, Lin Feng suddenly conceived an idea. We could organize a hunting expedition among the disciples, foraging for wild fruits. Perhaps this can temporarily alleviate our supply crisis, he proposed. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, though fraught with uncertainty. This plan seemed preferable to inaction. Thus, a contingent of disciples, under Lin Feng's leadership, ventured into the mountains. The forest was shrouded in mist, the paths treacherous, with the distant roars of wild beasts echoing through the air. They cautiously navigated potential dangers, diligently searching for game and edible fruits. Lin Feng, sword in hand, led the way, ever vigilant. One disciple inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack that startled a flock of birds into flight. Be cautious, Lin Feng whispered urgently. Instantly, tension gripped the group as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, and no real danger ensued. After several days of arduous effort, although their haul was modest, they managed to replenish some supplies. However, as they returned to the sect laden with provisions, they were met with the sight of smoke billowing ominously overhead. This is bad, something has happened at the sect. Lin Feng's heart sank as he quickened his pace. Upon arrival, he witnessed the enemy launching another assault. This attack was fiercer than any before, and the sect's defenses were perilously close to collapse under the relentless onslaught. Brothers, stand firm with me, Lin Feng shouted, raising his sword and charging at the foe like a fierce tiger. Inspired by Lin Feng's valor, the disciples rallied and fought back with fervor, their blades flashing as blood spilled upon the ground. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the enemy's weapons, and he bore several wounds, yet his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Yet, the enemy's onslaught came in relentless waves, seemingly without end. The sect found itself increasingly beleaguered, with multiple breaches in the walls as foes continued to surge forth. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. He understood that if the enemy was not repelled swiftly, the consequences would be dire. The lives of the women, children, and the elderly within the sect were at grave risk. In this critical moment, a sudden clamor of battle cries erupted from the distance. Chapter 51. The turn of events. Just as Lin Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, the cacophony of battle cries grew increasingly closer. It turned out that reinforcements from nearby sects had arrived, having heard of the peril that befell Lin Feng's faction, and they hastened to offer their assistance. These reinforcements descended like celestial warriors, instantly igniting hope in the hearts of Lin Feng and his beleaguered comrades, who had been mired in despondency. The reinforcements, each embodying valor and grace, wielded their weapons with fervor, their battle cries resonating through the air. The foremost leaders, exuding an air of formidable authority, fixed their resolute gazes upon the enemy, pledging to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng's sect against the external threat. The arrival of these allies swiftly shifted the tide of battle. The adversaries, caught between internal and external assaults, began to falter. The once arrogant foes were now rendered frantic, their formations in disarray, unable to mount an effective defense. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy as he rallied his disciples to pursue the retreating enemy relentlessly. Let not a single foe escape. Let them comprehend our might, he bellowed, his voice imbued with conviction and power, further inflaming the spirits of his followers. His disciples responded with fervor, charging forth like tigers unleashed upon their prey. Their swords glimmered with a cold light under the sun, each swing infused with boundless rage and courage. The enemy, besieged by their onslaught, suffered grievous losses, retreating in disarray. Leading the charge, Lin Feng displayed unparalleled prowess with his blade, cutting through the ranks of the enemy. His garments, drenched in the crimson of battle, were of little concern to him. His singular focus was to vanquish the adversary completely. The enemy, in utter disarray, discarded their armor and fled in all directions. Some, in their panic, stumbled into traps, others found themselves encircled by the reinforcements, surrendering unconditionally. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, the cries of combat intermingling with pleas for mercy. After a fierce struggle, the enemy was finally repelled. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic stench of blood, leaving the ground littered with devastation. Though Lin Feng and his allies were breathless from exertion, their faces radiated the joy of victory. Gratefully, Lin Feng addressed the leaders of the reinforcements. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your gallant assistance. This favor shall forever remain etched in my memory. Had you not arrived in the nick of time, our sect might have faced utter annihilation. His voice resonated with gratitude as he bowed deeply to each leader. Lin brother, you are too kind. It is the duty of fellow practitioners in the martial world to support one another. In these times of malevolent forces on the rise, we must unite and stand resolutely against them, one leader replied, a smile gracing his features, his eyes reflecting admiration for Lin Feng. The group began to tend to the battlefield and care for the wounded. Despite their triumph, their sect had endured significant losses, buildings lay in ruins, walls crumbled, and many disciples were injured or had made the ultimate sacrifice. Observing the devastation before him, Lin Feng's heart ached with sorrow. What shall we do next? The enemy will likely not relent, inquired one of the allied leaders, his brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied, "We must fortify our alliances, share intelligence, and collectively prepare for any future assaults. The ferocity of this attack suggests a larger, more insidious plot may be at play. We cannot afford to be complacent, we must be thoroughly prepared." Nods of agreement echoed among the group. At that moment, a disciple rushed forth with urgent news. "Lin Shixiang, we have discovered some peculiar markings on the bodies of the fallen enemies." Lin Feng and his companions approached to examine the strange symbols, which appeared to be emblems of an unknown organization. Could there be a more profound conspiracy lurking behind this? Lin Feng pondered uneasily. These markings instilled a sense of foreboding within him, as he sensed that the adversaries were far more complex and formidable than they had initially perceived. Determined to pursue this lead further, they encountered numerous obstacles along the way. The clues remained vague, these symbols having never before graced the martial world, leaving them perplexed. Moreover, throughout their investigation, they faced incessant interruptions and hindrances, as if an unseen force sought to thwart their quest for the truth. Yet Lin Feng and his allies remained undeterred, firmly believing that with unwavering resolve, they would ultimately uncover the shadowy hands orchestrating this turmoil, restoring peace and tranquility to the martial realm. Chapter 52 The Pursuit of Clues. Lin Feng and his companions resolved to conduct an in-depth investigation into the peculiar markings, embarking on a journey to consult various informants within the martial world. As they traversed the rugged terrain, they braved the elements, refusing to indulge in even a moment of complacency. At each destination, they approached others with hopeful inquiries, yet, more often than not, they were met with disappointment and shaking heads. After several days of relentless searching, they finally encountered an elderly man in a remote town who possessed some knowledge of the underlying truths. The old man's visage bore the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with the wisdom gleaned from a life well lived. "I have seen these markings before, many years ago during a fierce battle," he recalled, his voice raspy and deep, as if transporting everyone back to that distant epoch. "It was an exceedingly mysterious organization, ruthless in its operations, employing any means necessary to achieve its ends. Wherever they ventured, carnage and despair followed in their wake." Lin Feng, filled with urgency, implored, "Elder, do you know the current whereabouts of this organization?" His gaze was fixed intently on the old man, brimming with yearning. The elder shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. "Since that calamitous clash, the organization has vanished without a trace. However, I sense that their resurgence heralds a far more sinister plot. Be wary, young ones." After bidding farewell to the elder, Lin Feng and his companions continued their quest for clues. They journeyed through various locales, poring over a plethora of ancient texts. Each tome bore the weight of history, and they meticulously sifted through the pages, leaving no potentially useful word unexamined. Within an ancient library, they stumbled upon a yellowed manuscript, inscribed with fragmented notes pertaining to the enigmatic markings. The paper was frail and delicate, as if it would disintegrate at the slightest touch. The organization associated with these markings is adept at employing poisons and concealed weapons, their lair likely hidden deep within the mountains. Lin Feng read aloud, feeling a flicker of direction ignite within him. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Thus, they set forth towards the nearby mountains. The paths were treacherous, overgrown with thorns, and wild beasts lurked nearby. Each step forward was fraught with peril. One disciple inadvertently sustained a wound from the thorns, the injury rapidly darkening and swelling. "This thorn is poisonous," Lin Feng exclaimed, hastily attending to the wound. He swiftly produced an antidote from his robes, administering it to the disciple before wrapping the injury with a clean cloth. The group grew increasingly vigilant, navigating the mountains with great caution. Sweat soaked their garments, and the trail beneath their feet seemed endless. Just as fatigue began to overwhelm them, they unexpectedly discovered a concealed cave. The entrance was shrouded by dense vegetation, nearly impossible to detect without careful scrutiny. Strange markings adorned the cave's surroundings, bearing resemblance to the symbols they had been pursuing. Lin Feng's heart raced, he realized they might be nearing their objective. "Everyone, exercise caution and refrain from rash actions," he whispered. The disciples tightened their grips on their weapons, casting wary glances at the cave. Approaching the cave with utmost care, Lin Feng treaded lightly, each step measured. An eerie aura emanated from within, sending chills down their spines. As they neared the entrance, a deep, menacing growl echoed from inside, startling them into retreat. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and declared, "Regardless of what lurks within, we must uncover the truth." With that, he bravely stepped into the cave, followed closely by his disciples. The air inside was thick with a pungent odor, and in the darkness, countless eyes seemed to be watching them. Would Lin Feng and his companions unravel the secrets hidden within the cave? What dangers awaited them? Chapter 52 The Pursuit of Clues. Lin Feng and his companions resolved to embark on an in-depth investigation of the peculiar markings. They began their quest by consulting various informants well versed in the affairs of the martial world. Along the way, they endured the elements, sleeping under the stars, never daring to let their guard down. At each destination, they approached others with hopeful inquiries. However, more often than not, they were met with disappointment and shaking heads. After several days of tireless searching, they finally encountered an elderly man in a remote town who possessed some insider knowledge. The elder's visage was weathered, yet his eyes radiated the wisdom of one who had traversed the vicissitudes of life. "I once beheld these markings during a fierce battle many years ago," the elder reminisced, his voice hoarse and somber, as if conjuring memories from a distant past. "They belonged to an exceedingly clandestine organization, known for their ruthless methods, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their ends. Wherever they tread, carnage and suffering follow in their wake." Lin Feng, filled with urgency, inquired, "Elder, do you have any knowledge of this organization's current whereabouts?" His gaze was fixed intently on the elder, brimming with fervent curiosity. The elder shook his head, sighing as he spoke. "Since that fateful battle, this organization has vanished without a trace, yet I sense that their resurgence heralds a far more sinister plot. Be wary, young ones." After bidding farewell to the elder, Lin Feng and his companions pressed on in their quest for clues. They traversed various locations, perusing a plethora of ancient texts. Each tome bore the weight of history, and they meticulously scoured the pages, leaving no potentially useful word overlooked. Within an ancient library, they stumbled upon a brittle, yellowed manuscript that contained fragmented notes pertaining to the markings they sought. The paper was fragile, as if it might crumble to dust at the slightest touch. "This organization is skilled in the use of poison and concealed weapons, and their lair may lie deep within the mountains," Lin Feng read aloud, a flicker of determination igniting within him, as though he glimpsed the dawn of hope. Thus, they set forth towards the nearby mountains. The terrain was treacherous, overgrown with thorns, and wild beasts roamed the area. Each step forward was fraught with peril. One disciple inadvertently sustained a gash from the thorns, the wound rapidly turning black and swelling. "Alas, these thorns are poisonous!" Lin Feng exclaimed, swiftly tending to the injury. He retrieved an antidote from his robes, administering it to the disciple before bandaging the wound with a clean cloth. The group became increasingly cautious, laboriously navigating the mountains. Sweat soaked their garments, and the path seemed endless. Just as exhaustion began to overwhelm them, they unexpectedly discovered a concealed cave. The entrance was shrouded by dense foliage, making it nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. Surrounding the cave were peculiar marks, reminiscent of the symbols they had been pursuing. Lin Feng's heart raced, as he realized they might be nearing their objective. "Everyone, exercise caution and refrain from any rash actions," Lin Feng murmured. The disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes alert as they surveyed the cave. Lin Feng approached the entrance with utmost care, each step taken with great deliberation. An eerie chill emanated from within, sending shivers down their spines. As they neared the cave's mouth, a deep growl echoed from within. The group gasped in alarm, instinctively retreating. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and declared, "Whatever lies within, we must uncover the truth." With that, he boldly stepped into the cave, followed closely by his disciples. A pungent odor filled the air, and in the darkness, countless eyes seemed to watch their every move. Would Lin Feng and his companions unveil the secrets hidden within the cave? What dangers awaited them? Chapter 53 The exploration of the cave. Lin Feng, accompanied by his disciples, cautiously ventured into the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness and humidity, permeated by a nauseating stench. A flickering flame cast a feeble light, illuminating only a small area around them. Water droplets incessantly dripped from the cave walls, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to be the sole background music in this silent cavern. Guided by the dim glow, they slowly groped their way forward. Occasionally, droplets of water fell upon their shoulders, bringing a slight chill. With each step, the stones beneath their feet emitted a creaking sound, which resonated with unusual clarity in the vastness of the cave. Suddenly, a massive bat swooped overhead, stirring a gust of cool air. The flapping of its wings reverberated through the cavern, startling the group. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng whispered, his voice somewhat muffled yet undeniably resolute. As they delved deeper, they discovered a jumble of footprints and peculiar scratches on the ground. The footprints varied in size and shape, some were deeply embedded in the earth, while others appeared remarkably light. "These do not seem to belong to any human," one disciple remarked, his voice trembling with evident fear at the sight of these mysterious traces. Lin Feng crouched down, meticulously examining the markings. He gently traced the scratches with his fingers, feeling the intricate patterns. "Whatever it may be, we must exercise extreme caution. Perhaps these are the remnants of a creature we have never encountered before," he declared, his eyes filled with vigilance. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from ahead, indicating something was moving swiftly. The noise grew closer and clearer, sending chills down their spines. Lin Feng gestured for everyone to halt, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze intensely fixed on the darkness ahead. His heartbeat resonated loudly in the stillness, each thump seeming to prepare for the impending confrontation. From the shadows emerged pairs of red eyes, gradually revealing themselves. Those eyes glimmered with an eerie light, brimming with hostility and greed. "It's a pack of wild wolves," someone exclaimed, their voice laden with terror and anxiety. The wolves bared their teeth, showcasing sharp fangs, and emitted low growls as they slowly advanced towards them. Their forms flickered in the firelight, appearing even more menacing and horrific. Lin Feng, undaunted, charged at the pack first. His sword sliced through the darkness, striking one wolf's throat with lethal precision. The creature let out a blood-curdling cry and collapsed to the ground. The disciples followed suit, engaging in a fierce battle with the wolves. Blades clashed, and the cacophony of shouts intertwined with the wolves' howls. One disciple was inadvertently knocked down by a wolf, struggling in vain against its formidable claws. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly turned, dispatching the wolf with a single stroke, rescuing his comrade. "Watch your back," another disciple shouted urgently. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped a wolf's lunge, countering with a lethal strike that brought it down. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the pack, yet, by this point, they had all sustained varying degrees of injury. Some bore tattered clothing, while others were marked with scratches and bite wounds. "Press onward, we must uncover the truth," Lin Feng gritted through clenched teeth. His face was smeared with sweat and blood, yet his gaze remained steadfast. They continued their exploration in the cave, the duration of their journey unknown, until they stumbled upon a stone door. The door was firmly shut, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols. These designs resembled an ancient script that eluded their comprehension. Lin Feng scrutinized the carvings, endeavoring to decipher a method to open the stone door. His fingers delicately traced the engravings, seeking patterns within. "Brother Lin, could this be a trap?" a disciple voiced his concern anxiously. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Regardless of whether it is a trap or not, we have no path of retreat." At that instant, a clamor erupted behind them, the noise growing ever closer, as if countless creatures were surging towards them. Lin Feng's heart sank. Could yet another peril be upon them? Chapter 54. The crucial choice of life and death. The sounds echoing from behind grew increasingly closer, causing Lin Feng and his companions to tense up instantly. The air seemed to solidify, and the oppressive atmosphere made it nearly impossible to breathe. "Senior Brother Lin, what should we do?" a disciple asked in a frenzy, his voice trembling, eyes filled with dread and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm. "Don't panic, let us see if we can push this stone door," he replied, his tone steady, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The group surged forward, exerting all their strength to push against the stone door, yet it remained immovable, each face flushed with exertion, but the immense and weighty barrier showed no signs of yielding. At that moment, the cacophony had drawn perilously close. With the faint flicker of their torches, they caught sight of a mass of dark scorpions crawling towards them. The sheer number of these creatures resembled a black tide, sending shivers down their spines. "Not good, it's a swarm of scorpions," someone cried out in terror. The shout reverberated within the cavern, heightening the atmosphere of fear. These scorpions were enormous, each the size of a palm, with their venomous stingers raised high, glinting ominously in the dim light. The consequences of being stung were too dreadful to contemplate. Lin Feng decisively declared, "Everyone, use your torches to drive them away." His voice was resolute and firm, attempting to stabilize the group's fraying nerves. The disciples raised their torches in unison, trying to deter the advance of the scorpions. The flames flickered in the darkness, illuminating anxious faces, yet, the multitude of scorpions showed no fear of the fire, continuing their relentless approach. They scuttled swiftly, producing a chilling rustling sound. "This cannot continue, we must open this stone door as quickly as possible." Lin Feng thought, his heart racing. His gaze darted anxiously over the stone door, his mind racing to devise a plan. He scrutinized the patterns and symbols on the door once more and suddenly noticed a protrusion that resembled a mechanism. The small detail, easily overlooked in the flickering light, was captured by Lin Feng's keen eye. "Everyone, press on this protrusion!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with urgency and hope. The group extended their hands, pressing down simultaneously. A dull thud resonated, and the stone door began to rise slowly. An ancient scent wafted from within, causing them to hold their breath instinctively. "Quick, enter!" Lin Feng urged the disciples, standing at the threshold to ensure each one entered safely. As the last disciple crossed the threshold, the scorpions surged to the entrance. Lin Feng strained to close the stone door, successfully keeping the scorpions at bay. His hands pressed firmly against the door until he was certain they could not breach it, then he gradually released his grip. Only then did the group exhale in relief, beginning to survey the space beyond the door. An air of antiquity enveloped them, with strange instruments and statues arranged around the room. The purposes of these implements were unknown, and the statues varied in form, some grotesque and terrifying, others enigmatic and inscrutable. "Senior Brother Lin, this place appears quite mysterious. Could there be dangers lurking?" a disciple inquired anxiously, his voice sounding particularly fragile in the vast space. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Caution is paramount. Let us continue to search for clues." His gaze remained resolute, undeterred by the uncertainties that lay before them. As they pressed on with their exploration, a massive shadow swept across the ceiling. The shadow instantly obscured the flickering light, plunging the entire space into darkness. "What is that?" someone shouted in panic. Lin Feng raised his torch and looked up, only to behold a gigantic bat soaring overhead, its wings outstretched. Its eyes glimmered with a red light, as if scrutinizing the unwelcome intruders. Could Lin Feng and his companions withstand this onslaught of dangers? Would they uncover the truth they so fervently sought? Chapter 55 The mysterious shadow. The enormous bat circled overhead for several moments before suddenly swooping down, launching itself directly at Lin Feng and his companions. The gusts of wind generated by its powerful wings caused their garments to ripple violently. "Scatter!" Lin Feng commanded, his voice resonating throughout the vast space, imbued with urgency and resolve. The group swiftly dispersed, their movements a blend of agility and panic. Lin Feng, however, raised his sword with unwavering determination, poised to confront the impending threat. His heart raced, yet the sword remained firmly gripped in his hand, devoid of any tremor. The bat moved with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by a fierce wind. Lin Feng seized the moment, striking forth with his sword. The blade caught the light, carving an arc through the air. Yet, it only grazed the edge of the bat's wing, causing a rip that released a flurry of dark feathers. The bat, in pain, emitted a piercing shriek that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. It then veered towards a shadowy corner, vanishing from sight. "Be cautious, this bat may yet launch another attack," Lin Feng warned. His voice was steady and powerful, an attempt to instill calm among his comrades. The group huddled back to back, their vigilance heightened as they scrutinized their surroundings. Their breaths came in quick gasps, and their eyes were filled with tension and unease. At that moment, they realized the space was far more expansive than they had initially perceived. Distant passages appeared to beckon from the gloom. In the darkness, these corridors loomed like gaping mouths of the unknown, awaiting their entry. "Brother Lin, which way should we proceed?" one disciple inquired, his voice quavering slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier fright. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "We must first seek other exits, we cannot allow ourselves to be trapped here." His gaze was resolute, internally pledging to lead everyone out of this perilous predicament. They cautiously advanced, the ground beneath them uneven and littered with debris. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall, necessitating extreme care with each step. Suddenly, another peculiar sound echoed, resembling whispers. The voice was elusive, fluctuating with an ethereal quality that made it difficult to discern its origin. "Who goes there?" Lin Feng called out, his voice reverberating through the darkness, yet receiving no reply. The whispers abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings back into silence. This sudden stillness felt more chilling than the preceding sounds, heightening the group's anxiety. Their heartbeats quickened, and a sense of unrest began to spread among them. Every nerve felt taut, as if on the verge of snapping. Just then, they noticed a mural on the wall, depicting what seemed to be an enigmatic ritual. The figures within the artwork were distorted, wielding peculiar artifacts, surrounded by an array of unfamiliar symbols. "What does this mean?" The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and fear, captivated yet apprehensive by the mysterious mural. Lin Feng scrutinized the painting, lost in contemplation. His gaze traversed the artwork, attempting to decipher its significance. Each detail appeared to narrate an ancient and arcane tale. Before he could reach any conclusions, the injured bat re-emerged, this time accompanied by a swarm of smaller bats. They coalesced in the darkness, forming a billowing cloud of blackness as they surged toward the group. Would Lin Feng and his allies succeed in repelling this onslaught of bats? Would they uncover a way out of this enigmatic place? Chapter 56 A grueling breakthrough. As the swarm of bats launched yet another assault, Lin Feng and his companions instantly shifted into a state of combat readiness. In the enveloping darkness, the bats' eyes glimmered with an eerie light, resembling scattered stars, yet exuding a lethal threat. "Form a circle, back to back, and remain vigilant," Lin Feng commanded, his voice resonating through the narrow confines, imbued with resolute determination and authority. The disciples swiftly gathered, their backs pressed tightly against one another, forging an unyielding defensive perimeter. The weapons in their grasp glinted coldly in the dim light, tracing elegant arcs through the air with each swing of their arms. Lin Feng wielded his sword like a soaring dragon. With every strike, a gust of wind followed, severing the approaching bats. His technique was fierce, his posture agile, resembling a warrior deity standing resolute among his comrades. Yet, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, surging forth in relentless waves, as if they were an inexhaustible tide. They shrieked, madly lunging at the group, leaving them scarcely able to react. Alas, one disciple was accidentally clawed by a bat, blood flowing freely from the wound. His face contorted in pain, yet his weapon did not falter. He continued to resist the relentless onslaught. "Hold on," Lin Feng urged, his voice laced with concern and encouragement, reigniting the fighting spirit within the wounded disciple. As they battled fiercely, Lin Feng discerned a pattern in the bat's assault. They consistently initiated concentrated attacks from one direction before swiftly pivoting to another. Follow my lead, break left. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng charged forward, his figure weaving through the swarm like a specter. The others followed closely, striking as they retreated. Their steps were unsteady, yet they pressed on without pause. Each advance demanded tremendous effort. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the bat's claws, and several wounds adorned his body, yet his gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat. Kill, the disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the passageway, infused with fearless courage. After an arduous struggle, they finally broke free from the bat's encirclement. Entering a narrow corridor, the air was thick with dampness, and droplets of water perpetually fell from the walls, creating a rhythmic ticking sound. Let us rest for a moment, Lin Feng panted, his chest heaving violently, sweat soaking his clothes. Exhausted, the group settled down to catch their breath, their faces marked by fatigue and tension. Senior brother Lin, this place is too uncanny. Can we truly escape? One disciple inquired anxiously, his voice trembling, eyes rife with confusion. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute as he addressed the group. No matter what, we must not surrender. We carry the mission of our sect. We must uncover the truth and emerge alive. His words struck each soul like a hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. After a brief respite, they pressed onward. The passage was permeated by a foul stench, and water droplets occasionally splashed down from the walls. Each drop resonated crisply upon hitting the ground, accentuating the silence around them. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed ahead. The steps were slow yet powerful, each one seemingly causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Lin Feng gestured for silence and cautiously approached, his movements light and deliberate to avoid any sound. The others followed closely behind, their hearts racing, the air thick with tension. Before them loomed a colossal figure, towering like a mountain eye in the darkness. Its features were obscured, but its silhouette alone suggested it was no benign entity. How would Lin Feng and his companions confront this unknown giant? Would they be able to advance further and unravel the mysteries of this enigmatic realm? Chapter 57 of The Mysterious Giant. As they drew nearer, the outline of the colossal figure became increasingly distinct. It was a gigantic creature, clad in tattered armor, which bore the scars of rust and scratches, as if whispering tales of countless battles endured. In its grasp was an enormous spiked mace, the glistening spikes reflecting a chilling light in the dimness, exuding a menacing aura. Lin Feng suppressed the fear gnawing at his heart and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Esteemed elder, we mean no offense, we merely seek the truth and inadvertently trespass in this place. We implore you to show mercy and grant us a chance to escape." His voice echoed in the vast corridor, tinged with a slight tremor and deep reverence, yet the creature remained silent, its bell-like eyes glaring fiercely at them, merely brandishing the mace and swinging it toward them. The mace stirred a tempest, howling as it hurtled toward the group. "Scatter," Lin Feng shouted, his voice urgent and resolute. Upon hearing his command, the others swiftly dispersed in all directions. The mace struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending shards of stone flying. The earth trembled violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Witnessing this, Lin Feng lunged forward, sword in hand, aiming for the creature. His form moved like lightning, instantly appearing before the giant, with his sword thrusting directly at its chest. However, to the creature, his assault seemed no more than a mere tickle of the blade met the armor, leaving only a faint mark, failing to penetrate the formidable defense. The creature possessed immense strength, each swing of its weapon carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Though its movements were somewhat sluggish, the massive mace whirled through the air with ferocity, leaving the onlookers breathless. "This cannot continue, we must discover its weakness," Lin Feng declared, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his gaze remained unwavering. As the disciples evaded the onslaught, they scrutinized the creature's movements. Their hearts raced and their breaths quickened. At that moment, a perceptive disciple noticed that the creature's left leg seemed to hinder its mobility. Each time it moved that leg, its body would momentarily falter. "Brother Lin, target its left leg," the disciple cried, his voice edged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng swiftly redirected his attack, aiming for the creature's left leg. His sword surged forth like a tempest, striking at the joint in an attempt to exploit the opening. The creature howled in pain, its movements faltering ever so slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the others launched a flurry of attacks against the creature's left leg. Chop at its ankle, stab its knee, their cries rose in a crescendo, their strikes growing more vigorous. Under the relentless assault, the creature finally succumbed, its massive form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At last, it is vanquished, the group exhaled in relief. Their bodies trembled from the strain and exhaustion, yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. However, before they could fully regain their composure, strange sounds reverberated around them. The noises resembled deep growls intertwined with pained moans, echoing ominously through the narrow passage, sending shivers down their spines. "What is that?" a disciple asked, terror lacing his voice. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, an ominous foreboding swelling within him. They had just emerged from a fierce battle, with no time to recover, and now a new peril loomed on the horizon. Would they be able to face this impending challenge? Was the truth waiting just beyond this myriad of crises? Chapter 58 of The Uncharted Path. After an arduous battle against the enigmatic giant, the group had scarcely caught their breath when the distant sound of trickling water reached their ears. The sound resonated with an unusual clarity in the stillness of the cave, as if luring them towards some unknown temptation. "Be vigilant, everyone," Lin Feng cautioned, his tone laden with gravity. "This sound is peculiar. We cannot ascertain what dangers may lie ahead." His solemn voice rekindled the tension among the disciples, who had begun to relax. They tightened their grips on their weapons and followed Lin Feng cautiously towards the source of the sound, each step imbued with trepidation, fearful of inadvertently stumbling into a new peril. As they advanced, the humidity in the air thickened, and the sound of water grew ever more pronounced. Before long, they encountered an underground river, its waters surging vigorously, splashing wildly, and producing a deafening roar. The river appeared to be a profound, inky green, its depths and course a mystery. "Senior brother Lin, this river seems bottomless. How shall we cross?" one disciple asked, his expression fraught with concern, his gaze fixed on the turbulent waters, filled with dread and anxiety. Lin Feng surveyed their surroundings and noticed scattered stones along the riverbank, some as large as millstones, others no bigger than fists. "We shall traverse the river by stepping on these stones, supporting one another, and exercising utmost caution," he declared, his voice resolute and steady, instilling a measure of courage in the group. They gingerly stepped onto the stones, the rushing water lapping at their feet, threatening their balance. The stones were slick, and a moment's inattention could send them tumbling into the river. Just then, a whirlpool suddenly erupted in the river, its powerful suction causing one disciple to lose his footing. "Quick, grab him!" Lin Feng shouted, extending his hand in an attempt to seize the falling disciple. The others reached out as well, some grasping the hem of his garment, others clutching his arm. After a concerted effort, they managed to pull him from the clutches of the whirlpool. "Thank you, everyone," the rescued disciple gasped, still shaken. Having crossed the river without further incident, they pressed onward. The path ahead narrowed considerably, allowing passage for only a single person. The encroaching stone walls elicited an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Proceed one at a time. Do not rush," Lin Feng instructed as he forged the way ahead, his sword poised and ready to confront any lurking dangers. Just when they believed themselves to be temporarily safe, a rustling sound echoed from above. Initially faint, the noise rapidly intensified, growing increasingly dense. Lin Feng looked up to behold a horde of colossal spiders descending from the cave ceiling. Each spider was the size of a basin, covered in a dense layer of fur, their 8 long legs adorned with menacing barbs. Their eyes glimmered with a sinister light, sending chills down the spine. "This is dire, they are venomous spiders." Lin Feng's face paled, his voice tinged with urgency and fear. The spiders lunged towards them, baring their fangs and spraying venom. The disciples brandished their swords in defiance, flashes of steel illuminating the confined space. "Ah!" One disciple cried out as a spider sank its fangs into his arm, instantly blackening the flesh. "Endure!" Lin Feng urged, swiftly dispatching the spider to buy time for the injured disciple. Chaos erupted in the narrow passageway as the spider's onslaught grew fiercer, and the disciples' resistance became increasingly strenuous. Lin Feng's garments were torn by the spiders, and multiple wounds marred his body, yet he continued to fight valiantly. "Hold on, we shall break through," he rallied, his voice ringing with determination. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the disciples gradually regained their composure and began to mount an organized counterattack. Could they fend off the relentless assault of the venomous spiders? What further dangers awaited them down the path? Chapter 59 Hope in the darkness. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng and his companions finally repelled the venomous spiders. However, they were utterly exhausted, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Their faces bore the marks of fatigue and anguish, their garments tattered and stained with blood. "Let us take a moment to rest and tend to our injuries," Lin Feng said, panting heavily. He leaned against the stone wall and sat down slowly, gasping for breath. The group found a relatively spacious area to settle, each producing healing salves to dress their own and each other's wounds. For a brief moment, the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. Of Brother Lin, how much longer must we travel before we can escape?" a disciple asked weakly, his gaze filled with confusion and despair, the pain from his wounds still palpable. Lin Feng gazed into the dark passage ahead, his eyes resolute. "No matter how long it takes, we must find a way out. As long as we do not relinquish our hope, we shall surely survive and leave this place." Though his voice was weary, it resonated with strength, instilling a glimmer of hope in the hearts of his companions. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. Time passed, and eventually, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, a precious, enticing beacon in the enveloping darkness. "Look, there is light!" one disciple exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling with enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with joy. The group felt a surge of energy, their previously heavy footsteps now lightened with renewed vigor. They hastened towards the light, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an opening through which sunlight streamed in. The warm rays enveloped them, bringing a long-forgotten sense of warmth and hope. "Finally, we are about to escape," they cheered, their voices echoing joyfully within the cavern. However, as they stepped out into the opening, they found themselves in an unfamiliar valley, surrounded by towering mountains shrouded in mist. The peaks soared into the clouds, seemingly touching the heavens. The valley was lush with thriving trees and vibrant flowers, yet it exuded an air of mystery. "Where is this place?" someone questioned, bewildered, gazing around at the strange surroundings, anxiety swelling in their hearts. Lin Feng surveyed the environment, his brow furrowed. "Regardless, we must first find our way out of this valley." Though uncertainty gnawed at him, he understood the importance of maintaining calm among his companions. They proceeded along a narrow path within the valley, the soft, damp grass cushioning their steps, flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, they found little joy in the scenic beauty, their minds solely focused on discovering an exit. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The clear, enchanting notes seemed to originate from a realm of ethereal beauty, resonating exquisitely in the tranquil valley. The group instinctively paused, captivated by the enchanting sound. "Where does this flute music come from?" someone murmured quietly. Lin Feng, too, was drawn to the melody. Following its direction, he spotted an elderly man clad in white seated beneath a large tree. The old man had a kind visage, his eyes closed, as the flute danced lightly at his lips. As Lin Feng and his companions approached the elder, he greeted them with a gentle smile. "Welcome to the Valley of Illusions, where entry is easy, but exit is fraught with difficulty." The hearts of the group sank at his words. What did this flute signify? Would Lin Feng and his companions ever find their way out of the Valley of Illusions? Chapter 60 The Secrets of the Valley of Shadows. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Feng and his companions felt a heavy weight descend upon their hearts. They had initially believed they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, only to find that the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. "Kind sir, we implore you to guide us out of this enigmatic valley," Lin Feng earnestly articulated. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and fervent supplication, his voice tinged with a hint of urgency. The elder gently caressed the flute in his hands, his gaze sweeping over the group. It was as if his eyes possessed the ability to perceive the very essence of their souls, instilling a sense of unease within them. "The paths within this valley are labyrinthine and often enshrouded in mist. Without a guide, it is exceedingly difficult to navigate," he stated, his voice deep and gravelly, laced with an air of indifference. "But why should I aid you?" Lin Feng responded without hesitation. "We seek only the truth and have unwittingly trespassed into this place. Should you extend your assistance, we shall be sure to repay you in the future." His tone was resolute, his expression sincere, hoping to sway the elder's heart. The elder fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something profound. The atmosphere around them felt as though it had solidified, and Lin Feng and his companions awaited his response with bated breath. At last, the elder rose slowly, his movements graceful yet imbued with an intangible weight. "Very well, our meeting must be fate. However, before I assist you, you must first undertake a task for me." "What is it?" "We shall not hesitate to oblige, provided it is within our means," Lin Feng replied resolutely, his eyes betraying no hint of doubt. He was prepared to pay any price to escape this place. The elder gestured towards the depths of the valley, where mist swirled ominously, exuding an aura of both mystery and peril. "There lies a 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom, guarded by a ferocious beast. If you can procure this mushroom for me, I shall lead you out of the valley." Lin Feng exchanged determined glances with his companions, their eyes reflecting a shared resolve. They nodded in unison, proclaiming, "Very well, we shall venture forth at once." Their voices resonated with strength, devoid of any hint of retreat. As they advanced deeper into the valley, the lush grass beneath their feet gradually gave way to rugged terrain and sharp stones. The atmosphere grew increasingly foreboding. Towering trees loomed above, grotesquely twisted, their branches entwined, obstructing much of the sunlight and casting a dim pall over the surroundings. Eventually, they beheld the formidable beast. It was massive, akin to a small hillside, its bristling fur gleaming coldly in the faint light, its eyes glinted with malevolence, and it exhaled a hot breath that sent shivers down their spines. "Be cautious," Lin Feng warned, his voice low and serious as he tightened his grip on his sword. The others brandished their weapons, their expressions brimming with vigilance. Some wielded swords, others knives, and a few carried clubs. Each was poised for battle. Upon noticing their presence, the beast let out a deafening roar, causing leaves to rain down around them. It charged forward with lightning speed. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped the attack, thrusting his sword towards the creature's abdomen. However, its tough hide merely sustained a shallow wound. The other disciples launched their assaults as well, and for a moment, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the glimmer of steel. Yet, the beast remained undeterred. With a swat of its paw, it sent one disciple crashing to the ground. "Watch out!" Lin Feng shouted. The group coordinated their efforts closely, some drawing the beast's attention while others seized the opportunity to strike at its vulnerable spots. Nevertheless, the beast was relentless, each of its strikes fraught with peril. After a grueling battle, Lin Feng observed that the beast's right leg appeared injured, hindering its movements. "Target its right leg," he commanded. The group concentrated their firepower on the creature's injured limb. Gradually, the beast began to falter, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leapt into the air, his sword aimed directly at the beast's eye. With a piercing scream, the creature collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the beast and secured the spirit mushroom. Each member of the party was panting heavily, their bodies marked by wounds and sweat. Upon their return to the elder, the old man wore a satisfied smile. "Well done, you are all truly valiant souls. Follow me." The elder led them through the valley with an effortless grace, as if he were intimately familiar with every path. After an indeterminate length of time, they arrived at a concealed pathway, flanked by overgrown weeds, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. "Follow this path, and you shall find your way out of the valley," the elder instructed. Grateful beyond measure, Lin Feng and his companions embarked upon the narrow trail. Yet, would this path genuinely lead them safely out of the Valley of Shadows? What further challenges awaited them on the horizon? Chapter 61 of the Arduous Return. Lin Feng and his companions traversed the narrow path, their hearts a tumult of tension and anticipation. Each footfall bore the weight of uncertainty, yet shimmered with a fervent desire to escape their predicament. The path was both constricted and rugged, with wild grasses brushing against their garments, producing a rustling sound that echoed in the stillness. After a time, they encountered a fork in the road, two paths stretching before them as if testing their resolve. "Which way should we go?" one disciple inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety, his gaze darting between the two routes. Lin Feng scrutinized the options and noted that the left path appeared drier, while the right was somewhat damp, emanating a faint, putrid odor. "Let us take the left path, the moist one may conceal traps," he declared. His eyes were resolute, though uncertainty gnawed him. He understood the necessity for decisive action in such moments. The group heeded Lin Feng's judgment and veered left. Their footsteps resonated clearly in the quietude of the path, each step laden with trepidation toward the unknown. Not long into their journey, a low, thunderous growl pierced the air. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, brimming with fury and menace. "This bodes ill, danger may be imminent." Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, leaning forward, poised for combat. Suddenly, a colossal black panther leaped from the thicket, obstructing their passage. Its lithe form glistened in the dim light, sleek fur shimmering ominously, its eyes glinting with ferocity, revealing sharp fangs as it exhaled hot breath. The disciples, though initially startled, quickly assumed a defensive stance, encircling one another, weapons aimed at the beast. Lin Feng was the first to strike. He darted forward, lunging at the panther. The creature nimbly dodged and retaliated with a swift pounce, narrowly missing Lin Feng. "All together!" Lin Feng shouted. The disciples rallied, some brandishing swords, others wielding clubs, launching a coordinated assault against the panther. Despite their collective efforts, the panther remained a formidable adversary, evading blows with remarkable agility. In a swift motion, its claws raked across a disciple's arm, blood streaming forth. "Be cautious," Lin Feng cautioned loudly. Seizing an opportune moment, Lin Feng thrust his sword into the panther's hind leg. The beast roared in pain, and the group seized the moment to intensify their onslaught. Gradually, the panther began to falter, ultimately retreating into the depths of the forest. "At last, it has fled," one disciple collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. They pressed on, but soon the path grew indistinct, their sense of direction fading. The once clear trail became elusive, and the surroundings morphed into the unfamiliar. "Brother Lin, have we lost our way?" someone voiced, anxiety lacing his tone, his eyes betraying a sense of bewilderment about their future. Lin Feng halted, pondering for a moment. He surveyed the area, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. "Do not panic, let us search for clues," he reassured his companions, though his own heart raced with urgency. At that moment, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Large raindrops cascaded down, soaking their garments in an instant. The deluge blurred their vision, compounding their plight. "Let us find shelter from the rain," Lin Feng shouted. The group scoured the surrounding area for refuge, yet all that lay around were open woods, devoid of cover. They trudged onward through the rain, each step fraught with difficulty. Would they uncover the correct path amidst the storm? What further adversities awaited them? Chapter 61 The Perilous Return. Lin Feng and his companions trudged along the narrow path, their hearts a tumultuous blend of anxiety and anticipation. Each step felt burdened, yet infused with a fervent desire to escape their dire circumstances. The trail was both constricted and uneven, with wild grasses occasionally brushing against their garments, producing a rustling sound that echoed in the stillness. After traversing a distance, they encountered a fork in the road, where two paths stretched before them, seemingly testing their resolve. "Which way shall we take?" inquired one disciple, his voice tinged with trepidation as his gaze flitted anxiously between the two routes. Lin Feng scrutinized the paths closely, noting that the left one appeared comparatively dry, while the right was somewhat damp, exuding a faint odor of decay. Let us proceed down the left path. The wet route may conceal hidden dangers, Lin Feng declared, his eyes resolute. Although he harbored his own uncertainties, he understood the necessity of making a decisive choice in such moments. The group acquiesced to Lin Feng's judgment and veered left. Their footsteps resonated distinctly on the quiet path, each step laden with an apprehension of the unknown. Not long after, a low, menacing growl reverberated through the air. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, rife with fury and menace. This does not bode well. We may be in peril, Lin Feng murmured, gripping his sword tightly and leaning slightly forward, bracing himself for confrontation. Suddenly, a colossal black panther leapt from the thicket, blocking their passage. Its sinewy form glistened ominously in the dim light, its sleek ebony fur shimmering with an oily sheen, eyes glinting with ferocity, revealing sharp fangs as it exhaled a gust of heated breath. The disciples, though initially startled, quickly composed themselves, forming a defensive circle with their weapons aimed at the menacing beast. Lin Feng was the first to strike, darting forward to thrust at the panther. The creature nimbly evaded, countering with a fierce lunge, but Lin Feng narrowly sidestepped its attack. Everyone, attack together! Lin Feng commanded. The disciples rallied, some brandishing swords, others wielding staffs, all launching a coordinated assault against the panther. The beast, despite its agility, found itself besieged, dodging left and right yet remaining a formidable adversary to in a swift motion. Its claws slashed across one disciple's arm, drawing forth a stream of crimson blood. Be cautious! Lin Feng warned loudly. Seizing the moment, he plunged his sword into the panther's hind leg. With a roar of pain, the creature recoiled, and the group intensified their onslaught, gradually overpowering it until it finally retreated into the depths of the forest. We've driven it away, one disciple gasped, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. They continued onward, but soon found the path increasingly indistinct, as if they had lost their way. The once clear trail had become elusive, and the surroundings morphed into an unfamiliar landscape. Brother Lin, have we strayed from the right path? Someone voiced, anxiety lacing their tone, their expression betraying a sense of bewilderment about their future. Lin Feng paused, contemplating for a moment. He surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. Do not panic, let us search for clues, he reassured them, though his own heart raced with concern. At that moment, a torrential downpour erupted from the heavens. Torrential raindrops cascaded down, drenching them in an instant. The deluge blurred their vision, compounding their already precarious situation. Let us find shelter from the rain! Lin Feng shouted. The group scoured their surroundings for refuge, but the expanse of the forest offered no sanctuary. They trudged forward through the relentless downpour, each step fraught with difficulty. Would they manage to uncover the correct path amidst the rain? What further tribulations awaited them? Chapter 62. Hope. Amidst the rain curtain in the torrential downpour, Lin Feng and his companions trudged forward with great difficulty. The relentless rain hammered down upon them, as if determined to utterly shatter their spirits. The splashes from the raindrops rendered the path beneath their feet a quagmire, demanding immense effort. With each step they took, the rain soaked their garments, and a chill gradually seeped into their bodies, burrowing into their bones and causing involuntary shivers to ripple through them. Let us endure a little longer. Perhaps there lies a shelter ahead, Lin Feng urged the group, his voice barely audible over the din of the rain. His damp hair clung to his face, and water streamed down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained resolute, striving to impart courage and hope to those around him. Suddenly, a disciple pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be a cave." His voice brimmed with surprise and anticipation. Following his gesture, the others beheld a dark opening in the mountainside not far away. That entrance appeared like a beacon of light in the darkness, offering them a glimmer of warmth and solace. They hurried towards the cave, their feet slipping in the mire, yet each individual pressed forward with unwavering determination. Upon entering the cave, they finally found refuge from the relentless downpour. The air within was thick with dampness, but in comparison to the tempest outside, this place was a rare sanctuary. I wonder when this rain will cease, one disciple sighed, his voice laden with fatigue and resignation as he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng gazed out at the curtain of rain, which showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to intensify. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Now is the time for us to rest and contemplate our next course of action." His voice was steady and calm, gradually soothing the frayed nerves of those around him. The group found spaces to sit and tended to their wounds. Some disciples produced herbal remedies from their belongings to dress their injuries, while others assisted one another in bandaging the bleeding areas. As they consumed some provisions to regain their strength, they exchanged hushed accounts of their journey. Thus at that moment, Lin Feng discovered some peculiar engravings in a corner of the cave. These inscriptions flickered in the dim light, as if concealing some enigmatic message. What could this be? Lin Feng mused as he approached for a closer inspection. He crouched down and gently traced the marks with his fingers, feeling their textures and shapes. The engravings resembled fragments of a map, with lines intertwining in a convoluted manner, leaving one perplexed. Could this be a clue guiding us out of here? A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Feng. His eyes fixated on the markings, his mind racing to decipher their significance. The other disciples gathered around, engaging in animated discussion. Could this be a sign left by those who came before us? Perhaps it leads to a treasure? Lin Feng urged calm, diligently analyzing the situation. Let us not jump to conclusions, we must assess the orientation and distribution of these lines first. After a thorough examination, he seemed to glean some insight. As the rain gradually subsided, the world outside the cave appeared rejuvenated, the air imbued with a refreshing essence. Let us prepare to embark once more, perhaps this time we shall discover an exit, Lin Feng declared. They resumed their journey. Would they succeed in finding their way out this time? Chapter 63. A glimmer of hope. Lin Feng led the group onward, following the tenuous clues that seemed to lead them astray. The forest, after the rain, was enveloped in a damp mist, rendering the already winding path even more obscure. With each step, it felt as though they were treading into an abyss of uncertainty, the silence around them only broken by the sound of their labored breaths and the squelch of their shoes against the muddy ground. Senior Brother Lin, this path is becoming increasingly erratic. Can we truly find our way out? A disciple inquired anxiously, fatigue and unease evident in his voice. His garments were tattered from branches, and his face bore the marks of mud streaked across it. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolute as he looked ahead. No matter what, we must persevere. As long as there remains a flicker of hope, we cannot relinquish our efforts. His voice was steady and strong, attempting to instill a modicum of courage in his companions. However, as they traversed a dense thicket, they were confronted by a raging river that barred their passage. The waters surged and roared, waves crashing against the stones at the riverbank, producing a cacophony of sound. White froth churned upon the surface, resembling a monstrous beast, deterring them from proceeding further. What are we to do? The group gazed at the tumultuous waters, their expressions fraught with despair. The glimmer of hope ignited by Lin Feng's encouragement was swiftly extinguished by the fierce current. Lin Feng paced along the riverbank, his brow furrowed, his eyes urgently scanning for a means to cross. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he spotted a fallen tree spanning the river. The trunk was robust, albeit slick from being submerged in the water. Perhaps we can traverse the river on this tree, Lin Feng proposed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Yet, in this dire predicament, it appeared to be their sole option. Nonetheless, the tree was damp and unstable. A moment of carelessness could lead to a plunge into the river. The furious current would sweep anyone away in an instant, with dire consequences. Senior Brother Lin, this is far too perilous. One disciple hesitated, his pallor evident as he gazed at the tree, his body trembling involuntarily. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This is our only means of escape at present. Remaining here is tantamount to a dead end. I will cross first. If it is safe, you may follow. His eyes were resolute, leaving no room for dissent. With that declaration, Lin Feng cautiously stepped onto the trunk. He moved with deliberate slowness, fearful of disturbing the fragile equilibrium. The tree swayed beneath him, emitting a disconcerting creak. The roar of the river echoed ominously in his ears, as if mocking their audacity. Halfway across, the trunk suddenly emitted a sharp crack. The sound pierced the stillness of the forest, sending a jolt of alarm through the hearts of his companions. Senior Brother Lin, they cried out in panic, their voices swallowed by the river's tumult, rendering their pleas powerless. With resolve, Lin Feng quickened his pace. His heart raced, beads of sweat cascading from his brow like rain. At last, just before the tree could fully give way, he reached the opposite bank unscathed. Come over, but tread carefully. Lin Feng called to his companions on the far side. Encouraged by Lin Feng's words, one by one, the others stepped onto the trunk. Each footfall trembled, their hearts lodged in their throats. One disciple, slipping midway, nearly fell into the river, but Lin Feng swiftly extended a hand, pulling him back to safety. At long last, all had successfully crossed the river. Would they all make it to the other side unscathed? What challenges awaited them next? Chapter 64. New clues. After successfully crossing the river, the group continued to navigate through this enigmatic terrain. Each step they took seemed heavy and laborious, and their faces were etched with anxiety and confusion. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded down their foreheads, soaking their garments. Brother Lin, we have been walking for quite some time, yet we still see no way out. Could it be that we have strayed once more? A disciple lamented, his voice laden with fatigue and despair, his eyes dimmed, as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. Lin Feng halted, surveying the surroundings, and spoke solemnly, do not lose heart, everyone. Let us search for clues with renewed diligence. It is in times like these that we must remain calm and resolute. His gaze was steadfast and composed, striving to instill a sense of confidence and courage in his companions, his eyes akin to a beacon in the darkness, offering a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a peculiar symbol carved into a tree not far off. The symbol was distorted, reminiscent of an ancient and mysterious script, imbued with an aura of untold power. This symbol appears to be a form of guidance, Lin Feng mused, his brow furrowed, eyes fixed intently upon the emblem, endeavoring to decipher any useful information it might convey, his mind racing through various interpretations. The others gathered around, each speculating on the meaning of the symbol. Could it indicate the direction to the exit? One disciple suggested eagerly, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it marks a trap, another disciple interjected, his countenance marked by concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng declared, regardless of its nature, we shall proceed in this direction, exercise caution and remain vigilant. His voice was resolute and unwavering, though he too harbored uncertainties. In such circumstances, one could only choose to forge ahead, as this was the sole clue they had. As they followed the direction indicated by the symbol, the landscape began to feel increasingly alien. The once dense forest gradually thinned, giving way to rugged hills strewn with peculiar stones and deep ravines. The path was treacherous, every step fraught with difficulty. Brother Lin, something feels amiss, one disciple remarked anxiously, his voice trembling, his pace slowing as if ensnared by an invisible force. Fear not, but remain alert to the sounds around us, Lin Feng reassured them. This may well be the necessary path to the exit. As long as we stand united, we shall overcome any adversity. Though his tone was gentle, it carried an undercurrent of strength, providing a modicum of solace to the group. As they pressed on, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. The walls were weathered and peeling, the roof tiles broken and incomplete, as if having withstood the ravages of countless years. The temple's doors stood firmly closed, enveloped in an air of mystery that evoked a sense of awe and trepidation. This atmosphere seemed to penetrate their very souls, sending chills down their spines. How could this temple possibly exist here? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions were rife with confusion and astonishment, uncertain of the secrets this temple might conceal, their hearts a tumult of fear and curiosity regarding the unknown. Lin Feng stepped forward and gently pushed against the great door, which creaked open slowly, releasing a gust of stale air inside. The light was dim, thick dust hung in the air, and an ancient statue loomed in the center, its features obscured yet its imposing presence still evoking a sense of reverence. It seemed as though the statue silently narrated tales of yore. Everyone, be cautious and do not touch anything, Lin Feng cautioned. They entered the temple with utmost care, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, one disciple spotted a stone slab inscribed with text at the base of the statue. Brother Lin, come quickly. Lin Feng hurried over, examining the inscriptions on the stone slab with great attention. What revelations might await them within this temple? Could it hold the key to their escape from this predicament? Chapter 64. New clues. After successfully crossing the river, the group continued to explore the enigmatic terrain before them. Each step they took seemed heavy and wearisome, their faces etched with anxiety and confusion. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded from their foreheads, soaking their garments. Brother Lin, we have been walking for so long, yet we still see no way out. Could it be that we have gone astray once more? One disciple lamented, his voice tinged with exhaustion and despair, his eyes devoid of their usual luster, as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. Lin Feng paused to survey the surroundings, his voice grave yet encouraging. Let us not lose heart, we shall search for clues with greater diligence. In times like these, it is imperative to remain calm and resolute. His gaze was steadfast and composed, attempting to instill a sense of confidence and courage in his companions, his eyes akin to a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a peculiar symbol carved into a tree not far off. The symbol was distorted, reminiscent of an ancient and mysterious script, imbued with an aura of the unknown. This symbol appears to be some form of guidance, Lin Feng mused, his brow furrowed as he fixated on the mark, striving to decipher any useful information it might convey, his mind racing through various interpretations. The group gathered around, speculating about the symbol's significance. Could it be pointing towards an exit? One disciple said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, perhaps it signifies a trap. Another disciple interjected anxiously, his face a canvas of concern. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng declared, regardless of its meaning, let us proceed in this direction. We must exercise caution and remain vigilant. His tone was resolute, and although he harbored no absolute certainty, in such circumstances, they had no choice but to take a chance. After all, this was the only lead they possessed. As they ventured along the path indicated by the symbol, the surroundings grew increasingly unfamiliar. The once dense forest gradually thinned, giving way to rugged hills strewn with bizarre rocks and profound ravines. The trail was treacherous, each step fraught with difficulty. Brother Lin, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, one disciple voiced uneasily, his voice trembling and his pace slowing, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Fear not, pay close attention to your surroundings, Lin Feng reassured them. This may well be the necessary route to the exit. As long as we stand united, we shall overcome any obstacles. His words, though gentle, resonated with strength, easing the group's anxiety somewhat. As they pressed onward, they arrived before a dilapidated temple. The walls were weathered and peeling, the roof tiles fragmented, bearing the scars of countless years. The temple's door stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery that evoked a sense of awe and trepidation. This presence seemed to penetrate the soul, sending shivers down their spines. How did this temple come to be here? The group exchanged glances, their eyes rife with confusion and astonishment, unsure of the secrets the structure might conceal, their hearts a tumult of fear and curiosity regarding the unknown. Lin Feng stepped forward and gently pushed against the heavy door, which creaked open, releasing a wave of antiquated air inside. The dim light revealed a thick layer of dust, and an ancient statue loomed in the center, its features obscured yet its majestic posture still evoking reverence. The statue seemed to silently narrate tales of the past. Everyone, be cautious and refrain from making any sudden movements, Lin Feng cautioned. They entered the temple with utmost care, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, one disciple spotted a stone slab at the feet of the statue inscribed with text, "Brother Lin, come quickly." Lin Feng hurried over to examine the inscriptions on the stone slab closely. What revelations awaited them within the temple? Could this be the key to their escape from this predicament? Chapter 64. New clues. After successfully crossing the river, the group continued to navigate through this enigmatic terrain. Each person's footsteps appeared heavy and weary, their expressions laden with anxiety and confusion. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascaded from their foreheads, soaking their garments. "Brother Lin, we have been walking for quite some time, yet we have yet to find a way out. Could it be that we have strayed once more?" A disciple spoke with a hint of despondency. His voice was thick with fatigue and despair, and his eyes had lost their usual luster, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. Lin Feng halted, surveying the surrounding environment, and spoke solemnly, "Do not lose heart, everyone, let us search for clues more diligently. In times like these, it is imperative to remain calm and resolute." His gaze was steadfast and composed, attempting to instill confidence and courage within the group, his eyes akin to a beacon of hope in the darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a peculiar symbol etched into a tree not far away. The symbol was distorted, reminiscent of an ancient and mysterious script, imbued with an aura of unknown power. This symbol appears to be some form of guidance, Lin Feng pondered, his brow furrowed, and his eyes fixated on the symbol, striving to decipher any useful information from it, his mind racing through various possible interpretations. The others gathered around, speculating on the meaning of the symbol. Could it be pointing towards the exit? One disciple said eagerly, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. "Perhaps it signifies a trap." Another disciple voiced, a note of concern evident in his expression, worry etched across his face. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng declared, "Regardless, let us proceed in this direction and see where it leads. Exercise caution and remain vigilant." His voice was resolute and unwavering. Although he harbored his own uncertainties, in such a situation, they could only choose to forge ahead, as this was the sole lead they possessed. They followed the direction indicated by the symbol, feeling increasingly estranged by the changing scenery. The once dense forest gradually thinned, giving way to rugged hills dotted with bizarre rocks and deep gorges. The path was treacherous, each step laden with hardship. "Brother Lin, something feels amiss," one disciple expressed anxiously. His voice trembled slightly, and his pace slowed, as if ensnared by an unseen force. "Fear not, pay close attention to your surroundings," Lin Feng reassured. "This may well be the necessary route to our exit. As long as we stand united, we shall overcome these challenges." His words, though gentle, were imbued with strength, providing a modicum of solace to the group. As they continued, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. The walls were weathered and crumbling, the roof tiles incomplete, as if it had withstood countless years of relentless elements. The temple's door stood firmly shut, enveloped in an air of mystery that evoked both reverence and trepidation. This aura seemed to penetrate the very souls of those present, sending shivers down their spines. How did this temple come to be here? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimmed with curiosity and astonishment, unsure of the secrets this temple might conceal, their hearts a tumult of fear and intrigue regarding the unknown. Lin Feng approached cautiously, gently pushing against the heavy door, which creaked open to reveal a musty interior. The dim light illuminated a thick layer of dust, and a weathered statue stood solemnly at the center, its features obscured, yet its imposing presence remained profoundly awe-inspiring. The statue seemed to silently narrate the tales of your "Everyone, be cautious and refrain from making sudden movements," Lin Feng advised. They stepped gingerly into the temple, exploring their surroundings. Suddenly, one disciple spotted a stone slab inscribed with text beneath the statue's feet. "Brother Lin, come quickly." Lin Feng hurried over, diligently examining the inscriptions on the stone slab. What revelations awaited them within the temple? Could this be the key to their escape from this predicament? Chapter 65. The Secrets of the Temple. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration as he endeavored to decipher their meanings. His gaze was intense and piercing, leaving no nuance of stroke or symbol overlooked. His eyes threatened to blur from the strain, yet he dared not yield to even the slightest lapse in focus, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead from the exertion of his concentration. "Senior Brother Lin, what does it say?" an eager disciple inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, hoping to derive from him the answers he sought, as if those answers were his sole lifeline in the enveloping darkness. His voice, tinged with nervousness, took on a sharper edge. Lin Feng shook his head. "These characters are ancient and obscure. I find myself at a loss to fully comprehend them at this moment. However, they appear to pertain to our current location. From these fragments of text, I surmise there may be concealed information regarding an escape route or some form of mysterious power." His voice was grave and resonant, the uncertainties within him as elusive as the very script before his eyes, akin to a tangled knot that defied unraveling, his brow knitting tighter still. At that instant, a sudden chill swept through the temple, a bone-chilling wind that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The already dimly lit temple grew even more sinister, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating the eerie atmosphere, causing the oppressive darkness to close in around them. "What is happening?" A disciple's voice trembled, his body instinctively drawing closer to his companions, his grip on his weapon tightening as if it were his only refuge. His teeth chattered involuntarily. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings with a vigilant eye, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Suddenly, he was met with a low, ominous buzzing that grew increasingly nearer, as though it were a summons from the depths of hell, sending a chill down their spines. "Be cautious, something is amiss," Lin Feng shouted, his voice echoing within the temple, laden with urgency and warning, a barely perceptible tremor underlying his tone. From the shadowy recesses of the temple erupted a swarm of bats, dark and menacing, their claws bared, the sound of their wings a chilling cacophony. The bats surged towards them like a tempest, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the darkness. The disciples hastily brandished their swords in defense, the glimmer of their blades flashing against the blackness. The bats launched their fierce and rapid assaults, some disciples unfortunate enough to be caught, sustaining scratches upon their faces and arms, blood flowing freely as searing pain coursed through their wounds. "Ah!" The cries of anguish reverberated throughout the temple, echoing mournfully in the vastness. "Steady yourselves, do not panic," Lin Feng barked, his voice nearly hoarse from the exertion. The group rallied together, some disciples wielding torches to drive the bats away, while others struck down the approaching creatures with their swords. After a fierce struggle, they finally managed to disperse the bats, all left shaken, gasping for breath as if they had just awakened from a nightmare. "This temple is cursed. We should leave at once," one disciple suggested, his face pale, eyes filled with dread, desperately wishing to escape the terrifying place, his body still trembling uncontrollably. Lin Feng paused for a moment in contemplation before declaring, "No, I sense that vital clues are concealed here. We cannot afford to abandon our search so easily. This may be our only opportunity to uncover a means of escape. Let us continue to investigate." His voice was resolute and decisive, despite a flicker of fear within him. He understood that retreat was not an option, his eyes radiating determination. The group hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Feng's resolve. They resumed their exploration of the temple, treading cautiously through each shadowy corner. The darkness within the temple seemed almost alive, ever eager to engulf them. Every step taken was fraught with trepidation. In a side chamber, they discovered a weathered ancient tome. Its cover was coated in dust and cobwebs, as though it had been forgotten for ages, emanating a musty and decayed scent. Lin Feng gently lifted the tome, opening the first page, where the text appeared equally archaic and enigmatic. "What is this?" a disciple inquired, leaning closer, his voice thick with curiosity. Lin Feng read intently, his expression gradually growing serious. What revelations might this tome bestow upon them? Would they be able to unravel the secrets of the temple? Chapter 66, The Revelation of the Mysterious Ancient Tome. Lin Feng was engrossed in the study of the ancient tome in his hands, while the disciples around him observed with bated breath, not daring to make a sound. A faint light filtered through the crevices of the temple, illuminating Lin Feng's solemn face, his gaze shifting with the movement of the text, occasionally reflecting confusion, at other times, astonishment. After a considerable duration, Lin Feng slowly raised his head, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "I believe I have grasped a few insights," Lin Feng declared. His voice resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the temple, prompting the disciples to gather around, their eyes brimming with anticipation and eagerness. "Brother Lin, please enlighten us," they urged impatiently, their breaths quickening as if the words Lin Feng was about to utter represented their sole hope for survival. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and began to elucidate the contents of the ancient tome. It turned out that this temple once served as a sanctuary for an ancient sage, who had inscribed secrets and pathways concerning this enigmatic region within its confines. This sage possessed extraordinary powers and had navigated countless perils in this land, ultimately discerning its profound mysteries. Yet, wary of future generations inadvertently trespassing and finding themselves in dire straits, he had left behind this tome in the hope of guiding those fated to discover it. "However, to find the way out, we must unravel several enigmas," Lin Feng remarked, furrowing his brow. His gaze returned to the tome, as if contemplating the solutions to those puzzles. Just as they were preparing to embark on the quest for answers, a peculiar sound reverberated through the temple. It resembled a low growl, akin to a heavy exhalation, echoing hauntingly in the vast space, sending shivers down their spines. What is happening now? The disciples' nerves tightened once more. They looked around in terror, instinctively clutching their weapons, their bodies unconsciously drawing closer to Lin Feng. Suddenly, a hidden door creaked open, an immense force pulling them inward. The pull was like an invisible giant hand, its strength overwhelming and irresistible. "Hold on to whatever you can," Lin Feng shouted urgently, his voice imbued with both anxiety and resolve, as he swiftly grasped a nearby stone pillar. The disciples followed suit, some clinging to tables and chairs, others embracing the pillars, desperately resisting the force, yet, the pull intensified, as if intent on devouring them whole. One disciple, weaker in stature, was gradually dragged toward the hidden door. "Help me," he cried out in panic, flailing his arms helplessly in the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng extended his hand with all his might, striving to grasp him. "Hold on," Lin Feng urged. The other disciples reached out as well, and together they exerted their strength, finally managing to pull the disciple back to safety. However, the force continued to grow stronger, their collective strength waning against its might. "This cannot go on, we must find a way to close the hidden door," Lin Feng declared emphatically, yet there were no visible mechanisms or buttons surrounding the door. How could they possibly seal it? Lin Feng once again turned his attention to the ancient tome, hoping to unearth a clue. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar symbol in the corner of one page, reminiscent of the shape of the hidden door. Could this be the key to closing it? Lin Feng pondered. Without further delay, he handed the tome to a disciple and dashed towards the hidden door. Struggling against the powerful pull, Lin Feng inched closer, each step demanding every ounce of his strength. At last, he approached the door, scrutinizing the intricate patterns in search of a corresponding spot for the symbol. Just as he felt he might collapse, he detected a slight protrusion that aligned perfectly with a part of the design. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pressed his hand against it, and in an instant, the force ceased, the hidden door gradually closing. The group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, grateful to have narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, they were acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Would they ultimately uncover a way out and escape this mysterious and terrifying place? Chapter 67. On the arduous path of unraveling mysteries following the recent harrowing episode, a palpable sense of trepidation lingered among the group. Their garments were disheveled, and traces of fear still marred their countenances, yet their eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. After all, to escape this predicament, they must rely on the clues unearthed by Lin Feng from the ancient texts to decipher the enigma. "Let us regain our composure and examine the first riddle," Lin Feng proposed, his voice quavering slightly yet imbued with determination, instilling a measure of encouragement in his companions. The initial riddle inscribed in the ancient tome read, "As the moon shrouds and stars grow sparse, a solitary object points the way." The group fell into deep contemplation, their brows furrowed as their minds raced to uncover the key to its meaning. "What on earth does this signify?" queried a disciple, scratching his head in utter bewilderment, his eyes fixated on the riddle as if attempting to penetrate its obscurity. Lin Feng paced within the temple, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Every corner of the edifice exuded an air of mystery, as though concealing myriad secrets. His gaze drifted over the time-worn deity statues, the dust-laden offering table, and the clutter amassed in the corners. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an antiquated oil lamp. The wick, nearly consumed, and the lamp's surface, marred by rust and scratches, suggested it had long been neglected. Could this be the answer? Lin Feng pondered, his heart racing with anticipation as he sensed he was nearing a revelation. Approaching the lamp, he gently brushed away the dust, revealing strange symbols etched upon its surface. These markings resembled ancient script or perhaps enigmatic patterns, defying immediate comprehension. Might these symbols hold the key to solving the riddle? Lin Feng mused, delicately tracing the contours and shapes with his fingers. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the temple, carrying an aura of mystery. The wind caressed the faces of the group, imparting a refreshing chill. "This wind feels peculiar, we must be cautious," Lin Feng warned, his eyes sharpening as he scanned the vicinity. Just then, the flame of the oil lamp flickered erratically, as if attempting to convey a message. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the dancing flame, a surge of inexplicable intuition swelling within him. "Brother Lin, does this oil lamp possess some significance?" inquired a disciple, stepping closer. Lin Feng paused thoughtfully before replying, "I cannot say for certain, but the solitary object mentioned in the riddle likely refers to this very lamp." The group gathered around, intent on scrutinizing the lamp and its symbols. These symbols appear utterly chaotic. Could they be a form of cipher? They debated, exchanging thoughts, yet they remained at an impasse. Lin Feng calmed his mind and redirected his focus to the symbols. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The arrangement of these symbols bore a resemblance to constellations in the night sky. Could this be related to the stars? A spark of insight ignited within Lin Feng. He lifted his gaze to the temple's ceiling, where holes permitted glimpses of the twinkling stars above. Everyone, come quickly! Do these symbols not resemble that constellation? Lin Feng exclaimed, pointing toward the heavens. The group hastily followed suit, comparing the symbols to the celestial formations. After thorough observation and comparison, they discerned notable similarities. If we interpret these symbols according to the positions of the constellations, we may uncover the answer, Lin Feng suggested. Thus, they endeavored to decode the symbols' meanings based on the constellation's alignment. As seconds turned into minutes, their anxiety mounted. I think I'm beginning to understand, a disciple declared with excitement. The others quickly gathered around to hear his elucidation. After a fervent discussion and meticulous examination, they finally deciphered the symbols' meanings, revealing the solution to the first riddle. Just as they reveled in their triumph, a deep, ominous rumble resonated throughout the temple. Trouble is afoot! Lin Feng shouted. What new crisis would they face? Would they be able to continue unraveling the subsequent riddles and find their path to freedom? Chapter 68. The mysterious passage. The elation of having just unraveled the riddle had scarcely faded when the resounding roar within the temple shattered the brief tranquility. The sound, akin to a distant thunder, reverberated in the confined space, causing the eardrums of the onlookers to buzz and an overwhelming sense of unease to surge within their hearts. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with panic. Lin Feng endeavored to maintain his composure, gripping his sword tightly as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. The rumbling intensified, as if the very temple was quaking under the weight of the noise, dust cascading from the walls, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Suddenly, a massive stone slab on one side of the temple began to rise slowly, emitting a dull scraping sound. As the slab ascended, a chill, damp breath seeped from the dark crevice, swiftly enveloping the entire temple. This atmosphere bore an odor of decay and antiquity, sending shivers down their spines. What is this place? One disciple inquired, his voice trembling, his body instinctively recoiling. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself. He gazed into the ominous passage and declared, I do not know, but perhaps this is the key to our escape. We have no other options, we must venture forth. Although his voice was resolute, trepidation and doubt filled his heart. Despite the fear and uncertainty that gripped them, under Lin Feng's guidance, the group cautiously stepped into the passage. A thick mist enveloped the corridor, swirling around them as if it possessed a life of its own, dimming the already faint light. They could only discern a few steps ahead, each movement fraught with latent peril. The ground beneath their feet was exceedingly slippery, as though coated in a layer of slime. Water droplets occasionally fell from the walls, chilling their shoulders and causing involuntary shivers. Be wary of your footing, Lin Feng cautioned, leading the way with his sword to probe for any traps. As they advanced, they were suddenly met with a series of peculiar sounds. The noise resembled a low, mournful moan, interspersed with faint whispers, flickering in and out of the darkness, as though innumerable eyes were watching them from the shadows. Lin Shixiang, I am frightened, a disciple clutched Lin Feng's garment, his voice quivering with a hint of tears. Lin Feng reassured him, do not fear, we shall walk together. As long as we stand united, we will surely find a way out. He extended his hand and patted the disciple's shoulder, attempting to instill some courage. Suddenly, several forks appeared ahead. Each pathway was shrouded in the same dense mist, making it impossible to discern which one led to safety. What shall we do? A disciple asked anxiously. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then replied, we shall split up to explore, but remain in contact. If any danger arises, retreat immediately. The group nodded in agreement, dividing into smaller factions and proceeding towards the various paths. Lin Feng led one group into one of the forks. The passage was narrow and winding, forcing them to stoop as they progressed. After traversing a short distance, they discovered peculiar patterns etched into the walls. What do these patterns signify? A disciple inquired. Lin Feng scrutinized the markings, deep in thought. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful current surging towards them from ahead. Not good, retreat quickly! Lin Feng shouted. But it was too late, a tremendous force propelled them backwards, and they all tumbled to the ground. Is everyone all right? Lin Feng struggled to rise, inquiring. Just then, they heard cries of alarm emanating from other forks. What has happened? Lin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. Would they successfully uncover the correct path? What secrets lay hidden at the end of the passage? Chapter 69 of The Choice at the Fork. After encountering an unknown peril in the passageway, Lin Feng and his companions swiftly regrouped. Each face bore expressions of alarm and fatigue, the sudden surge of power they had just experienced leaving them with lingering trepidation. That force was utterly terrifying. We must reconsider which path to take, one disciple remarked, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes filled with dread of the unknown. The group wore serious expressions, gazing at the several forks ahead. Lost in contemplation, the forks loomed like dark maws, awaiting their decision, each choice potentially determining their fate. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the subtle differences among the paths, striving to uncover any clues. His gaze was sharp and focused, not allowing any potentially useful detail to escape his notice. Suddenly, he spotted some faint footprints on the ground of one fork, seemingly left not long ago. Perhaps we can follow these footprints, Lin Feng proposed, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, yet in this directionless situation, it appeared to be their only lead. However, this could also be a trap. Senior brother Lin, one disciple expressed his concerns, his brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with doubt and hesitation. Lin Feng clenched his jaw and replied, "At this moment, we have no other options, we must take the risk. Remaining indecisive here will lead us nowhere." His eyes were resolute, as if he had steeled himself to confront any danger that lay ahead. Thus, they resolved to follow the footprints into that fork. The passage remained shrouded in mist, the light dim, with each step laden with apprehension. Their footsteps echoed ominously in the silence of the corridor, resonating with unusual clarity. As they proceeded, they heard the gentle sound of flowing water. The sound, crisp in the stillness, resonated like the pulse of life. "Is there an exit ahead?" one disciple exclaimed with hope, excitement lacing his voice, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of life. However, as they approached, they discovered it was merely an underground river, the current swift and exuding a chill. The water's surface shimmered with an eerie glow under the faint light, sending shivers down their spines. "What shall we do? Must we cross the river?" The group found themselves in a dilemma once again. They gazed at the turbulent waters, their hearts filled with fear and hesitation. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a dilapidated small boat by the riverbank. It appeared precarious, as though it could collapse at any moment. "Perhaps this is our means to cross the river," Lin Feng suggested, his gaze fixed on the boat, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. "But, senior brother Lin, this boat looks incapable of supporting our weight," a disciple voiced his concern anxiously. Lin Feng stepped forward to examine the boat closely and said, "Though it appears worn, it may still be serviceable. We can cross in batches to reduce the load." "But what if the boat capsizes in the river?" another disciple raised a question. Lin Feng took a deep breath and replied, "This is our only course of action at present. We must give it a try. Everyone, proceed with caution and look out for one another." The group fell silent for a moment but ultimately decided to heed Lin Feng's guidance. The first batch of disciples carefully boarded the small boat, clutching the sides tightly, their hearts racing. Lin Feng pushed the boat with force from the shore, and it slowly glided into the river. The current was fierce, causing the boat to sway violently, as if it might be engulfed by the waters at any moment. "Maintain your balance," Lin Feng shouted. The disciples aboard turned pale, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a wave crashed against them, and the boat rocked violently. The disciples cried out in terror. Would they successfully navigate this dark river and continue onward? Chapter 69. At the choice at the fork. After encountering an unknown peril within the passage, Lin Feng and his companions swiftly regrouped. Each countenance bore the marks of anxiety and exhaustion, the recent surge of formidable power leaving them in a state of trepidation. That force was utterly terrifying. "We must reconsider which path to take," one disciple remarked, his voice quivering slightly, his eyes reflecting an acute fear of the unknown. The group's expressions grew solemn as they gazed upon the several diverging paths before them. Lost in contemplation, the forks loomed like ominous, dark maws, awaiting their decision, each choice potentially determining their fate between life and death. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the subtle distinctions among the pathways, endeavoring to unearth any clues. His gaze was sharp and focused, not overlooking any detail that might prove beneficial. Suddenly, he noticed faint footprints on the ground of one fork, seemingly left not long ago. "Perhaps we could follow these footprints," Lin Feng proposed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Yet in their current state of bewilderment, this appeared to be their only lead. "But it could also be a trap, brother Lin," one disciple voiced his concerns, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with skepticism and hesitation. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and replied, "At this juncture, we have no other recourse but to take a risk. Remaining here in indecision will lead us nowhere." His gaze was resolute, as if he had steeled himself to confront any danger that lay ahead. Thus, they resolved to follow the footprints into that fork. The passage remained shrouded in mist, the light dim, each step laden with apprehension. Their footfalls echoed distinctly in the stillness of the corridor. As they proceeded, a gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears, resonating with a crisp clarity, reminiscent of the pulse of life. "Is there perhaps an exit ahead?" one disciple exclaimed with hope, his voice imbued with excitement, as though he glimpsed the dawn of life. However, as they drew closer, they discovered it was merely an underground stream, its waters swirling with a chilling ferocity. The surface of the dark river shimmered with an eerie luminescence in the faint light, sending shivers down their spines. "What shall we do now? Must we cross the river?" The group found themselves ensnared in a predicament once more, staring at the turbulent water, hearts filled with dread and indecision. Just then, Lin Feng spotted an old, rickety boat at the riverbank. The vessel appeared precarious, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. Perhaps this could serve as our means to cross the river, Lin Feng suggested, his gaze fixed intently on the small boat, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. But, Brother Lin, that boat looks incapable of supporting our weight, a disciple expressed his concern anxiously. Lin Feng approached the boat and examined it closely, declaring, though it appears dilapidated, it may still be serviceable. We can cross in groups to lighten the load. But what if the boat capsizes in the middle of the river? Another disciple raised a pertinent question. Lin Feng took a deep breath and asserted, this is our only option at present, we must give it a try. Let us proceed with caution and look out for one another. The group fell silent for a moment before ultimately deciding to heed Lin Feng's guidance. The first batch of disciples cautiously boarded the fragile vessel, gripping the sides tightly as their pulses quickened. Lin Feng exerted force to push the boat, which slowly glided into the river. The waters surged violently, causing the boat to sway perilously, as if it could be engulfed at any moment. Maintain your balance, Lin Feng shouted. The disciples aboard paled, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a wave crashed against them, causing the boat to lurch violently. Ah! The disciples cried out in terror. Would they manage to traverse this dark river and continue their journey? Chapter 70. The perilous crossing of the dark river. The small boat carrying the first batch of disciples rocked violently amidst the turbulent waters of the dark river, causing each heart to leap into their throats. The frigid river water splashed up, drenching their garments, and the biting chill swiftly permeated their bodies, yet at that moment, they had no time to spare for such sensations. Steady! Whatever you do, do not move! Lin Feng shouted from the riverbank, his expression fraught with tension and urgency. His gaze was fixated on the small boat, his hands instinctively clenched tight, as if this gesture could convey strength to the disciples aboard. Just as the boat seemed on the verge of being capsized by a towering wave, the disciples united in their effort to maintain balance. Their eyes reflected a mixture of fear, but more prominently, a resolute desire to survive. Some gripped the boat's edge with knuckles turning white from the strain, others clenched their jaws, summoning every ounce of strength to stabilize their center of gravity. At last, the small boat perilously navigated through the onslaught of waves. Keep going! We're almost to the other side. Lin Feng continually encouraged them. His voice, though somewhat diminished amidst the roar of the dark river, provided immense solace to the disciples. When the small boat finally reached the shore, the first group of disciples collapsed onto the ground, exhaling heavily as relief washed over them, their faces illuminated with the joy of having survived. Brother Lin, it's safe here for the moment, one disciple called out, his voice still trembling but infused with a hint of reassurance. Following this, the second group of disciples boarded the small boat, armed with the experience from the first crossing. They appeared somewhat steadier, yet they remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Each individual's gaze was filled with tension and anticipation, understanding that they were once again facing a test of life and death. However, as the boat reached the center of the river, calamity struck anew. A sudden creaking sound emanated from the boat's bottom, suggesting a potential crack had formed. That noise was jarringly loud against the tranquil surface of the river, sending a wave of apprehension through the hearts of all aboard. This is bad, the boat is going to sink, the disciples exclaimed in panic, their faces blanching as fear spread rapidly. Lin Feng, consumed by urgency, shouted, quickly, paddle towards the shore. His voice emerged almost as a desperate roar, laced with profound anxiety and concern. Everyone exerted themselves to paddle furiously, racing against time. Each stroke drained their energy, the oars thrashing in the water, sending sprays of droplets flying. In this critical moment, the small boat finally drew near the bank. The second group of disciples hastily leaped ashore, their legs trembling as they barely managed to maintain their footing on solid ground. It was now time for Lin Feng and the final group to cross. Just as they boarded the boat, a powerful undercurrent surged forth. This force felt like an invisible hand, seizing the small vessel and tossing it about mercilessly. Hold on tight! Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating with determination and courage, striving to stabilize the emotions of his companions. The boat spun helplessly in the undercurrent, akin to a leaf adrift in the wind. Water incessantly flooded into the vessel, and the descent of the boat accelerated alarmingly. We cannot surrender like this, a disciple cried out, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Everyone summoned their last reserves of strength to resist the undercurrent. Lin Feng's arms ached from exertion, yet he persisted in rowing the oar with relentless vigor, sweat mingling with river water as it streamed down his brow. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the small boat miraculously broke free from the grip of the undercurrent, gradually inching toward the shore. Hurry, put in more effort! Lin Feng urged. At long last, the small boat reached the bank. Exhausted, the group crawled ashore, collapsing onto the ground and inhaling the fresh air with deep breaths. However, they understood that this was merely a temporary respite. The path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Would they successfully traverse the Dark River? What other formidable challenges awaited them? Chapter 70 The perilous crossing of the Dark River. The small boat carrying the first group of disciples was violently tossed about in the tumultuous waters of the Dark River, each heart racing in trepidation. Icy droplets from the river splashed upon them, soaking their garments, as the bone-chilling cold swiftly permeated their bodies. Yet, in that moment, they had no time to spare for such discomfort. "Steady! Do not move!" Lin Feng shouted from the riverbank, his expression fraught with tension and urgency. His gaze remained fixated on the small vessel, his hands instinctively clenched as if to channel strength to the disciples aboard. At the critical moment when the boat was on the verge of capsizing, the disciples united their efforts, striving to maintain their balance. Fear flickered in their eyes, but it was overshadowed by an indomitable will to survive. Some clutched the gunwales with a grip so tight that their knuckles turned white, others gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to stabilize their center of gravity. At last, the small boat navigated through the tumultuous wave with a breathless thrill. "Keep going. We're almost to the other side." Lin Feng continually cheered them on. His voice, though somewhat diminished by the roar of the Dark River, served as a tremendous source of encouragement for the disciples. When the boat finally reached the shore, the first group of disciples collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply in relief. Their faces bore the expressions of those who had narrowly escaped disaster. "Brother Lin, it is safe here for the moment," one disciple called out. His voice trembled slightly, yet it conveyed a sense of reassurance. Soon after, the second group of disciples boarded the small boat. Armed with the experience of their predecessors, they appeared somewhat more composed, yet still dared not let their guard down. Each pair of eyes was filled with tension and anticipation, fully aware that they were about to face another trial of life and death. However, as the boat traversed the center of the river, misfortune struck once more. A sudden creaking sound emanated from the bottom of the boat, suggesting a potential crack. The noise echoed sharply across the silent river surface, tightening the hearts of all aboard. "Oh no, the boat is sinking." The disciples were thrown into a state of panic. Their faces drained of color as fear rapidly spread within them. Lin Feng, frantic with urgency, shouted, "Quick, row towards the shore." His voice was nearly a roar, laced with boundless anxiety and concern. Everyone paddled with all their might, racing against time. Each stroke utilized every ounce of their strength, the oars splashing vigorously in the water. In this critical moment, the small boat finally neared the shore. The second group of disciples leaped onto solid ground, their legs trembling as they barely managed to maintain their balance. It was now Lin Feng and the last group turned across. Yet, just as they boarded the vessel, a powerful undercurrent surged forth. The force felt like an invisible hand, seizing the small boat and tossing it about with reckless abandon. "Hold on tight," Lin Feng bellowed. His voice resonated with resolve and courage. Striving to stabilize the group's emotions, the small boat spun helplessly in the undercurrent, akin to a forlorn leaf caught in a tempest. Water continually flooded into the vessel, and the rate at which it began to sink accelerated alarmingly. "We cannot simply give up," a disciple shouted, determination gleaming in his eyes. Everyone summoned their last reserves of strength, battling against the relentless undercurrent. Lin Feng's arms ached from exertion, yet he persevered in his strokes. Sweat mingled with river water, cascading down his forehead. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the small boat miraculously broke free from the grip of the undercurrent, gradually edging closer to the shore. "Quickly, push harder," Lin Feng urged. Finally, the small boat reached the bank. Exhausted, the group crawled onto solid ground, lying down to gulp in the fresh air. Yet they knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. The road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Would they succeed in crossing the Dark River? What further trials and tribulations awaited them? Chapter 71 The mysterious ruins. The group trudged through the narrow passage, struggling against the encroaching darkness that seemed intent on devouring them whole. The air grew increasingly oppressive, each breath laden with a profound sense of dread and unease. The darkness enveloped them like thick ink, rendering their sense of direction nearly impossible. "Brother Lin, how much longer must we walk before we can escape?" a disciple asked, his voice trembling. In the oppressive gloom, his words sounded particularly frail and helpless, imbued with a deep-seated fear and exhaustion, as if that brief utterance had drained him of all strength. Lin Feng feigned composure, replying, "Do not rush. We shall surely find a way out." Although his voice carried an air of determination, his heart was, in truth, rife with confusion and anxiety. As the pillar of support for the group, he could not afford to display even a hint of weakness, despite sharing the same trepidation of the unknown. Just then, a spacious area materialized before them, dominated by the silhouette of an ancient ruin. In the dim light, the edifice loomed like a colossal beast awakening from primordial slumber, exuding an aura that instilled terror. The ruins radiated an enigmatic presence, their walls adorned with strange patterns and symbols. These markings resembled archaic scripts or perhaps some arcane totems, leaving observers baffled. They seemed to narrate ancient tales while concealing boundless secrets. What place is this? It appears so mysterious, the disciples marveled, their eyes wide with curiosity and reverence, yet beneath this fascination lay a deeper current of fear and apprehension regarding the unknown. Lin Feng approached the ruins with caution, scrutinizing the intricate designs. His fingers brushed against the rough surface of the walls, absorbing the texture and the passage of time. Each incision seemed to whisper the stories of yore, drawing him into contemplation. Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberated through the ruins, and the ground began to tremble. The sound appeared to emanate from the depths of the earth, imbued with an ancient and mysterious force. "Everyone, be careful," Lin Feng shouted, his voice laced with tension and vigilance, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Before them, the grand entrance of the ruins creaked open, releasing a powerful force that surged forth. It was as if a tempest had been unleashed, pushing the group backward. The energy felt almost alive, pressing against their bodies with reckless abandon. "What is happening?" The disciples gasped in panic. Their faces paled, and involuntary tremors coursed through their forms. Fear spread amongst them like a contagion. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must venture inside to uncover the truth. Perhaps within lies the key to our escape." His eyes revealed determination and resolve. Though uncertain of what awaited them, he understood that retreat was not an option. The group exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation, yet they chose to place their trust in Lin Feng. In this desolate predicament, he was their sole beacon of hope. They cautiously stepped into the ruins, where the air was thick with the scent of decay. The atmosphere was a nauseating blend of rotting wood and damp earth. In the center of the hall stood a colossal statue, its features obscured by time, yet its stature conveyed a once mighty presence. "That statue looks terrifying," a disciple murmured softly, his voice echoed hauntingly in the vast emptiness of the ruins. At that moment, the surrounding walls erupted in light, and the strange patterns and symbols began to flicker. The illumination pulsed erratically, rendering the entire ruin even more inscrutable. "What is happening?" the group exclaimed, their voices tinged with fear and confusion. The ground quaked once more, this time with increasing ferocity. The entire structure seemed to shudder, on the brink of collapse. "This is bad, we may have triggered some mechanism," Lin Feng shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the violent tremors. Suddenly, debris rained down from the ceiling, prompting the group to scatter. The stones plummeted like hail, crashing against the ground with a resounding thud. One disciple was unfortunate enough to be struck by a falling rock, collapsing to the ground. He groaned in agony, blood oozing from his wound. "Quick, save him!" Lin Feng rushed over, supporting the injured disciple. His face was etched with urgency and concern. At that moment, the ruins erupted in a cacophony of thunderous roars, as if the very world were on the verge of collapse. Massive stones continued to break free from the walls, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Would they be able to find a way out of this enigmatic ruin? What dangers and secrets lay concealed within? Chapter 71 The Mysterious Ruins. The group struggled to advance through the narrow passageway, the surrounding darkness seemingly intent on mercilessly engulfing them. The air grew increasingly oppressive, with each breath laden with deep-seated anxiety and unease. The shadows loomed like thick ink, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their bearings. "Senior Brother Lin, how much longer must we walk before we can escape?" one disciple inquired, his voice trembling. His words echoed in the darkness, sounding particularly insignificant and helpless, infused with profound fear and exhaustion, as though uttering that brief sentence had drained him of all his strength. Lin Feng feigned calmness as he replied, "Do not rush, we shall surely find a way out." Though his tone was resolute, his heart was rife with confusion and trepidation. Yet, as the pillar of support for the group, he could not afford to show even a hint of weakness, even while his own heart mirrored their fear of the unknown. At that moment, an expansive space materialized before them, with an ancient ruin standing majestically at its center. The edifice appeared to flicker in the faint light, reminiscent of a colossal beast awakening from a primordial slumber, emanating a chilling aura. The structure exuded an enigmatic energy, its walls adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols. These designs resembled archaic script, yet also hinted at some esoteric totem, leaving one utterly perplexed. They seemed to narrate ancient tales while concealing boundless secrets. "What place is this?" "It appears so mysterious," the disciples marveled, their eyes wide with curiosity and reverence. However, beneath their intrigue and awe lay a deeper current of fear and unease regarding the unknown. Cautiously, Lin Feng approached the ruin, meticulously examining the intricate patterns. His fingers brushed against the wall, feeling the rough texture and the passage of time etched into its surface. Each incision seemed to whisper tales of history, drawing him into contemplation. Suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from within the ruins, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The sound appeared to resonate from the depths of the earth, imbued with an ancient and mysterious power. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice charged with tension and vigilance, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Before them, the grand entrance of the ruin began to slowly open, releasing a formidable force that surged forth. It was akin to a tempestuous gale, propelling the group backward. This energy seemed almost alive, violently pressing against their bodies. "What on earth is happening?" the disciples exclaimed in panic. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. A fear spread among them like a contagion. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "No matter what, we must venture inside to uncover the truth. Perhaps within lies the key to our escape." His eyes reflected determination and resolve. Even though he was uncertain of what awaited them, he understood that retreating was not an option. The group exchanged glances. Despite their overwhelming fear, they chose to place their trust in Lin Feng. In this desperate circumstance, he was their sole beacon of hope. They cautiously entered the ruin, where a stale atmosphere enveloped them. The air reeked of decayed wood mingled with damp earth, inducing a wave of nausea. In the heart of the hall stood a colossal statue, its features obscured by time, yet its posture conveyed a sense of former majesty. "That statue looks terrifying," a disciple whispered, his voice reverberating in the vastness of the ruin, sounding alarmingly clear. At that moment, the surrounding walls suddenly illuminated, the strange patterns and symbols beginning to flicker. The light pulsed erratically, rendering the entire ruin even more inscrutable. "What is happening?" the group gasped, their voices filled with terror and confusion. The ground shook once more, this time with increasing intensity. The entire ruin seemed on the verge of collapse. "This is bad, we may have triggered some mechanism," Lin Feng shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the violent tremors. Suddenly, stones began to plummet from the ceiling, and the group scrambled to evade the debris. The rocks fell like rain, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ah!" One disciple was struck by a falling stone, collapsing to the ground. He groaned in agony, blood oozing from his wounds. "Quick, help him!" Lin Feng rushed over, lifting the injured disciple. At his face was a mask of urgency and concern. At that moment, a more intense rumble echoed through the ruins, as if the very world were on the brink of disintegration. Large stones continued to break away from the walls, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Would they be able to find a way out of this enigmatic ruin? What dangers and secrets lay hidden within? Chapter 72 Trials within the ruins. Chaos and peril engulfed the group within the ancient ruins, as Lin Feng deftly evaded the incessantly cascading stones while vociferously directing his companions to seek refuge. "Everyone, move this way, quickly!" Lin Feng urged, his voice cutting through the tumultuous clamor with an urgent resonance. Under his guidance, the crowd stumbled towards a seemingly safer alcove. After what felt like an eternity, they finally discovered a slightly more spacious corner devoid of falling debris, granting them a momentary respite. Each individual heaved heavy breaths, their faces etched with terror and fatigue. "This ruin exudes an eerie aura, we must tread cautiously," Lin Feng remarked solemnly, his gaze sweeping over each disciple in an effort to instill a sense of calm. At that moment, a radiant light coalesced on the wall, forming the shape of a door, within which flickered an otherworldly luminescence. The light was a kaleidoscope of colors, yet it evoked an inexplicable sense of dread. "Could this be the exit?" one disciple exclaimed, his voice brimming with hope as he fixated on the luminous portal, as if it held the promise of salvation. Lin Feng shook his head. "It is not so simple, this may be yet another trial." His brow furrowed, laden with doubt and concern. Despite the trepidation that gripped their hearts, they resolved to step through the radiant threshold in search of an escape. As they crossed the portal, an overwhelming pressure assailed them, as though they were being crushed beneath a great weight, rendering their movements arduous. "Hold on, everyone!" Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, yet he persevered in pushing forward. The surroundings began to shift dramatically, the previously dark space transformed into a desolate desert, the merciless sun beating down upon them. In an instant, it morphed into a frigid wasteland, piercing winds howling around them. "What on earth is happening?" the disciples gasped in bewilderment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, phantasmagorical creatures emerged from the sands, lunging at them with menacing ferocity. These monsters varied in form, some brandishing razor-sharp claws, others exhaling torrents of fire. Panic ensued among the disciples, with some resorting to wildly swinging their weapons in a frantic attempt to defend themselves. "Stay calm, these are mere illusions," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating with clarity amidst the chaos. Yet, some disciples, ensnared by fear, could not heed his words. One disciple, overwhelmed by terror, inadvertently swung his weapon at a fellow companion. "Stop!" Lin Feng dashed forward, restraining the frantic disciple. Just then, a horde of ice-sculpted monstrosities materialized amidst the blizzard, rapidly encroaching upon them. "Back to back, do not panic!" Lin Feng commanded. Under his leadership, the group gradually regained their composure, uniting to confront the spectral adversaries. However, as time wore on, the pressure intensified, and their stamina waned swiftly. This cannot continue, we must uncover the key to dispelling the illusions, Lin Feng pondered while fending off the creature's assaults. Suddenly, he discerned a pattern. Each surge of fear and chaos within them only emboldened the monsters. Maintain your composure, clear your minds. Lin Feng shouted to the disciples, responding to his rallying cry, endeavored to recalibrate their mental states. Gradually, the ferocity of the creature's attacks diminished, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Would they triumph over this daunting trial and escape from the enigmatic ruins? Chapter 73. Breaking through the illusion. Under Lin Feng's reminder, the group endeavored to maintain their composure, their minds free of distractions. The illusory monsters indeed began to weaken, their once fearsome forms blurring and gradually dissipating like smoke in the wind. The terrifying scenes surrounding them also began to fade slowly. Darkness re-encased them, yet this darkness no longer instilled the same sense of dread as before. Wonderful! It seems we have found the right approach, exclaimed one disciple, his voice brimming with the joy of survival, a faint flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. However, before they could exhale in relief, new trials surged forth. The pressure that had seemingly vanished suddenly intensified, that invisible force akin to a colossal hand, squeezing from all directions. The air grew heavy and oppressive, each breath becoming an arduous task. Ah! A disciple could no longer bear it, crying out in agony. His body bent slightly, a pained expression etched on his face as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and urged, "Everyone, hold on a bit longer. We will surely prevail." Though his voice rang with determination, the strain was evident. He too was enduring immense pressure, his legs trembling slightly, yet he stood resolutely, setting an example for all. At that moment, a massive stone door appeared before them, intricately adorned with complex patterns. These markings resembled ancient charms or enigmatic codes, emanating a faint glow. "This may be the key to overcoming our predicament," Lin Feng observed, his gaze fixed on the patterns, seeking to discern any underlying order. The others gathered closely, endeavoring to discover a method to unlock the stone door, engaging in animated discussions. These patterns seem utterly inscrutable. Could they be arranged in a particular sequence? Just then, the markings on the door suddenly flickered with light and began to shift. The radiance intensified, blinding the onlookers. What is happening? The disciples grew anxious once more, their previously relaxed demeanors snapping back to a heightened state of tension. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng declared, "Perhaps this is a riddle. We must touch these patterns in a specific order." His gaze resolute, he had conceived a preliminary strategy. The group followed Lin Feng's lead, cautiously touching the patterns on the stone door. With each touch, they felt a gentle current coursing through their bodies, causing involuntary shivers. As they progressed, the stone door emitted a deep, resonant sound, akin to a long-dormant beast awakening. The noise reverberated in the confined space, instilling a sense of foreboding. Gradually, the door began to creak open. A sliver of light streamed through the gap, instilling hope within the group. Beyond the door lay a lengthy passage, shrouded in a delicate mist. The vapor drifted softly, obscuring the view of what lay deeper within the corridor. They advanced cautiously into the passage, the ground beneath their feet somewhat damp, droplets occasionally cascading from the walls. "Everyone, be careful. We do not know what dangers may lurk within," Lin Feng cautioned. The group nodded, closely trailing behind him. As they proceeded, faint footsteps echoed through the corridor. "Who is it?" a disciple inquired anxiously. The footsteps grew nearer, quickening everyone's heartbeats. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the mist. "Prepare for battle!" Lin Feng shouted. The group raised their weapons, bracing themselves for the unknown challenges that awaited them ahead. Chapter 74. Shadows in the mist. Just as the group stood in tense anticipation, the figure gradually came into focus. It turned out to be a ragged old man, his eyes clouded, hair disheveled, and his face etched with deep wrinkles. He leaned heavily on a staff, which appeared to bear strange carvings. "Why have you come here?" the old man rasped, his voice resonating as if emerging from the depths of a cavern, imbued with a sense of weariness and detachment. Lin Feng stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands together. "Senior, we find ourselves ensnared in this place, seeking a way out, with no intention of causing offense." His eyes shone with sincerity and hope, yearning for assistance from the elder. The old man scrutinized them with a cold snort. "This place is not one you can traverse at will. It conceals countless dangers. You young rascals truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation." His words dripped with reproach but also hinted at a modicum of sympathy for their plight. The disciples exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation. They gazed at the old man, uncertain of their next course of action. "Senior, we sincerely hope you might offer some guidance." "We are truly at our wits' end," Lin Feng implored earnestly. His eyes were filled with a pleading glimmer, hoping the elder's heart might soften and provide them with direction. After a moment of silence, the old man slowly remarked, "Escaping is not so simple. This passage is riddled with mechanisms and traps. A moment's carelessness could spell your doom. His voice echoed ominously through the corridor, deepening the group's sense of dread. Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was cruelly extinguished. However, I may offer you a hint, the old man continued. A flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, yet he ultimately resolved to lend them aid. Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Appreciation illuminated his features. The old man gestured towards the wall of the passage, saying, examine these carvings closely. Perhaps you may uncover a clue. Whether you comprehend it or not depends on your own fortune. With that, he turned and vanished into the mist, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. The disciples began to scrutinize the intricate carvings on the wall. The designs were complex, some resembling animals, others celestial bodies, and some evoking ancient script, leaving them perplexed. What does this even mean? One disciple lamented, his brow furrowed in frustration, his eyes nearly blurring from the effort, yet still grasping no semblance of clarity. Lin Feng calmed himself, analyzing the carvings piece by piece. His fingers lightly traced the textures and lines of the engravings. Let us not rush. We shall take our time. Perhaps these patterns share a hidden connection, Lin Feng suggested. Gathering together, they began to deliberate. Doesn't this resemble the creature we encountered earlier? One remarked. Not at all, I believe it resembles a mysterious symbol more, another countered. At that moment, strange sounds echoed through the corridor, a deep rumble akin to a growl, reminiscent of mechanisms being activated. Trouble is brewing. Danger may be imminent. Lin Feng warned loudly. The group instantly tensed, gripping their weapons tightly, their vigilance heightened. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp arrows shot forth from the walls, hurtling toward them with alarming speed. Watch out! Lin Feng shouted. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to evade the incoming threat. One disciple, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the arm by an arrow. Ah, he cried out in agony. Lin Feng rushed over, swiftly extracting the arrow and bandaging the wound. Everyone, huddle together and avoid scattering, Lin Feng commanded. After the arrows, fireballs began to rain down from the ceiling, engulfing the passage in a blaze. What new perils would they face? Would they uncover a path to safety within these enigmatic carvings? Chapter 74 Shadows in the mist. As the crowd stood on high alert, the figure gradually emerged from the haze. It turned out to be a ragged old man, his eyes clouded, hair disheveled, and his face etched with deep wrinkles. He leaned on a gnarled staff, which bore strange symbols carved into its surface. Why have you come here? The old man rasped, his voice echoing as if it had emerged from a deep cavern, imbued with an air of weariness and indifference. Lin Feng stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands together. Esteemed elder, we find ourselves trapped in this place, desperately seeking a way out, and we mean no offense. His gaze was filled with sincerity and hope, yearning for assistance from the old man. The elder scrutinized them from head to toe and let out a disdainful snort. This place is not one you may enter lightly. It harbors countless dangers, and you, mere fledglings, truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation. His words dripped with reproach, yet they also hinted at a flicker of sympathy for their plight. The disciples exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation. They gazed at the old man, uncertain of how to proceed. Esteemed elder, we implore you to offer us guidance. We find ourselves utterly at a loss, Lin Feng said earnestly, his eyes brimming with pleading, hoping the elder's heart might soften, granting them some direction. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke slowly. To escape is no simple task. This passage is fraught with mechanisms and traps. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. His voice reverberated through the corridor, deepening the weight in their hearts. Upon hearing this, the group's spirits plummeted. The flicker of hope that had just ignited seemed to be extinguished mercilessly. However, I can offer you a hint, the elder continued, his gaze wavering momentarily before he resolved to assist them. Thank you, esteemed elder, Lin Feng exclaimed, gratitude lighting up his face. The elder gestured towards the walls of the passage. Examine these carvings closely, you may uncover a clue. Whether you can decipher them, however, depends on your own fortune. With that, the old man turned and vanished into the mist, leaving the group in stunned silence. The disciples began to scrutinize the intricate carvings on the walls, which depicted complex patterns, some resembling animals, others celestial bodies, and some resembling ancient scripts, leaving them utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? One disciple lamented, his brow furrowed, his vision blurring with frustration as he struggled to find any semblance of understanding. Lin Feng steadied himself, methodically analyzing the carvings. His fingers grazed the stone, tracing the textures and lines. Everyone, let's not rush, perhaps these patterns are interconnected in some way, he suggested. The group huddled together, engaging in heated discussion. Doesn't this resemble the creature we encountered earlier? One remarked. Not at all. I believe it resembles an enigmatic symbol. Another countered. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed through the passage, deep growls interspersed with the clicking of mechanisms being activated. Beware, danger may be imminent. Lin Feng shouted, prompting the group to tense, weapons gripped tightly as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, a volley of sharp arrows shot forth from the walls, hurtling towards them. Take cover! Lin Feng cried. The scene erupted into chaos as everyone scrambled to evade the onslaught. One disciple, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the arm by an arrow. Ah! He screamed in agony. Lin Feng rushed to his side, swiftly extracting the arrow and tending to the wound. Stay close together, do not scatter. Lin Feng urged. As the arrows subsided, fireballs descended from the ceiling, igniting the corridor in a blaze of flames. What new perils await them? Will they be able to discern a path to safety from these carvings? Chapter 75 of the challenging riddle. In this moment of peril, Lin Feng led his companions, skillfully evading the incessant barrage of fireballs and arrows while continuing to scrutinize the stone carvings upon the wall. The fireballs seared through the air with a hissing roar, while the arrows sliced through the void, emitting a piercing whistle, enveloping the entire corridor in an atmosphere thick with tension and danger. Everyone, remain calm. We shall surely uncover a clue. Lin Feng declared with conviction. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve amidst the chaos, striving to instill a sense of composure and confidence in his companions. A disciple voiced his concern. Brother Lin, these carvings are so intricate, how can we discern any clues? His tone was laced with anxiety and helplessness, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and splattering onto the ground below. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze intensely fixed on each design, leaving no detail overlooked. His eyes reflected contemplation and determination. Consider this, do the various trials we have encountered not exhibit a certain pattern? Perhaps this place is no exception. The group fell into deep thought, striving to recall their previous experiences. Vivid images of their perilous encounters flashed through their minds as they sought commonalities. At that moment, the onslaught of fireballs and arrows momentarily subsided, granting them a fleeting respite. The corridor fell into a temporary hush, save for the sound of their labored breathing and racing hearts. Brother Lin, could it be that these patterns signify a particular sequence? Another disciple proposed, his gaze fixed intently on the carvings, a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty in his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced through the darkness. It is possible, let us attempt to interpret them in sequence. Thus, they embarked upon various attempts and conjectures based on the shapes and potential symbolic meanings of the patterns. Some disciples posited that the arrangement should be based on the size of the designs, others suggested the complexity of the patterns, while yet others proposed that the importance of the represented objects dictated the order. As time ticked away, the group's anxiety intensified. Each failed attempt weighed heavily on their spirits, gradually extinguishing their hope. This is futile, we cannot solve it this way, one disciple lamented, striking the wall in frustration, venting his discontent and helplessness. Have we perhaps misjudged? Another murmured, despair etched in his eyes. Lin Feng's heart grew heavier, yet he understood the necessity of perseverance. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. Do not lose heart, everyone, let us reflect once more. There must be something we have overlooked. Just as despair began to settle over them, Lin Feng suddenly discerned a minuscule symbol hidden in the shadows of a corner. This symbol was nearly obscured by darkness, and had he not maintained a heightened state of focus, he might have easily missed it. This symbol resembles one mentioned in ancient texts. Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and hope, rekindling the spirits of his previously despondent companions. The group swiftly gathered around, scrutinizing the symbol with renewed fervor. Brother Lin, do you think this could be the key to unraveling the riddle? It is possible, let us explore whether we can derive any insights from this symbol, Lin Feng responded. They commenced re-evaluating and interpreting the carvings based on this newfound discovery, each individual's nerves taut with anticipation. Would they be able to decipher the riddle and escape their dire predicament? Chapter 76 The Breakthrough of the Riddle. The crowd gathered around the minuscule symbol, embarking on a new round of discussion and speculation. Every face was etched with tension and concentration, their gazes fixed intently on the enigmatic symbol as though it were the sole key to their survival. Senior Lin, this symbol appears to resemble the markings of an ancient formation, remarked a disciple, his eyes glimmering with confusion and contemplation, brow furrowed as he endeavored to recall any pertinent knowledge from memory. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, that is indeed a possibility, let us reflect on the formation knowledge we have acquired. His mind raced, recalling various diagrams and explanations of formations he had encountered in ancient texts. After considerable reflection, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Perhaps this symbol is the core of the entire formation. We should interpret these engravings according to the principles of the formation. His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The others, inspired by Lin Feng's line of thought, began to rearrange the engraved patterns. Their fingers delicately glided over the designs, cautiously adjusting the order, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the task at hand. At that moment, the previously chaotic patterns seemed to coalesce into some semblance of order. Those seemingly random lines and shapes gradually formed recognizable patterns and sequences. "Look, these designs appear to be telling a story," exclaimed one disciple, his voice rising in exhilaration, shattering the tense silence that had enveloped the passage. As their investigation deepened, a legend concerning the secrets of the ruins began to emerge. It was said that this site had once served as a sanctuary for a powerful immortal, concealing unparalleled techniques and treasures left behind by the immortal. However, formidable protective forces also lurked within, and only by overcoming numerous trials and deciphering all the riddles could one obtain the treasure and safely depart. Yet, danger was far from abated, as new calamities unfolded within the passage. The ground began to tremble violently, and fissures appeared in the walls. Debris and dust cascaded down, striking the gathered individuals. "What is happening?" the disciples cried in panic. Their voices were laced with fear, the joy born from their riddle breakthroughs swiftly supplanted by trepidation. "Do not panic. We must solve the riddle first," Lin Feng shouted, his voice resolute amid the chaos, striving to stabilize the group's emotions. However, the tremors intensified, large stones occasionally plummeting from above, leaving them with no refuge. "Senior Lin, if this continues, we shall be buried alive," a disciple cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Dodging the falling rocks, Lin Feng urged, "Trust me, as long as we unravel the riddle, a way out will present itself." Encouraged by Lin Feng's words, the group steeled themselves against their fears and continued their examination of the engravings. Suddenly, one disciple uncovered a crucial clue. "Senior Lin, look at this pattern, does it not relate to the symbol we just observed?" Lin Feng leaned closer for a meticulous inspection, indeed discovering the connection. Following this lead, they persistently adjusted the arrangement of the engravings. Just as they were about to complete the final step, a massive stone hurtled towards them. "Watch out!" Lin Feng exclaimed, forcefully pushing aside the nearest disciple. Would they succeed in deciphering the riddle before the passage collapsed around them? Chapter 77 The life and death struggle in the abyss of mist. In a moment of imminent peril, Lin Feng narrowly evaded the falling boulder. The massive stone grazed the hem of his garment before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust that enveloped him instantaneously. "Everyone, quicken your pace!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice hoarse and tinged with a tremor from the tension and exertion, yet still resonant with strength and determination, echoing through the narrow passage like a resounding bell. The group exerted every ounce of their strength, their fingers trembling slightly from anxiety and haste, as if they were playing a life-or-death melody. At last, they completed the final arrangement of the stone-carved patterns. In an instant, a radiant beam of light erupted from the carvings, illuminating the entire corridor. This light was warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the preceding danger and darkness. All threats ceased, the ground no longer trembled, and the fissures in the walls halted their expansion. The previously falling stones appeared to be held in a stasis, as if under a spell, and even the swirling dust seemed frozen by this newfound illumination. "We did it," the disciples cheered, their voices filled with the exhilaration of survival and excitement, their faces breaking into smiles of relief, glistening with tears, reflecting the light with a shimmer of hope. However, before they could revel in their triumph for long, a stone door began to rise slowly, revealing an unknown realm beyond. The ancient, heavy door emitted a dull thud, as if recounting the passage of time, its sound reverberating ominously within the silent corridor and tightening their hearts once more. "Where could this be?" the one disciple inquired, his voice laced with fresh fear and unease, the relief he had just felt quickly dissipating, his tone quivering. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng replied, "Regardless, we must venture inside." His gaze was resolute, though his heart brimmed with doubt. He understood that retreat was not an option. At that moment, he resembled a lighthouse amid the night, instilling a flicker of courage and hope in those around him. They stepped through the stone door, where a thin mist enveloped them. The fog danced like gossamer, ethereal and dreamlike, obscuring their vision. With each step, it felt as if they were treading into an unfathomable abyss, the ground beneath them seeming to lose its solidity. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the mist. The sound reverberated sharply, sending shivers down their spines, as if mockery from the depths of hell. "Who goes there?" a disciple cried out in terror, his voice trembling, betraying his uncontainable fear. Silence ensued, save for the relentless laughter that seemed to emanate from all directions, plunging them into a state of profound confusion and dread. Their hearts raced, threatening to leap from their throats. Nerves tightened once more, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Lin Feng halted, straining to discern the source of the laughter, his ears perked, eyes darting, brow furrowed in concentration. "Everyone, be cautious. Form a back-to-back formation to guard against ambushes, he instructed in a low, grave tone. Brimming with vigilance, the disciples quickly huddled together, creating a tight defensive circle, weapons gripped firmly in hand, ready to counter any impending assault. Their breaths quickened, their gazes resolute. At that moment, shadowy figures began to materialize within the mist. "What is that?" a voice quavered in inquiry, laden with trepidation. As the figures grew clearer, they revealed themselves to be a horde of grotesque monsters. Their bodies were deformed, some possessing extra limbs while others had misplaced organs, exuding an aura of malevolence that seemed capable of corroding the very essence of one's soul. "Prepare for battle!" Lin Feng shouted, shattering the pall of fear with his commanding voice, instilling a measure of courage in his companions. The disciples raised their weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle against the abominations. The clash of steel and the cacophony of battle cries filled the air, echoing through the mist. Lin Feng moved with agility, his sword slicing through the air like lightning, each strike radiating fierce momentum, repelling the onslaught of the creatures. Yet, the monsters continued to surge forth, an unending tide that seemed impossible to quell. One disciple was struck down by a creature, collapsing to the ground in agony, his face ashen. "Hold on!" Lin Feng rushed over, supporting him with concern etched across his features. As the battle escalated, fatigue began to drain their strength. Each attack grew increasingly laborious, each defense necessitating greater effort. Would they be able to vanquish these monsters and emerge from the shroud of mist? Chapter 78 The Truth Amidst the Mist. In the midst of a fierce battle with the monsters, Lin Feng remained utterly focused, not neglecting any subtle movement from the creatures. Gradually, he discerned their weaknesses. "Attack their abdomens," Lin Feng shouted with fervor. His voice resonated clearly and powerfully in the blood-soaked and brutal atmosphere, akin to a thunderclap slicing through the darkened sky. Upon hearing his command, the others concentrated their efforts on assaulting the monster's midsections. Each strike was imbued with determination and courage, with flashes of blades intertwining amidst a chorus of furious roars. Those roars seemed to pierce through the dense fog, reaching towards the heavens. Indeed, the monsters' movements began to slow, their once ferocious attacks gradually losing their potency, and their previously menacing postures appeared feeble and powerless. After a grueling struggle, the monsters were finally vanquished. The ground lay strewn with remnants and blood, a testament to this exceedingly brutal conflict. The mist began to dissipate, revealing a weary group, gasping for breath, their bodies swaying precariously as if they were flickering candles in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. "Is it finally over?" a disciple uttered wearily. His voice was frail and hoarse, as though he had expended his last ounce of strength, collapsing onto the ground. However, when the mist fully cleared, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Before them stood a colossal palace, resplendent and magnificent, with soaring pillars supporting the dome above, reaching seemingly into the sky, grand and awe-inspiring. The walls were adorned with gemstones and pearls, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance that, while captivating, failed to provide warmth or solace. Instead, they emanated an aura of mystery and reverence. "What is happening?" the crowd gasped in disbelief. Their eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity and a fear of the unknown, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the palace, a venerable elder, clad in a pristine white robe, untouched by the dust of the world. His beard flowed like snow in the wind, and his eyes, deep and wise, seemed capable of perceiving all, penetrating the essence of existence. The elder fixed his intense gaze upon them and spoke. "You have finally arrived." His voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an invisible weight, like a heavy mountain pressing down upon their hearts. Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and inquired, "Elder, where exactly is this place?" His eyes brimmed with confusion and anticipation, as if searching for a glimmer of hope amidst the dark. The elder smiled faintly and replied, "This is the heart of the ruins. All that you have experienced has been a trial." His voice echoed through the vast palace, lingering in the air like an ancient and enigmatic tale. The onlookers exchanged glances, the word trial stirring turmoil in their already restless hearts. The elder continued, "Only by passing this trial may you earn the right to claim the treasures and legacies within the ruins. Yet, this is no simple feat, further challenges await you." His gaze swept over each individual, a chilling breeze emanating from his eyes, instilling a sense of dread that rose from the depths of their souls. "Elder, what exactly are these treasures and legacies?" a disciple could not help but ask, his voice tinged with urgency and anxiety, filled with a yearning and fear of the unknown. The elder gently shook his head. "The time has not yet come, you will know in due course, but I must caution you, the path ahead is fraught with danger, the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable doom." His tone was grave and heavy, tightening the knots in their hearts once more. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng declared, "Rest assured, Elder, having come this far, we shall not retreat." His voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with determination and courage. The elder nodded slightly. "Very well, then follow me." They trailed behind the elder into the palace, where the decor was even more opulent. Brilliant jewels, exquisite murals, and precious artifacts surrounded them, yet they had no heart to admire, their minds consumed by the uncertainty that lay ahead. Suddenly, images began to materialize upon the surrounding walls, depicting ancient battles and mysterious spells. Those scenes were vivid and lifelike, transporting them to a distant past. "What is this?" the crowd marveled, their eyes wide open, not daring to blink for fear of missing any detail. The elder explained, "These are the legacies of our ancestors, concealing countless secrets and powers." Would they successfully obtain the treasures and legacies? Chapter 79, The Secret of Inheritance. The crowd followed closely behind the elder, their eyes fixated upon the vivid images adorning the walls, their hearts brimming with curiosity and reverence. These images seemed to possess a life of their own, pulsating with strange luminescence that cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon their faces. They chronicled the remarkable achievements and profound sorcery of their ancestors. The elder spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout the vast palace, imbued with a weighty sense of history. Lin Feng could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Esteemed elder, can we learn these spells?" His eyes sparkled with longing, filled with a fervent desire for formidable power. The elder regarded him with a gaze that was both deep and complex, replying, "That depends on whether you possess the requisite talent and fortune. The cultivation of spells is not a swift endeavor. It demands exceptional insight and unwavering resolve." At that moment, an image revealed a mysterious artifact, radiating immense power. The artifact emitted a blinding light, distorting the very air around it. "What is this?" a disciple exclaimed in astonishment, his voice sharp with excitement as he instinctively leaned forward. The elder's expression turned grave as he responded, "This is one of the most powerful treasures within the ruins, possessing the ability to annihilate worlds, yet, it is accompanied by tremendous peril. Only through the final trial may one have the chance to claim it." The crowd felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with trepidation. They were thrilled at the prospect of acquiring such a potent artifact, yet anxious about the formidable trials that lay ahead. "What is this final trial?" Lin Feng asked eagerly, his heartbeat quickening, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. The elder paused for a moment, then replied slowly, "It is a trial of your innermost selves. Only by remaining true to your hearts and not succumbing to desire can you prevail. Throughout this process, you will confront the deepest fears and yearnings within you. A moment's misstep could lead to irrevocable doom." The disciples exchanged glances, a flicker of concern and uncertainty evident in their eyes. They began to introspect, questioning whether they could withstand such a trial. Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the palace. The sound seemed to emanate from an ancient behemoth, filled with fury and authority. "This is not good, danger approaches," the elder exclaimed, his countenance turning grave, his body tensing. The crowd instantly became alert, gripping their weapons tightly and warily gazing toward the source of the sound. As the roar grew ever closer, a formidable pressure enveloped them, the ground trembled slightly, and the gemstones embedded in the walls flickered with increasing urgency. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng called out loudly. From the shadows emerged a colossal beast, its form akin to a mountain, covered in hard scales that glimmered with a chilling light. Its eyes burned like flaming embers, and it exhaled a scorching breath. "What manner of monster is this?" a disciple shouted in terror. The elder replied, "This is the guardian beast of the treasure. Only by defeating it can you earn the right to face the trial." Undaunted, Lin Feng surged forward, leading the charge against the beast. The other disciples followed suit, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. The beast swung its enormous claws, each strike carrying the force of a cataclysm. Lin Feng adeptly evaded its attacks, seeking an opening in its defenses. A disciple was struck by the beast and sent flying. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted. Gradually, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament under the beast's relentless assault, yet they refused to surrender. Would they be able to conquer this formidable creature, and could they endure the ultimate trial of the heart to obtain the artifact and the legacy it promised? Chapter 80. A fierce confrontation. Lin Feng and his companions engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the colossal beast. Lin Feng moved like lightning, his sword shimmering with a cold glint as he relentlessly thrust towards the creature's vital points. His form was agile, and each strike was imbued with a determination reminiscent of a desperate gamble, as if he aimed to vanquish the beast in a single blow. "Everyone, attack together! Do not falter!" Lin Feng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the vast palace, infused with fervent zeal and unwavering conviction. Inspired by his rallying cry, the other disciples unleashed their formidable skills, illuminating the palace with a dazzling array of lights. Some wielded their magical artifacts, which burst forth in radiant brilliance, transforming into sharp assaults directed at the beast. Others invoked enigmatic spells, summoning elemental forces to encircle themselves, thereby augmenting their strength and defenses. The beast roared, exhaling torrents of searing flames that engulfed everything in its vicinity. The flames burned with an intensity capable of reducing all to ashes. "Scatter!" Lin Feng urgently commanded, his eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and concern. fearing for the safety of his fellow disciples amidst the inferno. The group swiftly evaded, yet some were caught off guard, suffering burns from the flames. They groaned in agony, yet gritted their teeth and rejoined the fray. Damn it! Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, and his assaults grew increasingly ferocious. His sword danced like a tempest, affording the beast no respite. Each strike was infused with his formidable inner strength, producing a piercing whistle as the blade sliced through the air. The creature, undeterred, retaliated with a fierce sweep of its massive form, generating a violent gust. Its tail, resembling a thick steel whip, tore through the air as it passed. "Watch out, quick, dodge," a disciple cried out, their faces paling in terror. In that critical moment, Lin Feng soared into the air, channeling all his might into a single strike aimed at the beast's tail. His body traced an elegant arc in the sky, and the brilliance of his sword reached its zenith. A chilling shriek echoed as a deep gash appeared on the beast's tail, black blood gushing forth, splattering onto the ground with a noxious scent. Fueled by rage, the beast pivoted, lunging towards Lin Feng with malice and murderous intent, vowing to eliminate him. Undaunted, Lin Feng executed a flip in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. He swiftly sidestepped the monster's onslaught while simultaneously thrusting his sword towards the creature's abdomen. The other disciples were not idle. Seizing the opportunity while the beast focused on Lin Feng, they launched their own attacks. A barrage of spells and weapon strikes rained down upon the beast, overwhelming it with a flurry of assaults. Yet, the creature's defenses were formidable. Despite its numerous wounds, its ferocity remained undiminished. It abruptly turned, swiping its claws, sending another disciple crashing against the palace wall. "Hold firm, we will surely triumph," Lin Feng encouraged fervently, rallying the spirits of his companions. The disciples regained their resolve, plunging back into the fierce confrontation with the beast. Within the palace, lights clashed and the sounds of battle echoed deafeningly. The struggle between Lin Feng and the beast reached a fever pitch. Lin Feng's strength waned, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that retreat was not an option. Only by triumphing over this beast could they hope to survive and seize the opportunity for inheritance. The beast, sensing the tenacity of Lin Feng and his comrades, intensified its frenzied assaults. Would Lin Feng successfully withstand this onslaught? Could they ultimately prevail against the monstrous foe? Chapter 81 Turning point in hope. As Lin Feng and his companions found themselves locked in a drawn-out struggle against the monstrous creature, a sense of exhaustion began to envelop them. Suddenly, a mysterious beam of light erupted within the palace. This radiance was not blindingly brilliant, but rather gentle and warm, akin to the first rays of sunlight gracing the earth at dawn. In an instant, this light captured the attention of all, both human and beast alike. The creature, which had been frantically assaulting, hesitated momentarily, its fiery eyes now filled with confusion and wariness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as sweat cascaded from his brow, pooling onto the stone floor beneath him. He gazed at the enigmatic light, his heart brimming with curiosity regarding its origin. His expression bore a mixture of trepidation for the unknown and a flicker of hope, wishing for this luminescence to herald a change in their fortunes. Soon after, a figure emerged slowly from the radiance. The onlookers squinted to discern the form, revealing a mysterious woman, clad in a flowing robe of soft azure. The garment seemed dyed in the purest hues of the sky, adorned with exquisite patterns that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a dark waterfall, swaying gently with each step. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, translucent and radiant, with features so delicately crafted that they resembled a masterfully sculpted artwork. Her eyes, reminiscent of deep, tranquil lakes, were clear and serene, yet held within them boundless wisdom and strength. A subtle smile graced her lips, a gentle curve that seemed capable of dispelling all shadows of despair from the world. With a graceful lift of her hand, a formidable force surged toward the creature, an invisible yet undeniable pressure. The beast was instantly pushed back several paces, its massive form appearing diminutive and fragile against the might of this unseen power. It roared in fury, attempting to resist this overwhelming force, but to no avail. "Who dares challenge me?" the creature bellowed, its voice laced with rage and fear, for it had never encountered such a formidable adversary. The woman offered a faint smile, her expression akin to a gentle spring breeze, instilling a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. "I have come to lend them my assistance," she declared, her voice melodious and clear, like a mountain stream flowing effortlessly. Lin Feng hastened forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, fair maiden, for your aid." His eyes were alight with appreciation and respect. She nodded softly, responding, "This beast is exceedingly ferocious, we must unite our efforts if we are to prevail." Her gaze swept across the assembled group, radiating determination and confidence. Upon hearing this, the morale of the crowd surged. One disciple exclaimed, "With your assistance, we shall surely vanquish this creature." The woman cautioned, "Be vigilant, it possesses great strength, and we must not let our guard down." With that, she once more invoked her powers, sending forth beams of light from her hands that encircled the beast, forming a confining halo. The creature thrashed desperately, attempting to break free from this luminous prison, yet it remained ensnared. Observing this, Lin Feng seized the moment to leap forward, his sword aimed directly at the beast's eye. Sensing the imminent danger, the creature swiftly turned its head, but Lin Feng managed to graze its cheek. Roar! The beast howled in rage, black blood oozing from its wound. Other disciples joined the fray, unleashing an array of spells and weapons upon the creature. Under the relentless onslaught, the beast gradually found itself in a perilous predicament. However, it did not concede defeat. Suddenly, it unleashed a surge of power, breaking free from the woman's binding light. With a gaping maw, it lunged toward her. Unfazed, she formed a protective seal with her hands, a shield manifesting before her. The creature's attack crashed against the shield with a thunderous sound, yet it remained unyielding. Lin Feng took advantage of the creature's distraction, striking its hind leg with his sword. The beast yelped in pain, pivoting to retaliate against Lin Feng. In that critical moment, the woman acted once more, casting a powerful spell that struck the creature in its abdomen. The beast let out a piercing cry, collapsing to the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they gathered around. "We have finally defeated it," one disciple exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The woman cautioned, "This victory is but temporary, we have more significant tasks ahead." Lin Feng inquired, "Fair maiden, what should we do next?" She gazed into the depths of the palace, responding, "The true trial lies ahead." With the woman's intervention, how would the tides of battle shift? Could they successfully triumph over the monstrous foe? Chapter 81 Turning Point in Hope. As Lin Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a protracted struggle against the monstrous adversaries, a sense of exhaustion began to wash over them. Suddenly, a mysterious radiance flickered within the palace. This light was not blindingly brilliant but rather soft and warm, akin to the first gentle rays of dawn cascading upon the earth. In an instant, this illumination captured the attention of both the onlookers and the beasts. The frenzied attacks of the monsters momentarily faltered in response to this apparition, their eyes, once alight with fury, now clouded with confusion and wariness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, splattering onto the stone floor beneath him. He gazed at the enigmatic glow, his mind awash with curiosity regarding its origin. His eyes mirrored a blend of trepidation towards the unknown and a flicker of hope, yearning for this light to herald a pivotal change. Soon after, a figure emerged gracefully from the luminescence. As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld a mysterious woman. She was clad in a flowing robe of pale blue, a hue reminiscent of the purest azure sky, adorned with exquisite embroidery that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, swaying gently with her every step. Her skin was as radiant as freshly fallen snow, translucent and delicate, while her features were sculpted with the precision of a master artisan. Her eyes, deep and serene like tranquil waters, held within them an infinite well of wisdom and strength. A subtle smile graced her lips, a gentle expression that seemed capable of dispelling all shadows of despair. With a delicate gesture, she raised her hand, and an overwhelming force surged towards the beasts, an invisible yet palpable pressure that was utterly irresistible. The monsters were instantly pushed back several paces, their colossal forms rendered diminutive and fragile in the face of this power. They roared in fury, attempting to resist this enchantment, but their efforts were in vain. "What manner of divine being are you?" the beasts bellowed, their voices laced with both rage and fear, for they had never encountered such formidable opposition. The woman smiled softly, her expression akin to a gentle spring breeze that instilled comfort and reassurance. "I have come to lend them a helping hand," she declared, her voice melodious and clear, like the bubbling of a mountain stream. Lin Feng hurried forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, kind lady, for your assistance." His eyes gleamed with appreciation and admiration. She nodded gracefully, stating, "This beast is exceptionally fierce, we must unite our strengths if we are to prevail." Her gaze swept over the assembled crowd, brimming with resolve and confidence. Upon hearing her words, the morale of the group surged. One disciple exclaimed, "With the lady's aid, we shall surely conquer this beast." The woman cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant, its power is formidable, and we must not underestimate it." With that, she once again invoked her magic, sending forth radiant beams from her hands that encircled the monster, forming a binding ring of light. The beast thrashed desperately, attempting to break free from this confinement, but to no avail. Observing this, Lin Feng took advantage of the moment, launching himself into the air, his sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The beast sensed the impending danger and swiftly turned to evade, but Lin Feng managed to leave a gash across its cheek. Roaring with rage, the monster let forth a furious cry, black blood oozing from its wound. The other disciples followed suit, unleashing a barrage of spells and weapons upon the creature. Gradually, the beast found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. However, it did not concede defeat. With a sudden surge of power, it broke free from the woman's binding light. It opened its gaping maw, lunging at her unperturbed. She formed a protective seal with her hands, and a shimmering shield manifested before her. The monster's assault collided with the shield, producing a resounding crash, yet the barrier remained steadfast. In that critical moment, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to strike from behind, piercing the beast's hind leg with his sword. The creature, in pain, spun around to pounce upon Lin Feng. Just then, the woman acted once more, casting a powerful spell that struck the beast's abdomen. With a piercing wail, the monster collapsed to the ground. The onlookers exhaled in relief, gathering around. "At last, we have vanquished it," one disciple exclaimed with excitement. The woman replied, "This victory is but temporary, we have more significant tasks ahead." Lin Feng inquired, "Dear lady, what must we do next?" She gazed towards the depths of the palace and said, "The true trial lies ahead." With the woman's presence, how would the tide of battle shift? Could they triumph over the beast? Chapter 82. Delving deeper into the palace. After successfully vanquishing the monstrous foe, the group took a brief respite before continuing their exploration of the palace under the guidance of the enigmatic woman. Their silhouettes appeared somewhat nebulous in the dim light, each step imbued with caution and anticipation. The corridors within the palace grew increasingly profound, with peculiar runes flickering upon the walls, seemingly alive as they pulsated and shifted in hue, exuding an air of unfathomable mystery. A musty scent pervaded the passage, as though the weight of time had congealed within these confines. "Be cautious, for there may be unknown perils lurking here," Lin Feng warned gravely. His voice reverberated through the vast corridor, tinged with a somber tone. The group advanced with utmost care, their footfalls echoing in the silence, the only sound piercing the oppressive stillness. Their breaths were distinctly audible, the tension in the air palpable. Suddenly, a low, resonant buzzing sound emerged from ahead. The noise grew closer, clearer, akin to a symphony of countless wings in motion. "What is that sound?" a disciple inquired anxiously, his voice trembling slightly as he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. Out of the shadows surged a swarm of black flying insects, enveloping them like a cloud of darkness. Each insect was the size of a fist, their wings beating rapidly, producing a disconcerting hum. Their eyes glimmered with a malevolent red light, and their sharp mandibles instilled dread. "Not good, it's a swarm of venomous wasps," the woman exclaimed, her expression instantly turning grave as she recoiled a few steps. The group hastily brandished their weapons in defense, swords and blades flashing in a chaotic dance, yet the sheer number of wasps was overwhelming, and they advanced with ferocity, undeterred by the onslaught. One disciple, caught off guard, was stung by a wasp and let out a piercing scream. "Ah, my arm!" His limb swelled rapidly, pain rendering him nearly incapacitated. Lin Feng, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Everyone, gather close, back to back, do not give the wasps an opening." The group quickly formed a tight defensive circle. However, the wasps continued their relentless assault, their buzzing filling the corridor, inducing a sense of vertigo. The woman furrowed her brow, rapidly forming hand seals as she recited an incantation. A radiant beam shot forth from her hands, manifesting into a luminous barrier that temporarily halted the wasp's advance. "Now's our chance, we must find a way to break through," she urged, with resolute determination. Lin Feng declared, "Follow me." He brandished his sword, forging a path ahead, and wherever the sword's wind swept, wasps fell in droves. The group pressed on behind him, striving to push forward, but the wasps relentlessly pursued, inflicting further injuries upon the disciples. "This cannot continue." Lin Feng thought anxiously. Just then, he spotted a narrow opening along one side of the corridor, perhaps a means to evade the wasp's onslaught. Quickly, over there, he pointed towards the opening. The group hurriedly dashed towards it, one after another slipping inside. The space within the opening was cramped, yet the wasps could not penetrate. They finally managed to escape the immediate threat, gasping for breath. "What shall we do next?" a disciple asked, glancing nervously at the circling wasps outside. Lin Feng regarded the swarm hovering at the entrance and replied, "Let us wait until they disperse before we continue our exploration." As moments ticked by, the wasps showed no signs of retreat. How would they confront this swarm and resume their quest to uncover the palace's secrets? Chapter 83. The mysterious mechanism the group anxiously awaited within the constricted entrance, yet the poison bees showed no signs of dispersing. The atmosphere in the cramped space grew increasingly oppressive, with each breath feeling particularly burdensome. "This cannot continue, we cannot remain trapped here indefinitely," Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed. His gaze revealed a sense of determination and resolve as he sought a means to break free from their predicament. The enigmatic woman surveyed her surroundings, her keen eyes missing no detail. However, suddenly, she noticed peculiar protrusions on the cave wall. These irregular formations varied in shape, some round, others square, seemingly scattered without pattern, yet subtly hinting at some hidden mechanism. "Perhaps this is some sort of contraption," she murmured, her voice piercing through the tense atmosphere with unusual clarity. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection, The surface was coarse and bore the marks of time. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to press one of the protrusions. With a thunderous roar, the cave wall began to shift slowly. The already tense group felt their hearts race as they fixated on the moving wall. "Not good, we may have triggered a dangerous mechanism," someone exclaimed, panic lacing their tone of fear, and unease rippled through the crowd, prompting them to brace for unforeseen circumstances. Some disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies taut with tension and their eyes filled with vigilance, while others instinctively took a few steps back, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. As the wall continued to move, a musty odor wafted forth, causing a sensation of suffocation. Behind the wall, a new passage emerged, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured the view ahead. "Where does this lead?" a trembling disciple queried. Lin Feng took a deep breath and declared, "Regardless of where it may lead, we must investigate. It might be our only avenue of escape." The group exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to follow Lin Feng into the mysterious passage. They cautiously entered the corridor, the ground beneath them damp, with water droplets occasionally falling from the walls. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed from ahead, reminiscent of something slithering. "Be careful!" Lin Feng halted, signaling for silence. The noise grew increasingly closer, quickening the heartbeats of the onlookers. Emerging from the mist was a swarm of enormous spiders, each towering over a person, their hairy legs evoking sheer terror. "What manner of creature is this?" one disciple exclaimed, his voice trembling. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, asserting, "Fear not, we shall face them together." The group unleashed their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle against the spiders. Lin Feng's sword danced among the arachnids, each strike infused with lethal force. The mysterious woman's spells radiated brilliance, repelling the spiders' advances time and again. The disciples fought valiantly, undeterred. However, the sheer number of spiders was overwhelming, and their venom proved highly corrosive. One disciple was accidentally splattered with venom, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Hang in there!" Lin Feng shouted. The battle intensified, and the group began to feel their strength waning. At that moment, the mysterious woman discerned the spider's weakness. "Aim for their abdomens," she instructed loudly. Upon hearing this, the group concentrated their efforts on the spiders, and indeed, the creature's movements grew sluggish, gradually losing their combat efficacy. After a grueling struggle, the last of the spiders was finally vanquished. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Who knows what dangers await us ahead?" one disciple voiced his concerns anxiously. Lin Feng rose to his feet, proclaiming, "Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, we must not falter." They pressed onward, the mist within the passage thickening, and the path ahead becoming increasingly uncertain. What would transpire next? Chapter 84 Traps in the mist. After vanquishing the spider, the group pressed onward through the corridor. The fog thickened, nearly obscuring the path ahead. The air was laden with a damp, decaying odor that instilled an inexplicable sense of oppression. "Be cautious of your footing," Lin Feng cautioned. His voice, muffled by the mist, resonated with concern and vigilance. Before he could finish, a disciple suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, vanishing in an instant. The echo of that cry reverberated through the narrow passage, causing everyone's hearts to constrict in terror. "What is happening?" the others gasped in fear, their eyes scanning the surroundings in a frantic search for the vanished disciple. It became apparent that the ground was riddled with concealed traps, cleverly camouflaged beneath the fog and damp earth, rendering them nearly undetectable. The depth of these traps was unknown. Once one fell in, their fate would be uncertain. "Spread out, and do not move recklessly," Lin Feng shouted, his voice steady and commanding, striving to quell the rising panic among the group. They stood frozen in place, each member wary of shifting their weight. Lin Feng cautiously approached the spot where the disciple had disappeared, crouching down to scrutinize the ground. "These traps are ingeniously laid out. We must navigate them with utmost care," Lin Feng muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The mysterious woman joined him, kneeling beside him and gently caressing the earth with her hand. "I sense there may be a discernible pattern to these traps," she remarked. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "We must work together to uncover clues and ascertain a safe passage." The group began to disperse, meticulously exploring the ground around them. Each step was fraught with trepidation, fearful of inadvertently plunging into a trap. "Over here, there seem to be some markings," one disciple called out. Lin Feng and the others swiftly gathered around, observing shallow scratches on the ground, likely remnants of someone who had passed through previously. "Perhaps this is our clue," Lin Feng asserted. They proceeded cautiously along the trail of scratches, each step imbued with caution. However, at that moment, another disciple inadvertently triggered a trap. The mechanism sprang open, and the disciple plummeted downward. "Grab my hand," a nearby disciple shouted, quickly reaching out to seize the falling disciple's wrist. The others rushed to assist, pulling the unfortunate individual back from the brink of the trap. "That was close," they all exhaled in relief. After a strenuous exploration, they finally discerned a pattern among the traps. It appears these traps are arranged in a specific design, Lin Feng observed. The mysterious woman nodded in agreement. We must proceed with caution, avoiding the traps according to this pattern. Following the discovered pattern, the group advanced step by step. Each movement was meticulously calculated, their heartbeats quickening with each stride. Just as they believed they were nearing safety, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground. Not good, we may have triggered a larger mechanism. Lin Feng exclaimed. The earth began to quiver violently, and the traps became increasingly animated, opening and closing erratically. Everyone, rush forward! Lin Feng shouted, his voice booming over the chaos. Without hesitation, the group surged ahead, desperation fueling their escape. Amidst the pandemonium, several disciples tragically fell into traps. Don't worry about me, just go, cried one disciple who had fallen. Lin Feng's heart ached, but he understood they could not afford to halt. At last, they successfully navigated through the treacherous area of traps, yet, the fate of those who had fallen remained uncertain. Lin Feng gazed back at the traps, his eyes filled with sorrow and resolve. We must find the treasure and the legacy. Their sacrifices cannot be in vain, he declared. The others nodded in agreement, steeling themselves to continue onward. What further dangers and challenges awaited them? Chapter 84. The traps in the mist. After vanquishing the spider, the group pressed onward through the corridor. The fog thickened, rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. The air was suffused with a damp, decaying odor that evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression. Be cautious of your footing, Lin Feng reminded, his voice resonating dully amidst the mist, yet imbued with concern and vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than a disciple suddenly emitted a blood-curdling scream, vanishing without a trace. The echo of that scream reverberated through the narrow passage, causing every heart to constrict in alarm. What is happening? The others exclaimed in terror, their anxious gazes frantically scanning the surroundings in search of their lost companion. It soon became evident that the ground was riddled with concealed traps, cleverly disguised beneath the fog and damp earth, eluding detection. The depths of these traps were unknown. Once one fell in, their fate would be uncertain. Spread out, and do not move recklessly, Lin Feng commanded, his voice steady and resolute, striving to quell the rising panic among them. The group cautiously remained in place, reluctant to shift their feet. Meanwhile, Lin Feng slowly approached the spot where the disciple had disappeared, crouching down to scrutinize the ground closely. These traps are laid with remarkable ingenuity. We must navigate them with utmost care, he murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in contemplation of a strategy. The enigmatic woman also approached, kneeling beside him to delicately touch the surface of the ground. I sense that these traps follow a discernible pattern, she stated. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, replying, we must work together to uncover clues and ascertain a safe passage. The group began to disperse, cautiously exploring the surrounding terrain. With every step, trepidation gripped them, fearful of inadvertently stumbling into another trap. There appear to be some markings over here, one disciple called out. Lin Feng and the others quickly gathered around, discovering shallow scratches on the ground, likely left by a previous passerby. Perhaps this is the clue we seek, Lin Feng suggested. They proceeded along the markings, each step taken with meticulous caution. However, at that moment, another disciple inadvertently triggered a trap. It sprang open, and the unfortunate disciple plummeted downward. Grab my hand, a nearby disciple swiftly reached out, firmly grasping the falling disciple's wrist. The others hastened to assist, pulling the stricken disciple back from the brink of the abyss. That was close, they all exhaled in relief. After laborious exploration, they finally discerned a pattern to the trap's arrangement. It seems these traps are distributed according to a specific design, Lin Feng remarked. The mysterious woman nodded, stating, let us carefully navigate around them according to this pattern. Following the discovered order, the group advanced step by step, every movement weighed with deliberation and accompanied by racing hearts. Just as they believed they were nearing safe passage, a violent tremor shook the ground. Oh no, we may have triggered a larger mechanism. Lin Feng exclaimed in alarm. The ground began to convulse violently, and the traps became increasingly animated, opening and closing relentlessly. Everyone, rush forward! Lin Feng shouted. Without hesitation, the group surged ahead, desperate to escape the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, several disciples tragically fell into the traps. Don't worry about me, you must go, cried the disciple who had fallen. Lin Feng's heart ached, yet he understood that stopping was not an option at this critical juncture. At long last, they successfully traversed the trap-laden area. However, the fate of those who had fallen remained uncertain. Lin Feng gazed back at the traps, sorrow and resolve filling his eyes. We must locate the treasure and inheritance, their sacrifices shall not be in vain, he declared. The others nodded in agreement and continued onward. What dangers and challenges awaited them next? Chapter 85 of The Mysterious Voice. After experiencing the harrowing shock of the trap, the group continued to navigate through the enveloping fog. The mist in the passage seemed to possess a life of its own, incessantly entwining around their bodies, rendering each step an arduous endeavor. This fog resembled a viscous liquid, impeding their progress and instilling a profound sense of oppression and suffocation. At that moment, an elusive and enigmatic voice echoed through the corridor, seemingly emanating from the distant depths, yet whispering tantalizingly close to their ears. The voice was akin to the ghostly murmurs of phantoms, appearing and vanishing intermittently, drifting unpredictably. "Did you hear that?" a trembling disciple inquired. His voice was laden with fear and uncertainty, as his body instinctively gravitated towards his companions, as if seeking solace in their presence. The group halted, straining to listen. The voice was sporadic, akin to the whimpering of the wind, yet reminiscent of ancient incantations, sending chills down their spines. Each note bore an intangible power, striking at their souls and evoking an indescribable dread from the depths of their being. "It seems to be guiding us," Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to decipher the message concealed within the voice. His gaze reflected a blend of determination and curiosity. Despite the unrest brewing within, he was resolute in uncovering the origin and intent of the voice. They proceeded in the direction of the sound, the ground beneath them growing increasingly damp, while cold droplets of water began to seep from the walls. These droplets fell upon the ground with a crisp sound, resonating sharply in the silence of the corridor. The rhythm of their heartbeats intertwined with the mysterious voice, creating an eerie melody. As they ventured deeper, the voice gradually grew clearer, as if countless souls were recounting ancient tales, or secrets lurking in the shadows were on the verge of revelation. The voice was imbued with an aura of mystery and allure, irresistibly drawing them closer, urging them to uncover the truth within. What could this possibly be? A disciple could no longer contain his curiosity, his voice sharp with tension, his eyes widened, brimming with fear and bewilderment at the unknown. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I do not know, but having come this far, we must seek clarity." His tone was resolute and powerful, striving to instill a modicum of courage and hope among the group. The enigmatic woman appeared particularly cautious, her eyes glinting with vigilance. She meticulously surveyed their surroundings, gripping her weapon tightly, ever prepared to confront any impending danger. Suddenly, the voice intensified, as if urging them to hasten their pace. Unconsciously, the group quickened their steps, their unease escalating. The voice beat upon their souls like a rapid drum, quickening their breath. "Wait, everyone be cautious," Lin Feng abruptly shouted. His voice echoed through the passage, but it was already too late. A disciple at the forefront misstepped, plummeting into a concealed pit. "Help!" His cries reverberated through the corridor, filled with despair and terror. The sound echoed in the narrow passage, causing their hearts to clench in an instant. Lin Feng and the others hurried to a halt, desperately seeking a way to rescue him. Utilizing their weapons and ropes, they exerted considerable effort to pull the disciple back to safety. "Thank goodness he is unharmed," Lin Feng exhaled in relief, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze imbued with concern and gratitude. However, the mysterious voice did not wane with this interruption. Rather, it grew more insistent, as if compelling them forward, forbidding any pause or hesitation. They pressed on, the environment around them becoming increasingly bizarre. Strange patterns began to emerge upon the walls, appearing to writhe and dazzle, overwhelming their senses. These patterns, vibrant and peculiar, were filled with cryptic symbols and lines, as if narrating a history long forgotten. "Surely these patterns hold significance," the mysterious woman observed, her gaze intent and grave as she sought to unravel the secrets hidden within. Lin Feng scrutinized the designs, attempting to decipher their meaning, his eyes flitting over each detail with meticulous care. At that moment, the voice abruptly ceased, plunging the entire passage into an oppressive silence. The sudden stillness was suffocating, instilling a profound sense of dread, as if the world itself had come to a standstill. The group exchanged anxious glances, their unease peaking. Their eyes reflected confusion and fear, uncertain of what would transpire next. "What is happening?" someone ventured, his voice jarringly loud in the stillness, yet no one could provide an answer. No one responded, for no one possessed the knowledge to do so. Their hearts were consumed by fear and bewilderment, compelling them to silently forge ahead. They continued onward, fraught with doubt and trepidation. Each step felt as if they were treading into an abyss of the unknown. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. This light shone brilliantly in the darkness, resembling a beacon of hope amidst despair. "What is that?" the group gasped, their eyes drawn to the luminous glow. Filled with both anticipation and apprehension, they quickened their pace towards the light, oblivious to what awaited them. Their footsteps echoed in the corridor, shattering the suffocating silence. From whence does this mysterious voice originate, and to what destination will it lead them? Chapter 86, The Secrets Behind the Radiance. The crowd hastened towards the mysterious light, their hearts a tumult of excitement and trepidation. As they drew nearer, the brilliance intensified, illuminating their faces as if it were midday. Upon reaching the threshold, they discovered that the radiance emanated from a partially ajar stone door. This imposing door, grand and weighty, was intricately etched with ancient and enigmatic runes, as though recounting tales from a distant past. Could this be the exit? Inquired one disciple, his voice laced with anticipation, trembling slightly yet brimming with yearning. Lin Feng approached cautiously, gently pushing the stone door open. The sight that greeted them within left them all in awe. Before them lay a vast stone chamber, adorned with an array of exquisite treasures. Dazzling gemstones sparkled like stars, each emitting a celestial glow. Finely crafted artifacts radiated powerful waves of energy, and ancient scrolls hinted at boundless knowledge and secrets. The light they beheld was a symphony of brilliance, woven from the treasures that lay scattered throughout the chamber. "Is this the treasure we have been seeking all along?" someone exclaimed with fervor, his voice rising with excitement, unable to resist the urge to rush inside. However, at that moment, a low, thunderous roar reverberated through the chamber. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, heavy with wrath and authority. "Be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice slicing through the tension, instantly calming the crowd. They gripped their weapons tightly, casting wary glances towards the source of the sound. Emerging from the shadows of the chamber was a colossal figure. Its form towered like a mountain, covered in impenetrable scales that glimmered with a chilling light. Its eyes burned like blazing orbs, exhaling a scorching breath. "What manner of beast is this?" a disciple asked in terror. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the creature, resolutely stating, "No matter what it is, we must be prepared to face it with caution." The beast advanced with heavy, deliberate steps, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. The disciples began to retreat, their hearts heavy with fear, yet Lin Feng stood firm, displaying no intention of backing down. "Fear not, we shall confront it together." Lin Feng proclaimed it. With that, he charged towards the beast, his sword gleaming with an ethereal light. Inspired by his bravery, the other disciples rallied their courage and followed suit, surging forward behind Lin Feng. In an instant, the chamber erupted with flashes of light and the clamor of battle cries. Lin Feng's sword struck the beast's scales, sending sparks flying, yet failing to penetrate its defenses. The creature swung its massive claws, sweeping towards the group. One disciple, unable to evade, was struck and sent hurtling away. "Be careful!" Lin Feng warned. The mysterious woman unleashed formidable spells, beams of light piercing towards the creature. However, the beast appeared remarkably resistant to these magical assaults, sustaining little damage. "This cannot continue, we must uncover its weakness," Lin Feng shouted. As the battle raged on, they searched for the monster's vulnerability. After a fierce struggle, they discerned that its abdomen seemed relatively soft. "Target its abdomen," Lin Feng commanded. The group concentrated their efforts on this newfound target. The creature roared in agony, retaliating with frenzied ferocity. In this critical moment, Lin Feng noticed that the creature's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. "I will draw its attention, you all seize the opportunity to strike at its eyes," he declared. Without hesitation, he charged at the monster, taunting it relentlessly. Enraged, the beast pursued Lin Feng with fervor. The other disciples seized the moment, unleashing a barrage of attacks aimed at the creature's eyes. With a final, anguished cry, the beast collapsed to the ground. The group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. "We have finally defeated it," one disciple said, awestruck. Lin Feng surveyed the treasures strewn about, remarking, "These artifacts surely possess significant value, we must allocate them judiciously." Just then, the chamber underwent another transformation. Words suddenly appeared on the walls, seemingly narrating the origins and purposes of the treasures before them. Would they be able to comprehend the meaning of these inscriptions, and could they successfully carry away these invaluable artifacts? Chapter 87 The Dilemma of Choosing Treasures. Just as the group had triumphed over the monstrous foe and had yet to catch their breath, the inscriptions upon the walls emanated an otherworldly glow, each character seemingly coming to life and dancing through the air. These symbols flickered with a mystical radiance, akin to the resplendent stars that adorn the night sky, leaving one spellbound. "What does this signify?" a disciple inquired, astonishment etched across his face. His eyes widened as he endeavored to seize the swiftly moving characters, confusion and alarm written all over him. Lin Feng scrutinized the swirling letters intently, his brow furrowed in concentration as he sought to decipher their meaning. His gaze meticulously followed the trajectory of each character, his mind racing to uncover patterns and clues amidst the apparent chaos. The enigmatic woman remarked, "It appears these inscriptions are indicating that these treasures are not easily attainable." Her voice, crisp and composed, flowed through the tense atmosphere like a soothing spring. Indeed, the text gradually coalesced into a coherent message. Though treasures abound, one may select only a single item, and the chosen one shall lead to unforeseen trials. The crowd exchanged glances, ensnared in contemplation. Their eyes darted among the dazzling array of treasures, their hearts rife with conflict and hesitation. "What shall we do?" one disciple lamented, unable to contain his eagerness. A hint of urgency and yearning tinged his voice as he fixated on the artifact radiating formidable power, envisioning himself wielding it with an air of authority. Lin Feng declared, "We must make a choice, this may very well be another test for us." His gaze was resolute and composed, though he too felt a yearning for the treasures. He understood the necessity of maintaining a clear mind at this juncture. Some favored the artifact pulsating with immense power, believing it would enhance their strength. "With this artifact, we would possess greater assurance in the martial world, unafraid of formidable adversaries," asserted a burly disciple, his eyes brimming with a thirst for power. Others were drawn to the scroll imbued with esoteric knowledge, convinced that wisdom constitutes an inexhaustible source of strength. "Power is finite, yet knowledge expands our horizons, allowing us to traverse further on the path of cultivation," a refined disciple murmured, his gaze unwavering from the scroll. Still, there were those who were enchanted by the glittering gemstones, envisioning the wealth and glory they might bestow. "With these gems, we could indulge in a life of abundance and bring great riches to our sect. Why not pursue this?" an impulsive disciple exclaimed with palpable excitement. As time ticked away, they felt the pressing need to reach a resolution. Each individual grappled internally, weighing the merits and drawbacks. Lin Feng interjected once more, "We must not focus solely on immediate gains, we need to consider long-term implications. Although the artifact is powerful, if we cannot master its force, it may instead consume us. While the gemstones may yield wealth, they might also attract troubles and envy. The knowledge within this scroll could potentially elevate us beyond our current limitations." The mysterious woman concurred, "Lin Feng is correct. Our venture is not merely for personal gain, but for the future of our sect. A misguided choice could lead to catastrophic consequences." Their words plunged the assembly into deeper reflection. The burly disciple, initially intent on the artifact, found himself wavering. "Perhaps you speak the truth, yet the allure of power is indeed overwhelming." Meanwhile, the disciple captivated by the gemstones began to reconsider. "Wealth is significant, but if it leads to the forfeiture of something far more precious, it would be a grave mistake." In the midst of their indecision, Lin Feng suddenly proclaimed, "Listen to my counsel. We are a team, and our choice should benefit the collective. I propose we cast our votes." The group readily acquiesced, and after a fervent deliberation and voting process, the majority resolved to select the scroll containing the arcane knowledge. At the moment they reached their decision, the characters on the wall shimmered anew, as if responding to their choice. Had they truly made the right selection, what unforeseen trials awaited them in the wake of their decision? Chapter 88 The Unknown Trial. Upon choosing the tome imbued with enigmatic knowledge, the entire stone chamber suddenly quaked violently, the surrounding walls began to collapse, and debris cascaded down like a torrential rain. Massive stones plummeted from above, stirring up clouds of dust that rendered the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. "This is not good, the trial has commenced," Lin Feng exclaimed. His voice rang out with remarkable clarity amidst the chaos, striving to maintain a semblance of calm among the others. The crowd hurriedly shielded their heads, plunging into disarray. Some disciples were grazed by falling rocks, emitting anguished groans, while others, in their panic, lost their bearings and scurried in all directions. As the tremors subsided, they beheld an enormous stone door before them, intricately engraved with complex runes and patterns. The symbols shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if they were narrating ancient and mysterious tales. "Behind this door lies the realm of the trial," the mysterious woman declared. A glimmer of determination and curiosity flickered in her eyes. Despite the daunting unknown ahead, she exhibited no inclination to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped forward and gently pushed against the stone door. It creaked open slowly, unleashing a formidable force that swept them all into its depths. They found themselves ensnared in a vortex, their bodies involuntarily spinning, while the surrounding scenery blurred into obscurity. When they finally regained their footing, they discovered themselves in a peculiar space shrouded in thick fog, its boundaries indistinct. The mist hung heavily around them, enveloping everything within, engendering a profound sense of confusion and dread. "Everyone, be cautious and do not stray apart," Lin Feng called out. His voice echoed weakly through the fog. However, before he could finish, sinister laughter resonated from within the mist. The laughter seemed to emanate from the depths of another abyss, imbued with malice and mockery, sending chills down their spines. "Who goes there?" a disciple queried in terror, his voice trembling with fear and anxiety. No response came, only the laughter continued to reverberate, weaving a horrific melody through the fog. Suddenly, dark figures sprang forth from the mist, lunging toward them. These shadows moved with astounding swiftness, resembling phantoms, making them elusive and difficult to grasp. The group hastily prepared for battle, engaging in fierce combat with the shadows. Lin Feng swung his sword, the blade flickering in the dim light, attempting to repel the encroaching darkness. Yet, the shadows exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading his strikes before launching counterattacks. One disciple inadvertently fell victim to a shadow's assault, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Help me!" His cries for rescue echoed helplessly amidst the fog. Other disciples rushed to his aid, only to be besieged by even more shadows. These entities moved with lightning speed and immense strength, gradually overwhelming the group. Their stamina waned under the relentless assaults, while the shadows grew ever more ferocious. This cannot continue. We must uncover their weaknesses.
Lin Feng shouted, defending against the shadow's onslaught, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression a mix of urgency and resolve. After a moment of keen observation, the mysterious woman discerned that the shadows would momentarily hesitate upon contact with light. "Illuminate them," she urged, her voice imbued with a spark of excitement and hope. The group promptly unleashed a myriad of illumination spells, bathing the fog in radiant light. The shadows' assaults were indeed curtailed, their movements becoming sluggish, yet, just as they believed they had regained control of the situation, more formidable foes emerged from the mist. These adversaries were colossal, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled profound dread.
"What in the world are these?" a disciple gasped in horror. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "No matter what they are, we cannot falter." Steeling themselves once more, the group prepared to engage in a desperate struggle against the newly manifested enemies.
In this arduous trial, would they be able to unite, vanquish their foes, and emerge victorious? Chapter 88 The Unknown Trial. As the group chose the scroll imbued with enigmatic knowledge, the entire stone chamber began to tremble violently. The walls around them started to crumble, and debris rained down. Massive stones plummeted from above, raising a cloud of dust that rendered the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating.
"This is bad. The trial has commenced."
Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating with urgency amidst the chaos. Striving to maintain a semblance of calm, the disciples hurriedly shielded their heads, the scene devolving into utter disorder. Some were grazed by falling stones, emitting pained groans, while others, disoriented by the panic, ran aimlessly. Once the trembling subsided, they beheld a colossal stone door looming before them, adorned with intricate runes and patterns. The inscriptions shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if narrating ancient and mysterious tales. "Beyond this door lies the trial's domain," the mysterious woman declared, her gaze imbued with determination and curiosity, displaying no hint of retreat in the face of the unknown challenge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped forward and gently pushed against the stone door. It creaked open slowly, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that engulfed them all. They felt as though they were caught in a vortex, their bodies spinning uncontrollably, with the surroundings becoming a blur. When they regained their footing, they found themselves in a strange space, shrouded in thick fog that obscured any boundaries. The mist enveloped everything like a heavy curtain, instilling a profound sense of confusion and dread. "Be cautious, and do not stray apart," Lin Feng called out, his voice echoing feebly in the dense fog. However, before his words could fade, chilling laughter resonated from within the mist. It sounded as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss, laced with malice and mockery, sending shivers down their spines. "Who goes there?" a disciple inquired, his voice trembling with fear and trepidation. No reply came, only the laughter continued to reverberate, weaving a sinister melody through the fog. Suddenly, shadows darted out from the mist, lunging towards them. These phantoms moved with incredible speed, elusive and spectral, making them difficult to grasp. The group quickly engaged in combat, clashing fiercely with the shadows. Lin Feng wielded his sword, its blade flashing as he attempted to repel the encroaching phantoms, yet, the shadows proved to be exceedingly agile, deftly evading his strikes before launching their counterattacks. One disciple was inadvertently struck by a shadow, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. "Help me!" his cries echoed helplessly in the fog. The others rushed forward to assist, only to be besieged by more shadows. These phantoms moved with blinding swiftness and immense strength, and the group gradually felt overwhelmed. Their stamina waned, while the shadows' assaults grew increasingly ferocious. "This cannot continue, we must uncover their weakness." Lin Feng shouted amidst fending off the phantoms, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes filled with urgency and resolve. After a moment of observation, the mysterious woman noted that the shadows momentarily stalled upon contact with light. "Illuminate them," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and hope. The group swiftly unleashed various illumination spells, and in an instant, radiant light flickered through the fog. The shadows' assaults were indeed curtailed, their movements becoming sluggish, yet, just as they believed they had regained control, mightier foes emerged from the mist. These adversaries were colossal, exuding an overpowering aura that instilled an immense sense of pressure. "What in the world is that?" a disciple gasped in terror. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and declared, "No matter what it is, we cannot falter." With renewed courage, the group plunged into a desperate battle against the newly manifested enemies. In this arduous trial, would they unite as one, conquer their foes, and triumph over the challenge? Chapter 89 The dawn. In despair and the fierce struggle against a formidable adversary, the group gradually found their strength waning, their bodies adorned with numerous wounds, each breath grew heavy and labored, their eyes betraying exhaustion and despair. "Were we destined to perish here?" a disciple cried out in desperation, his voice laced with fear and helplessness, his trembling hands barely able to grip his weapon. Lin Feng gasped, his voice resounding with determination.
As long as we do not surrender, there remains hope. Though his voice was hoarse, it resonated with unwavering strength, and his eyes still burned with indomitable resolve. At that moment, the mysterious woman suddenly noticed that the scroll they had chosen was emanating a faint glow. Initially as dim as a firefly, the light flickered in and out of visibility amidst the suffocating darkness. "Look at the scroll!" the woman exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and anticipation, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of dawn within the shadows. The gazes of the crowd converged upon the scroll. Its glow, though faint, appeared strikingly prominent against the shrouded gloom. It resembled a star on the verge of extinguishing, yet stubbornly continued to twinkle. Lin Feng seemed to comprehend something profound. He dashed toward the scroll and grasped it. The moment his fingers touched the scroll, a wave of warm and potent energy coursed through his entire being, revitalizing his weary frame. Instantly, the scroll's radiance intensified, illuminating everything around them. The light shone like the rising sun, dispelling the dense darkness and bathing the entire space in a radiant glow. The shadowy figures and powerful foes, caught in the brilliance, found their movements sluggish. Their once fearsome visages twisted in terror under the sanctity of the light, as if subdued by its divine presence. "Now is the time, everyone, attack together," Lin Feng commanded, his voice brimming with resolve and courage, his sword glinting as he charged toward the enemy. A renewed sense of hope ignited within the group as they summoned their final reserves of strength, launching a vigorous assault on their foes. The interplay of various spells and the cold gleam of weapons intertwined in the luminous glow, creating a breathtaking and intense spectacle. One disciple brandished a long sword, striking fiercely at a shadow, which emitted a shriek before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Another disciple unleashed a formidable flame spell, reducing the enemy before him to ashes. Lin Feng engaged in a fierce duel with a colossal foe, his sword clashing against the creature's massive claws, sending sparks flying. Under the illuminating glow, he discerned the enemy's vulnerability, and with a decisive thrust, pierced its vital point, causing it to fall with a thunderous crash. The mysterious woman, not to be outdone, wielded her staff, releasing a powerful wave of energy that repelled the surrounding adversaries. Through their collective effort, the number of enemies began to dwindle, and the tide of battle shifted in their favor. However, the foes were not yet willing to concede defeat. They launched a final, desperate counterattack, striving for one last struggle. A shadow seized the opportunity to ambush Lin Feng, leaving a deep gash across his back. "Lin Feng!" the mysterious woman gasped, gritting his teeth against the pain. Lin Feng pivoted and dispatched the shadow with a swift stroke of his sword. After a fierce battle, at last, the final enemy lay vanquished. The group, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, yet, the fear and despair in their eyes had been replaced by the joy of victory and a flicker of hope. "We did it!" a disciple exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lin Feng gazed at the scroll in his hands and said, "It is this scroll that has bestowed upon us strength and hope." The mysterious woman nodded with a smile. "Perhaps this is the very essence of our choice." Bathed in the light, they seemed to glimpse a future path ahead, fraught with challenges yet brimming with hope. What adventures awaited them next? Chapter 89. Dawn and despair. In the fierce struggle against an overpowering foe, the group gradually found themselves physically drained, their bodies adorned with numerous wounds. Each individual's breath grew heavy and rapid, their eyes betraying exhaustion and despair. Chapter 90. A new journey. After vanquishing a formidable foe, the group leaned against one another, utterly exhausted. Each face bore the marks of fatigue and the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Their wounds throbbed painfully, yet their gazes were imbued with newfound resolve and composure. "This truly was a brush with death," one disciple remarked, his voice faint and hoarse, as if he had expended his last ounce of strength. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his clothing drenched in sweat. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the scroll in his hand, which radiated a warm glow. The light resembled the gentle sun of winter, imparting an inexplicable sense of comfort and strength. He tenderly caressed the cover of the scroll, as if he could perceive the boundless wisdom and mystical power contained within. The enigmatic woman spoke, "Yet we have persevered. This light symbolizes our hope." Her voice was soft yet resolute, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. She approached Lin Feng, standing beside him as they both gazed at the scroll in their hands. At that moment, the surrounding space began to transform, and a portal gradually materialized before them. The portal emitted a mysterious luminescence, swirling like a vortex, evoking both curiosity and trepidation. "What is this?" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the sudden appearance of the portal, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and anxiety. Lin Feng rose to his feet and declared, "Perhaps this is the pathway to a new journey." His voice was firm and powerful, instilling a measure of courage and confidence within the others. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward towards the portal. The group exchanged resolute glances before following him into the portal. As they traversed the threshold, they felt a potent force tugging at their bodies, and the scene before them blurred into obscurity. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. The landscape was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, the air infused with the refreshing sense of blooming flowers and verdant foliage. Distant hills undulated, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, yet beneath this enchanting vista lay an aura of mystery. "Where is this place?" someone inquired, his voice tinged with confusion and concern. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings and replied, "No matter where we are, we must face it with bravery." His gaze was resolute and intrepid, as if he were prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. They commenced their exploration of this new domain, the grass beneath their feet soft and springy, each step imbued with the vitality of nature. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar flora and fauna. Some blossoms radiated brilliant hues, while certain trees bore unusual shapes, seemingly crafted by the hand of nature itself. Before long, they stumbled upon an ancient temple nestled at the foot of a mountain and surrounded by towering trees. It emanated an air of solemnity. The temple's grand entrance was firmly shut, yet a powerful energy pulsated from within. Lin Feng approached, gently pushing against the door, only to find it immovable. "This door appears to be sealed by some force," the mysterious woman remarked. The group began to search around the temple for clues, hoping to uncover a means to unlock the entrance point. One disciple discovered a stone tablet on the side of the temple, inscribed with strange symbols. "What do these mean?" he asked, puzzled. Lin Feng meticulously examined the inscriptions, endeavoring to decipher their significance. After considerable effort, he gradually grasped a few insights. "This seems to be a riddle that we must solve to open the door," he stated. The others gathered around, collectively pondering how to unravel the enigma. As time ticked by, they experimented with various approaches, yet none yielded the correct solution. Just as frustration began to set in, Lin Feng suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. "I understand," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Following his intuition, Lin Feng pressed several symbols onto a stone slab before the temple. A deep, resonant sound echoed, and the temple's door began to creak open. The sight that greeted them within left them utterly astonished. What discoveries awaited them in this ancient sanctuary? Chapter 90, A New Journey. After triumphing over a formidable foe, the group leaned against one another, exhausted. The weariness etched on each face was accompanied by a profound sense of relief from surviving the ordeal. Their wounds throbbed with a dull ache, yet their gazes held a newfound resolve and composure. "This truly was a brush with death," one disciple lamented, his voice weak and hoarse, as if he had expended his last ounce of strength. Slumped on the ground, he panted heavily, his garments soaked with sweat. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the scroll in his hands, which radiated a warm glow. The light resembled the gentle sun of winter, bestowing upon him an inexplicable comfort and fortitude. He caressed the cover of the scroll, as if he could perceive the boundless wisdom and enigmatic power contained within. The mysterious woman spoke, "Yet we have endured, and this light embodies our hope." Her voice was both tender and resolute, her eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. She approached Lin Feng, standing beside him as they both gazed at the scroll. At that moment, the surrounding space began to transform, and a portal gradually materialized before them. The portal emitted a mysterious luminescence, swirling like a vortex, evoking feelings of both curiosity and trepidation within them. "What is this?" the onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the sudden appearance of the portal, filled with uncertainty and anxiety. Lin Feng rose to his feet and declared, "Perhaps this is the pathway to a new journey." His voice was firm and resonant, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence in the hearts of his companions. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward toward the portal. The others exchanged determined glances before resolutely following him into the portal. As they crossed through, they felt an immense force tugging at their bodies, and the scenery before them blurred into obscurity. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. The landscape was picturesque, with crystal-clear mountains and a fragrant breeze filled with the scents of blooming flowers and verdant foliage. The distant mountains rolled majestically, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm from a fairy tale, yet beneath this enchanting sight lay an aura of mystery. "Where might this be?" as someone inquired, their voice tinged with confusion and concern. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Regardless of where we are, we must confront it with courage." His gaze was resolute and fearless, as though he had already prepared himself to meet any challenge. They began to explore this new expanse, the grass beneath their feet soft and springy, allowing them to feel the vitality and vigor of nature with each step. Along the way, they encountered an array of peculiar flowers and trees, some blooming with dazzling radiance, while others bore unique shapes, as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. Before long, they stumbled upon an ancient temple nestled at the foot of a mountain and surrounded by towering trees. It exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. The temple's entrance was tightly sealed, yet a powerful energy emanated from within. Lin Feng approached and gently pushed against the door, only to find it immovable. "This door appears to be sealed by some force," the mysterious woman remarked. The group began to search around the temple for clues, hoping to discover a means to unlock the entrance. One disciple noticed a stone tablet on the side of the temple, inscribed with strange characters. "What does this mean?" he asked, puzzled. Lin Feng scrutinized the inscriptions, endeavoring to decipher their significance. After considerable effort, he began to grasp some hints. It seems to be a riddle that we must solve to open the door, Lin Feng stated. The others gathered around, contemplating how to unravel the enigma. As time passed, they attempted various solutions, yet the correct answer remained elusive. Just as frustration began to set in, a spark of realization illuminated Lin Feng's mind. "I understand," he exclaimed, filled with excitement. Following his intuition, Lin Feng pressed several symbols onto a stone slab before the temple. A deep, resounding sound echoed as the temple's doors slowly creaked open. The sight within left them all in awe. What discoveries awaited them in this ancient sanctuary? Chapter 90. A new journey. After triumphing over a formidable foe, the group leaned wearily against one another. The fatigue etched upon each face was palpable, mingled with a profound sense of gratitude for having survived. Their wounds throbbed with persistent pain, yet their eyes shone with newfound determination and composure. Truly, it was a near brush with death, one disciple lamented, his voice weak and hoarse, as if he had expended his last ounce of strength. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his garments soaked with sweat. Lin Feng gazed thoughtfully at the scroll in his hands, radiating a warm glow. That light resembled the gentle sun of winter, imparting an inexplicable solace and fortitude. He tenderly caressed the cover of the scroll, as if he could sense the boundless wisdom and enigmatic power contained within. The mysterious woman spoke, "Yet we have persevered. This light symbolizes our hope." Her voice was soft yet resolute, her gaze sparkling with anticipation for the future. She approached Lin Feng's side, both of them fixating on the scroll they held. At that moment, the surrounding space began to shift, and a portal gradually materialized before them. It emanated a mystical luminescence, swirling like a vortex, evoking a sense of both curiosity and trepidation. "What is this?" the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the portal, their hearts brimming with uncertainty. Lin Feng rose to his feet and declared, "Perhaps this is the pathway to a new journey." His voice was firm and resonant, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence within the group. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly toward the portal. The others exchanged glances, then resolutely followed him into the shimmering entrance. As they crossed the threshold, a powerful force tugged at their bodies, and the scenery before them blurred into obscurity. Upon emerging from the portal, they found themselves in an unfamiliar land. The landscape was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, the air fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers and lush greenery. The distant hills rose and fell, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of Chapter 91. The secrets of the mysterious temple. The grand entrance creaked open, releasing an ancient and enigmatic aura that enveloped them. The group cautiously stepped into the temple, where the dim light cast by a few flickering oil lamps barely illuminated the surroundings. The feeble glow danced uncertainly in the shadows, as if it might extinguish at any moment, enhancing the eerie and foreboding atmosphere. The walls of the temple were adorned with peculiar murals, seemingly narrating an untold, lengthy history. These murals, once vibrant and resplendent, had succumbed to the relentless passage of time, leaving behind blurred outlines and fragmented hues. They appeared to harbor profound significance. A disciple murmured softly, his voice echoing faintly in the vastness of the temple, feeling particularly insignificant and weak, as if overwhelmed by the weighty essence of history. Lin Feng observed intently, endeavoring to decipher the information contained within. His gaze traversed the murals, furrowing his brow as he sank into deep contemplation. The artwork depicted mysterious and striking scenes. Colossal and brutal battles, countless warriors clashing valiantly, the clangor of weapons and the battle cries resonating like thunder, solemn and arcane rituals, where individuals danced devoutly around a blazing inferno, their expressions grave and bizarre creatures, with fantastical forms that defied imagination, eluding comprehension. At that moment, a low, resonant buzzing sound reached their ears. The noise grew closer, clearer, as if a multitude of wings were beating furiously. "Be cautious," the mysterious woman exclaimed, her voice imbued with vigilance and tension. Suddenly, a swarm of black insects erupted from the depths of the temple, resembling a tumultuous cloud, descending upon them with overwhelming ferocity. Individually small, their sheer numbers were staggering, sending shivers down their spines. The group hastily conjured spells to fend off the onslaught. Radiant bursts of light flickered as various incantations intermingled, creating a breathtaking yet terrifying spectacle. Lin Feng wielded his sword, its cold gleam shining as he swung, releasing sharp gusts of sword energy that cleaved through swaths of the flying swarm. The mysterious woman brandished her staff, intoning powerful spells that ensnared the insects in a dazzling cage of light. One disciple, unfortunately, was bitten by an insect, and an agonizing pain coursed through him as his arms swiftly reddened and swelled, dark mist emanating from the wound. "Hold on!" Lin Feng called out, his voice resolute and empowering, instilling a flicker of hope among the others. After a fierce and arduous battle, the insects were finally vanquished. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, yet they remained on high alert, unwilling to relax even for a moment. With the swarm dispelled, they pressed deeper into the temple. The interior passages twisted and turned, resembling a vast labyrinth, suffused with the scent of decay and neglect. They treaded carefully, every step imbued with vigilance, wary of encountering further unknown perils. In a hidden chamber, they discovered an ancient and opulent chest, encrusted with precious gems. It emitted a mysterious and alluring glow. What treasures might lie within? Someone inquired, curiosity and anticipation lacing their voice. Lin Feng approached, gently lifting the lid of the chest, and a blinding light burst forth. The group instinctively squinted, shielding their eyes from the sudden brilliance. As the light gradually dimmed, they beheld an ancient, weighty scroll and a crystal emanating an extraordinary luminescence resting within the chest. Lin Feng carefully picked up the scroll and began to unfurl it, revealing intricate symbols and obscure script. "This appears to be a powerful spell tome," he remarked, a hint of surprise and intrigue in his tone. The mysterious woman examined the crystal closely. "This crystal harbors immense energy, it could prove invaluable to us," she said, excitement glimmering in her eyes. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar reverberated through the chamber, reminiscent of a primordial beast, filled with wrath and menace. "Trouble is upon us again," Lin Feng declared, his expression grave. Could they confront this new peril? What unknown fate might the treasures within the chest bring them? Chapter 92. The mighty guardian. With a deep, resonant growl, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the chamber. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld a beast of titanic proportions, its massive form seemingly capable of filling the entire room. With each step it took, the ground trembled beneath it, stirring up clouds of dust. Its body was encrusted with formidable scales, each glimmering with a frigid light akin to sharp blades. These scales were arranged closely together, forming an impenetrable armor that instilled a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Its eyes burned like fiery orbs, flames dancing within them, radiating an aura of fury and majesty. From its maw erupted a searing breath, as if it could reduce everything to ashes. "What manner of creature is this?" a disciple cried out in terror. His voice quivered, laden with fear and helplessness, and he involuntarily recoiled, nearly dropping his weapon. Lin Feng gripped his sword firmly, declaring, "No matter what it is, we shall fight." His voice was resolute and powerful, his gaze betraying an indomitable courage. He took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward, bracing himself for the impending battle. The beast let out a furious roar and lunged toward them. The sound was deafening, as if it threatened to shatter their very souls. The crowd hastily scattered, their movements swift and agile. In a flash, Lin Feng dashed toward the beast, his sword aimed fiercely at it. His movement was as rapid as lightning, cutting through the air with a gust. However, when his sword struck the beast's scales, it merely sparked and emitted a jarring metallic clang. The scales were incredibly tough, and Lin Feng's full force strike failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. The mysterious woman unleashed potent spells, beams of light shooting toward the beast. These rays, dazzling like meteors, bore tremendous power, yet, upon impact, they only served to slightly hinder the creature's movements, failing to thwart its advance. "This is not a viable strategy," Lin Feng shouted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his breath growing rapid. While evading the beast's onslaught, he pondered his next move. At that moment, the injured disciple suddenly discerned the beast's vulnerability. "Its abdomen," he exclaimed, his voice hoarse with excitement, yet cutting through the chaos of battle with striking clarity. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng soared into the air, targeting the beast's underbelly. He arced through the air like a hawk diving for its prey. However, the beast sensed his intent, swinging its massive claws in an attempt to thwart him. Lin Feng nimbly dodged the beast's claws, pressing onward toward its abdomen. Just as he was about to reach it, the creature abruptly opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. The inferno enveloped Lin Feng in an instant, and he felt a searing pain wash over him. Yet, gritting his teeth, he endured the agony and pressed forward. "Lin Feng," the mysterious woman cried out in alarm. Undeterred by the flames, Lin Feng fought through the blaze and finally broke free, positioning himself beneath the beast's abdomen. Raising his sword, he summoned all his strength and plunged it deep into the creature's flesh. The blade pierced the beast's belly, dark blood gushing forth. The beast emitted a mournful roar, its body convulsing violently. Witnessing this, the others rallied around, launching a final assault against the beast. Spells and weapons rained down upon it, its resistance waning with each strike. At last, the monstrous creature collapsed with a resounding thud, motionless. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they sank to the ground in exhaustion. "We did it," Lin Feng murmured weakly. However, before they could celebrate their victory, new changes began to unfold within the confines of the chamber. Chapter 93. At the crisis in the mist. At the very moment the colossal beast collapsed, the secret chamber began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the surrounding walls as debris cascaded down. Enormous stones plummeted from above, prompting everyone to scramble for safety. "What is happening?" a disciple cried out in panic, his voice laced with fear and helplessness as he frantically scanned the area for a safe haven. Lin Feng, mustering all his strength, managed to rise to his feet, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. His garments were tattered, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze remained resolute and piercing. The enigmatic woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "I fear this is not yet the end." Her voice bore a weighty tone, revealing a profound concern in her eyes. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot down from the ceiling of the chamber, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. The radiance was as fierce as the midday sun, impossible to behold directly. As the light gradually diminished, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm. A thick fog enveloped them, dense enough to feel tangible, obscuring their vision and rendering the path ahead indiscernible. "Where are we?" someone queried, confusion evident in his tone. His voice cut sharply through the oppressive silence of the mist, yet it elicited no response. Lin Feng ventured a few steps forward, discovering the ground beneath him to be soft and yielding, as if devoid of substance. With each step, he felt an unsettling illusion of sinking into an abyss, a wave of unease washing over him. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed through the mist, chilling and sinister, as if emanating from the depths of hell. "Who goes there?" the crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with a mix of anger and fear, attempting to dispel their trepidation through sound. Yet, the laughter did not wane. Instead, it grew ever closer, reverberating through the fog, making it impossible to discern its origin. The mysterious woman whispered, "Everyone, be cautious, this may herald a new danger." Although her voice was subdued, it resonated clearly in the ears of all, heightening their anxiety. As the laughter approached, a vague silhouette began to materialize. It flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, its form indistinct yet exuding a formidable and malevolent aura. Lin Feng tightened his grip on his sword, bracing himself for an impending assault. The mysterious woman raised her staff, murmuring incantations, poised to unleash her magic. The figure drew nearer, and at last, they discerned it to be a grotesque creature with a contorted visage. Towering and twisted, its body bristled with sharp spines, and its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light. "What manner of monster is this?" a disciple shouted in terror. The creature offered no reply. It lunged directly at them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swung his sword to engage in fierce combat, while the mysterious woman unleashed powerful spells, beams of light shooting toward the beast. However, the creature's hide was exceptionally tough, rendering their magical attacks nearly ineffective. Other disciples joined the fray, yet the creature's strength was overwhelming. Each strike proved difficult to withstand. One disciple was inadvertently struck, sent flying to crash heavily onto the ground. "Be careful!" Lin Feng shouted. In the midst of their battle, they gradually discerned a vulnerability in the creature's back. "Everyone, focus your attacks on its back," Lin Feng commanded. They pooled their strength, launching a concerted assault on the beast's vulnerable spot. After a grueling struggle, the monster finally collapsed to the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, the mist once again reverberated with more footsteps and sinister laughter. Would they be able to find a way out amidst this dire crisis? Chapter 94. Advancing through the mist, the incessant sounds of footsteps and laughter echoing through the thick fog once again heightened the tension among the group. The noises resembled calls from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Each sound struck their hearts like a hammer, intensifying their already fraught emotions. "It appears we must swiftly find a way to escape this place," Lin Feng declared. His voice bore a hint of urgency, yet it was predominantly resolute. His gaze flickered amidst the fog, and he gripped his sword tightly, as if it were his sole anchor. The enigmatic woman nodded, but in such dense mist, discerning direction proved arduous. Her brow furrowed, her exquisite visage marred by concern. The staff in her hand emitted a faint glow, attempting to illuminate a path ahead, yet the light seemed insignificant against the oppressive fog. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque creatures surged forth from the mist, their claws bared and their demeanor menacing. Some bore razor-sharp talons, others exhaled flames from their maws, while still others were encased in formidable armor. The group immediately formed a defensive circle, standing back to back, prepared to confront the oncoming threat. Lin Feng was the first to strike, his figure akin to a bolt of lightning as he plunged into the throng of monsters. Blade flashes danced as he swiftly dispatched one creature, its head flying off, dark blood spraying into the air. The other disciples soon unleashed their unique skills. One disciple wielded a long knife with expert precision, the blade gleaming like snow, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind that cleaved the monsters before him in twain. Another disciple conjured a powerful spell, incantations igniting in his hands, transforming into a fiery projectile that incinerated several creatures into ashes in an instant. In that moment, light and blood intermingled, the sounds of battle resonating through the mist, stirring their ardor. Yet, the monsters continued to pour forth, seemingly endless in their numbers. "This cannot continue, we must break through," Lin Feng shouted, his voice infused with strength, igniting a flicker of hope within them. They charged towards a singular direction with fervor. Though each step proved exceedingly arduous, the monsters assailed them relentlessly, striving to thwart their advance. One disciple fell, wounded. "Don't mind me, you must flee." His voice was weak yet resolute. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. We shall not abandon anyone, we press on together. He turned, hoisting the injured disciple onto his back and forging ahead. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the group fought with renewed vigor. Their bodies were splattered with blood, both their own and that of the monsters, yet they did not recoil, they did not surrender. Through their desperate efforts, they finally carved a bloody path to freedom. They raced along this sanguine route, the relentless pursuit of the monsters still hot on their heels. Hold on just a little longer. Lin Feng urged. They were unaware of how long they had been running, but at last, they reached the entrance of a valley. This may offer us a moment's respite, the mysterious woman suggested. Without hesitation, they rushed into the valley. An aura of enigma enveloped the surroundings, the silence almost suffocating. As they entered, the monsters ceased their pursuit. What is happening? Someone inquired. Lin Feng surveyed the area warily. I do not know, but this place is undoubtedly peculiar. Just then, a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the valley. What fate awaited them? Chapter 94. Advancing through the mist, the incessant sounds of footsteps and laughter echoing through the dense fog heightened the tension among the group. Those sounds seemed like calls from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Each utterance struck their souls like a heavy hammer, further deepening their already fraught emotions. It appears we must hasten to find a way to escape this place, Lin Feng declared. His voice carried a note of urgency, yet it was predominantly resolute. His gaze flickered in the thick mist, his sword gripped tightly in his hand, as if it were his sole lifeline. The mysterious woman nodded, yet in this haze, discerning direction was a formidable challenge. Her brow furrowed, her beautiful visage marred by worry. The staff in her hand emitted a faint glow, striving to illuminate a path ahead, but that light appeared so diminutive in the oppressive fog. At that moment, a horde of grotesque creatures surged forth from the mist, their claws bared and their demeanor menacing. Some monsters bore razor-sharp talons, others belched forth flames from their maws, while yet others were encased in formidable armor. The group quickly formed a protective circle, back to back, bracing for the impending confrontation. Lin Feng launched the first strike, his form darting toward the swarm of creatures like a bolt of lightning. The shimmer of his sword flickered as he swiftly dispatched one beast, its head flying off and dark blood spraying through the air. The other disciples unleashed their unique skills in rapid succession. One disciple wielded a long blade with both hands, the blade gleaming like fresh snow, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind, cleaving the monsters before him in twain. Another disciple invoked a powerful spell, igniting the talisman in his grasp, transforming it into a fiery projectile that incinerated several creatures in an instant, turning them to ashes. In that moment, light and blood intertwined, the sounds of battle reverberated through the fog, igniting their spirits, yet, the monsters continued to pour forth in an unending tide, as if they would never cease. This cannot continue, we must break through, Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonated with strength, kindling a flicker of hope within the hearts of his comrades. They charged toward a singular direction with fervor, but each step forward proved exceptionally arduous. The creatures assailed them with reckless abandon, attempting to thwart their advance. One disciple fell, wounded, urging, "Don't worry about me, you must flee." His voice was weak yet resolute. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, refusing to abandon or forsake anyone. "Together, we charge onward," he turned, hoisting the injured disciple onto his back, continuing to press forward. Under Lin Feng's leadership, the group fought with renewed vigor, their bodies smeared with blood, both their own and that of the monsters. Yet, they did not falter, nor did they surrender. Through their desperate efforts, they finally carved a bloody path. They raced along this route, the monsters relentlessly pursuing them just a little longer. Lin Feng urged. They were unaware of how long they had run until they finally reached the entrance of a valley. "Here, perhaps we can find refuge," the mysterious woman suggested. Without hesitation, the group surged into the valley. A mysterious aura enveloped the valley, and the silence was so profound it was unsettling. As they entered, the creatures behind them ceased their pursuit. "What is happening?" someone inquired. Lin Feng warily scanned their surroundings, uncertain, yet sensing that this place was anything but ordinary. At that moment, a low, rumbling roar emanated from within the valley. What fate awaited them? Chapter 95 of The Enigma of the Valley. The ominous roar reverberated through the valley, causing the hearts of the gathered to leap once more, having only just begun to relax. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, laden with boundless fury and resentment, causing the stones in the valley to tumble down in disarray. Could there be something even more terrifying lurking within this valley? A disciple stammered, his voice trembling. His complexion was ashen, eyes brimming with dread. Involuntarily retreating a few steps, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, advising, "Exercise caution, let us first observe our surroundings." His vigilant gaze swept across the area, gripping his sword tightly, prepared to confront any impending danger. They proceeded cautiously deeper into the valley, where they beheld the stone walls adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. The lines of these symbols were rugged, their shapes distorted, as if they were the outpourings of some arcane force. Among the patterns were grotesque visages and bizarre creatures that sent shivers down one's spine. The mysterious woman meticulously examined the symbols, her expression focused and grave, her fingers gently brushing against the stone wall as if she were communing with ancient souls. This seemed to be an archaic language, though I could only comprehend fragments of it. Her voice resonated with clarity in the stillness of the valley. Lin Feng inquired, "What do they convey?" His gaze shifted from the stone wall to the enigmatic woman, filled with anticipation and tension. The mysterious woman, her countenance solemn, replied slowly, "It appears to recount a tale of a curse. Long ago, the inhabitants of this land, consumed by greed and desire, provoked the wrath of the deities, who then unleashed a curse, plunging this place into eternal darkness and chaos." At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it faint echoes of weeping. The intermittent sobs were plaintive, as if countless tormented souls were recounting their anguish and grievances. What could this possibly mean? A sense of confusion and fear enveloped the group. Their heartbeats echoed in the eerie silence of the valley, resembling a countdown to death. Suddenly, a vast cave loomed ahead, its entrance shrouded in eerie mist. The fog was a deep shade of purple, swirling as if it possessed a life of its own. "Shall we venture inside?" a disciple asked hesitantly. Lin Feng took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Having come this far, retreat is not an option. However, we must proceed with utmost caution." The group nodded in agreement, trailing behind Lin Feng as they cautiously approached the cave. Upon entering, a pungent odor assaulted their senses. The cave was dark and damp, its walls flickering with an uncanny glow, as though countless eyes were watching them. "What is this place?" someone asked in terror. Lin Feng remained silent, advancing with care, when suddenly a rhythmic dripping sound caught their attention. They looked towards the source of the sound and beheld dark liquid incessantly dripping from the ceiling, pooling on the ground in small puddles. The mysterious woman dipped her finger into the liquid, inhaled deeply, and her expression shifted dramatically. "This is venom." Alarm surged through the group, prompting them to quicken their pace. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal stone statue. The statuesque visage was grotesque and terrifying, wielding a massive scythe, as if embodying the Grim Reaper itself. What could this possibly signify? Just as their minds whirled with confusion, the statue suddenly stirred. Would they be able to escape this perilous predicament? Chapter 96, The Secret of the Statue. The statue suddenly began to stir, its colossal form emanating a chilling aura. What had once been a motionless figure appeared to be imbued with malevolent life in an instant, as if boundless malice lay concealed beneath its frigid stone surface. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, reminiscent of infernal flames, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. The crowd recoiled in terror, and Lin Feng shouted, "Do not panic." His voice reverberated through the cavern, striving to instill a modicum of courage and composure among them. However, the tide of panic surged forth swiftly, leaving the disciples pallid and breathless. The statue brandished its scythe, summoning a fierce gust of wind. The scythe, immense and razor-sharp, sliced through the darkness, casting a glimmer of cold light as if it could cleave the very air. One disciple, unable to evade in time, was struck by the edge of the scythe and was instantly propelled away, crashing heavily against the stone wall. The sound of his body colliding with the wall resonated dully, and he slid down to the ground, motionless. "Curse it!" Lin Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he charged at the statue. His strides were resolute and swift, his gaze brimming with rage and determination. Lin Feng's sword gleamed in the shadows as he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the statue, each strike infused with his resolve and valor, desperate to shatter this terrifying impasse. The mysterious woman also unleashed potent spells, beams of light shooting towards the statue. These rays, as radiant as shooting stars, were imbued with formidable magical energy. Upon striking the statue, they erupted into showers of sparks. However, the statue seemed impervious, continuing its relentless assault on the crowd. Yet, the statue exhibited formidable defenses. As those attacks failed to inflict significant damage, its movements showed no sign of slowing, instead becoming more frenzied as it swung its scythe, intent on cleaving everyone in its path. What weakness does this statue possess? Lin Feng pondered while he attacked. His mind raced with thoughts, sweat trickling down his forehead, blurring his vision, yet he remained fixated on the statue, unwilling to overlook any potential clue. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns etched upon the statue's feet. These intricate designs emitted a faint glow. A spark ignited within Lin Feng, and he shouted, "Aim for its feet!" The crowd rallied their assaults on the statue's feet, a tapestry of spells and weaponry intertwining to forge a formidable force. Cracks began to appear at the statue's feet, and its movements gradually slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt into the air, directing his sword at the statue's ankle, delivering a powerful slash. With a resounding crash, one foot of the statue was severed, and it lost its balance, swaying precariously. Seeing this, the other disciples redoubled their efforts. The mysterious woman summoned even more potent spells, a colossal beam of light striking the statue's remaining foot directly. After a fierce struggle, the statue finally toppled with a thunderous thud, its massive form crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The crowd exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Yet, at that moment, the cavern underwent another transformation. The previously flickering lights upon the stone walls intensified abruptly, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were midday. Subsequently, flowing images began to materialize upon the walls. "What is this?" a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng rose to his feet and approached the wall, scrutinizing the images. They appeared to depict the valley's past, people engaged in mysterious rituals, terrifying monsters rampaging, along with incomprehensible symbols and patterns flashing intermittently. The mysterious woman approached as well, recognizing that this might be the key to unraveling the enigma of this place. Just as they focused intently on the images on the wall, the ground began to tremble violently. "Not good, danger approaches," Lin Feng shouted. What peril would they face? Would they successfully find a way out? Chapter 97 of the crisis of beetles in the cave. The violent tremors of the ground rendered everyone unsteady, causing them to tumble to the floor. The entire cavern seemed to transform into a frenzied world, with debris and dust incessantly cascading from the ceiling. What on earth is happening? Someone cried out in terror. The voice, sharp and helpless amidst the chaos, was filled with a palpable fear of the unknown. Lin Feng struggled to steady himself, his gaze intently scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the tremors. His eyes were resolute and focused, maintaining a calm demeanor amidst the turmoil. He exerted forcefully against the ground with his feet, his hands flailing in the air in a bid to retain his balance. At that moment, a tremendous rumble emanated from the depths of the cave, followed by a powerful gust of wind that surged forth. The air rushed like tumultuous waves, imbued with an overwhelming sense of force and oppression. The crowd was buffeted by the gust, swaying perilously, while some weaker disciples were lifted off the ground entirely, their bodies tumbling through the air, emitting terrified shrieks. "Grab hold of something nearby," Lin Feng shouted, his voice imbued with urgency and concern, hoping to ensure everyone's safety amidst the sudden calamity. The mysterious woman clung tightly to a protruding rock, her complexion pale. Her long hair whipped chaotically in the wind, her eyes revealing a glimmer of tenacity. She understood that any lapse in vigilance at this moment could spell the end of their lives. As the gust began to subside, the crowd discerned a multitude of enormous black figures ahead. Those silhouettes appeared particularly ominous in the dim cavern. "What is that?" A disciple trembled, his voice rife with fear and confusion, his eyes fixed intently on the encroaching shadows. As the shadows drew closer, they realized with horror that they were swarms of colossal beetles. Each beetle towered over a person, their hard exoskeletons glistening with a metallic sheen, resembling an impenetrable armor. Their antennae waved incessantly, and their sharp claws etched deep gashes into the ground. The beetles charged swiftly towards them, their speed akin to lightning. Their eyes glowed with a menacing red light, brimming with aggression. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his sword, confronting the foremost beetle. The clash of his sword against the beetle's claws produced a jarring metallic clang, and Lin Feng felt an immense force reverberate through the sword, nearly forcing him to relinquish his grip. Other disciples also unleashed their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with the beetles. Magical luminescence flickered within the cave, intertwining with the silhouettes of the beetles. Yet, the sheer number of beetles was overwhelming, and their defenses were formidable. When a disciple's spell struck a beetle, it merely sparked harmlessly, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Be cautious, their exoskeletons are too tough, Lin Feng warned. At that moment, a beetle lunged at him unawares. Lin Feng sidestepped just in time, evading the beetle's assault, but its claws still sliced a deep wound across his arm. Blood gushed from the wound, and Lin Feng felt a sharp pang of pain. However, he had no time to tend to his injury, as more beetles were advancing toward him. The mysterious woman, seeing Lin Feng wounded, was consumed by anxiety. She cast a powerful spell, a beam of light shooting from her staff, striking a beetle. The creature collapsed upon being hit, writhing briefly before falling still. "Let us concentrate our strength and take them down one by one," the mysterious woman commanded. The others heeded her directive and began to focus their attacks on a single beetle. After a concerted effort, they finally brought one beetle crashing to the ground. Yet, before they could catch their breath, more beetles surged forth. Would they be able to conquer these formidable foes, or would they succumb to their relentless onslaught? Chapter 98, a grueling confrontation. The onslaught of the beetles grew increasingly ferocious, leaving the group feeling progressively overwhelmed. Each beetle resembled an unflagging combat machine, delivering precise and merciless attacks that offered no respite. Their sharp claws sliced through the air, creating a chilling wind that instilled terror in the hearts of all. Lin Feng bore several new wounds, his garments stained crimson with blood, yet his gaze remained resolute. With every swing of his sword, he infused it with his indomitable will and an ardent desire for survival. His stamina waned rapidly, his breaths becoming labored and frantic, each inhalation a testament to his suffering. Nevertheless, the blade in his grasp never faltered. "This cannot continue, we must discover their weaknesses," Lin Feng gasped, his voice hoarse from exhaustion yet brimming with determination. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, mingling with blood and rendering his visage even more disheveled, but the steadfastness in his eyes remained unchanged. One disciple exclaimed, "I've noticed that their abdomens seem relatively soft." His voice carried a note of surprise, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. This proclamation rekindled a flicker of hope in the hearts of the weary group, who had nearly succumbed to despair. Upon hearing this, they swiftly altered their attack strategy, directing their efforts toward the beetles' underbellies. Their movements, hindered by fatigue, appeared sluggish, their steps unsteady, yet their gazes were filled with renewed hope. Each assault required every ounce of their strength, striving to breach the beetles' defenses. However, the beetles sensed the shift in tactics and began to guard their abdomens with heightened vigilance. They curled their bodies, deploying their hardened exoskeletons to deflect the onslaught while retaliating with renewed ferocity. Their razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs seemed poised to rend the group into fragments. The mysterious woman, while casting spells, called out, "Everyone, hold on!" Her voice echoed through the cavern, providing a modicum of encouragement. The brilliance of her spells flickered incessantly, each strike temporarily repelling several beetles, yet the sheer number of their foes was overwhelming, and her strength dwindled. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat dotted her forehead, but she clutched her staff with unwavering resolve. Yet, one by one, disciples fell, injured by the beetles' claws, some with wounds deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth, others were knocked to the ground, unable to rise, reduced to anguished groans. The pained cries of the wounded deepened the collective sorrow of the group.
"We cannot give up, we will surely triumph over them,"
Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating in the cavern like a final battle hymn, galvanizing the others to continue the fight. His words were imbued with strength and conviction, restoring hope to those on the verge of surrender. As a disciple was toppled by a beetle, several others surged toward him. Lin Feng, swift and decisive, leaped to his aid, wielding his sword to slay several beetles, rescuing the fallen disciple. "Thank you, brother," the disciple exclaimed gratefully, tears welling in his eyes, a mix of gratitude towards Lin Feng and guilt over his own helplessness. Lin Feng nodded, "Stay focused, continue the fight." His voice was firm and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, several beetles charged towards the mysterious woman, who was engrossed in her incantations, unable to defend herself. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed forward, positioning himself before her, engaging in a desperate struggle against the advancing beetles. "Lin Feng, be careful," the mysterious woman cried out, her voice laced with concern and worry. Lin Feng acquired several new wounds, yet he did not waver. In his heart, a singular conviction resided: to protect his comrades and to vanquish these beetles. Each wound he bore was a badge of honor, a testament to his bravery and fearlessness. After a fierce battle, the group finally discerned effective strategies to combat the beetles. They coordinated their efforts, gradually stabilizing the situation. Some disciples drew the beetles' attention while others seized the opportunity to strike at their abdomens, and Lin Feng, at pivotal moments, dispatched the most ferocious of their adversaries. However, just then, an even larger beetle emerged, its size dwarfing the others by several folds, its exoskeleton gleaming with an impenetrable black sheen. The appearance of this formidable creature extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited in the hearts of the group. This beetle's strength and defenses far surpassed those of its kin. Could the group possibly prevail against such a formidable foe? Chapter 99. A desperate struggle. The emergence of the colossal beetle heightened the tension and oppression within the cavern. Its massive form loomed like a small mountain, exuding a suffocating aura of dominance. The carapace shimmered with a dim, ominous glow, each intricate pattern seemingly infused with boundless power. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, and tightened his grip on the sword once more. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if ignited by a blazing inferno. Despite his body being utterly fatigued, his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "Fear not, everyone, let us unite in this battle," he proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating with determination. The sound reverberated through the cave, akin to the clarion call of war, bolstering the morale of his companions. Inspired by his fervor, they rallied together, reinvigorated to re-engage in the fray. The fear and hesitation that once clouded their eyes were replaced by unwavering resolve and courage. The enigmatic woman concentrated her energies, channeling a more potent spell. Clutching her staff with both hands, she intoned incantations, the gemstone atop her staff radiating a brilliant light. Beams of luminescence shot toward the immense beetle, streaking through the darkened cavern like shooting stars. Yet the beetle's exoskeleton was impervious. The brilliance merely sparked upon impact, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Seizing the moment when the beetle was distracted by the enchantments, Lin Feng leapt toward its head, sword raised for a decisive strike. His figure traced an arc through the air, the blade slicing through the wind with a ferocious sound. However, the beetle abruptly tossed its head, violently flinging Lin Feng aside. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His body tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. "Lin Feng." The mysterious woman was consumed with anxiety. Her voice brimmed with concern and worry, her gaze never straying from him. The other disciples, undeterred, launched a relentless assault on the beetle, striving to buy Lin Feng precious moments. Some displayed various martial techniques, their swords and blades intertwining, others unleashed a barrage of spells, flames, frost, and lightning intertwining, yet the beetles' defenses were formidable, most of their attacks were effortlessly repelled. One disciple was struck by the beetle's claw, his body flying like a severed kite, crashing against the cave wall before slumping down, his fate uncertain. "Everyone, be cautious," someone shouted urgently. With great effort, Lin Feng rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His resolve remained steadfast as he charged once more at the beetle. This time, he evaded its frontal assault, maneuvering to its side. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his sword toward the joint of the beetle's leg. The beetle let out a furious roar, its leg kicking out violently, sending Lin Feng reeling once again. Seeing Lin Feng injured once more, the mysterious woman was frantic with worry. Ignoring her own safety, she rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. "I am fine. Do not concern yourself with me, continue the fight." Just then, the beetle suddenly opened its maw, releasing a billowing cloud of black smoke. The smoke quickly enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. "Beware! Everyone be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted loudly. Within the smoke, the group could only rely on sound and instinct to locate the beetle's position. Suddenly, a claw emerged from the haze, reaching for one of the disciples. "Ah!" the disciple cried out in terror. Lin Feng, hearing the distress, surged toward the sound. He engaged in a fierce struggle with the beetle amidst the smoke. As the mist gradually dissipated, they found Lin Feng valiantly holding back the beetle's claw, shielding the injured disciple behind him. Would they triumph in this life-or-death confrontation with the beetle and seize a glimmer of hope? Chapter 100 The Dawn of Victory. As Lin Feng valiantly resisted the relentless assault of the beetles, the other disciples reorganized themselves, launching a renewed offensive. Their eyes were no longer filled with fear or hesitation. Instead, they radiated resolute determination and a courage that embraced death itself. The mysterious woman summoned her formidable magic once more, this time channeling all her strength into the incantation. Her body trembled slightly, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, yet her hands gripped the staff tightly, her lips moving in fervent prayer. The gem atop her staff gleamed with an unprecedented brilliance, a dazzling beam of light shooting directly into the eyes of the beetle. This radiance, as searing as the sun, instantaneously illuminated the entire dark cavern. Struck by the light, the beetle was momentarily blinded, its head thrashing violently as it emitted a roar filled with rage and agony. The once ferocious rhythm of its attacks was disrupted, its movements growing sluggish. This fleeting opportunity was, without a doubt, crucial for the others. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength and plunged his sword forcefully into the beetle's abdomen. Veins bulged in his arms from the exertion as the blade penetrated deep into the creature's body, reaching the hilt. Black blood gushed forth from the beetle, splattering Lin Feng from head to toe. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he twisted the sword with even greater fervor, striving to inflict more damage upon the beast. The beetle let out a tormented screech, thrashing in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Its massive claws flailed wildly in the air, stirring fierce gusts of wind. However, it was now gravely injured, its movements no longer swift or precise. The other disciples unleashed their most powerful techniques, and in an instant, a convergence of light and energy surged towards the beetle. Some disciples wielded their weapons with fierce determination, each strike imbued with an air of desperation. Others cast resplendent spells, weaving flames, frost, and lightning into a vivid tapestry within the cavern. Under the combined onslaught of their efforts, the beetle could no longer endure, its colossal form crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. "We succeeded," one disciple exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and his face radiant with the joy of victory. Exhaustion mingled with delight painted the faces of the crowd. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the relief of survival and gratitude for their comrades. Many disciples collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their bodies had reached their limits, yet their hearts swelled with a sense of accomplishment. However, before they could indulge in their triumph, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. The sound seemed to emanate from an ancient behemoth, filled with wrath and authority. It reverberated through the cavern, causing the newly relaxed group to tense once more. "What new peril is this?" a trembling disciple inquired, the flicker of hope in his eyes dimming once again. Lin Feng, mustering his strength to rise, declared, "Whatever it may be, we cannot retreat." Though his voice was faint, it resonated with unwavering resolve. The mysterious woman added, "Everyone, take a moment to recover your stamina and prepare for the new challenge ahead." Nodding in agreement, the disciples began to regulate their breathing, striving to restore their energy and magical power. Some retrieved medicinal pills they carried to hasten their recovery. At this moment, the roar grew ever closer, and the ground began to tremble once more. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted. From the depths of the cavern, a colossal shadow gradually emerged. What terrifying entity could this be? The hearts of the assembled disciples raced, rising to their throats. Chapter 101 The mysterious shadow. As the enormous shadow drew ever nearer, the hearts of the onlookers raced with mounting trepidation. Each tremor of the ground resonated like a heavy hammer striking against their chests, tightening their already frayed nerves. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, his gaze fixed intently ahead, striving to discern the true nature of the shadow. His eyes were filled with vigilance and resolve. Despite his body being exhausted, his will remained unyielding as granite. The enigmatic woman was equally engrossed, the light from her staff flickering ominously, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Her breathing became rapid, beads of sweat forming on her brow, the tension within her palpable. At last, the shadow revealed its form. It was a colossal creature resembling a serpentine dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Its sinuous body nearly filled the entire passage of the cavern. The black scales shimmered with an eerie glow in the dim light, each scale seemingly forged through countless trials, impervious to harm. Its eyes blazed like two infernos, radiating boundless ferocity and indifference. Could it be the fabled dark dragon? A disciple exclaimed in terror, his voice quivering as his legs began to weaken involuntarily. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "Whatever it may be, we shall fight." His voice resonated with unwavering strength, as if injecting a potent surge of courage into the hearts of his companions. The dark dragon opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that surged menacingly towards them. The flames carried an intense heat, igniting the very air in their path. In a flash, Lin Feng positioned himself before the others, swinging his sword to cleave through the flames. The clash between sword and fire produced a hissing sound, and Lin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of heat rush towards him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Observing the peril, the mysterious woman hastily conjured an ice spell, striving to diminish the flame's temperature. The icy breath collided with the searing fire, generating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the cavern in a shroud of white mist. Seizing the opportunity, the group launched a coordinated assault on the dark dragon. The brilliance of various weapons and spells flickered through the fog, yet upon striking the dragon, it appeared to inflict minimal damage. With a furious roar, the dark dragon swept its tail violently, sending several disciples hurtling away. Their bodies collided with the cave's rocky walls, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng bellowed. He charged once more towards the dark dragon, his sword transforming into a flurry of lights as he relentlessly targeted the creature's vulnerable spots. However, the dragon's defenses were formidable, most of Lin Feng's strikes thwarted by its impenetrable scales. The mysterious woman tirelessly altered her spells, desperately searching for the dragon's weakness. Her gaze was focused and anxious, the staff in her hand moving with increasing speed. At that moment, a perceptive disciple noticed a particularly vulnerable patch of scales on the dragon's underbelly. "Aim for its belly," he shouted. Upon hearing this, the others concentrated their attacks on the dragon's abdomen. The dark dragon sensed the impending danger and retaliated with even more ferocity. Its claws, tail, and flames rained down upon the group, making it exceedingly difficult for them to approach. Undeterred, Lin Feng lunged towards the dragon's underbelly, evading its attacks while searching for an opening. At last, he discovered a flaw and, summoning all his strength, plunged his sword deep into the dragon's abdomen. The dark dragon let out a piercing roar of agony, its body convulsing violently. Would the group seize this moment to vanquish the dark dragon once and for all? Chapter 102 The Final Confrontation. The dark dragon writhed in agony after being pierced in the abdomen by Lin Feng's sword, its attacks becoming increasingly frenzied and chaotic. Its massive tail swept across the space, stirring up a tempest of wind. As shards of rock flew like bullets, the creature spewed forth torrents of black flames, the blazing inferno casting flickering shadows throughout the cavern, the searing heat seemingly capable of melting anything in its path. Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, attempting to widen the wound, but the dragon lashed out with tremendous force, flinging him violently away. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily against the stone wall of the cavern. Lin Feng felt as though his very insides had been displaced, a wave of excruciating pain washing over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Darkness enveloped his vision, and a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. The mysterious woman swiftly conjured a spell, creating a protective barrier around Lin Feng. A soft blue light enveloped him, gentle yet resilient, gradually slowing his descent until he landed safely on the ground. Amidst the flickering illumination, a thin veil of water seemed to flow, exuding a refreshing aura. Seizing the moment while the dragon's attention was fixated on Lin Feng, the other disciples unleashed their most potent attacks, directing their full might towards the creature's abdomen. In a dazzling display, various beams of light and forces converged, forming a formidable wave of assault. Some disciples channeled their entire inner strength into their weapons, their blades gleaming with radiant light, striking at the dragon with unwavering resolve. Others unleashed powerful spells, ice shards piercing the air like sharp spears, bolts of lightning slithering like silver serpents towards the beast. The dragon was drenched in its own blood, scales shedding in profusion, as dark blood flowed relentlessly from its wounds, pooling in dark puddles upon the ground. Yet its strength appeared to wane, movements growing sluggish. Nevertheless, it resolutely refused to yield, its eyes burning with an intensified ferocity, filled with defiance and rage. "Everyone, give it your all!" It's on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng shouted, his voice feeble yet brimming with an encouraging vigor that echoed throughout the cavern. Enduring the agony coursing through his body, he rose once more, his steps unsteady yet resolute, ready to rejoin the fray. The others gritted their teeth, relentlessly launching their assaults, their gazes steadfast and determined, even as exhaustion washed over them without a hint of retreat. Their garments were soaked with sweat and blood, their faces smeared with dirt, yet each expression bore the mark of unwavering resolve. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a powerful wave of energy, knocking everyone to the ground. The surge of force swept through the cavern like a tempest, sending the disciples tumbling, some even losing consciousness. Their bodies scraped against the ground, emitting muffled groans of pain. Struggling to regain his footing, Lin Feng charged towards the dragon once more. Though his steps faltered, he clutched his sword firmly, its blade glinting faintly in the darkness. "I shall not let you prevail," Lin Feng bellowed, his voice infused with determination and courage. The mysterious woman followed closely behind him, her staff radiating brilliance, illuminating her pale yet resolute visage. Together, they advanced upon the dragon with unwavering poise. The dragon opened its maw, intent on launching another attack, but Lin Feng deftly evaded its strike and thrust his sword towards its eye. The dragon howled in pain, thrashing its head wildly, emitting a roar of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped onto the dragon's back, relentlessly stabbing at its wounds. With each thrust, he accompanied it with a fierce cry, pouring every ounce of his strength into this final onslaught. Below, the mysterious woman tirelessly cast spells, providing unwavering support. Her magical light twinkled like stars, surrounding Lin Feng, dispelling darkness and peril. After a fierce struggle, the dragon's movements finally slowed, its breath becoming shallow, the light in its eyes dimming. "Now's the time." Lin Feng summoned his last vestige of strength, plunging his sword deep into the dragon's skull. The dragon let out a despairing roar, its voice reverberating through the cavern. Lingering in the air then, with a thunderous crash, its colossal form collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As they gazed upon the fallen dragon, the disciples were filled with a mixture of joy and exhaustion. Grins of relief spread across their faces, yet their bodies felt as if every ounce of energy had been drained. They had triumphed over this formidable adversary, but what awaited them next? Chapter 103: The Enigma of the Unknown Treasure. After successfully vanquishing the dark dragon, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, beginning to recuperate within the cave. Each face bore the marks of exhaustion, a testament to the harrowing battle they had just endured, yet they were also illuminated by the joy of victory, a gratifying pride born from their struggle at the precipice of life and death. At that moment, one disciple noticed a peculiar glow flickering beside the dragon's lifeless body. The radiance pulsated intermittently, akin to a mysterious heartbeat, as if it were eagerly beckoning them closer. What could this be? The disciple approached with curiosity, though his steps were tentative, for they had just faced an intense conflict, leaving them physically and mentally drained. None could ascertain what dangers or opportunities lay concealed within that luminous aura. Lin Feng and the others were likewise drawn to it, and they beheld what appeared to be an enigmatic treasure encased in the shimmering light. The object was obscured, its true form hidden, yet the intensity and undulations of the glow suggested it was anything but ordinary. At times, the light blazed fiercely like the sun. At others, it radiated softly like moonlight, imbued with an aura of mysterious power and allure. As they approached, the treasure emitted a powerful surge of energy that rippled outward, quickening their heartbeats as if gripped by an invisible hand. "Be cautious," Lin Feng warned, his gaze sharp and vigilant, his sword firmly clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain. The mysterious woman scrutinized the treasure intently, attempting to discern its origins. Her brow furrowed in concentration, murmuring incantations, as if recalling ancient legends or scriptures. Her eyes were focused and profound, as though she sought to penetrate the luminosity and unveil the essence of the treasure. Suddenly, the artifact soared into the air, darting deep into the cave with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The group exchanged glances, hesitating only briefly before deciding to pursue it. After all, such a mysterious and potent treasure might yield unforeseen rewards, perhaps unraveling age-old enigmas or bestowing them with formidable power. They tread cautiously through the cave, the encroaching darkness seeming to threaten to engulf them. The shadows were thick as ink, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and apprehension. Occasionally, droplets of water fell from the cave ceiling, their crisp sound echoing starkly in the silence, each drop resonating like a hammer upon their hearts. "Everyone, be wary. There may be other dangers lurking here," Lin Feng murmured, his voice resonating deeply and gravely within the gloom. The others nodded in agreement, proceeding with heightened caution, their footsteps reverberating through the cavern, tinged with tension and unease. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, rife with fury and menace. The group halted, anxiety gripping their hearts as if ensnared by a frigid hand. What could that be? Someone trembled to inquire. Lin Feng gestured for silence, moving forward with deliberate care. Before them lay a vast cavern, shrouded in a veil of mist that rendered the true nature of the space indiscernible. In the center of the cave loomed a colossal beast, larger than the dark dragon they had just defeated, standing like a mountain, its body bristled with sharp spines, each glinting with a chilling light, as if capable of piercing anything. Upon spotting the group, the creature opened its cavernous maw, lunging toward them, exuding a putrid stench that induced nausea. Lin Feng and his companions swiftly readied themselves for battle. In an instant, the cave erupted into a whirlwind of flashing blades and vibrant spells, myriad lights intertwining to illuminate the darkness. After a fierce confrontation, the beast was finally subdued, yet not without significant cost. Several disciples bore grievous injuries, some had their arms lacerated by the creature's claws, blood streaming forth, while others suffered broken ribs from the sweeping force of its tail.
We must press on.
We must find that treasure, Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling a flicker of hope and courage in the hearts of his companions. They continued in the direction the treasure had fled. Time passed, though they could not discern how long, until they arrived before a massive stone door. It stood resolutely shut, adorned with an array of peculiar symbols and intricate patterns. These inscriptions seemed to narrate ancient tales while concealing profound secrets. The mysterious woman stepped forward, meticulously examining the symbols and designs. Her gaze was intense and earnest, her fingers delicately tracing the engravings. "This appears to be an ancient seal," she articulated, her voice echoing in the vastness of the cave, imbued with uncertainty and intrigue. The group began to search for a means to unlock the stone door, scouring their surroundings for mechanisms or clues that might grant them access. Would they succeed in opening the door and uncovering the enigmatic treasure that awaited them? Chapter 103 of The Enigma of the Unknown Treasure. After successfully vanquishing the dark dragon, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and began to recuperate within the cavern. Each visage bore the marks of exhaustion, a testament to the harrowing battle they had just endured, yet they also radiated the elation of victory, a comforting and prideful glow, emerging from the precipice of life and death. At that moment, a disciple noticed a peculiar shimmer of light flickering beside the dragon's corpse. The light pulsated erratically, akin to a mysterious heartbeat, seemingly beckoning them with urgent fervor. What could this be? The disciple, driven by curiosity, cautiously approached to investigate. His steps were tentative, for they had just emerged from a gripping conflict, their bodies and minds wearied. None could predict the hidden perils or immense opportunities concealed within that luminous glow. Lin Feng and the others were similarly drawn nearer, and within the radiance, they discerned the outline of an enigmatic treasure enveloped in the light. Its true form remained elusive, yet the intensity and fluctuations of the glow suggested it was anything but ordinary. The radiance alternated between blinding brightness and soft moonlight, imbued with an alluring, arcane power. As they drew closer, the treasure emanated a formidable wave of energy, rippling outward and quickening their heartbeats, as if ensnared by an invisible hand. "Be cautious," Lin Feng cautioned, his gaze sharp with vigilance, his sword clutched tightly, knuckles whitening from the grip. The mysterious woman scrutinized the treasure intently, endeavoring to unravel its origins. Her brow furrowed, lips murmuring incantations, as if recalling some ancient legend or tome. Her focus was profound and penetrating, as though she sought to pierce through the light to discern the essence of the treasure. Just then, the treasure abruptly ascended, darting deep into the cavern with lightning speed. Vanishing from their sight in an instant, the group exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, resolved to pursue it. After all, such a mysterious and potent artifact might yield unforeseen rewards, possibly unraveling ancient enigmas or bestowing them with formidable strength. They proceeded cautiously through the cavern, the surrounding darkness threatening to engulf them. The shadows were thick as ink, evoking a profound sense of oppression and dread. Occasionally, droplets of water cascaded from the cavern's ceiling, producing a crystalline sound that resonated sharply in the stillness, each drop striking their hearts like a drumbeat. "Everyone, be wary. There may be other dangers lurking here," Lin Feng whispered, his tone resonating with gravity in the obscurity. The others nodded in agreement, treading even more cautiously. Their footsteps echoed through the cavern, imbued with an undercurrent of tension and unease. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from ahead, a sound seemingly emanating from the very depths of hell, rife with fury and menace. The group halted, a wave of apprehension washing over them, as if gripped by a chilling hand. What could that be? Someone stammered in trepidation. Lin Feng gestured for silence and cautiously advanced. Before them lay a vast cavern, shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The fog was dreamlike and ethereal, obscuring the true nature of the cavern's interior. At the center, a colossal beast loomed, its size surpassing that of the dark dragon, standing like a mountain. Its body was adorned with razor-sharp spines, each glinting ominously, as if capable of penetrating anything. Upon spotting the intruders, the beast immediately unleashed a thunderous roar, lunging at them with its gaping maw. A foul stench emanated from its mouth, inducing waves of nausea. Lin Feng and his companions swiftly engaged in combat. In an instant, the cavern became a whirlwind of blades and spells, vibrant lights intermingling to illuminate the oppressive darkness. After a fierce struggle, the beast was finally subdued, yet not without cost. Several disciples bore grave injuries, some had deep gashes from the beast's claws, blood streaming profusely, others were struck by its tail, resulting in shattered ribs. "We must press onward, we must locate the treasure," Lin Feng declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling a flicker of hope and courage within the group. They continued in the direction the treasure had fled, unaware of how long they had traversed until they arrived before a colossal stone door. The door stood resolutely shut, etched with strange symbols and designs that seemed to narrate ancient tales while concealing profound secrets. The mysterious woman stepped forward, examining the symbols with keen interest. Her gaze was intense and earnest, her fingers delicately tracing the engravings. "This appears to be an ancient seal," she remarked, her voice echoing in the spacious cavern, laced with uncertainty and intrigue. The group began to search for a means to unlock the stone door. They felt around, hoping to discover a mechanism or clue to grant them passage. Would they succeed in unsealing the door and uncovering the mysterious treasure? Chapter 104: The Secret of the Stone Gate. Before the Stone Gate, the group fervently sought a means to unlock it, yet time slipped by without yielding any clues. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the symbols and patterns etched upon the stone. These symbols and patterns resembled ancient riddles, intricate and obscure, leaving them utterly perplexed. What could this possibly signify? A disciple lamented, his voice rife with anxiety and frustration. They had initially believed that vanquishing the monsters would lead them directly to the treasure, only to be thwarted by this enigmatic stone gate. The mysterious woman remained silent, her attention unwavering as she diligently studied the gate. Her eyes were focused and profound, as if she sought to penetrate the layers of these symbols to unveil the secrets hidden within. Her fingers delicately traced the carvings on the stone, feeling the texture and direction of each line. Suddenly, she appeared to discover something. "Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to follow a pattern." Her voice shattered the silence, invigorating the spirits of the onlookers. The crowd gathered close, scrutinizing the scene. They observed that some symbols were arranged in circular formations, others aligned in straight lines, while some intertwined to create a complex tapestry. After much deliberation, they conjectured that this might be a seal related to a formation. However, the complexity of this formation was daunting, necessitating the precise identification of key nodes for it to be deciphered. "But how shall we break this formation?" someone queried, their tone laden with uncertainty and concern, for this was a formation they had never encountered before, and a misstep could lead to unforeseen perils. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled having seen a similar formation in an ancient tome. He had stumbled upon that book by chance, which contained many archaic and mystical formations. He strained to remember its contents, attempting to identify similarities with the formation before them. "I recall that in that ancient text, a formation of this nature requires the symbols to be activated in a specific sequence," Lin Feng articulated. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in the eyes of the group. Lin Feng commenced to carefully touch the symbols on the stone gate. As per his recollection, his movements were gentle yet deliberate, each step imbued with tension and anticipation. As he interacted with the symbols, the gate emitted a faint tremor, as if responding to his actions. However, immediately thereafter, a formidable force rebounded, causing Lin Feng to stagger back several paces. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" the mysterious woman inquired with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. "I'm fine, it seems my previous steps were flawed." He took a moment to reorganize his thoughts, scrutinizing the symbols on the stone gate once more. This time, he discerned certain details he had previously overlooked. "Perhaps we need to activate several key symbols simultaneously," Lin Feng suggested. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to follow his lead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng extended his hand once more, touching several symbols at once. This time, the gate trembled more violently, its light flickering as if engaged in a fierce struggle. The hearts of the onlookers raced, their eyes fixated on the gate, holding their breath in suspense. At last, with a resonant rumble, the stone gate gradually swung open. A musty aura wafted forth, steeped in the weight of ages and an air of mystery. Before them lay a concealed realm. This space was shrouded in a delicate mist, obscuring the distant scenery. The ground shimmered with peculiar lights, reminiscent of some enigmatic runes. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient murals, narrating a history long forgotten. "What is this place?" a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. "Proceed with caution," Lin Feng urged, "there may be more dangers lurking here." They ventured forward cautiously, when suddenly, the lights on the ground began to flicker more intensely, as if issuing a warning. "Trouble! We may have triggered some mechanism," the mysterious woman shouted. No sooner had she spoken than countless arrows shot forth from all directions. The group scrambled to evade, chaos erupting around them. In this enigmatic space, would they be able to confront the imminent dangers that awaited them? Chapter 104: The Secret of the Stone Gate. Before the Stone Gate, the group was desperately seeking a method to unlock its secrets. Time ticked away, yet they remained utterly perplexed. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting back and forth across the symbols and patterns etched upon the stone. Those symbols and designs resembled ancient riddles, intricate and obscure, leaving one bewildered. What could this possibly mean? A disciple could not help but lament, his voice laced with anxiety and frustration. He had initially believed that vanquishing the monsters would lead them effortlessly to the treasure, only to be thwarted by this enigmatic stone gate. The mysterious woman remained silent, her focus unwavering as she studied the gate. Her eyes were intense and profound, as if she sought to penetrate the veil of secrets concealed within those symbols. Her fingers glided gently over the carvings, feeling the texture and direction of each line. Suddenly, she appeared to have uncovered something. Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to follow a pattern. Her voice shattered the silence, invigorating the spirits of those gathered around. They clustered closer, scrutinizing the symbols. Some were arranged in circles, others in straight lines, while yet others intertwined, forming a complex tapestry. After much deliberation, they surmised that this might be a seal related to a formation. However, this formation was exceedingly intricate, necessitating the precise identification of key nodes to unravel its mysteries. But how do we decipher this formation? Someone inquired, his tone fraught with uncertainty and trepidation. After all, this was a formation they had never encountered before, and a slight misstep could unleash unforeseen dangers. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled a similar formation he had encountered in an ancient tome. That book had come into his possession by sheer chance, chronicling numerous ancient and arcane formations. He strained to remember the details, seeking parallels with the formation before him. I recall that in that ancient text, a similar formation required activating these symbols in a specific sequence, Lin Feng stated. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in the eyes of his companions. Lin Feng began to carefully touch the symbols on the stone gate, following the method he remembered. His movements were gentle yet cautious, each step imbued with tension and anticipation. As he made contact, the stone gate emitted a faint tremor, as if responding to his actions. However, a powerful force rebounded suddenly, sending Lin Feng stumbling back several paces. Lin Feng, are you all right? The mysterious woman asked with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm fine, it seems I made an error in my previous steps. He took a moment to reorganize his thoughts, once more scrutinizing the symbols on the gate. This time, he discerned certain details he had previously overlooked. Perhaps we need to activate several key symbols simultaneously, Lin Feng proposed. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to act on his instructions. Lin Feng took a deep breath and extended his hand, simultaneously touching several symbols. This time, the tremors of the gate intensified, and flashes of light flickered, as if engaged in fierce resistance. The hearts of the onlookers raced, their eyes glued to the gate, holding their breath in anticipation. At last, with a low, rumbling roar, the stone gate creaked open. An ancient aura wafted forth, laden with the weight of time and an air of mystery. Before them lay a hidden space, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured distant sights. The ground shimmered with peculiar radiance, reminiscent of some arcane runes. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient murals, narrating a tale lost to time. What is this place? A disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng tread cautiously into the space. Everyone, be alert, there may be more dangers lurking here. They ventured forth slowly, when suddenly, the light on the ground began to flicker more violently, as if issuing a warning. Beware! We may have triggered some mechanism, the mysterious woman shouted. Before her words could fully register, countless arrows shot forth from all directions. The group scrambled to evade, chaos erupting around them. In this mysterious space, would they be able to confront the imminent dangers that awaited? Chapter 104. The Secret of the Stone Gate. Before the Stone Gate, the group struggled in vain to uncover a means of access. Time slipped away, minute by minute, with no progress in sight. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting between the symbols and patterns etched upon the gate. These symbols and motifs resembled ancient enigmas, intricate and obscure, leaving one utterly perplexed. What could this possibly signify? A disciple exclaimed in frustration, his voice laced with anxiety and disillusionment. They had believed that vanquishing the monsters would lead them directly to the treasure, only to be thwarted by this enigmatic stone barrier. The mysterious woman remained silent, her focus unwavering as she meticulously studied the inscriptions. Her gaze was intense and profound, as if she sought to penetrate the hidden truths behind these symbols. Her fingers delicately traced the etchings on the stone, savoring the texture and direction of each line. Suddenly, she appeared to uncover something significant. Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to follow a pattern, she declared, her voice breaking the silence and invigorating the spirits of her companions. The group gathered around, their attention riveted. They observed how some symbols were arranged in circular formations, others in linear distributions, with some interwoven to form a labyrinthine design. After a thorough discussion, they conjectured that this might pertain to a ceiling formation related to arrays. However, this formation was exceedingly intricate, necessitating precise identification of key nodes for it to be unraveled. But how do we decipher this array? Someone inquired, doubt and concern evident in their tone, for this was a formation they had never encountered before, and even the slightest misstep could lead to unforeseen peril. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled a similar formation he had encountered in an ancient tome. This book had come into his possession by chance and contained numerous accounts of archaic and mysterious arrays. He strained to remember the details, hoping to find parallels with the formation before him. I recall that in that ancient text, a similar formation required the symbols to be activated in a specific sequence, Lin Feng stated. Upon hearing this, sparks of hope ignited in the eyes of the others. Lin Feng commenced the delicate task of touching the symbols on the stone gate, carefully following the method etched in his memory. His movements were gentle and measured, each step brimming with tension and anticipation. As he made contact, a faint tremor emanated from the gate, as if responding to his actions. However, an overwhelming force rebounded, sending Lin Feng staggering back several paces. "Lin Feng, are you unscathed?" the mysterious woman inquired with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. "I am fine. It appears I made an error in my previous attempt." He took a moment to gather his thoughts, scrutinizing the symbols once more. This time, he discerned certain details he had previously overlooked. "Perhaps we need to activate several key symbols simultaneously," Lin Feng suggested. Nods of agreement rippled through the group as they readied themselves to follow his lead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng reached out once more, this time touching multiple symbols at once. The gate trembled violently, its surface flickering with light as if engaged in a fierce struggle. The hearts of the onlookers raced, their eyes fixed on the stone gate, scarcely daring to breathe. Finally, with a resonant rumble, the gate began to part slowly. A musty air wafted forth, imbued with the weight of ages and an aura of mystery. Before them lay a clandestine space. Within this realm, a thin mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring distant views. The ground shimmered with peculiar luminescence, reminiscent of arcane runes. The walls were adorned with ancient murals, narrating a forgotten history. "What is this place?" a disciple asked in astonishment. Lin Feng tread carefully into the enigmatic space. "Everyone, be cautious, there may be greater dangers lurking here." They advanced cautiously, but suddenly, the luminous patterns on the ground began to flicker more violently, as if issuing a warning. "Be wary. We may have triggered a mechanism," the mysterious woman cried out. No sooner had she spoken than a multitude of sharp arrows shot forth from all directions. The group scrambled to evade the onslaught, chaos erupting around them. In this mysterious space, would they be able to confront the impending dangers? Chapter 104 The Secret of the Stone Gate. In front of the stone gate, the group fervently searched for a means to unlock it, as the minutes slipped by without yielding any clues. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting back and forth across the symbols and patterns etched upon the stone. Those symbols and designs resembled ancient riddles, intricate and obscure, leaving one utterly perplexed. What could this possibly signify? A disciple could not help but lament, his voice tinged with anxiety and frustration, for they had initially believed that vanquishing the beast would lead them directly to the treasure, only to be thwarted by this enigmatic stone gate. The mysterious woman remained silent, her focus unwavering as she continued to scrutinize the symbols. Her eyes were intent and profound, as if she sought to penetrate the secrets concealed within those markings. Her fingers gently traced the incisions on the stone, feeling the texture and direction of each line. Suddenly, she appeared to have made a discovery. "Look, the arrangement of these symbols seems to follow a pattern." Her voice shattered the silence, invigorating the spirits of those present. The crowd gathered closer, examining with keen interest. They observed that some symbols were arranged in circles, others in straight lines, while some intertwined to form intricate designs. After considerable deliberation, they hypothesized that this might be a seal related to an array. However, this array was exceedingly complex, requiring precise identification of key nodes for it to be unraveled. But how could they decipher this array? Someone inquired, his tone rife with doubt and concern, as this was a formation they had never encountered, and any misstep could potentially unleash unforeseen perils. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled having seen a similar array in an ancient tome. This tome had come into his possession by chance, containing accounts of various ancient and mysterious formations. He strained to recollect the details from the book, attempting to identify parallels with the array before them. "I remember that in that ancient text, similar arrays required the symbols to be activated in a specific sequence," Lin Feng articulated. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in the eyes of the others. Lin Feng proceeded to carefully touch the symbols on the stone gate, following the method from his memory. His movements were gentle and deliberate, each step imbued with tension and anticipation. As he interacted with the symbols, the stone gate emitted a faint tremor, as if responding to his actions. However, a sudden, powerful force rebounded, causing Lin Feng to stagger backward several paces. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" the mysterious woman inquired with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. "I am fine. It seems I made an error in my previous steps." He reorganized his thoughts and meticulously examined the symbols once more. This time, he discerned certain details he had overlooked earlier. Perhaps we need to activate several key symbols simultaneously, Lin Feng suggested. The group nodded in agreement, preparing to follow his lead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng extended his hand once more, touching several symbols at once. This time, the gate trembled more violently, light flickering as if engaged in a fierce struggle. The tension in the air was palpable, with everyone holding their breath, their eyes fixated on the stone gate. At last, with a deep, resonant rumble, the stone gate began to creak open. An ancient aura wafted forth, laden with the weight of time and mystery. Before them lay a hidden realm. This space was shrouded in a faint mist, obscuring the distant scenery. The ground sparkled with peculiar luminescence, resembling some arcane runes. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient murals, narrating a tale long forgotten. "What is this place?" a disciple exclaimed, astonished. Lin Feng cautiously stepped into the mysterious space. "Be careful, everyone, there may be even greater dangers lurking here." They proceeded slowly, exploring their surroundings, when suddenly, the ground's glow intensified, as though issuing a warning. "Beware! We may have triggered some mechanism," the mysterious woman cried out. No sooner had she spoken than countless arrows shot forth from all directions. The group scrambled to evade the onslaught, plunging into chaos. In this enigmatic space, could they withstand the imminent dangers that awaited them? Chapter 105 Perilous Encounters. In the midst of the sudden downpour of arrows, everyone unleashed their respective skills to evade the onslaught. Lin Feng moved like lightning, darting left and right, his sword dancing in a seamless flurry, deftly knocking down the arrows aimed at him. The blade carved silvery arcs through the air, each collision with the arrows producing a crisp sound that resonated. His gaze was focused and resolute, each movement executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation. The enigmatic woman wielded her staff, conjuring a magical shield before her. A soft blue luminescence emanated from the tip of the staff, swiftly expanding into a circular barrier. The arrows struck the shield with a resounding clang, sparking showers of light, yet they could not penetrate this formidable defense. Some disciples, caught off guard, sustained minor injuries from the grazing arrows. The projectiles grazed their arms and shoulders, leaving streaks of blood. Fortunately, their wounds were not severe. They gritted their teeth and continued to dodge the hail of arrows. "Everyone, be cautious and move closer to the wall." Lin Feng's voice rang out, clear and unwavering amidst the chaos. Heeding his command, the group hastily shuffled towards the wall, their steps frantic and disordered. In that moment, the wall seemed to transform into their final refuge. Just as they managed to evade the barrage of arrows and were about to catch their breath, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The entire space felt as though it were shaking, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. "What is happening?" a disciple exclaimed in terror, his voice laced with fear and anxiety. The ground slowly fissured, and streams of molten lava erupted from the cracks. The lava surged forth like a crimson dragon, writhing and clawing its way upward. The temperature in the vicinity soared instantly, waves of heat enveloping them, making it nearly unbearable. The air became searing and parched, as if it could incinerate anything in its path. "Quick, leap onto those protruding stones," Lin Feng urged, pointing towards several elevated rocks nearby. His eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking any opportunity for survival. The group swiftly jumped onto the stones, their movements agile and rapid, their hearts raced, each action a matter of life and death. However, the peril was far from over. A swarm of shadowy figures materialized in the air, and upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be winged monsters. These creatures were colossal, their wings stirring up fierce gusts of wind, their eyes glowed a menacing red, and their sharp claws glinted ominously in the flickering light. "Prepare for battle," Lin Feng commanded, his voice imbued with determination and bravery. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, steeling themselves for the impending confrontation. The monsters swooped down, launching their assault. Lin Feng was the first to engage, leaping forward with his sword aimed directly at one creature's eye. The monster evaded by twisting its body, its claws swiping toward Lin Feng. With agile grace, he sidestepped the attack, inflicting a deep gash upon the creature's wing with his sword. The mysterious woman cast spells from her perch on the rock, beams of light shooting towards the monsters, providing support to Lin Feng and the others. The remaining disciples engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. Some were wounded by the monster's claws but continued to resist valiantly, others utilized the terrain to execute surprise attacks. The battle raged on with ferocity, blood and sweat mingling together. One monster breached their defenses, lunging at an injured disciple. In that critical moment, Lin Feng arrived just in time, striking the creature down with a swift blow. "Hold on, everyone," Lin Feng encouraged, his voice ringing with resolve. As time passed, the number of monsters gradually dwindled, yet the group was left exhausted and covered in wounds. "We cannot give up," the enigmatic woman cried out. At last, the final monster was defeated through their combined efforts, yet, before they could celebrate their victory, the environment around them began to shift once more. What new challenges awaited them ahead? Chapter 106 A new turn of events. Just as everyone had triumphed over the winged monstrosity and had yet to catch their breath, the surrounding space suddenly erupted with an extraordinary brilliance. These radiant lights, a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwined to form a mysterious luminescent array. The dazzling illumination transformed the previously dim surroundings into a realm akin to daylight, while the resplendent hues danced like a dream, enveloping them in an ethereal paradise. "What is this?" a disciple inquired, astonishment lacing his voice. His tone was suffused with uncertainty and trepidation. Having just endured a series of perilous encounters, he could not help but feel a flutter of apprehension in the face of this unexpected spectacle. Lin Feng gazed intently at the luminous array, contemplating that perhaps this phenomenon held the key to their departure. His eyes were focused and profound, seeking to unravel the enigmas hidden within the flickering and shifting lights. A mysterious woman stepped forward, scrutinizing the intricate patterns of the array. Sensing the immense energy it emanated, her brow furrowed slightly as her staff delicately grazed the edge of the array, attempting to grasp the enigmatic force coursing through it. As they pondered in perplexity, a figure gradually emerged from the radiant array. Initially obscured and shrouded in a veil of mist, the silhouette became clearer with the intensifying light. To their astonishment, it was an elderly man. Clad in flowing white robes that billowed gracefully, he exuded an aura of celestial elegance. His hair and beard, as white as snow, framed a face etched with the wrinkles of time, yet his eyes sparkled with a penetrating wisdom and boundless authority. "You young ones have come to this place, which signifies a fortuitous encounter," the elder spoke slowly. His voice, deep and resonant, seemed to echo from the annals of antiquity, reverberating in the vast expanse. The group exchanged glances, unsure whether this elder was friend or foe. Their eyes reflected both reverence for his sudden appearance and a wary caution towards the unknown. Lin Feng bowed respectfully. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is this place?" His tone was imbued with sincerity, his gaze brimming with a fervent longing for answers. The elder smiled gently, a warmth akin to the caress of a spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort and reassurance. "This is an ancient relic, concealing countless secrets and treasures." "And how might we depart from here?" a disciple asked urgently, his voice tinged with impatience, his countenance a mask of yearning for liberation. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "That depends upon your own fortune. Not if you can pass my trials, you shall be free to leave." His words were calm and placid, yet they sent a ripple of anxiety through the hearts of the onlookers. A wave of tension swept over the group as they contemplated the daunting challenges that lay ahead. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mixture of apprehension and resolve. With a sweep of his hand, the elder conjured a series of formidable puzzles and obstacles within the luminous array. Some were intricate riddles that demanded intense contemplation, others were potent magical barriers requiring the application of spells to decipher, and still others were fierce illusions of monstrous beasts that necessitated brute strength to conquer. "The first trial is to unravel this ancient riddle," the elder declared. The group gazed at the enigma displayed within the array, an array of archaic symbols and patterns that left them bewildered. Lin Feng calmed his mind, meticulously examining the symbols and designs, striving to discern a pattern or clue. The mysterious woman beside him was also deep in thought, her fingers tracing the air as she murmured incantations. As time slipped by, the group fell into contemplative silence. At last, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with revelation. "I believe I understand," he exclaimed, beginning to elucidate his insights to the others, who gradually followed his lead and began to unravel the first riddle. "Excellent, now we proceed to the second trial." The elder's voice resonated once more, as a powerful magical barrier materialized within the array, radiating a blinding glow. The barrier exuded an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, yet they did not falter. Each unleashed their spells in a concerted effort to dismantle the barrier. After a vigorous struggle, the magical barrier was finally breached, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the group. "There remains one final trial," the elder announced. A colossal illusion of a beast materialized within the array, roaring fiercely as it lunged toward them. Without hesitation, Lin Feng and his companions charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the monstrous apparition. Would they prevail in this ultimate test and successfully escape this enigmatic realm? Chapter 107 of the grueling trial. Confronted by the ferocious onslaught of the monstrous apparition, the group was instantly thrust into a state of combat readiness. Lin Feng took the lead, his sword radiating a dazzling brilliance as it aimed directly at the beast's vital points. His gaze was resolute and piercing, as if this singular strike could determine the outcome of the encounter. The light emanating from the blade resembled a flash of lightning, slicing through the surrounding darkness. The creature, colossal in stature akin to a small mountain, exhibited astonishing agility, effortlessly evading Lin Feng's assault while retaliating with its massive claws. The claws swept through the air with a fierce whoosh, as though they could rend the very fabric of the atmosphere. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the blow. The other disciples unleashed their respective martial prowess, and in an instant, the air was filled with a dazzling display of blades and spells intertwining. Some disciples channeled their inner strength into their weapons, each strike imbued with formidable power, causing a resonant thud as their weapons collided with the beast's hide. Others conjured an array of magnificent spells, fireballs, ice shards, and bolts of lightning hurtling toward the monster from the rear. A mysterious woman continuously cast enhancement spells, bolstering the strength and defenses of her companions. The tip of her staff shimmered with a gentle light, casting a warm glow upon the group, filling them with a revitalizing energy. However, the beast's formidable might rendered their attacks seemingly ineffectual. Although it bore a few shallow wounds, it swiftly healed, its fury palpable as it roared deafeningly, mocking their audacity. Lin Feng staggered back, momentarily shaken by the creature's force, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Wiping the crimson stain away, his eyes showed no sign of retreat but rather intensified determination. "Do not give up, we shall triumph over it," he bellowed, his voice imbued with a rallying fervor that surged like a fresh spring into the hearts of his comrades. Emboldened by his words, the disciples launched a renewed and more ferocious assault. They coordinated their efforts seamlessly, some drew the beast's attention while others seized the opportunity to deliver lethal strikes. The battle escalated in intensity, the entire space charged with a tempestuous energy. The air seemed ignited, searingly hot, as each attack reverberated with immense power, causing the very surroundings to tremble. One disciple inadvertently fell prey to the creature's sweeping tail, sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but his injuries rendered him momentarily immobile. "Be careful," another disciple, witnessing his comrade's plight, rushed to aid him, only to be met with a counterattack from the beast. He barely managed to parry with his weapon, yet was still hurled back by the overwhelming force, colliding with the wall. Though one had fallen, others swiftly filled the gap, continuing the skirmish with the beast. Their faces were slick with sweat and blood, yet their eyes blazed with an indomitable spirit. Once more, Lin Feng charged at the beast, his swordplay growing increasingly fierce, each move infused with his resolve and valor. The monster, incensed by his relentless strikes, retaliated with even greater ferocity. Perceiving the dire situation of her allies, the mysterious woman resolved to cast a more potent spell, chanting incantations. The radiance from her staff intensified, ultimately coalescing into a colossal orb of magic. "Receive this," she proclaimed, hurling the magical sphere towards the beast. The orb traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the creature with precision. It emitted a tormented roar, its body quivering in pain. Witnessing the monster's distress invigorated the group, prompting them to unleash even more potent assaults. Yet, the beast was not easily vanquished. It retaliated once more, propelling the battle into a fevered climax. Would they ultimately conquer this formidable beast and pass the Elder's trial? Chapter 108, The Dawn of Light. Under the formidable assault of the mysterious woman's powerful spells, the movement of the beast exhibited a momentary hesitation. In that fleeting instant, time seemed to freeze, and a palpable tension hung in the air. Lin Feng astutely seized this ephemeral opportunity. His figure flickered like a wraith, transforming into a mere shadow in an instant. With a deft angle, his sword lunged towards the creature's eye, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The beast roared in agony, a sound so piercing it felt as though it could penetrate one's very soul, sending shivers down the spine. It writhed frantically, attempting to evade Lin Feng's onslaught. Yet, Lin Feng gripped the hilt of his sword with unwavering determination. The veins in his arms bulged as he twisted forcefully, causing blood to spatter from the beast's right eye. The viscous crimson liquid erupted, forming a mist of blood in the air. Witnessing this turn of events, the morale of the other disciples surged, their previously weary bodies seemingly infused with renewed vigor. They unleashed their most formidable techniques, resolute in their determination to vanquish the fearsome beast. In an instant, a myriad of lights and forces coalesced, cascading towards the creature. Some disciples hurled multiple talismans, which ignited into roaring flames mid-air, swiftly enveloping the monster. The searing flames resembled a colossal furnace, intent on refining the beast. The creature struggled amidst the inferno, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Others commanded flying swords to form a blade array, piercing towards the beast from all directions. The swords glimmered with a frosty light, streaking across the night sky like meteors, carrying with them a lethal threat. Under the relentless assault of the crowd, the beast sustained increasingly numerous wounds, gashes deep enough to reveal bone. Its once impenetrable scales began to shed, and its massive form became stained with blood. Its breath grew faint, each inhalation appearing a monumental struggle. Nevertheless, it persisted in its resistance, fighting with its last vestiges of strength. "Let us press on. It can't hold out much longer," Lin Feng shouted. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with vigor, galvanizing each individual present. The collective response surged forth like a torrential tide, shattering all barriers. Their attacks intensified, as if they sought to pour every ounce of fury and strength into this singular moment. The enigmatic woman wielded her staff once more, unleashing a beam of icy blue light that shot forth like a glacial expanse, chilling to the bone. In an instant, the beast's left leg was encased in frost, a thick layer of ice rapidly enveloping it. The creature lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud that reverberated through the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt onto the beast's back, his steps assured and resolute. He plunged his sword deep into its neck, the blade embedding itself significantly, leaving only the hilt exposed. Blood gushed forth from the creature like a fountain, staining Lin Feng's garments crimson. The beast emitted one final, desperate roar, a sound rife with defiance and rage. Then, its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. The air thickened with the remnants, as if marking the somber conclusion of this fierce battle. "We have succeeded," a disciple exclaimed with elation, his voice trembling with excitement, tears of joy glimmering in his eyes. The group, utterly spent, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their bodies had reached their limits, yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. It was a smile born from the depths of their hearts, a release after enduring countless trials and tribulations, finally ushering in the sweet taste of triumph. At that moment, the elderly observer, who had been silently watching, spoke slowly. "You have passed the trial." His voice was calm and gentle, as if all of this had been anticipated. The gathered disciples gazed at him, their eyes brimming with expectation and uncertainty. "This is merely the beginning, greater challenges await you ahead, but for now, you have the right to rest and recuperate," the elder declared. Lin Feng struggled to rise, bowing respectfully to the elder. "Thank you, senior." The disciples began to regroup, tending to their wounds and regaining their strength. Uncertain of what lay ahead, they nonetheless reveled in this hard-won victory. Were they truly prepared to face the challenges that awaited them? Chapter 109 A new mission. After a period of recuperation, the group found their strength and injuries somewhat restored. They gathered around the elder, their eyes reflecting both the reminiscence of their recent victory and the anticipation and trepidation of the unknown future. The elder gazed at them with profound intensity and spoke slowly. "You have passed the trial, demonstrating your courage and strength. However, this enigmatic realm conceals formidable dangers that you must confront." His voice was steady and solemn, as though narrating a weighty destiny. Lin Feng inquired, "Elder, what precisely is this crisis?" His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the elder, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. The elder sighed gently. "This place is sealed against a malevolent force, a remnant of a cataclysmic battle from an ancient era. This power is exceedingly potent and wicked. If unleashed, it would bring catastrophic calamity upon the world. Your mission is to reinforce the seal and prevent the malevolent force from escaping." A hint of concern and expectation gleamed in his eyes. The group exchanged glances, acutely aware of the gravity of their responsibility. They understood that this was not merely an adventure but a mission of paramount importance for the welfare of all beings. The mysterious woman stated, "Elder, we shall give our utmost effort." Her voice was crisp and resolute, her grip tightening on her staff, reflecting her determination. The elder nodded approvingly and then led them deeper into the shadows. Their footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, breaking the long-standing stillness. As they progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and eerie, instilling a sense of dread. The walls flickered with strange luminescence, and peculiar sounds occasionally emanated from the darkness. The air was thick with a miasma of decay and malevolence, as if recounting the horrific tales of yore. Suddenly, a vast fissure appeared ahead, from which a black aura continuously surged forth. This malevolent essence seemed almost alive, clawing and grasping towards them. "This is the source of the malevolent energy's escape," the elder declared, his voice straining against the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Feng stepped forward, his sword radiating light as he attempted to dispel the dark energy. Yet, the essence seemed inexhaustible. As some was driven away, more surged forth in its place. The other disciples quickly unleashed their spells and skills, illuminating the space as light clashed with darkness. The mysterious woman chanted incantations, her staff emitting a powerful beam aimed deep into the fissure, but the light gradually dimmed under the weight of the encroaching darkness. "This approach is futile," Lin Feng remarked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression grave. The elder pondered for a moment before responding, "We must locate the core of the seal to fundamentally resolve this issue." The group began to search for clues around the fissure, scrutinizing every detail and leaving no stone unturned. One disciple discovered peculiar symbols etched into the stone wall adjacent to the fissure. "What are these?" he asked. The elder stepped forward, examining the symbols closely. "These may be the key to the seal, but we must decipher them." The group gathered around, collectively pondering the meaning of the symbols. As time slipped away, the black aura intensified, and the pressure upon them multiplied. Would they unravel the secrets of these symbols, locate the core of the seal, and thwart the escape of the malevolent force? Chapter 109 A new mission. After a period of rest, the group had regained a measure of strength and tended to their injuries. They gathered around the elder, their eyes reflecting both the aftertaste of their recent victory and the mixed anticipation and apprehension for the uncertainties that lay ahead. The elder gazed at them with profound intensity and spoke slowly. You have passed the trial, demonstrating your courage and prowess, yet, this enigmatic realm conceals a monumental crisis that demands your resolution. His voice resonated with a steady solemnity, as though narrating a grave destiny. Lin Feng inquired, Senior, what precisely is this crisis? His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the elder, bracing himself for the impending challenge. The elder sighed softly, this place is sealed against an insidious force, a remnant of a cataclysmic conflict from ancient times. This power is immensely formidable and malevolent. Should it be unleashed, it would herald devastation upon the world. Your mission is to reinforce the seal and prevent the malevolent energy from escaping. A flicker of concern and expectation shone in his eyes. The group exchanged glances, acutely aware of the weight of their responsibility. They understood that this endeavor transcended mere adventure. It was a mission that bore the fate of countless lives. The mysterious woman declared, Senior, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. Her voice rang clear and resolute, her grip tightening around her staff, a testament to her determination. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and led them deeper into the abyss. Their footsteps echoed through the silent passage, shattering the long-standing stillness. Along the way, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, instilling a sense of dread. The walls flickered with strange luminescence, and peculiar sounds occasionally emanated from the shadows. The air was thick with the stench of decay and malevolence, as if recounting the horrific tales that had transpired within these confines. Suddenly, a colossal fissure appeared ahead, from which black vapors continuously surged forth. The essence seemed to possess a life of its own, thrashing towards them with a sinister intent. This is the source of the malevolent energy's leakage, the elder remarked, his voice strained against the onslaught of the dark aura. Lin Feng stepped forward, his sword radiating light as he endeavored to dispel the encroaching darkness, yet, the essence appeared inexhaustible. As it was momentarily pushed back, more surged forth to take its place. The other disciples unleashed their own spells and abilities, a dazzling display of light clashing against the dark miasma. The mysterious woman intoned incantations, her staff emitting a powerful beam aimed deep into the fissure, but the brilliance waned as it was enveloped by the oppressive shadows. This is not a sustainable approach, Lin Feng stated, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression grave. The elder pondered for a moment before responding, we must locate the core of the seal to fundamentally resolve this issue. The group commenced their search for clues around the fissure, meticulously scrutinizing every detail, leaving no stone unturned. One disciple discovered peculiar symbols etched upon the stone wall adjacent to the fissure. What are these? The disciple asked. The elder approached, examining the symbols intently. These may be the key to the seal, but we must decipher them. The group gathered closely, collectively pondering the significance of the symbols. As moments slipped by, the oppressive dark energy intensified, and the pressure mounted. Would they unravel the secrets of these symbols, locate the core of the seal, and thwart the escape of the malevolent force? Chapter 110 Unraveling the mystery of the seal. The group stood before the stone wall, their minds racking as they endeavored to decipher the peculiar symbols inscribed upon it. Lin Feng fixated intently on the characters, a myriad of potential solutions flashing through his mind. His gaze was both focused and fervent, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of these symbols. Each subtle line and curve appeared to him as a crucial clue, his brow furrowed and beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. The enigmatic woman closed her eyes, harnessing her mental prowess to perceive the arcane energy that these symbols harbored. Her breathing became steady and profound, the air around her seemingly quivering in response to her thoughts. Her visage, illuminated by the mysterious energies, radiated an extraordinary tranquility and beauty, as though she had become one with the ancient symbols. As the group delved deeper into contemplation, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, I believe I have discovered a clue. His voice, brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, shattered the prolonged silence. All eyes immediately turned towards him, filled with anticipation and eagerness. The disciple pointed to a particular arrangement of symbols, declaring, Look, the configuration of these symbols bears a resemblance to the formations we encountered previously. His hand trembled slightly, clearly a manifestation of his nervousness and exhilaration. The others gathered around, scrutinizing the symbols he had indicated. After much discussion and experimentation, they finally discerned the pattern in the arrangement. With the correct configuration, a brilliant light erupted from the stone wall, resembling a barrier that momentarily suppressed the ominous aura emanating from the fissure. Excellent! Let us continue our search for the next set. Lin Feng proclaimed, his voice imbued with hope and determination, as if he glimpsed the dawn of victory. However, as they progressed in their unraveling, the complexity escalated. The symbols transformed from mere arrangements into intricate logics and esoteric laws of power. A misstep in the combination could provoke a fierce backlash, inflicting harm upon them. One disciple inadvertently triggered an erroneous combination, and a tremendous force rebounded instantaneously. He was hurled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Be careful! Lin Feng shouted. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, yet they did not falter. they persevered with unwavering resolve. They encouraged and supported one another, collectively confronting this formidable challenge. As time trickled by, each attempt became a perilous venture, each miscalculation a setback, yet their faith remained unshaken, and their courage undiminished. Ultimately, after countless trials and tribulations, they succeeded in deciphering all the symbols. In that moment, the stone wall blazed with light, illuminating the entire darkened space. An ancient stone door began to rise slowly, emanating a mysterious glow. This light was soft and warm, creating a stark contrast to the preceding darkness and malevolence. "This must be the core of the seal," the elder remarked, his voice tinged with satisfaction and anticipation. They stepped cautiously through the stone door, each stride laden with vigilance. The space beyond was imbued with an ancient and enigmatic aura, the walls adorned with even more intricate runes and patterns. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating light. Lin Feng approached and gently opened the book. The words and illustrations within seemed to come alive, dancing and flickering across the pages. "What is this?" someone inquired. Lin Feng meticulously examined the contents of the book, speculating that it might contain detailed records and methods pertaining to the seal. At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed throughout the chamber. "This is bad. Danger looms," the mysterious woman warned. The walls began to tremble, and fissures appeared in the ground. Would they find a way out amidst this new crisis and successfully reinforce the seal? Chapter 111. The final challenge. The ominous roar reverberated through the enclosed space, causing a painful resonance in the eardrums of all present. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of an abyss, laden with infinite fury and resentment. The fissures in the ground widened, resembling a gaping maw eager to devour its prey. Stones from the walls began to plummet, striking the ground with a dull thud. "Everyone, be cautious!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice resonating with clarity and determination amidst the chaos. The mysterious woman swiftly conjured a spell, enveloping the group in a pale blue protective barrier. The shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, radiating a soft luminescence that cloaked them in safety. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the darkness, its form contorted as if forged from the very essence of shadows. As it became clearer, the onlookers finally discerned its shape. Towering like a mountain, its muscular physique was adorned with dark markings. Its head was grotesque, with eyes flickering a blood-red hue that exuded an aura of terror. Could this be the guardian of malevolent forces? A disciple uttered in horror, his voice trembling as his legs involuntarily retreated. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, the blade glinting with a cold light under the radiance surrounding them. "No matter what it is, we must conquer it." His voice was resolute, instilling a flicker of courage and confidence in the hearts of his companions. With determination, they readied themselves for battle, their gazes filled with resolve. The monstrous creature lunged forward with lightning speed, its form cutting through the air, stirring a tempest in its wake. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, his movements agile and fluid. As he evaded the creature's attack, he swung his sword toward it, yet, the monster's hide was as tough as iron, leaving only a faint mark upon impact. Other disciples joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of spells that erupted against the creature. Some conjured fireballs, massive orbs of flame hurtling like meteors toward their foe, others wielded ice shards, sharp projectiles piercing the monster's flesh. However, these assaults appeared to inflict no substantial harm, as the creature remained ferociously undeterred. Seeing this, the mysterious woman chanted a more potent incantation, her voice low and urgent, as the staff in her hand radiated brilliant light. A powerful beam shot forth from the tip of her staff, striking the creature and forcing it back a few steps, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. Yet, this reprieve was fleeting. The creature soon charged again, its ferocity amplified. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames toward the protective barrier. The shield trembled under the assault, its glow dimming slightly. The woman's complexion paled as she exerted more magical energy to maintain the barrier's stability. The battle had reached a stalemate, and the group's stamina waned with each passing moment. Every attack demanded immense effort, while the creature showed no signs of fatigue. "We cannot continue like this, we must find its weakness," Lin Feng exclaimed, urgency threading through his voice, yet his gaze remained steadfast. As they fought, they scrutinized the creature's movements, searching for vulnerabilities. Its attacks were fierce yet chaotic, but within its motions lay an underlying pattern. At last, a keen-eyed disciple spotted a lighter-hued area on the creature's abdomen. Each time it struck, that region seemed to contract slightly. "Attack there!" Lin Feng commanded decisively, his voice brimming with resolve. The group focused their efforts, directing their spells and weapons toward the exposed weakness. The creature howled in agony, its cries deafening as its body swayed unsteadily, its movements growing sluggish. However, it did not yield easily and continued to resist with unwavering tenacity. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Feng leaped into the air, thrusting his sword toward the creature's weak spot. The blade plunged deep into its body, black blood gushing forth. The monster emitted a final, desperate roar before crashing to the ground, its massive form kicking up clouds of dust. At long last, the group exhaled in relief, collapsing wearily to the ground, yet, there was no time to rest, they needed to hasten and reinforce the seal. Would they succeed in fulfilling their mission? Chapter 112. The seal is successfully established. After triumphantly vanquishing the monstrous foe, the group wasted no time in fortifying the seal. They were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. The malevolent forces could re-emerge at any moment, rendering their prior efforts futile. Lin Feng was the first to approach the stone pedestal that held the ancient tome, meticulously studying the methods and procedures for sealing inscribed within its pages. His gaze was intense and eager, not daring to overlook a single word. The text was archaic and obscure, yet he endeavored to comprehend its profound meanings, drawing upon years of cultivation and a keen intellect. The mysterious woman commenced the arrangement of the magical array, preparing to harness the power of sorcery to amplify the seal's efficacy. With her hands gracefully wielding the staff, she intoned incantations, and intricate magical runes surged forth from the tip of her staff, intertwining in the air to form a complex and enigmatic pattern. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, and her complexion paled slightly, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination and focus. The other disciples sprang into action, scouring the surroundings for the materials and energy sources necessary to reinforce the seal, following Lin Feng's guidance. Some rummaged through ancient chests in the corners, hoping to uncover useful artifacts. Others explored the walls, seeking hidden energy crystals. Time was of the essence, and every fleeting moment was precious. We must complete the seal before the malevolent forces surge once more, Lin Feng proclaimed loudly. His voice echoed in the vast space, imbued with a sense of urgency. The group hastened their efforts, sweat dripping from their brows, but none faltered. They understood that their current exertions were pivotal for the greater good. The magical array crafted by the mysterious woman gradually took shape, radiating an otherworldly glow akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky. However, she did not relent, intensifying her focus and continuously adjusting the flow of energy within the array. Lin Feng, referencing the ancient text, identified the critical nodes and positioned the materials and energy sources with utmost care. Every placement and infusion of energy demanded precision, as he feared even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Just as everything seemed poised for success, a formidable surge of dark and murky malevolence erupted from the fissure, seeking to thwart the sealing process. "This is not good, hold firm, everyone!" Lin Feng shouted, his voice laden with tension and concern. The group united their efforts to resist the onslaught of this sinister force. Some disciples conjured powerful defensive spells, creating barriers at the forefront, while others channeled their inner strength into the array, bolstering the seal's power. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly, its blade shimmering with light as he pointed it defiantly at the encroaching darkness. Attempting to repel it, the mysterious woman recited her incantations fervently, the brilliance of her staff intensifying as it clashed against the malevolent energy. Yet, the dark force was exceptionally potent, and the weight of pressure bore down upon them. Their bodies trembled, and their steps faltered. "We cannot give up, we will succeed," Lin Feng encouraged fervently. His rallying words reinvigorated the group, prompting them to grit their teeth and persevere. After a grueling struggle, the sealing array was finally activated. A blinding radiance surged forth from the array, illuminating the entire space. The light shone like a blazing sun, dispelling the darkness and gradually forcing the evil power back into the fissure. The crack began to close slowly, emitting a low, muffled sound. "We did it," one disciple exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. The faces of the group lit up with smiles of relief, their eyes reflected exhaustion, yet were also filled with the elation of victory and pride. "Thank you all for your efforts and courage. We have saved this world," Lin Feng said, his voice resonating with heartfelt gratitude and respect. They emerged from the mysterious realm, the sunlight bathing them in warmth. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying with it a refreshing essence. However, they were acutely aware that the road ahead remained long, with myriad challenges awaiting them. Yet, this experience had fortified their resolve. Regardless of the trials they might face, they would march forward with unwavering determination. They embarked on a new journey, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 113. Return and reflection. After the collective success in sealing away the malevolent forces, the group embarked on their journey home. Along the way, their spirits lifted considerably, and they began to exchange laughter and stories about their recent adventure. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. This truly was a perilous ordeal. "At one point, I thought I would never return," one disciple lamented, his face bearing traces of fatigue, yet predominantly reflecting the relief of having survived. The others nodded in agreement, recalling the myriad dangers they had faced, still haunted by the memories. The terrifying beasts, the enigmatic puzzles, and the formidable evil forces each could have easily claimed their lives. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, deep in thought, and remarked, "Indeed, our experiences have fostered significant growth within us, have they not? In the face of danger, we learned the value of unity and collaboration, and in adversity, we discovered our latent potentials." His eyes conveyed a sense of resolve and maturity, as this adventure had deepened his understanding of his responsibilities and mission. The mysterious woman smiled in response. Absolutely, I believe that when we encounter difficulties in the future, we will approach them with greater composure. Furthermore, we have gained a deeper understanding of the hidden secrets and dangers of this world, better equipping us to face upcoming challenges. Her long hair danced in the gentle breeze, and her beautiful visage radiated confidence. Upon their return to the sect, they were met with a warm and enthusiastic welcome. At the mountain gate, colorful banners fluttered in the wind, and the sound of drums and gongs filled the air. The sect leader greeted them personally, his eyes alight with pride and admiration. "You have brought glory to our sect and performed a great service for the people of the world," he proclaimed, his voice resonant and commanding, filled with pride as he surveyed the disciples before him. That evening, a grand celebration banquet was held at the sect. The venue was ablaze with light, tables adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wines. Laughter and joy echoed as everyone shared in the elation of their victory. The disciples toasted one another, recounting amusing anecdotes and thrilling moments from their adventure. Yet, amidst the festive atmosphere, Lin Feng found himself lost in contemplation. He was acutely aware that many unknown dangers and challenges still lurked in the world. This victory was merely a beginning. Observing the jubilant crowd around him, he silently resolved to strive even harder to protect all that they cherished. Early the next morning, Lin Feng awoke with the dawn. He made his way to the training grounds of the sect, where he began to practice alone. The sword danced in his hands, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Soon after, he gathered his companions who had ventured alongside him. They convened in a quiet room. "We must not become complacent due to this victory. We must intensify our training and enhance our abilities to confront potential crises in the future," Lin Feng declared, his words resolute and powerful. His gaze swept across each face, seeking their agreement and support. The group voiced their concurrence, their expressions brimming with determination and resolve. "This adventure has made me realize that our strength is still insufficient," one disciple stated. "We require more advanced techniques and superior skills." "Indeed, and we must also continuously explore new tactics and strategies instead of relying solely on brute force," another disciple added. The mysterious woman nodded. "I will delve deeper into the study of magic, hoping to provide even more formidable support for everyone." Thus, from that day forth, they rose early each morning, dedicating themselves to rigorous training. Regardless of the scorching sun or biting winds, they pressed on without pause. They sparred with one another, advancing together. Throughout their training, some sustained injuries, while others encountered obstacles, yet they never faltered, encouraging and supporting one another. They not only honed their martial prowess but also devoted themselves to acquiring knowledge, studying ancient texts in search of greater power and wisdom. Meanwhile, tales of their heroic deeds spread throughout the martial world. Young warriors, inspired by their stories, emulated their spirit, diligently training to uphold justice. Various sects were influenced by their actions, strengthening communication and cooperation to collectively maintain peace and tranquility in the realm. Through their relentless efforts, the sect's strength grew ever more formidable, and its influence expanded. However, they understood that this was merely the beginning. The road ahead remained long, with many more challenges awaiting them. Yet, they stood unafraid, for within their hearts resided faith, courage, and an unwavering pursuit of justice. Their saga continues. Chapter 1: The Tranquil Town. After concluding his previous adventure, Lin Feng found himself in a quaint locale known as Qingshui Town, utterly fatigued in both body and spirit. This serene haven is characterized by its picturesque mountains and pristine waters, enveloped by undulating emerald hills. A crystal-clear river meanders through the town, its banks adorned with weeping willows that sway gently in the breeze, as if whispering the tales of time. The architecture within the town exudes an air of rustic elegance, with cobblestone streets that are immaculately maintained, flanked by shops that offer an array of everyday goods and local delicacies. The local populace is imbued with simplicity and warmth, leading lives that are both uncomplicated and fulfilling. Each morning, the crowing of roosters heralds the awakening of the slumbering town, prompting its inhabitants to embark on their daily endeavors. Farmers stride towards their fields with hoes slung over their shoulders, women gather by the river to wash clothes and vegetables, while children frolic joyfully in the streets and alleys. Lin Feng took residence at an inn named Julai, where the proprietor, a hospitable middle-aged man named Li Fu, greeted each guest with a warm smile and cheerful demeanor. During his sojourn in Qingshui Town, Lin Feng dedicated his days either to cultivation or leisurely strolls through the town. Each dawn, he would rise with the sun, meditating on a small hillside just outside the town, absorbing the ethereal energies of nature and feeling the invigorating forces flow through him. Following his practice, he would meander back into the town, exchanging pleasantries with the early risers. Occasionally, he would encounter a flower vendor balancing a basket upon her shoulder, her face radiant with a sweet smile and her wares bursting with vibrant blossoms. Lin Feng would purchase a bouquet to bring back to the inn, infusing his room with a touch of life. In the afternoons, Lin Feng relished the moments spent in the local tea house, where he would listen intently to the elders recounting tales of yore. Some of these narratives were steeped in legend, while others offered glimpses of the simple warmth found in everyday life. He would listen quietly, interjecting with a few words of his own to engage in meaningful exchanges with the elderly. At times, he would also encounter other young patrons resting in the tea house, who would engage in spirited discussions about the world beyond and express their hopes and dreams for the future. Lin Feng would share his own adventurous experiences, leaving the youth in AWE. As dusk approached, the town square would come alive with activity. Children chased one another in gleeful abandon, while women gathered to engage in needlework, sharing anecdotes about their families. Lin Feng would join in the merriment, playing alongside the children, momentarily transported back to the carefree days of his youth. Occasionally, he would assist the elderly in moving heavy items, who would gratefully grasp his hand and invite him to their homes as a gesture of appreciation. Days passed in this idyllic manner, each one seemingly perfect and harmonious, yet, Lin Feng felt an unsettling undercurrent beneath the surface of tranquility. Often, in the stillness of the night, he would ponder deeply, sensing that this seemingly flawless town harbored some peculiarities. However, whenever he wandered through the town and beheld the genuine smiles of its inhabitants, he dismissed his concerns as mere overthinking. One day, while practicing in a grove just outside town, Lin Feng inadvertently stumbled upon a peculiar stone tablet, concealed amidst a thicket of dense grass. Had it not been for his serendipitous arrival during his meditation, it might have remained undiscovered. The tablet bore obscure symbols, emanating an aura of mystery. As Lin Feng approached for a closer examination, he discerned that the symbols resembled an ancient script, yet he could not decipher their meaning. He reached out to touch the tablet, hoping to sense the power that radiated from it. At that moment, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the forest, reminiscent of a primordial beast, filled with rage and menace. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he tightened his grip on his sword, cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound. His steps were light and deliberate, striving to minimize any noise. The deeper he ventured, the more eerie the atmosphere became. The trees towered high above, their dense foliage allowing scarce sunlight to penetrate, casting the grove into shadowy dampness. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step eliciting a creaking sound. Lin Feng sensed an overwhelming and malevolent force encroaching upon him, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily, yet his gaze remained resolute, betraying no intent to retreat. Suddenly, a colossal two-headed beast lunged from the shadows, its claws poised to strike. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, with each head belching forth flames and frost, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Lin Feng swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the beast's claws, which left deep gouges in the earth where he had just stood. Regaining his composure, Lin Feng unleashed his sword techniques, engaging the beast in a fierce confrontation. The clash of blade against claw sparked brilliant flashes of light. The creature's strikes were vicious and relentless, compelling Lin Feng to continually shift his stance, searching for an opening. After a grueling battle, he finally discerned the beast's vulnerability. Channeling all his strength, he thrust his sword towards its weakness. The creature emitted a pained roar, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a cloud of dark smoke. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, acutely aware that this encounter was merely the beginning. Beneath the serene facade of Qingshui Town, he sensed that a far greater secret lay in wait. Chapter 2: The Mysterious Clue. After Lin Feng vanquished the two-headed beast, he discovered a jade pendant emanating a faint glow at the spot where it had vanished. The pendant was warm and translucent, its light flickering as if imbued with life. Intricate and enigmatic patterns were etched upon its surface, with sinuous lines that seemed to bear a connection to the symbols he had previously observed on the stone tablet. Lin Feng returned to Qingshui Town, opting to keep his discovery a secret for the time being while he conducted a discreet investigation. As he traversed the streets of the town, he appeared outwardly calm and composed, yet his mind was consumed with thoughts of the pendant's mysteries. In a tavern nestled within the town, Lin Feng settled into a secluded corner, ordered a jug of wine, and quietly listened to the conversations around him. It was then that he overheard a discussion between two strangers. "I've heard that the woods beyond the town have become rather unsettling of late. It seems something sinister is afoot," remarked a burly man, a hint of concern etched upon his face. "Indeed, I recall that a dreadful calamity befell that area decades ago," responded a gaunt man, his eyes betraying a sense of fear. Intrigued, Lin Feng leaned in and courteously inquired, "Gentlemen, might you elaborate on this matter?" The two men exchanged wary glances, their expressions tinged with caution. After a brief pause, the stout man seemed to assess Lin Feng's intentions and lowered his voice, saying, "It is said that an evil sorcerer once conducted a forbidden ritual in those woods, though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that midway through the ritual, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and a dark force erupted from the ground, consuming everything in its path. Ever since that day, peculiar sounds have echoed through the woods, and those who venture too close either vanish or descend into madness." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this information." He settled his bill and departed the tavern, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just learned. Upon returning to his inn, he closed the door to his room, seated himself at the table, and retrieved the jade pendant from his pocket. Scrutinizing it intently, his fingers traced the patterns, attempting to decipher their significance. Suddenly, he discerned that these designs appeared to constitute a fragment of a map. His heart quickened at the realization. Could this be connected to the secrets hidden within the woods? If he could locate the complete map, perhaps the truth lurking in the woods would be unveiled. Lin Feng resolved to return to the woods in search of further clues. He packed his belongings, armed himself with his sword, and set forth towards the forest. As he stepped into the woods, he sensed an even more oppressive atmosphere than before. The sun struggled to pierce through the dense canopy, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps and breathing breaking the silence. He ventured deeper along the path where he had previously battled the beast, meticulously observing every tree and stone in his vicinity. Suddenly, he noticed an ancient tree bearing a symbol carved into its bark, strikingly similar to the patterns on the pendant. As Lin Feng approached the tree for a closer inspection, a troop of black monkeys unexpectedly leapt down from its branches. Their eyes glowed red, and their sharp fangs glistened menacingly as they screeched and lunged at him. Reacting swiftly, Lin Feng drew his sword to defend himself. The monkeys were agile, attacking him from multiple angles. He adeptly parried and dodged their assaults, gradually discerning their patterns of attack. With a precise thrust, he struck a critical blow to one of the monkeys. Seeing their companion fall, the remaining monkeys became frenzied, launching themselves at Lin Feng with increased ferocity. However, through his exceptional swordsmanship, he began to turn the tide in his favor. After a strenuous battle, he finally managed to evade their onslaught and pressed onward. Not long after, he encountered a treacherous swamp. Toxic mists enveloped the area, obscuring his path ahead. Lin Feng cautiously advanced, but suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shift, and he felt himself sinking rapidly. Desperately, he struggled to free his legs, but the more he fought, the deeper he became ensnared. In this moment of peril, could Lin Feng successfully extricate himself and continue his quest for discovery? Chapter 3: A Dilemma and Breakthrough. Lin Feng found himself sinking deeper into the mire, on the verge of being completely engulfed. His heart raced with urgency as his mind raced to devise an escape. The viscous sludge had already reached his waist, and each struggle only pulled him further into its grasp. The overwhelming sensation of being consumed filled him with a sense of helplessness, quickening the rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the rope nestled within his backpack. Without hesitation, he retrieved it and hurled it upward with all his might, the end of the rope successfully latching onto a sturdy branch. He grasped the rope tightly, as if it were the last lifeline he could cling to. His arms strained, veins bulging, muscles taut with effort. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to ascend. Each pull demanded immense power and unwavering resolve, as the sucking force of the mud relentlessly attempted to drag him back into the abyss. His breaths became rapid and labored, sweat cascading down like rain. "Come on, Lin Feng, you can do this," he encouraged himself inwardly. After a grueling struggle, he finally extricated himself from the swamp. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Though he was caked in mud and utterly disheveled, a flicker of relief sparkled in his eyes, thankful to have survived the ordeal. After resting for a brief moment, Lin Feng regained some strength, knowing he could not linger long. He rose to his feet and pressed onward. The fog within the forest thickened, shrouding the already dim surroundings in an even deeper haze, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a hauntingly melodious flute playing. The sound echoed eerily through the stillness of the woods, the notes rising and falling as if narrating an endless tale of sorrow and mystery. A chill ran down his spine, and an unsettling sensation spread throughout his being. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and followed the direction of the flute's call. With each step, he treaded carefully, sword firmly in hand, ever ready to confront any impending danger. At last, he stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden cabin. The structure appeared to have weathered countless years, its walls weathered and the thatched roof tattered. Thorny brambles surrounded the cabin, intertwining to form a natural barrier. Lin Feng approached the cabin with utmost caution, each step carefully considered. As he reached the door, he gently pushed it open. The hinges creaked ominously, their sound piercing the silence of the environment inside. A nauseating stench permeated the air. The walls were adorned with peculiar portraits, their colors faded, and the images blurred, yet they exuded an eerie ambience. In the corner of the room sat a hunchbacked old man. His hair was a wild, grizzled mess, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, eyes sunken and revealing an indescribable weariness and mystery. "Youth, what brings you here?" the old man rasped, his voice seeming to originate from another realm, imbued with a chill and indifference. Lin Feng regarded the old man warily and replied, "I seek the secrets hidden within these woods." His voice was resolute and strong, his gaze filled with determination. The old man scoffed, "The secrets here are beyond your comprehension. Leave at once." He waved his hand dismissively, as if to shoo Lin Feng away. Unwilling to concede defeat, Lin Feng stepped forward, asserting, "Elder, I am aware that vital matters are concealed here. If left unresolved, they may bring calamity to many." The old man lifted his gaze, regarding Lin Feng with a flicker of hesitation. "You are but a fool, unaware of the gravity of your quest. Lin Feng earnestly responded, "Please, provide me with some clues, and I vow to handle them with utmost caution." The old man fell silent for a moment before slowly uttering, "This forest was once the domain of a powerful sorcerer, who conducted forbidden experiments with magic, resulting in a catastrophic disaster. Since then, it has been cursed, teeming with malevolent forces." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Is there no way to lift this curse?" The old man shook his head. "I do not know, perhaps there is simply no way." Lin Feng refused to relent. "There must be a solution. Please, think again." Sighing, the old man conceded, "Very well, it is said that deep within the forest lies an ancient temple, where the key to breaking the curse may be concealed, but it is also the most perilous place." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." With that, he turned and departed from the wooden cabin, venturing deeper into the woods. Would he successfully locate the ancient temple? What dangers and challenges awaited him? Chapter 4 of the mysterious temple. Guided by the elder's instructions, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the forest. As he progressed, the trees grew taller and denser, their branches intertwining to nearly obscure the sky. The light diminished further, as if dusk had descended prematurely. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, flowing as if alive, making it nearly impossible for him to discern the path beneath his feet. Lin Feng could only rely on instinct and past experiences to navigate, each step taken with utmost caution, wary of falling into unforeseen traps. The ground beneath him became soft and damp, occasionally yielding to puddles of water. His boots squelched as they made contact, producing a soft, squelching sound. Strange noises echoed around him, reminiscent of low animal murmurs, intertwined with the howling of the wind as it slipped through narrow crevices. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Feng remained ever vigilant. After an indeterminate duration of walking, Lin Feng finally beheld an ancient temple. Its exterior exuded a solemn majesty, yet bore the marks of decay and time. The walls were cloaked in moss and vines, the moss a deep, dark green, while the vines twisted robustly, seemingly serving as the temple's guardians. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, the copper rings rusted and emanating an air of mystery and reverence. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Feng approached and gently pushed against the temple's massive door. With a heavy groan, akin to a sigh from the ages, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of stale air imbued with the sense of dust, rotting wood, and an indescribable, enigmatic aroma. The interior of the temple was dim and damp, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the gaps in the roof. The walls surrounding him were etched with peculiar runes and patterns, their flowing lines both intricate and bewildering, as if concealing infinite secrets. At the heart of the temple stood a colossal statue, its height nearly reaching the ceiling. The features of the statue had become indistinct over time, erosion having stripped away its original details, yet its posture conveyed a sense of former grandeur. With arms crossed, it gazed down upon every visitor, instilling an intangible sense of oppression. Stepping cautiously into the temple, the stone slabs beneath Lin Feng's feet creaked in protest at his arrival. Suddenly, the great door behind him slammed shut, plunging the entire temple into darkness. The sound of the closing door reverberated within the vast space, lingering ominously. Startled, Lin Feng spun around, instinctively swinging his sword. Yet, behind him loomed only the closed door, devoid of any anomaly. His heart raced, and his breath quickened, but he soon regained his composure. Reminding himself to remain calm, he retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, gently blowing on it to illuminate the surrounding area. At that moment, the runes on the walls began to shimmer with an eerie light, flickering in an unpredictable rhythm that transformed the temple into a dreamlike realm. The ground trembled slightly, as if a great force stirred beneath the surface. Lin Feng sensed a powerful energy awakening, sending prickling sensations across his skin, his hair bristling in response. He focused intently on the flickering runes, striving to decipher their meanings. However, the runes shifted too rapidly for him to grasp. Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged from behind the statue, gradually enveloping Lin Feng. He looked up to see a gigantic creature descending from above, its form ethereal like smoke, yet exuding a palpable sense of menace. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, and it exhaled black flames from its maw. Lin Feng quickly retreated, positioning his sword defensively before him. The creature roared, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the temple, causing Lin Feng's ears to ring. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, preparing to confront the impending onslaught. The creature lunged with its enormous claws directed at Lin Feng, who deftly sidestepped, thrusting his sword towards the creature's arm. Yet, it felt as though he had pierced a cloud, his blade meeting no resistance. The creature's other paw followed swiftly, catching Lin Feng off guard and sending him crashing against the wall with a heavy thud. Pain surged through his chest, and stars danced before his eyes, but he bore the agony and quickly rose to his feet. As the creature charged again, Lin Feng concentrated, observing its movements. He discerned that although its attacks were formidable, they lacked swiftness. Thus, he employed his agility to evade the creature's strikes while searching for openings. After a fierce struggle, Lin Feng finally spotted a faint glimmer on the creature's abdomen. Suspecting it to be its Achilles heel, he seized the opportunity during a brief pause in the creature's assault, leaping into the air and channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at the glowing spot. The instant his sword made contact, the creature let out a piercing wail. Its form began to disintegrate, transforming into a swirling mass of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Exhausted, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The recent battle had nearly depleted his strength, yet he understood that this was merely one of the challenges within the temple, with potentially greater dangers awaiting him. Would he successfully navigate the mysteries of this enigmatic temple and uncover the key to breaking the curse? Chapter 4 of the mysterious temple. Guided by the old man's instructions, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the woods. The further he traversed, the trees grew taller and denser, their intertwining branches and leaves nearly obscuring the sky entirely. The light dimmed significantly, as if dusk had arrived prematurely. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, flowing as though it possessed a life of its own, making it nearly impossible for him to discern the path beneath his feet. Relying solely on instinct and prior experience, Lin Feng navigated cautiously, every step taken with utmost care, fearful of falling into an unforeseen trap. The ground beneath him became soft and damp, occasionally yielding small puddles of water. His boots squelched as they pressed down, producing a series of soft, squishy sounds. Strange noises echoed around him, reminiscent of animal murmurs or the wind howling through narrow crevices. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Feng remained ever vigilant. After an indeterminate duration of walking, he finally beheld an ancient temple. Its exterior exuded a solemn majesty, yet bore the marks of decay and time. The walls were adorned with thick moss and creeping vines, the moss a dark, vibrant green, while the vines, robust and serpentine, seemed to stand as guardians of the temple. The grand entrance lay firmly shut, the brass rings on the door rusted, emanating an air of mystery and solemnity. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Feng approached and gently pushed against the temple's massive door. With a resonant groan, akin to the sighs of ages past, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of stale air that rushed to greet him. This air was tinged with the sense of dust, decaying wood, and an indescribable aura of enigma. Inside the temple, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with only a few faint rays of light filtering through the gaps in the ceiling. The walls were etched with peculiar runes and patterns, their fluid lines both captivating and perplexing, as if they harbored endless secrets. At the heart of the temple stood a colossal statue, nearly reaching the ceiling. Its features had become indistinct over time, the erosion of years having obscured its original details, yet its imposing stature still conveyed a sense of former grandeur. With arms crossed, it gazed down upon each visitor with an intangible weight of authority. As Lin Feng cautiously stepped inside, the stone slabs beneath him creaked in protest, echoing his arrival. Suddenly, the great door behind him slammed shut, plunging the temple into darkness. The sound reverberated throughout the expansive interior, lingering ominously. Startled, Lin Feng spun around, instinctively swinging his sword, yet, behind him loomed only the closed door, devoid of any threat. His heart raced, breaths quickening in response. However, he soon regained his composure, reminding himself to remain calm. Drawing a torch from within his garments, he gently blew upon it, igniting the surrounding space with flickering light. At that moment, the runes upon the walls began to shimmer with an eerie glow, their illumination fluctuating and casting the temple into a dreamlike realm. The ground trembled slightly, as if some immense force stirred beneath. Lin Feng sensed a powerful energy awakening, causing his skin to prickle and his hair to stand on end. He focused intently on the flashing runes, attempting to decipher their meanings, but their rapid transformations eluded his comprehension. Suddenly, a vast shadow emerged from behind the statue, gradually enveloping Lin Feng. Looking up, he beheld a monstrous figure descending from above the statue. Its form was ethereal, like smoke, yet it carried a tangible weight of menace. Its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, and black flames spewed from its maw. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retreated, positioning his sword defensively before him. The creature let out a deafening roar, its voice reverberating through the temple, leaving Lin Feng's ears ringing. Clenching his jaw, he steadied his stance, preparing to confront the impending assault. The beast lunged forward with its massive claws aimed at Lin Feng. He deftly sidestepped, thrusting his sword toward the creature's arm. However, the blade met resistance akin to piercing a cloud. Yielding no impact, the creature's opposite claw followed swiftly, catching Lin Feng off guard and sending him crashing against the wall. Pain surged through his chest, and stars danced before his eyes, yet he bore the agony. Rising quickly to his feet, the creature charged once more, and Lin Feng concentrated, studying its movements. He discerned that although the creature's strikes were formidable, their speed was lacking. Thus, he utilized his agility to evade the creature's onslaught while searching for an opening. After an intense exchange, Lin Feng finally detected a faint glow emanating from the creature's abdomen. He surmised it to be a potential weakness. Seizing the moment during a lull in the creature's attack, he leapt into the air, channeling all his strength into a thrust aimed at that luminous point. As the sword pierced the radiant spot, the creature emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Its form began to disintegrate, dissolving into a cloud of black smoke that vanished into the air. Exhausted, Lin Feng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The recent battle had nearly depleted all his stamina, yet he understood this was merely one of the challenges within the temple, with potentially greater perils awaiting him ahead. Would he successfully navigate the mysteries of this enigmatic temple and uncover the key to breaking the curse? Chapter 5 of the Trials of the Temple. Having just triumphed over the monstrous foe, Lin Feng barely had time to catch his breath before new transformations unfolded within the temple. The runes, once etched into the walls, began to stir and detach themselves, swirling in the air to form intricate and enigmatic symbols. These symbols danced like ethereal sprites, emitting a peculiar luminescence that illuminated the entire temple as if it were bathed in daylight. The blinding radiance overwhelmed Lin Feng's eyes, compelling him to squint instinctively, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. Gripping his sword tightly, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the ever-shifting symbols, uncertain of what calamity might ensue. His breaths quickened, and his heart thudded like a drum, every nerve in his body taut with anticipation. Suddenly, an onslaught of radiant beams erupted from the symbols, cascading towards him like a torrential rain of arrows, each beam imbued with a fierce energy. Lin Feng swiftly swung his sword in defense. The blade collided with the beams, producing a resonant clang and igniting sparks that danced in the air. Yet, the sheer volume of the beams was overwhelming, surging forth in relentless waves akin to an unending tide. His arms grew numb from the impact, and his movements began to slow, rendering him increasingly overwhelmed. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to sink without warning, forming a vast chasm. Caught off guard, Lin Feng lost his balance and plunged into the abyss. A disorienting sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. The pit was filled with acrid smoke, dense as ink, exuding a noxious chemical odor that rendered his breaths shallow and labored. Lin Feng coughed violently, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Struggling to open his eyes, he sought to discern his surroundings, but all he could perceive was a hazy blur. Gradually, his vision cleared somewhat, revealing walls teeming with bizarre creatures. Some resembled gigantic spiders, armed with sharp fangs and furry, elongated legs. Others appeared as twisted serpents, their bodies writhing as they spewed forth green venom, and yet more took on humanoid forms, sprouting wings and razor-sharp claws. They lunged at Lin Feng with outstretched limbs, emitting hair-raising cries. Lin Feng could do naught but fend off the beams of light while contending with the onslaught of these creatures. In the confined space, he moved with agility, dodging and leaping to evade their attacks. His sword whirled in an impenetrable arc, each strike imbued with resolute determination. A colossal spider lunged at him, its fangs glinting menacingly. Lin Feng sidestepped deftly, his sword slicing through the spider's leg, dark blood spattering forth. The creature let out a piercing shriek and collapsed, yet an even greater horde surged forth. A contorted serpent struck from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Feng pivoted sharply, parrying the serpent's assault with his blade. The venomous spray splattered against the sword, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the metal, leaving small craters in its wake. Anxiety surged within Lin Feng. He realized that this could not continue indefinitely. He needed to discover a means of escape, lest he be exhausted by the relentless barrage of attacks. While battling, he scanned his surroundings, hoping to uncover a weakness or an exit. Then, he noticed a stone embedded in the chasm wall, its hue distinct from the surrounding rock, inscribed with peculiar runes. A spark of intuition ignited within him. He surmised that this stone might hold the key to his salvation. With renewed resolve, he fought off the encroaching creatures and charged toward the stone. Yet, a multitude of foes obstructed his path. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his most formidable sword techniques, momentarily pushing back the adversaries with a brilliant display of light. At last, he reached the stone and struck it with all his might. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. What fortuitous turn might this power bring to Lin Feng? Would he manage to extricate himself from this dire predicament? Chapter 6: Turning Points and New Discoveries. As the enigmatic stone shattered, a formidable force surged forth, instantly dispersing the peculiar creatures and light that surrounded him. The powerful shockwave crashed like surging tides, causing Lin Feng to stagger backward several paces. His body collided heavily against the wall of the pit, a sharp pain coursing through him, yet at that moment, he paid it no heed. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate, unveiling the surroundings once more. Lin Feng found himself in a serene space, the overwhelming onslaught he had just endured fading into oblivion. The once pervasive acrid smoke had vanished, leaving the air fresh and tranquil. Before him stood a door, aglow with a mysterious radiance. The door emanated a soft and alluring light, as if beckoning him closer. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, contemplating the potential dangers that might lurk behind this threshold. However, an insatiable curiosity and a sense of duty to break the curse compelled him to push forward. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand and gently nudged the door. It creaked open silently, without a sound. Beyond the door lay a chamber filled with an array of ancient artifacts and enigmatic scrolls. The walls of the room were adorned with gems that emitted a faint glow, casting an ethereal light throughout the space. The ancient implements varied in form. Some resembled exquisite staves, crowned with dazzling jewels, others appeared as massive shields, etched with archaic runes, and still others took the shape of delicate bells, producing a melodious chime when gently shaken. The mysterious scrolls were neatly arranged upon the shelves, some aged and tattered, others still radiating a subtle magical luminescence. As he stepped into the room, Lin Feng moved cautiously, as if fearful of disturbing the tranquility that enveloped him. His gaze swept across the artifacts, filled with a sense of wonder and reverence. Suddenly, a weathered scroll caught his attention. Its edges were frayed, and a blue gem embedded in the rod emitted a soft glow. Lin Feng reached out, carefully retrieving the scroll and unfurling it. The script upon the scroll was ancient and obscure, and Lin Feng scrutinized it with a furrowed brow. After a considerable time, he finally deciphered its content. It revealed the truth behind the curse afflicting this forest and the means to lift it. Once, this woodland had been a peaceful and beautiful realm, inhabited by kind-hearted souls. However, a malevolent sorcerer coveted the immense power of the land and attempted to seize it through forbidden spells. Yet, his magic spiraled out of control, unleashing a catastrophic calamity that cloaked the entire forest in darkness and danger. To break the curse, for lost artifacts must be found and placed in designated locations within a temple. These artifacts were the Sword of Light, capable of dispelling darkness, the Shield of Guardianship, endowed with the strength to repel evil, the Bell of Awakening, able to rouse the ensnared spirit, and the Staff of Wisdom, containing the insights to unravel enigmas. Fully aware of the arduous task that lay ahead, Lin Feng's gaze reflected no hint of retreat. He resolved to embark immediately on the quest for these 4 artifacts. He began his search for clues within the chamber, hoping to uncover hints regarding their whereabouts. In a corner, he discovered a stone tablet etched with a map. The map indicated the potential locations of the artifacts, yet the routes were intricate and fraught with peril. Memorizing the map, Lin Feng exited the room and returned to the temple's grand hall. At that moment, the temple exuded an unusual stillness, as if awaiting his next move. Following the map's guidance, he ventured into a narrow passage. The air was thick with dampness, droplets of water cascading from the walls onto his shoulders. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl echoed ahead. Lin Feng halted, gripping his sword tightly, his senses alert. A colossal beast lunged from the shadows, its body resembling that of a lion but adorned with enormous wings. Undeterred, Lin Feng met the creature head-on. After a fierce battle, he ultimately triumphed over the beast and pressed onward. Throughout the ensuing journey, Lin Feng encountered various traps and magical barriers. Yet, armed with steadfast determination and keen intellect, he navigated each perilous situation with skill. Would he succeed in locating the 4 artifacts and lifting the curse that plagued the forest? Chapter 7 of the arduous pursuit. Lin Feng continued his quest for the artifact within the temple, guided by the map's indications, and soon arrived at a vast cavern. As he stepped into the cave, a damp and chilling breath of air greeted him. The cavern was filled with bizarre rock formations, their shapes varied, some resembling fearsome beasts, others like the drooping fangs of colossal creatures, sending shivers down one's spine. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like a row of sharp fangs, while the rhythmic dripping of water echoed throughout the expansive cave, reminiscent of the passage of time. With utmost caution, Lin Feng advanced, his sword firmly gripped in hand, his limited visibility allowing him to discern only a few steps ahead. Each stride was taken with meticulous care, for the stones beneath his feet were treacherously slick, and a moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from behind him. Lin Feng swiftly turned to see a swarm of dark, winged creatures launching themselves at him. These beings bore the size of great bats, yet were several times larger, their broad and resilient wings stirring up fierce gales. Their eyes glinted with an eerie crimson light, akin to smoldering coals, and they emitted shrill cries that pierced the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng brandished his sword in defense. The blade sliced through the darkness, illuminating the surroundings with streaks of light as it clashed with the claws of the shadowy entities, sending sparks flying. His swordsmanship was both fierce and precise, each stroke imbued with lethal intent. However, the sheer number of the dark creatures was overwhelming, relentlessly assaulting him in waves. Seizing an opportunity, one of the creatures swooped down from above, its sharp claws grazing Lin Feng's shoulder, inflicting a searing pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, retaliating with a swift strike, dispatching the creature in a flurry of shadows. Nevertheless, more of its kind followed suit, and Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. His breaths grew labored, sweat soaking his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. After a fierce struggle, Lin Feng discerned the pattern of the creature's attacks. He adeptly utilized the cavern's peculiar rock formations as cover, continuously shifting his position to launch unexpected strikes against the dark beings. Gradually, their numbers dwindled, until the final one dissipated into a cloud of black smoke beneath his blade. Though he had succeeded in repelling the creatures, Lin Feng bore wounds of his own. His shoulder and arm were marred with deep and shallow cuts, blood seeping from his injuries. Yet he paid little heed to his wounds, hastily tearing a strip from his garment to bind the injuries before plunging deeper into the cavern. In the depths of the cave, he stumbled upon a grand stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus lay quietly, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. Its surface was etched with arcane symbols, which flickered with a faint luminescence, as if whispering untold secrets. A sense of foreboding welled within Lin Feng, but driven by the pursuit of the artifact, he resolved to open the sarcophagus. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands upon the lid and exerted his strength. The cover of the sarcophagus was exceptionally heavy, yet Lin Feng, fueled by unwavering determination, gradually pried it open. As the lid shifted, a pungent odor wafted forth. Peering inside, Lin Feng beheld the desiccated remains of a corpse, clad in a tattered yet once resplendent robe. In its hand lay a dagger exuding a dark aura. On high alert, Lin Feng scrutinized the scene, wary of any lurking dangers. Suddenly, the corpse stirred, its eyes opening to reveal empty sockets filled with darkness. The body slowly rose, emitting a guttural growl. Though startled by this unforeseen turn of events, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. He raised his sword, pointing it at the corpse, proclaiming boldly, "Whatever you may be, I shall not fear you." The corpse stood from the sarcophagus, brandishing the dagger and lunging at Lin Feng. He deftly sidestepped, countering with his sword. The clash of blade against dagger rang out sharply in the air. Lin Feng soon realized that the corpse possessed formidable strength, each attack carried tremendous force. Undeterred, he pressed on, growing bolder with each encounter, constantly shifting his tactics in search of vulnerabilities. At last, Lin Feng seized an opportunity, thrusting his sword into the creature's chest. It let out a mournful wail before collapsing into a pile of ashes. Exhaling a breath of relief, Lin Feng meticulously searched the sarcophagus and discovered a concealed compartment. Within lay a radiant artifact, the Mind Bell, one of the treasures he had long sought. As he grasped the Mind Bell, a warm energy coursed through him. He understood that this was a powerful relic, and with it, the prospect of breaking the curse was bolstered. Yet he remained acutely aware that further challenges lay ahead. He must hasten to uncover the remaining artifacts. Armed with the Mind Bell, Lin Feng departed the cavern, resolutely continuing his arduous journey in search of the artifacts. Chapter 8 Clues to the Artifacts. As Lin Feng emerged from the cave clutching the Mind Bell, he found himself at a fork in the road. One path meandered into a profound valley shrouded in mist, exuding an air of enigmatic allure. The other ascended steeply towards a towering peak, its summit veiled in swirling clouds, obscuring its true visage. While he stood at the crossroads, engulfed in indecision, he suddenly heard a faint whisper, seemingly emanating from a distant realm, yet tantalizingly close, elusive, and hard to grasp. Lin Feng instinctively pricked up his ears, attempting to discern the murmur's content. He followed the sound, treading carefully along a path strewn with thorns and debris, where one misstep could result in a fall. After traversing a short distance, he stumbled upon a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. The words, weathered by the passage of time, had become blurred, with cracks and imperfections marring its surface. Lin Feng knelt to scrutinize the inscriptions, his brow furrowed in gaze intent, striving to extract meaningful information from the fragmented strokes. After considerable effort, drawing from his acquired knowledge and past experiences, Lin Feng finally deciphered the text. It contained clues regarding 3 other artifacts. It revealed that the Sword of Light lay hidden within a mysterious cave deep in the valley, guarded by a formidable beast said to possess impenetrable scales and unmatched strength. The Shield of Guardianship was concealed within an ancient castle atop the peak, fraught with traps and mechanisms that could lead to irreversible doom. The Staff of Wisdom resided at the heart of a fog-laden forest, only to be revealed at a specific hour when the moonlight illuminated a designated spot, causing the mist to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to first seek the Sword of Light in the valley. He understood well that this would be a daunting adventure, but driven by the desire to lift the curse plaguing the forest and to save Clearwater Town, he pressed on without hesitation. He navigated the rugged mountain path into the valley, where dense fog enveloped the surroundings, severely limiting visibility. Lin Feng treaded cautiously, his sword poised in a state of readiness. The towering trees flanking the path loomed ominously, their intertwining branches resembling grasping claws reaching for him. Throughout his journey, Lin Feng encountered a myriad of harsh weather conditions. At times, fierce winds assailed him, nearly toppling him. At others, torrential rain drenched him, rendering him a sodden wretch. The path underfoot became muddy and treacherous, complicating his progress further. Moreover, the perilous terrain posed significant challenges. At one particularly narrow cliff's edge, the path barely accommodated a single traveler. Lin Feng pressed himself against the mountainside, inching forward cautiously, for a moment's lapse could send him plunging into the abyss. In another instance, he faced a steep incline strewn with loose stones, where every step required utmost care to avoid triggering a landslide. Yet, Lin Feng persisted, his heart brimming with unwavering resolve. Whenever fatigue and despair threatened to overwhelm him, he recalled the kind-hearted inhabitants of Clearwater Town, their hopeful gazes spurring him on, rejuvenating his spirit to forge ahead. After several arduous days of trekking, Lin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious cave. A potent aura greeted him, instilling a sense of foreboding. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his sword tightly and cautiously entered the cave. Inside, darkness enveloped him, and Lin Feng could only navigate by his faint instincts. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the cavern, sending a chill down his spine.